Chapter 1 The Vanished Life Linioff 100,000. City B, Hospital. Jiang Yu sat alone in the hospital corridor, the air conditioning providing no warmth to her heart. The doctor's words echoed relentlessly in her mind. Miss Jiang, your grandmother's condition is quite even if the surgery is successful, shadow isn't they'd make left. And the operation carries risks thilder ly lady is quite van sedinage. The doctor's unfinished statement hung heavily in the air, yet Jiang Yu understood it all too well. Dazed, she emerged from the doctor's office and settled onto a bench in the corridor, unwilling to face her grandmother, fearing it wouldn't bring her more sorrow. Though not her biological grandmother, she was Jiang Yu's own remaining family. Now that their grandmother was ill, the prospect of death loomed if surgery was not performed. Therefore, even if the operation couldn't extend their grandmother's life for a short while, Jiang Yu was determined to arrange it. However, the surgery required 100,000 yuan. Jiang Yu had borrowed from Ryonshi and, combined with her major savings from part-time work, had managed to scrape a Tagathirth amount. She took out her phone, wishing to call her boyfriend for comfort during his difficult time. Dialing his number, she was met with silence as the calls went unanswered, disconnecting automatically. Undeterred, she tried again, but still, there was no response. Jiang Yu could not fathom why she continued to dial one number after another. After a long pause, she finally surrendered, even conjuring Gary a be excuse for her boyfriend. Perhaps she was busy studying and simply had noticed at his phone. Putting her phone away, she sat for a moment longer, steeling herself before eating to the payment window. She needed to pay for her grandmother's surgery as soon as possible so the hospital could proceed with the operation. Handing her bank card and the payment slip to the hospital staff, she felt a flicker of hope. However, when the staff processed her card, the machine displayed an insufficient balance. I'm sorry, miss, beauty, our card balance is insufficient. Jiang Yu felt as if she had been struck by lightning. What did he say? The staff repeated patiently, your card balance is insufficient. Stunned, Jiang Yu struggled to comprehend she had only owned bank card with 100,000 yuan saved for her grandmother's surgery. How could it possibly show insufficient funds? Suddenly, her phone buzzed, and she glanced down to see it was her boyfriend, Lin Cheng'an, the very person who hadn't answered her earlier calls. As the call connected, the noise from Miss Surroundings was apparent. Why have you been calling? Hearing Lin Cheng'an's voice, a troubling thought crossed Jiang Yu's mind. New password to her bank card, could it Bethit? Cheng'an, have I taken money from me bank card? There was a long silence on Theotherin before Lin Cheng'an finally spoke. I'm sorry, but it did take money from my hour card. Jiang Yu felt a rush of blood to her head. Hernger like contained as he spoke softly. Cheng'an, what did I spend the money on? Can it be returned? Lin Cheng'an remained silent for what felt like eternity before finally responding. Jiang Yu, if it out Themani Iganian cannot be retrieved, how will you react? The moment she heard that they had spent Themani, Jiang Yu's mind said without the funds, her grandmother would not be able to undergo surgery. She was on the verge of losing her last family member. Sensing her prolonged silence, Lin Cheng'an adopted Akazulton Yu. I should have told you beforehand, but Themani I already spent, you unfolded against him, right? After all, it was to huge amount, Ilmakimori in future. Jiang Yu couldn't bear to hear Marian dung up the phone abruptly. Dazed, she stood before the payment window, paralyzed. Suddenly, her phone buzzed again. A twithical beauty message. She picked up to seen unfamiliar number extreme bar 302, Teresa surprise. The strange message filled her with an inexplicable sense of panic. After hesitating for a few moments, she already left the hospital and took a taxi direct to extreme bar. Meanwhile, at extreme bar, Lin Cheng'an stared at his phone, still in shock from the abrupt disconnection. Just then, a flamboyantly dressed man approached, draped an arm over his shoulder. What's our little young master doing here, sneaking gackle to Somion? Lin Cheng'an lanced at his darkened screen before casually slipping the phone into his pocket. Theman old Lin Cheng'an back to zo faint ha private tibuth. Extreme bar catered to an upscale clientele, and though so frequented tour is certainly not without means. Seated comfortably among a group of wealth as a congeneration elites, Lin Cheng'an felt entirely at us. Had Jiang Yu been there, she might not have recognized her boyfriend, given the person he had always portrayed to her as a struggling student from a poor family. Young Master Lin, what's the matter? How are you scred likeling just now? Lin Cheng'an remained silent, raising a glass of flicker to his lips and down in Jaitanonigo. His friends, who had drawn up alongside him, noticed a somber modern exchange glances. Among the few girls present, one sitting beside Lin Cheng'an spoke up, sensing his distress. Cheng'an, what's wrong? Are you feeling down? Heglin's gather, his expression softening slightly a share plainly. No, it's just a trivial matter. Since it's trivial, don't let it bother you, where are legit to hang out like this chirrup. Exactly, young Master Lin, let's enjoy ourselves and soar our legitagathar. Seeing their encouragement, Lin Chingan and begin to engage with his friends, drinking and chatting. After a frowns, the conversation shifted back to him, Thistima focusing in Jiang Yu. Young Master Lin, how are things with Yan Yu? When are ya bringing her to meet us? Yes, we're real curious about the girl who managed to catch our little Master's eye by pretending to be poor. It's been nearly year since the outwo have been together, right? It shida me introduced her to so can jet familiar with the our girlfriend. At the mention of Yan Yu, a faint smile graced Lin Chengan's lips. Federal sitting beside him noticed a dan bither lip, casting a glance at her friend. Chapter 2 The Fool Left in the Dark. The Ungwoman immediately grasped the situation and remarked sarcastically, what's a stare-in-law, just a girl from the slum shoku cha possibly worthy of young Master Lin, ifio ask me, Lin should be with me snow, Dantio Allegri? Lizu fainted shyness, her cheeks flushing as hastily glance Lin Chengan beside her, seeing hum Zealand made her heart sink a little. Yet she maintained outward appearance of nonchalance, saying, Shin, what are ya talking about, don't be ridiculous. Although I grew up with Chingan, I and Lisi Hima sa brother. Despite her words, the affection in her eyes was soon mistakable. Lin Chingan, oblivious to her feelings, remained unaware, while every O'Neill's clearly understood the situation. In Ruth, they believe it that Samion of Lin Chingan's stature should be with a young lady like Li Shui, not with Samion like Jiang Yu, Hakama from humble beginnings. Yet ironically, Lin Chingan, despite having Filigan Tandwi Alfi Li Shui, was drawn to Jiang Yu. While they felt pity for Li Shui, they couldn't help but secretly enjoy the unfolding drama at Lin Chingan. Lin Cheng internet to Li Shui, agently expression gracing his face. I analyze Zayak's Wias' sister, pleased and jokey around. If Zayak's you can't find a boyfriend in the future, it'll be me fault. Ash spoke, his demeanor was calm and collected, oblivious to the growing pallor on Li Zu's face. Theotherson the private room noticed said the tension and wisely shifted the topic. Young Master Lin, when doya plan taka McLean to Jiang Yu abuti or true identity? Upon hearing Jiang Yu's name, Lin Chengan's face softened. In a few days. Once you possess the finaltist, he'll tell her everything. Theman Shanaf this finaltist was well understood bethui alpha Zekon generation attendees. A year ago, Lin Chengan had told them he was dating Simeon. When they learned he had fallen for a Cinderella, their expressions were a mix of intrigue and skepticism. Coming from affluent families, they were never short of women vying for their attention. Women how were often more interested in their wealth and status than in themas individuals. They couldn't fathom Anyona rejecting the allure of money. Some suggested Jiang Yu's character, however, Lin Chengan firmly declined, asserting that Jiang Yu was not the type to be swayed by material wealth she loved him for who was, not for his background. Seeing his interest, one friend proposed that Lin Chengan pretend to be struggling student from a poor family litigate Jiang Yu's true feelings. Though reluctant, Lin Chengan eventually acquiesced to their persuasion. Thus, from that day forward, he maintained the facade of opera student while dating Jiang Yu. A year had passed, and Jiang Yu had never shown disdain for him because of his supposed financial status. Rather, the opposite was true. Upon learning of Lin Chengan's difficult circumstances, she treated him even better, often sacrificing her own comforts to provide him with the best she could afford. Lin Chengan at Nisadelo these, and after a few months of dating, hired to reveal the truth. Yet, once again, he was dissuaded by his friends. They felt it necessary to continue the charade for a while longer, and that Huilla turned into a foolier. The media bet if Jiang Yu called in Dira Ferrer, they would accept the raise worthy of Lin Chengan. Confident in Jiang Yu, Lin Chengan agreed to for. Tomorrow marked the only anniversary of their relationship, and after that day, who would finally confess everything to her. So, on the of their anniversary, Lin Chengan happily got their dis friends for Wathik holiday nearly celebration. It was then that Li Zue suggested on Ephanault, letting to Themam and Lin Chengan swipe Jiang Yu's bank card. A strings flow of dan laughter filled the room, the door to the private tebeth slowly creaked open, drawing everyone's attention. When they saw Jiang Yu standing quietly at the entrance, Lin Chengan sprang to his feet, rushing to the door. His face was set shed with panic and confusion, unable to comprehend why Jiang Yu had suddenly appeared there. Ah you what are you doing here? Lin Chengan's expression was fraught with distress as she instinctively reacted for Jiang Yushand, only to hover at him. A heavy weight settled in his Yartashiang Sias like Rasteris. You, please, let me explain. Jiang Yu looked at her boy for boing, a gentle smile suddenly gracing her lips. Lin Chengan, let's break up. Her voice was soft theater salute. Lin Chengan momentarily stunned, then fervently shukish. No, I don't want to break up. I can explain, area liken. Jiang Yu steadily pried his fingers away, her donation till butin wavering. I insist, Lin Chengan, let me go, I only have the owner request return me money. After a year of dating, Lin Chengan knew well her steadfast nature, thought she peered delicate on session madu ferment, noon cold sway her. If Jiang Yuseicha wanted to break up, Shu would no trek insider. But Lin Qinggen is unwilling to part way. She had finally found a way to with her forever and was no treaded to let go. Ah you, please, I bid you, don't break up with him. Jiang Yukulmlai regarded him, her gaze a sweeping over Theotherson the room before finally land in Gan Li Shui. From a vantage point where Lin Qinggen cold not see, Li Zuori asmug, disdainful smile. Harried lips moved as if to say, you can twin against him. Jiang Yu turned back to Lin Qinggen and spoke Hesli if you want to stay together, the jib me 100,000 and that's all I ask. Lin Qinggen's expression faltered, his lips pressing together in hesitation. Iu, can you wait just an day? Tomorrow, whatever amount you'll give you, just not a day, please. Jiang Yu looked at them with disappointment, her lips moving as if to say something before finally uttering weakly, Lin Qing'an, I just want money back from no one, let's go our separate ways. Lin Qing'an attempted to reach out her again, beautith atment Jiang Yus finarang. Upon seeing the caller ID, her pupils still a in shock. Without a moment's hesitation, she swore at the call, whatever was done Theother drained the color from her face. She turned to leave, but Lin Qing'an seized her wrist. Jiang Yu, I want breakup. Lin Qing'an, let me go. No, Jiang Yu, I don't want to break up, stay, tomorrow you'll give you whatever you want. Jiang Yu glanced back at him, then delivered a dasher slap across his face. Lin Qing'an, it's over between us. With that, she broke free from Miss Grasp and walked away without looking back. Chapter 3 Harvest He. After uttering such a childish declaration, Lin Ming felt an inexplicable thrill within. As the sole human inhabitant of this planet, it was only natural to seek out some amusement. Otherwise, life would be unbearably dull. Once the exhilaration subsided, Lin Ming resumed his cautious demeanor and circled the survival pod. The surface was cloaked in fine gravel, which bore a striking resemblance to the deserts of Blue Star. Beneath the 5-centimeter layer of gravel lay a hard, black-brown surface, parched and devoid of any trace of moisture. Lin Ming located the High Nut Rock, a notable landmark, and suddenly felt a slight warmth in his eyes. Subsequently, he perceived that the High Nut Rock was shimmering with red and black specks. What on earth? A jolt of alarm surged through Lin Ming. Could it be that the High Nut Rock emitted radiation, with high-energy particles piercing through his retina? He glanced around and noticed that the scattered small rocks nearby also flickered with similar red and black points of light, blinking away the odd sensation. It gradually dissipated, and Lin Ming discovered that the shimmering lights had vanished. What was going on? Was it some malevolent whim of his, intending to inscribe but insects onto his retina with high-energy radiation particles? Though perplexed, Lin Ming pressed on, taking deliberate steps toward the High Nut Rock. The crunching of gravel was audible through his glass helmet. He could distinctly hear the sound of his footsteps and the howling wind around him. As he walked, he took in his surroundings. Aside from the gravel and rocks, there was nothing else to eye in the stillness. The sound of his footsteps echoed loudly. Lin Ming held his breath several times, even managing to hear the thumping of his own heart. Turning back, he beheld the black survival pod standing silently, unmoving. Is it truly just me here? Lin Ming gathered his scattered thoughts, his gaze gradually solidifying as he focused on the High Nut Rock, stepping resolutely toward it. The 3-kilometer distance took him over half an hour to traverse. He sipped a few gulps of water through the straw at his lips, then regarded the towering structure before him, standing over 5 meters high. The High Nut Rock was predominantly gray-brown, its surface smooth with pronounced layers of texture, clearly having stood the test of time against the elements, enduring countless ages of wind and sun. However, aside from these observations, Lin Ming found nothing else of note. There were no traces of moss-like plants, no biological fossils, nothing at all of standing at the base of the monolith. He remained speechless for a long moment. Ah! Suddenly, Lin Ming threw his head back and howled at the sky, gritting his teeth as he clenched the metal cylinder tightly, striking it forcefully against the High Nut Rock. Bang, once, bang, twice, bang, bang, bang. With each blow, Lin Ming poured more energy into his strikes, leaving white marks on the rock's surface. Then, with a resounding crack, a fist-sized chunk of stone shattered and fell at Lin Ming's feet. He picked up the fragment only to find that the interior was as empty as the exterior. Discarding the stone, he continued to hammer at the monolith. Bang, bang, bang. Piece after piece of debris tumbled from the High Nut Rock, yet Lin Ming remained undeterred, relentlessly striking. Bang, bang, bang. At last, a soft chime emanated from his lightweight exosuit, indicating that his oxygen supply had been halved and that it was time to consider a return plan. Only then did Lin Ming pause. He surveyed the scattered stones around him, gasping for breath, and took several deep swigs of water. Ha! Squatting on the ground, he inspected the fragments one by one. Nothing, still nothing, absolutely nothing. Lin Ming picked up another stone, glanced at it, and was about to set it down when he suddenly froze. He held the stone up to the glass of his helmet, scrutinizing it closely. Within the stone, he discerned the jagged edge of a black object, which was square-shaped and no larger than a fingernail. This is, Lin Ming swallowed hard, confirming his suspicions, finally recognizing it as a chip. Damn it, I am not the first to arrive, nor the only one. I am not alone. Ha 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 ha. Lin Ming laughed maniacally for an extended period, gazing at the stones at his feet, suddenly finding them endearing. He examined the metal cylinder, noting that aside from some minor dents at the bottom, it remained unscathed. Thus, he twisted open the lid and carefully placed the stones inside one by one, securing the lid tightly afterward. With everything in order, Lin Ming strode joyfully back to the survival pod, covering the distance in merely half an hour. Post-exit decontamination required. Please wait in the transfer pod. Items collected from outside the pod are prohibited from direct entry into the living quarters. Please place them in the left-hand recycling area for processing. Whoosh, a blast of scorching air enveloped Lin Ming, and after a 10-minute decontamination process, he finally entered the living quarters, shedding his lightweight exosuit. Oxygen recovered. 2 units, water 500 milliliters, nutritional paste X3. Lin Ming glanced at the remaining oxygen, noting there were 20 units left, and 5 liters of water. At that moment, the ethereal crystal in his left hand emitted a soft hum. Upon inspecting it, he discovered a prompt window. You have collected 6 pieces of rock, decomposing them will consume 1 unit of electrical energy. Would you like to proceed with the decomposition? Lin Ming quickly inquired, if there is something within the rocks, will decomposition damage it? The prompt window clarified the decomposition will gradually strip away the rock. Any potentially useful objects will be preserved. Relieved, Lin Ming confirmed the option, yes. A grinding sound ensued, and shortly thereafter, the prompt window reappeared. Decomposition yielded 1 F-grade universal chip, 1 damaged universal chip, and 1 piece of rusty iron ore. Moments later, beside the warehouse door, a tray materialized, presenting several objects. Lin Ming rushed over in haste. Upon seeing the black chip and the red rusty iron ore on the tray, he was momentarily stunned. He recalled the black and red specks that had appeared in his field of vision, scattered throughout the high nut rock. Could it be that he was able to perceive the resources within the high nut rock? However, now was not the time for such thoughts. Lin Ming bent down and spotted a square, nail-sized black object, which he presumed to be the universal chip. He vigorously wiped his hands and touched the metallic wall, ensuring he was free of static electricity before carefully picking up the universal chip. Or the ethereal crystal promptly provided a holographic display. F-grade universal chip. Description: a universal chip with extremely low computing power, of minimal value. Note, can be used to repair the electromagnetic wave communicator. Oh my, repair the electromagnetic wave communicator. Lin Ming quickly asked the ethereal crystal, what is the significance of repairing the electromagnetic wave communicator? The electromagnetic wave communicator can facilitate long-distance communication. Based on this chip's computing power, it can perform one of the following tasks. 1. Send a distress signal to all space within 1 light-year, consuming 1 unit of electrical energy. 2. Send a distress signal in a specified direction to space within 5 light-years, consuming 1 unit of electrical energy. 3. Scan the surrounding area within a 10-kilometer radius using powerful electromagnetic waves, creating a 3-dimensional topographic map of the terrain above 5 meters underground. Note, due to the F-grade universal chip's exceedingly low computing power, all the aforementioned tasks require overclocking for use. After use, the universal chip will be damaged and irreparable. After reading the ethereal crystal's response, Lin Ming swallowed hard. The electromagnetic wave communicator provided in the survival pod seemed far more formidable than he had initially imagined. He continued to inquire, what is the purpose of sending a distress signal? Will someone come to rescue me? The ethereal crystal swiftly replied, the distribution density of life forms in the universe is much lower than you might think, typically measured in tens of thousands of light-years. Various unforeseen accidents occurred during interstellar travel, causing some life forms to become stranded on desolate planets. In order to ensure they have ample time to await rescue, various life forms will launch numerous resource supply pods into the cosmos. Upon detecting a distress signal, these pods will head towards the signal's location. Chapter 4. Interstellar trade. Is it really like this? Lin Ming swiftly grasped the situation. He began to scrutinize the 3 options before him. The first 2 options bore a resemblance, with the only distinction being the spatial coverage of the distress signal. Option 1 encompassed a spherical volume centered on him, with a radius of 1 light-minute, while Option 2 took the form of a conical shape soaring to a height of 5 light-minutes. Although Option 1 offered a larger spatial area, Option 2 allowed the distress signal to reach a greater distance. As for Option 3, given his currently limited operational range, even with the aid of high-precision maps, it was impractical to reach. Thus, he decided to disregard it. After much contemplation, Lin Ming settled on option 1. Statistically speaking, a larger area would increase the probability of locating a resource supply pod. Consequently, he promptly declared, repair the electromagnetic communicator. I choose option 1. The ether crystal quickly complied. An F-grade universal chip was inserted into the electromagnetic communicator, and shortly thereafter, the ether crystal emitted a notification: a distress signal has been dispatched. F-grade universal chip has been damaged. Lin Ming raised an eyebrow. Is that it? Throughout the process, he had not heard any sounds nor sensed any anomalies. The text on the light screen then shifted. In 1 minute, the distress signal will reach its farthest point. The return signal will consume the same duration. No later than 2 minutes from now, we can ascertain whether there are nearby resource supply pods. Feeling a twinge of anxiety, Lin Ming nodded and fixated on the countdown timer on the light screen. 1:59, 1:58, 1:57. As the countdown reached 30 seconds, the light screen changed abruptly. Resource supply pod detected. 1. Based on the current trajectory and velocity of the supply pod, it is estimated to arrive in 6 hours. Lin Ming clenched his fist. All right. He continued to wait. After all, there were still 30 seconds left. What if there were more resource supply pods nearby? Every passing second would expand the coverage area of the distress signal. Unfortunately, the outcome left Lin Ming somewhat disheartened. Within a distance of 1 light minute, there was only a single resource supply pod. Well, that's just great. What a letdown. Observing the animation on the light screen indicating that the resource supply pod had begun to alter its trajectory, Lin Ming finally relaxed and began to contemplate the forthcoming rewards. Damaged universal chip, X1. The ether crystal promptly indicated that the damaged universal chip could be repaired through laser cutting, followed by high-precision welding, varying by the extent of the damage. However, due to the potential for errors during the repair process, approximately 10 damaged universal chips could yield 1 functional chip. Wow, chips can be repaired? What incredible zenith technology! Lin Ming marveled. Although he was not an electronics expert, he understood that usable chips were at least on the micrometer or even nanometer scale. The survival pod surprisingly contained equipment for chip repair. Currently, the system lacks a high-precision 3D printer. Once this component is obtained, not only chips, but anything with a manufacturing blueprint can be printed, provided there are sufficient raw materials. Seeing the text appear on the light screen, Lin Ming nodded in agreement. He believed it. Finally, there was the holy red rust iron ore, slightly smaller than his fist. Rust iron ore, description: decomposing it yields 1 unit of oxygen and 1 unit of ultrafine iron powder. Consumption: 1 unit of electrical energy. Oxygen can be obtained. Lin Ming instantaneously felt a surge of excitement. Oxygen was currently his most scarce resource. After all, he could survive without food for 7 or 8 days, without water for 3 or 4 days, but without breathing, he would likely last only 2 to 3 minutes. Oxygen, often taken for granted, became critically important in dire moments. The realization that decomposing rust iron ore could yield oxygen brought a sigh of relief as he thought of the high-density rock and the countless large and small stones surrounding him. He should no longer be at a loss for oxygen. The dilemma lay with the electrical energy, which seemed increasingly insufficient. Just now, decomposing a stone consumed 1 unit of electrical energy, and sending out the distress signal consumed another 1 unit. He was left with 8 units. It was evident that any trivial action would deplete his energy reserves. Therefore, Lin Ming decided to store the rust iron ore in a metal cylinder and decompose it only when oxygen levels were low. He had grasped that any action undertaken in the survival pod consumed at least 1 unit of electrical energy. If he could gather more rust iron ore and focus on decomposing it, it might reduce the overall energy consumption. After completing these tasks, Lin Ming felt a pang of hunger. He retrieved a tube of nutrient paste and washed down half with water, feeling somewhat better. As he was in a state of perpetual daylight, devoid of the concepts of night and day, he resolved to pass the time by exploring the various functions within the ether crystal. Upon opening the regional chat channel, Lin Ming scrolled through the content to see if any other players had made new discoveries. So boring, no phone, no social media, no TikTok, my world is dark. I need a chat buddy, preferably a beautiful one. Handsome, I've added you, let us connect, just 1 unit of oxygen for a 10-minute video chat. That is too much. Right now, everyone barely has enough oxygen to breathe for a day or two. If we don't find an oxygen source today, most of us will be gasping for air by tomorrow. Indeed, has anyone discovered a source of oxygen, food, water, or even electrical energy? Exactly. Let us not keep secrets. After all, one person's ability is limited. Only by uniting can we overcome these hardships. As Lin Ming perused the messages scrolling through the regional chat channel, he felt a slight stir within him. He contemplated revealing the information regarding the universal chips and rust iron ore found within the stones to others, but not at this moment. Currently, no one in the regional channel had shared such news. Perhaps no one had discovered it, or perhaps someone had found it but remained silent. After all, information disparity is one of the primary sources of profit. With this in mind, Lin Ming opened the Interstellar Trading Post channel and noted that some players had already begun trading. Water, x 1 liter exchanged for oxygen, x 3 units. Nutrient paste, x1 exchanged for oxygen, x 5 units. Oxygen, x 3 units exchanged for electrical energy, x 1 unit. Urine, x 500 ml exchanged for water, x 100 ml. As he read through the trades, Lin Ming furrowed his brow. While he could understand exchanging water or nutrient paste for oxygen, given that oxygen was currently a scarce resource, most individuals would face oxygen shortages in 2 days. He could also comprehend the exchange of oxygen for electrical energy, as some players might have already recognized its utility. However, what was up with trading urine for water? Suddenly, the last trading notification flickered, indicating that 2 players had completed a transaction. Good grief! Lin Ming quickly connected the dots. Due to the limited water resources and the human body's continuous production of urine, in the absence of potable water, one would inevitably resort to drinking urine if water sources ran dry. While the thought was repulsive, consuming urine in a water-scarce environment was indeed a means of survival. At this moment, if players with weaker psychological fortitude chose to sell their urine in exchange for relatively small amounts of water, there would undoubtedly be others willing to trade. After all, 500 milliliters of urine would be more beneficial to the human body than 100 milliliters of water. With this realization, Lin Ming promptly decided to list the rust iron ore for trade. When desperation strikes, people will resort to anything. It was entirely possible that many players were already scouring the surrounding areas. If he continued to hoard the rust iron ore as if it were a treasure, its value could plummet dramatically within a few hours. Chapter 5 Agreement, Rust Iron Ore X1 Exchange Electric Power X3 units. Lin Ming has set the price for rust iron ore quite high. After all, rust iron ore is not a primary resource and can yield the urgently needed oxygen. Initially, a high price was set, followed by a gradual decrease. Lin Ming estimated that when the price dropped to around 2 or 2.5 units of energy, he would likely be able to sell it. After all, energy is not a vital resource for the vast majority of players. It is often seen as dispensable. In fact, Lin Ming had considered listing 5 units of energy directly, but the Interstellar Exchange imposed restrictions, allowing rusty iron ore to be exchanged for a maximum of only 3 units of energy, compelling Lin Ming to abandon that idea. As soon as the rusty iron ore was listed, the chat feature of the Interstellar Exchange became abuzz with excitement. Wow, who is this Lin Ming? Where did you acquire this rusty iron ore? Guys, check the compendium. Rusty iron ore can be decomposed into oxygen. Oh, esteemed Lin Ming, please take me along. I implore you to disclose the source of the rusty iron ore. This segment comprised relatively polite players. Lin Ming, we are all compatriots here. As a resource that can yield oxygen, you ought to reveal its source promptly. Indeed, I sprained my ankle a couple of days ago and am currently mobility challenged. Lin Ming, would you kindly sell me a few pieces at a low price? I promise to return the favor later. Finding rusty iron ore at this juncture suggests that there is a mine near his survival pod. Iron ore is practically free for the taking. Why not gather some more and share with everyone? We can each contribute a bit of nutrient paste and water as compensation for your efforts. Some players were rather blunt, articulating their thoughts candidly. Lin Ming, however, chose to ignore these players, yet, despite his desire to overlook them, many players persistently sent him trade requests. Player, Chen Cohen, wishes to exchange water, x 500 ml for rusty iron ore, x1. Do you agree? The player, Li Jibei, wishes to exchange nutrient paste, x0. 1-4, rusty iron ore, x1. Do you agree? The player, Qin Lingling, desires to trade urine, x 300 ml for rusty iron ore, x1. Note, brother, I am a girl, you know, and it's warm, I'll share it with you if you like. Do you agree? As the torrent of trade requests flooded in, Lin Ming felt overwhelmed, promptly hitting the reject button and shutting down the trade request option. At that moment, a prompt from the ether crystal appeared. Player Tang Haoren has traded your rusty iron ore, x1 for x3 units of energy. Please place the traded item in the trading area promptly. Player Tang Haoren has requested to add you as a friend. Lin Ming raised an eyebrow, surprised that rusty iron ore could fetch such a price, with players willing to purchase it. He placed the rusty iron ore in the trading area projected by the ether crystal. Soon, a flash of blue light signaled its disappearance, and the energy in the survival pod increased by 3 units. Was it truly this miraculous? The scene before Lin Ming left him in a state of astonishment. After some contemplation, he accepted Tang Haoren's trade request. "Hello, Brother Lin." Tang Haoren humbly messaged Lin Ming, "I didn't expect such a prominent figure to emerge in the area so swiftly, having discovered precious resources." "I am honored." Lin Ming, unaware of Tang Haoren's intentions, could only respond, "I dare not take credit, it was merely a stroke of luck to find this near." Tang Haoren, without hesitation, declared to Brother Lin, "To be frank, I intend to take over the rusty iron ore business from you. Please provide your base price, and I will purchase all the rusty iron ore you have in the future." So, he aimed to establish a monopoly, but where did Tang Haoren acquire such abundant energy? Lin Ming voiced his curiosity, and Tang Haoren quickly replied, "Brother Lin, our area channel comprises over 500 members, all from Tang province. Collectively, our energy should be sufficient to acquire a considerable amount of rusty iron ore, right?" So it was from Tang province. Lin Ming swiftly grasped the situation. Tang province has historically been a hub for merchants, renowned for its thriving trade, and now, riding the wave of foreign trade, wealthy merchants abound. Furthermore, the people of Tang province are known for their solidarity. Whenever one of their own faces adversity in a foreign land, fellow compatriots will rally together, gradually dissuading anyone from provoking them. Noticing Lin Ming's silence, Tang Haoren continued, "Brother Lin, I won't conceal it from you, given the current circumstances, oxygen is destined to be a scarce resource. At present, it may only be exchanged for 2 to 3 units of energy, but if other resources emerge in the future, rusty iron ore will still retain immense value, capable of being traded for even rarer items. Of course, our large-scale purchases hinge on the condition that you will not sell to others at a lower price." Lin Ming nodded, impressed by Tang province's long-term perspective. Therefore, he resolved to agree to Tang Haoren's trade. "Alright, under the condition of equal pricing, I will prioritize selling to you. However, should other players offer a higher price, I cannot guarantee exclusivity." After some thought, Lin Ming replied, "The minimum I will accept is 1 unit of rusty iron ore for 2 units of energy, but my output is limited, as I still need to conduct mining." "Agreed." Tang Haoren readily assented. "Brother Lin, feel free to mine. We will buy as much as you have." With Tang Haoren's assurance, Lin Ming felt invigorated. His energy had now reached 11 units, surpassing the initial amount. Thus, Lin Ming decided to attempt deploying the heavy-duty exosuit. Compared to the lightweight exosuit, the heavy-duty variant is larger, capable of withstanding more extreme temperatures, and, with the aid of its exoskeleton, enables Lin Ming to transport up to a ton of cargo. The only drawback is that, regardless of whether it is in use, the heavy-duty exosuit consumes energy. Now that Lin Ming had a reliable sales channel, he aimed for efficiency, focusing on mining rusty iron ore. He no longer considered the energy expense of 1 unit per hour worthwhile. Most importantly, he was racing against time. Currently, all players should be in the exploration phase, unaware of how many were attempting to transport nearby stones back to the survival pod for disassembly. Should similar resources appear on the market, prices would plummet swiftly. With this in mind, Lin Ming wasted no time and donned the heavy-duty exosuit, completing the resource resupply. Compared to the lightweight exosuit, the heavy-duty exosuit can carry more resources. It can hold up to 10 liters of water, 10 units of oxygen, and a certain quantity of food. The energy capacity is a maximum of 10 units, meaning the heavy-duty exosuit can sustain activity for up to 10 hours. Since any surplus consumables can be recycled, Lin Ming was generous and filled it to capacity. Once clad in the heavy-duty exosuit, Lin Ming felt his body connected to the exoskeleton. The cumbersome suit proved remarkably agile, mimicking his movements without any delay. After only a few adjustments, Lin Ming fully adapted to wearing the heavy-duty exosuit. With a hiss, after passing through the intermediate chamber for oxygen recycling and pressure stabilization, Lin Ming successfully descended to the surface. Compared to his first exit, Lin Ming felt significantly more adept on his second venture, with a clear objective in mind: Highnut Rock. Although other rocks may contain rusty iron ore and universal chips, Lin Ming had already surveyed the Highnut Rock and had disassembled it into many smaller fragments. The distribution of other rocks was much wider, and in practice, mining them may not yield efficiency as high as transporting Highnut Rock. Chapter 6, The Output. With a rustling sound, Lin Ming donned his heavy exosuit. Each step he took leaving deep imprints in the gravel beneath him. Fortunately, beneath the layer of gravel lay a solid ground. Otherwise, Lin Ming suspected he might easily become ensnared within the shifting terrain. Thanks to the assistance of the exoskeleton, Lin Ming traversed the landscape with remarkable agility, striding purposefully towards the towering Gaoguan rock face, reaching it in a mere 10 minutes. "Ah, I have returned," Lin Ming greeted the Gaoguan rock with a nod. He did not hasten to commence his extraction. Instead, he endeavored to locate the elusive black and red specks upon the rock's surface, but to no avail. Could it be that what he had witnessed earlier was merely an illusion? Lin Ming meticulously recalled his actions during the sighting of the black and red points. He had been staring. Suddenly enlightened, he positioned himself 5 meters away from the Gaoguan rock, fixating his gaze upon it intently. After approximately 10 seconds of unwavering observation, Lin Ming felt a slight warmth emanating from his eyes, and the black and red specks began to flicker once more, evenly distributed across the entirety of the rock face. He extended his right hand. The heavy exosuit had been reinforced at the hands and chest, featuring a thick layer of fortification, with an outermost layer of metallic armor. He resolved to test the waters by delivering a direct strike to the Gaoguan rock, curious whether the exosuit would sustain any damage. Out of prudence, Lin Ming refrained from unleashing his full strength on the first punch, utilizing only 30% of the exoskeleton's power. Bang! His fist collided with the Gaoguan rock, leaving a white mark upon its surface. Yet, the rock remained unscathed, and the exosuit showed no signs of damage. Again! Lin Ming adjusted the exoskeleton's power to 50% and delivered another blow. Bang! Crack! This time, fissures radiated from the point of impact, and the Gaoguan rock began to fracture. Lin Ming carefully inspected the armor of his exosuit's hand, finding it still intact, without any damage or deformation. Excellent, he declared, raising the exoskeleton's power to 70% before striking once more. With a resounding crash, he shattered a stone the size of a basketball, sending countless fragments scattering. Having mastered the force required to obliterate the Gaoguan rock, the remainder of the task became straightforward. Lin Ming unleashed a flurry of strikes, targeting the locations of the black and red specks, and within half an hour, he had reduced the Gaoguan rock to dozens of scattered fragments. Upon completing his work, Lin Ming assessed his energy expenditure. After nearly an hour of labor, the heavy exosuit had consumed 1 unit of power. The consumption of oxygen took him by surprise. It amounted to merely 0.6 units. It appears that the primary exertion is attributed to the exoskeleton armor. My activity level is scarcely different from that of a resting state. This indeed was a piece of good news. Lin Ming surveyed the scattered rubble, lifting a relatively large stone with both hands. Beep beep beep, the heavy-duty exosuit immediately triggered an alarm. The current mass of the object is 1.4 tons, operating under excessive load, The power consumption has doubled. Prolonged operation may result in damage to the exoskeleton. Hearing the urgent beeping sounds, Lin Ming hastily set down the stone. To Lin Ming's astonishment, the seemingly modest stone weighed an impressive 1.4 tons, nearly half the maximum load capacity of the heavy-duty exosuit. With a click of his tongue, he unleashed a powerful punch, shattering the stone into 2 pieces, one large and one small. He lifted the larger fragment, only to find that no notification sounded this time. Thus, Lin Ming meticulously selected stones, gathering only those that shimmered with flickering light. He ultimately secured a hefty piece alongside a smaller one, totaling over 900 kilograms, and made his way toward the survival pod. Approaching the maximum load, his return journey was markedly slower, taking him over 20 minutes to reach the vicinity of the pod. Once there, he set down the 2 stones and remotely commanded the mechanical arm within the survival pod to retrieve them. This collection consists of 2 stones. Decomposition will consume 1 unit of energy. Proceed with decomposition? Upon seeing the ethereal crystal prompt, Lin Ming opted for no. He resolved to collect a few more stones to ascertain how many units of stone could be decomposed with a single unit of energy. Each round trip currently required over 40 minutes, and after another arduous transport of stones, he operated the mechanical arm for retrieval and began his gradual experiments. Ultimately, Lin Ming discovered that 1 unit of energy could decompose precisely 1 cubic meter of stone, just as he had anticipated. This collection comprises 3 stones, totaling 996 cubic decimeters. Decomposition will consume 1 unit of energy. Proceed with decomposition? Lin Ming confirmed, yes. The grinding sound resonated, and shortly thereafter, a notification window appeared. Decomposition yielded 1 F-grade universal chip, 3 damaged universal chips, 3 rusty iron ores. Indeed. Lin Ming raised his eyebrows at the notification. He had observed a total of 4 black light points and 3 red ones among the 3 stones. Thus, the flickering black light indicated the presence of a universal chip, while the red light signified rusty iron ore. His eyes could directly perceive the distribution of resources. Suppressing his elation, Lin Ming calculated the consumption. Extracting 1 ton of stone, including transport, would consume 1 unit of energy for the heavy-duty exosuit. Decomposing the stones also consumed another unit. Trading the rusty iron ores with Tanghauren would yield 6 units of energy, along with the potential acquisition of universal chips and fragments, making it a reasonably profitable venture overall. Uncertain whether it was due to the different extraction methods or sheer luck on his first attempt, Lin Ming had managed to extract only a single intact universal chip, with the damaged chips being relatively few. Shaking his head, he dismissed the trivialities and opened the chat interface with Tanghauren. Brother Tang, I have 2 rusty iron ores, in exchange, I seek 4 units of energy. Tang Haoren promptly agreed to the transaction, replying, Brother Lin, your efficiency is impressive. You've gathered 2 rusty iron ores so quickly. Lin Ming smirked at Tang Haoren's response, recognizing that his friend was testing his output efficiency. Therefore, he replied, damn it, let us not kid ourselves. I donned the heavy-duty exosuit, which consumed 1 unit of energy, not to mention the substantial oxygen and water usage. Decomposing the stones consumed another unit of energy, and upon closer inspection, I seem to be at a loss here. Far away on a desolate planet, Tang Haoren wore a faint smile upon reading Lin Ming's message. The fellow had expended 2 units of energy and the minimum 1 unit of oxygen, yielding only 2 rusty iron ores. His overall gain was minimal. Moreover, he had donned the heavy-duty exosuit, a notorious energy guzzler that Tang had no intention of utilizing unless absolutely necessary. Furthermore, the heavy-duty exosuit was a consumable. Having used it now, it might not be available for future use. He noticed that the sun lingered near the horizon, with surface temperatures still soaring between 50 to 60 degrees Celsius. Should the sun rise to its zenith, the temperature could easily reach a staggering 100 or 200 degrees or even higher. Under such conditions, the lightweight exosuit would be rendered useless, leaving the heavy-duty exosuit as the sole means of survival. Contemplating this, Tang Haoren sent Lin Ming a gift of 100 milliliters of water. Brother Lin, you've worked hard, take a sip and rest a moment. Upon receiving the 100 milliliters of water, Lin Ming inwardly cursed Tang for his stinginess. He replied, who would have thought that I'd end up as a miner on a desolate planet so far from home? What a life this is. After a few more grumbles in the chat window, Lin Ming closed it. He wouldn't allow Tang Haoren to perceive rusty iron ore as easily obtainable, thus preserving one piece for himself. In Blue Star, he had built his career in business, navigating the waters among small-time bosses worth millions or even billions. They were all cunning foxes, and no one would outsmart the other. Chapter 7 And the arrival of the resource supply pod. After a brief respite, Lin Ming resumed his back-and-forth journey between the pile of rubble and the survival pod. With his eyes now able to discern the resource points, his efficiency in transporting stones markedly improved, as he directly disregarded those devoid of resources. After nearly 5 hours, Lin Ming finally succeeded in transporting half of the high nutmeg rocks. The spoils acquired were indeed considerable. Frowny face. F-grade universal chip, X4, damaged universal chip X7, rusty iron ore X12. Lin Ming exchanged only half of the rusty iron ore with Tang Haoren, while the remainder was stored in a metallic barrel. Regardless of an item's value, as its yield increases, its worth gradually diminishes. Hence, Lin Ming opted to regulate the quantity of rusty iron ore traded. Why do I feel like a diamond merchant? Lin Ming muttered to himself. He examined his current resources: energy 2500. Oxygen 13500. Purified water 8500. Food and nutritional paste X2. Rusty iron ore 7. F-grade universal chips 4. Fragments of universal chips 8. While the quantity of energy steadily increased, the resources essential for survival, oxygen, food, and water, were dwindling. Presently, only oxygen was sustainable for Lin Ming. No sources of food or water had been discovered. I hope the resource supply pod brings me some pleasant surprises. Observing the resource supply pod, which had been captured by the planet's gravity and was in the orbital insertion phase on the display, Lin Ming excitedly rubbed his hands together. As the animation on the screen revealed, the supply pod drew nearer to the survival pod. Lin Ming looked up and saw a meteor streaking across the sky, trailing a white tail, descending towards the ground in a parabolic trajectory. When it was just a few thousand meters from the surface, Lin Ming could vaguely make out the shape of the resource supply pod, which bore a striking resemblance to the survival pod, albeit significantly smaller in size. Subsequently, flames erupted from the head of the resource supply pod, initiating a retrothrust to decelerate. Warning: the resource supply pod is about to arrive. Please maintain a distance of 100 meters from the designated area to prevent accidents. The ether crystal promptly marked the landing point of the resource supply pod, along with the danger zone. Lin Ming decided to enter the survival pod. Observing the resource supply pod's gentle descent through the glass dome upon landing, the pod's side opened, ejecting a perfectly cubical metal box. The mechanical arm of the survival pod immediately sprang into action, retrieving the metal box. Lin Ming watched as the box was swiftly opened, revealing it to be filled with gray cubes, each with a standard edge length of 1 decimeter. The resource supply pod has been recovered. This time, you have obtained Energy X5, Super Ally X1, Universal Code X6, Fuel X1. Lin Ming? Hey, are you shortchanging me on resources? Such a large box should contain 1 cubic meter, yet it only yielded 5 units of energy? Don't think I'm blind. What are those grayish-white cubes? Where's the food, where's the water, where's the oxygen? And what exactly is the universal code? The ether crystal responded promptly. The box contains 950 units of energy blocks, which originally could provide 950 units of energy. However, over the long passage of time, a significant portion of the energy has dissipated, leaving only 5 units recoverable. The superalloy is the material used to construct the supply box, making it ideal for building expansion pods. It has been successfully recovered. In the cosmos, life is not limited to carbon-based forms. There exist silicon-based, sulfur-based, arsenic-based, iron-based, and ammonia-based life forms, among others, which do not require oxygen or water for survival. Only energy is essential for all forms of life. Thus, the vast majority of universal resource supply pods primarily provide energy. As for the universal code, it is utilized to decipher the corresponding life forms. The more accurate the decoded password, the higher the grade of the resource supply pod obtained for that specific life form, yielding better supplies. Considering cost and total resource availability, higher grade resource supply pods in the universe are increasingly rare, and the energy consumption required to maintain the resources within the pod is greater. Lin Ming nodded, beginning to grasp the concept. The resource supply pod must have been launched into space by other life forms for altruistic reasons or some other purpose. Since it was an act of charity, cost considerations were undoubtedly necessary. One could not mindlessly invest entirely in high-grade resource pods. With this thought, he inquired, so what exactly is the universal code? Can it be deciphered now? The text morphed, and the ether crystal's reply appeared on the display. Of course, with an F-grade universal chip, it can be deciphered now, albeit only the most basic password. Lin Ming stroked his chin, envisioning an exceedingly complex computer or an intricately crafted mechanical password box, as creations of such advanced life forms would undoubtedly be extraordinary. Curiosity began to gnaw at him. Can I take a look at the universal code? Certainly. The ether crystal obliged, and shortly thereafter, a metallic tray appeared, bearing a black object. This object was roughly the size of a fist and entirely black, reminiscent of an ink block used for grinding ink. Lin Ming noticed that the black object was levitating above the metallic tray, not making direct contact. He reached out to touch it, but the ether crystal intervened. The universal code is preserved at temperatures below -200 degrees Celsius. To maintain the accuracy of the decoding, please refrain from making any contact. Lin Ming promptly withdrew his hand, fixated on the black object without moving. It was a rectangular prism, polished to an exceptionally smooth finish, and Lin Ming could even see his reflection on its black surface. He clicked his tongue in admiration, surprised by the exquisite design of the box housing the universal code. After waiting for a considerable time without seeing the box open, he curiously asked, "Why isn't it being opened?" The ether crystal. Why would it need to be opened? Lin Ming, how can the password be deciphered if it isn't opened? The ether crystal, this object itself is the password. Lin Ming suddenly understood, exclaiming, "I see." The surface of this object, while appearing smooth, is actually inscribed with numerous nanoscale patterns that can only be observed with an electron microscope. Right, I attended university, so I have some knowledge of this. The ether crystal. What is the universal language in the cosmos? Universal language, English. After all, in American commercial films, aliens always speak English. Lin Ming momentarily fell silent. The ether crystal continued without delay, elaborating, it is mathematics. The ratio of the length, width, and height of this object constitutes the universal code. By measuring each edge's length and performing mathematical calculations, the universal code can be deciphered. Lin Ming felt somewhat perplexed. The ether crystal continued to clarify, in the universe, there exists a fundamental understanding that advanced technological life forms must not directly transfer technology to those with lower technological levels. Thus, to prevent lower-tech life forms from directly obtaining high-tech products from resource supply pods, higher civilizations conveniently appended the universal code to the corresponding resource supply pods. Chapter 8. Carbon-based life resource supply pod. Lin Ming let out a soft sound, for he no longer dared to claim that he understood. Fortunately, the ether crystal was not a teacher prone to asking questions. It merely continued its explanation. Thus, as long as the ratios of each edge are measured, the more precise the measurements, the greater the computational power, and the closer the deciphered code will be to the correct answer. As long as the correct ratio to 10 decimal places is calculated, it constitutes the most rudimentary universal code, capable of summoning the lowest tier of carbon-based resource supply pods. Lin Ming nodded, for at this moment, nodding was all he could do. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him, and he posed his query. I recall my physics teacher once stating that objects expand when heated and contract when cooled. Would that not render the measured ratios inaccurate? The ether crystal replied, such occurrences can indeed arise. Therefore, the measurement conditions will be set to default values to mitigate interference from extraneous factors. Generally speaking, Lin Ming had already mastered the art of interjecting. Generally speaking, it is under conditions of 0 degrees or 20 degrees Celsius at 1 standard atmosphere. The ether crystal. Lin Ming scratched his head. Did I say something incorrect? The ether crystal's standard atmospheric pressure is merely a peculiarity of Blue Star, and Celsius is a human convention for the freezing and boiling points of water under that pressure. This is not universally applicable in the cosmos. Typically, the measurement conditions are absolute zero and absolute vacuum. Both of these conditions are challenging to achieve, and thus they can reflect the technological level of a civilization. Lin Ming swallowed hard. Based on his current understanding of human technological capabilities, absolute zero could only be approached infinitely but never attained. After all, humanity cannot prevent thermal exchanges between objects. With this in mind, Lin Ming attempted to inquire, are other universal codes similarly structured? Upon acquiring these various universal codes, how do other forms of civilization ascertain which object corresponds to their life forms? The ether crystal answered, it is quite simple, the object before you is crafted from pure carbon elements. Really? A single sentence awakened him from his reverie. Lin Ming marveled at the fact that while the universal code was set in an exceedingly simple manner, it was also remarkably intricate. If the universal code for carbon-based life is composed of carbon elements, then for silicon-based life, it would be constructed from silicon elements. For sulfur-based, arsenic-based, life forms capable of drifting through space must have reached a significant level of technological advancement. With a mere detection, the elemental composition of an object can be confirmed. Subsequently, by measuring the ratios of length, width, and height, one can derive the universal code, thereby summoning the corresponding level and life form of the resource supply pod. How marvelous! Lin Ming was now somewhat impatient. Your computational power must be quite impressive, capable of measuring to how many decimal places? The ether crystal replied, the civilization to which I belong is one of the contributors of the resource supply pods and has already mastered the highest level codes. There is no need for decryption, but I cannot disclose this information. You must rely on your own strength and the corresponding resources for the decryption. Based on the resources you possess and the measurement conditions you can achieve, 2F-grade universal chips can barely decipher codes to 10 decimal places, resulting in the most basic resource supply pod corresponding to the respective lifeform, with a decryption cost of 1 unit of electrical energy. Are F-grade universal chips really that inadequate? Lin Ming felt a twinge of disappointment. Fortunately, he possessed 4 F-grade universal chips at that moment, allowing for an initial decryption. After retrieving 2 of the universal chips, the ether crystal swiftly commenced the decryption process, and before long, presented Lin Ming with a string of numbers. 1 3 1 2 4 2 3 5 5 5 6 0 7 6 5 7 5 8 6 6 6 4 5. Armed with a rudimentary universal chip, Lin Ming replaced the malfunctioning electromagnetic communication device with a generic chip, selecting a radius of 1 light minute to emit a distress signal. 2 minutes later, the ether crystal indicated a lack of results. Quite normal, Lin Ming sighed. The deployment of resource supply pods is, in comparison to the vastness of the cosmos, exceedingly sparse. He had 1 F-grade universal chip remaining, leaving him to gamble on luck. Randomly choosing a direction, Lin Ming decided to send a distress signal to a space 5 light minutes away. The ether crystal timely alerted him, in 5 minutes, the distress signal will reach the farthest point, and the return signal will take an equal amount of time. Within 10 minutes at the latest, we can ascertain whether there are resource supply pods in the vicinity. Watching the countdown on the screen, Lin Ming felt a twinge of anxiety. Time ticked away second by second, and even after 9 minutes had passed, he remained empty-handed. Countdown for the return of the farthest signal. 10, 9, 8. 3, 2, 1, no carbon-based life resource supply pod found in the specified directional space. Damn. Upon seeing the message on the screen, Lin Ming slapped his thigh. This isn't right, it's not how movies portray it. Typically, in the last few seconds, there is a flurry of activity, and a multitude of resource supply pods come flying in, as if a logistics army has arrived. Hey, could it be that the decrypted password has issues? The ether crystal fell silent. Lin Ming, feeling somewhat helpless, muttered, all right, back to work. Time to procure some more universal chips. As he stood up, he recalled he had 8 damaged universal chips remaining, so he inquired, you previously mentioned that 10 damaged chips could likely be repaired into 1 complete universal chip. Does that mean the 8 damaged chips also have a chance of being restored into a complete one? This time, the ether crystal responded, provided the chips are largely intact, theoretically, 2 damaged universal chips can be repaired into 1 complete universal chip, though the probability is minimal, and the cost-benefit ratio is disproportionate. Lin Ming nodded. Then let us try using the 8 damaged universal chips. Being short by 2 shouldn't make much difference. After all, my luck has already been abysmal today. Repairing the universal chip will consume 1 unit of electrical energy. Do you wish to proceed with the repair? Observing the prompt on the screen, Lin Ming waved his hand dismissively. Go ahead, everything requires electrical energy. It seems that energy is the most precious resource. Buzzing and crackling, with a flurry of covert operations from the ether crystal, before long, a complete F-grade universal chip materialized before Lin Ming. Repair successful. Hooray! Lin Ming's spirits lifted slightly as he replaced the chip on the electromagnetic communicator once again, selecting a new direction to transmit the distress signal. The ether crystal prompted again. In 5 minutes, the distress signal will reach the farthest point, and the return signal will take an equal amount of time. Within 10 minutes at the latest, we can confirm whether there are resource supply pods in the vicinity. Thus began the 10-minute countdown. When the countdown reached 3 minutes and 17 seconds, the screen changed. Detected carbon-based life resource supply pod 1. Based on the current trajectory and speed of the supply pod, it is estimated to arrive in 13 hours. Wow, that is quite fast. Lin Ming felt a surge of joy. The previous basic resource supply pod, which was less than 1 light minute away, required 6 hours to arrive, yet this resource supply pod, situated 3 light minutes away, would only take 13 hours, a significantly swifter pace. Watching the animation of the resource supply pod's trajectory and arrival on the screen, Lin Ming felt buoyant. He clapped his hands. There are still some stones left. I'll gather them up, dismantle them, and sell them to Tang Haoren before taking a break. Chapter 9. A fractured facade. After confirming that the remaining space held no new resource supply pods, the diligent Lin Ming donned his heavy-duty extravehicular suit and set forth once more. Engrossed in his labor, he scarcely perceived the passage of time. In less than 5 hours, he had successfully transported all the remaining stones and completed their disassembly. Upon finishing, however, Lin Ming found his energy reserves reduced to a meager 5 units. He took stock of his spoils of 3 F-grade universal chips, 12 damaged universal chips, and 15 pieces of rusted iron ore. To his dismay, the number of damaged universal chips had significantly increased, while the intact ones had dwindled. Fortunately, the quantity of rusted iron ore had reached 23 pieces. Contemplating his resources, Lin Ming discovered that 1 unit of energy could disassemble a maximum of 3 pieces of rusted iron ore. Exceeding this limit would incur a greater energy expenditure. Pondering this, he opened the chat window with Tang Haoren and prepared to trade 8 pieces of rusted iron ore. Lin Ge, what a bountiful harvest! Tang Haoren quickly replied. Your efficiency is truly commendable. At this rate, we need not worry about oxygen and energy. Lin Ming casually responded with a couple of remarks, awaiting Tang Haoren's confirmation for the trade. However, Tang Haoren seemed hesitant and did not proceed. A sense of unease crept over Lin Ming. What is going on? He inquired. After a prolonged silence, Tang Haoren finally responded, Lin Ge, could you possibly lower the price a bit? I am a bit short on energy here. Goodness, was he attempting to negotiate down the price? Lin Ming firmly declined. The very reason he chose to trade rusted iron ore with Tang Haoren was due to his stable channels and ability to purchase in bulk. He had not anticipated that, after merely 2 transactions, Tang Haoren would already be seeking to haggle. Lin Ming had previously made it abundantly clear that, under equal pricing conditions, rusted iron ore would be sold to Tang Haoren as a priority. At this moment, Tang Haoren decided to drive the price down, yet Lin Ming was not inclined to accommodate him. He promptly listed 8 units of rusted iron ore on the interstellar exchange at a price of 2.5 energy units per block. In less than 10 seconds, the rusted iron ore was snatched up. Tang Haoren immediately sent a message. Lin Ge, what are you doing? Lin Ming replied, what? Tang Haoren swiftly responded, did we not agree that the rusted iron ore would only be sold to me? Lin Ming countered, I stated that I would prioritize selling to you only if the prices were the same. Now that you intend to lower the price, am I not permitted to sell to others? Tang Haoren insisted, Lin Ge, it's not that I wish to lower the price, you are aware of market trends. Initially, when something new emerges, it is priced high, but as time passes and supply increases, the price will inevitably decrease. Lin Ming remarked, however, on the interstellar exchange, I currently see no other sellers of rusted iron ore. Tang Haoren explained, that is because we have purchased everything that has appeared. Lin Ge, the individuals who just bought the rusted iron ore are also part of our team, we must secure the exclusive rights to this resource. I understand you intend to sell at a high price, but we have already tried that. The highest we can list the rusted iron ore is 3 energy units. Lin Ming, I call you Gu out of respect, but let me be frank, before arriving in this wretched place, I had successfully managed several trading companies, and I am well versed in such matters. It is often said that having more friends opens up multiple avenues, while having fewer adversaries prevents obstacles. Lin Ming, in a single phrase, equates 1.5 units of energy to a block of rusty iron ore. Henceforth, I shall no longer negotiate prices. Should you dare to list it at a higher price on the interstellar trading platform, you shall no longer be my friend. Upon reading Tang Haoren's response, Lin Ming couldn't help but feel a mix of anger and amusement. Had the true face of this unscrupulous merchant been revealed so swiftly, just a few hours prior, he had made a similar claim. Regardless of the hundreds or even thousands of light years that now separated them, it was uncertain whether they would ever meet again in this lifetime. Even if Tang Haoren stood directly before Lin Ming, he would not yield to such threats. Lin Ming had encountered numerous small-time bosses, and those like Tang Haoren, who lacked composure, typically managed annual transactions in the tens of millions, with profits barely exceeding 5%. Genuine seasoned veterans, even if they engaged in dubious dealings behind closed doors, would at least maintain a cordial demeanor in person. After all, after decades of navigating the underworld, having finally turned over a new leaf, their reputation was of utmost importance. Lin Ming chose to ignore Tang Haoren entirely, opting instead to list all 15 blocks of rusty iron ore at a price of 3 energy units per block on the interstellar trading platform. Just as before, within mere seconds, they were snatched up completely. In the chat channel of the interstellar trading platform, a chorus of lamentations erupted among the players. Damn it, my oxygen is about to be halved. Indeed, I'm willing to trade 5 energy units for just 1 block. Is there anyone else with rusty iron ore to spare? Esteemed players, please lend a hand. I've encountered a tempest, and my escape pod has sustained a breach from debris. Oxygen is leaking out rapidly, and without a new source, I shall suffocate. At that moment, a message from Tang Haoren appeared in the chat. Massive sale of rusty iron ore at 8 energy units per block. Transaction method of first give me 5 energy units, then we can proceed with the trade. Conducting business with integrity, no deceit. Upon seeing Tang Haoren's message, Lin Ming couldn't help but commend him with 2 thumbs up. The interstellar trading platform stipulated that a block of rusty iron ore could only be listed at a price of 3 energy units, yet there was no restriction on gifting. This method of transaction not only elevated the selling price of rusty iron ore but also completely circumvented any risk. It was a scheme few would conceive. Having already severed ties with Tang Haoren, and with plans to share the source of rusty iron ore with other players, Lin Ming crafted a message: there is no need to overpay for rusty iron ore. Nearby your spawn point lies a large rock. Don the heavy-duty exosuit to mine it, and you can extract rusty iron ore without any intermediaries profiting. After composing the message, Lin Ming promptly sent it to both the interstellar trading. Within 5 seconds of sending the message, Tang Haoren immediately responded: Lin Ming, what are you doing? Cutting off someone's livelihood is akin to murdering their parents. Retract your message at once. Lin Ming sneered and typed in the chat, apologies for making you an orphan. He then sent the message and blocked Tang Haoren without hesitation. His motives for sending such messages were not solely rooted in spite, there were greater considerations at play. At this moment, the surviving humans were scattered across the desolate planets of the galaxy, struggling. Only when the majority of individuals began to thrive and engage in trade, sharing resources, could they hope to find a sliver of survival in the harsh wilderness. Moreover, Lin Ming had already accumulated 71 units of energy, widening the gap between himself and other players. If he allowed Tang Haoren and others to advance unchecked, he would inevitably be surpassed. If that occurred, even if he spotted resource points, he would find himself perpetually lagging behind. Having completed these actions, Lin Ming disregarded the clamor in the chat channel and decided to rest for a while. With 8 hours remaining until the arrival of the carbon-based life support pod, it was the perfect opportunity for a nap. He had 8 units of oxygen left, and if he opted for regular sleep, it would consume at least 4 units. Given the scarcity of oxygen, Lin Ming resolved to enter hibernation. Hibernation required only 1 unit of oxygen and 1 unit of energy, a trivial expenditure for Lin Ming, who possessed 71 units of energy. As he lay down in the hibernation pod, he set it. 8 hours later, the hibernation pod awakened Lin Ming as scheduled. He opened his eyes, bewildered, glancing around before checking the time. Goodness, did I really sleep for 8 hours? Lin Ming was momentarily incredulous as he sat up from the hibernation pod. He now understood why there were warnings stating, hibernation does not reduce mental stress, please avoid continuous use. It felt as if he had just fallen asleep and was abruptly awakened, with no recollection of the intervening time, as if a switch had been flipped in his mind. In contrast, normal sleep, even when devoid of awareness, allowed one to feel the passage of time upon waking. This discrepancy left Lin Ming's body well rested, yet his mind felt weary, as though it had not truly rested. Today's goal is to gather more oxygen and devise a way to procure food or water, then reward myself with a good night's sleep. Lin Ming stretched his limbs and opened the ether crystal, where the display indicated that the carbon-based resource supply pod was expected to arrive in 10 minutes. Shortly thereafter, a bright light appeared on the horizon, trailing a long tail of flame as it soared toward Lin Ming's location. In midair, the carbon-based resource supply pod initiated retrothrust, landing steadily near the survival pod. As before, the hatch opened, releasing a metallic cube. Resource supply pod retrieved this time acquired 1x 3D metal printer, 1x superalloy, 5x mouthflower seeds, and 1x fuel. Is that all? Lin Ming was astonished by the meager offerings of the carbon-based resource supply pod. It bore little difference from the previous generic supply pod. Lin Ming touched the ether crystal to examine the properties of each item. 3D metal printer, type 1, description utilizes consumption 1 energy unit hour. Seems decent? Upon reading the introduction of the 3D metal printer, Lin Ming felt it could prove beneficial. As long as he had blueprints and ultrafine metal powder, he could manufacture various metal tools. Currently, he had ample energy, and ultrafine metal powder could be obtained by decomposing rusty iron or into ultrafine iron powder, or superalloy could also be decomposed into powder. These were not concerns. However, he was lacking in manufacturing blueprints, having not a single one. He initiated the assembly of the 3D metal printer in the survival pod and then turned his attention to the mouthflower seeds. To his astonishment, he widened his eyes at the description. Goodness, such a creature exists in the universe. Chapter 10 Trading Again, an introduction to the mouthflower seed. Utilizing the advancements of biotechnology, a unique species of plant has been cultivated, capable of thriving in the most extreme and inhospitable environments. Upon maturation, it develops a lantern-shaped mouth, which can consume other plants, while simultaneously adapting to and embodying the characteristics of its consumed counterparts, all without compromising its remarkable resilience. The description of the mouthflower is rather convoluted. It took Lin Ming several readings to grasp its practical applications. To put it succinctly, the mouthflower exhibits a remarkable versatility regarding its growth conditions and, after devouring other flora, can mutate to resemble the corresponding plant while retaining its formidable adaptability. For instance, should the mouthflower consume rice, it will transform into a rice plant, yet it will not necessitate the typical conditions required for rice cultivation. In simpler terms, it grows into whatever it consumes. Truly, it is a carbon-based life resource supply capsule, providing only the finest of materials. And now that the mouthflower seeds are at hand, the next consideration is to facilitate their sprouting and maturation. Generally, during the germination phase, providing appropriate warmth and adequate moisture suffices, and at this moment, Lin Ming has fulfilled the conditions necessary for the mouthflower to sprout. However, to ensure the mouthflower reaches maturity, it must be supplied with specific nutrients. Despite the plant's ability to endure even the harshest growth environments, the fundamental principle of the conservation of mass must still be adhered to. At this juncture, the most superior waste material accessible to Lin Ming is human excrement. While the notion may seem repugnant, Lin Ming, having experienced rural life, recalls that not far from his childhood home, there existed a compost heap, which adults claimed was more effective than chemical fertilizers. Great achievers often overlook trifles. Thus, Lin Ming swiftly overcame the physiological aversion and proceeded to list several trading links at the Interstellar Trading Post. Oxygen, X0. 5-unit exchange, urine, X 500 milliliters, oxygen, X0. 5 units exchanged for feces, X 500 g. Once the link was established, Lin Ming donned his heavy-duty extravehicular suit and ventured out to continue his extraction of stone blocks. After all, he was left with merely 7 units of oxygen, insufficient for a day of rigorous activity. Moreover, with the need to exchange oxygen for resources, if he did not exert himself to mine diligently, Lin Ming's oxygen supply would soon be depleted. Departing from the survival pod, he cast his gaze toward an area abundant with rubble, and soon enough, flecks of red light began to twinkle atop the debris. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the valuable stones constituted less than a third of the total, all marked by those crimson glimmers. This indicated that should he fail to spot the resource points, he would need to expend thrice the labor. With a rustle and a clatter, Lin Ming tirelessly traversed between the rubble zone and the survival pod. After several hours, at the cost of 5 units of energy, he procured 20 pieces of rusted iron ore. At this juncture, with only 2 units of oxygen remaining, he hesitated no longer and proceeded to decompose all the rusted iron ore. This decomposition consumed 7 units of energy, yielding 20 units of oxygen and 20 units of ultrafine iron powder. Phew, at least I needn't worry about suffocating, Lin Ming remarked as he returned to the survival pod, removed his heavy-duty suit, and took a brief respite while gently tapping on the ether crystal to access the interstellar trading channel. Upon opening it, he was met with a flurry of thousands of trading links flashing incessantly, which left Lin Ming feeling quite overwhelmed. It was no surprise, considering that rusted iron ore, a vital source of oxygen, was in high demand, having previously been inflated to an exorbitant. Now, some players, enlightened by Lin Ming's guidance on mining rusted iron ore, were aware of its extraction methods, yet due to the requisite expenditure of time and energy, the price remained stable at 2 units of energy per piece. Lin Ming's direct exchange of oxygen for what they deemed worthless excrement was an opportunity they would not let slip away. Each trading request came with a remark, and Lin Ming casually perused a few. A Master Lin Ming, I am your fan. Thank you for previously sharing the rusted iron or mining method. I just pulled this one, still warm, and I'm giving it to you for free. Master Lin Ming, I didn't expect you to enjoy this. I have diabetes, so it tastes better than for others. Let us trade. Brother Lin Ming, you previously refused my trade, but now I'm actively purchasing. Hee, who knew you were so coy? This time, I'll throw in an extra pair of original flavor stockings. Damn. Lin Ming gasped, struggling to catch his breath at the absurdity of their thoughts. Upon reading the third message, he raised an eyebrow, recognizing a familiar name. Qin Lingling. After a moment's consideration, Lin Ming opened the temporary trading chat with Qin Lingling. Although her words dripped with flirtation, her profile picture suggested she was merely in her mid-20s, adorned with a captivating smile. This indicated she had entered society and fully understood the advantages of her beauty and how to leverage it. Lin Ming messaged, "Are you there?" Qin Lingling promptly responded, "It's Brother Lin Ming. I'm here." Following this, she sent a 10-second video in which a long-legged beauty, clad in revealing attire and black stockings, danced with alluring grace, displaying provocative movements. Qin Lingling frowny face video. Lin Ming observed the video with a critical eye, inwardly lamenting the fruits of indulgence. Suppressing his rising agitation, he inquired of Qin Lingling, "Do you still have urine?" Qin Lingling replied, "Rest assured, Brother Lin Ming, I've been saving some for you, but it's only 300 milliliters. Lin Ming nodded. He was already aware of her limited supply, yet his desire to trade with her stemmed from her possessing other valuable resources. He subsequently replied, "I concede a slight loss, 0.5 units of oxygen in exchange for 300 milliliters of urine. Did you not mention bringing a pair of unwashed stockings?" Qin Lingling responded, "Indeed, brother, these stockings are quite unwashed. If you doubt me, I can record a video of myself removing them for you." Lin Ming replied, "I have no need for the video. Let us proceed as is." After clicking send, he initiated the transaction. Qin Lingling remarked, "Very well, Brother Lin Ming, I shall remove them now." Qin Lingling frowny face video. Upon the completion of the transaction, Lin Ming did not directly handle the acquired items but had them securely placed into a metallic cylinder, including the pair of unwashed black stockings still retaining body heat. The reason for his increased offer for Qin Lingling's unwashed stockings was not due to any peculiar tastes but rather a vague recollection that successful composting requires not only raw materials but also the involvement of microorganisms. Unwashed stockings, of course, serve as an excellent source of such microorganisms. This, however, bears no relation to gender. Men's socks could yield similar results, yet, the mere thought of trading with men for socks that have been worn for an indeterminate duration sent a shiver down Lin Ming's spine. Upon completion of the transaction, he conducted further exchanges with 10 players, utilizing 5 units of oxygen to securely seal the acquired goods within the metallic cylinder, ensuring no leakage would occur. Nonetheless, Lin Ming still felt a sense of discomfort and decided to discard the metallic cylinder into a transfer warehouse, opting for the adage "out of sight, out of mind." After attending to these matters, Lin Ming retrieved an F-grade universal chip, replacing the one on the electromagnetic wave communicator, and then addressed the ether crystal. Utilize powerful electromagnetic waves to scan a radius of 10 kilometers, creating a three-dimensional topographical map of the terrain above. 5 meters underground. Chapter 11. The simulated crab. The ethereal crystal swiftly manifested itself. A powerful electromagnetic wave enveloped an area with a radius of 10 kilometers, and soon, a pale blue light screen revealed a map of the surrounding 10 kilometers. The lower half of the map was a deep brown, indicating that the soil lay 5 meters beneath the surface. The ground was strewn with gravel and stones. Lin Ming noticed a subterranean pit resembling an anthill, situated about 3 to 4 kilometers in the opposite direction of the high nut trees. Upon carefully checking the scale, he discerned that these pits had a diameter exceeding 2 meters, ample enough to accommodate him and his heavy exosuit. The pit branched out like tree limbs, winding deeper, evidently leading to more passages below 5. I wonder if these beings are still within the pit. The thought of an unknown life form lurking just 3 to 4 kilometers away made Lin Ming feel a twinge of anxiety. As he meticulously surveyed the orientation of the pit, he suddenly felt a slight warmth in his eyes. The previously mundane map was suddenly dotted with a multitude of luminous points: red, black, and green. "So I can see the resource points on the map," Lin Ming exclaimed with excitement. Around him, countless red dots indicated a widespread distribution of rust iron ore, alleviating any immediate concerns regarding oxygen supply. Enlarging the view of the underground pits, he spotted sporadic green dots at a depth of 3 meters. Moreover, the green lights appeared to be in motion, occasionally lingering near the pit's entrance. These are living creatures, moving organisms. Lin Ming's spirits soared. The presence of life signified a potential food source. Furthermore, such beings were likely to be near water and food sources. Observing the movement patterns of the green dots, he noted their seemingly fixed patrol route, occurring every 10 minutes. Lin Ming resolved to take action given the possibility of encountering unknown lifeforms. He prudently refrained from underestimating the situation and expended 2 units of energy to have the 3D metal printer fabricate a large sword and a heavy shield from 2 units of superalloy. Within 10 minutes, the printer completed its task. The sword's blade gleamed with a sharp, icy light, while the heavy shield exuded a palpable sense of security. Attempting to lift the sword, Lin Ming found it weighed nearly 100 kilograms. With his strength, he could barely manage to shift it. Fortunately, he donned the heavy exosuit. After equipping the suit and replenishing his supplies, Lin Ming effortlessly grasped the sword and shield and exited the survival capsule. In comparison to sending a long-range distress signal, the energy consumption of the electromagnetic wave communicator for mapping the surroundings was significantly lower. The F-grade universal chip could withstand an hour of use before burning out. Thus, Lin Ming effectively carried a real-time map with him. After approximately 20 minutes, he arrived near the entrance of the pit, finding a stone 50 meters away to conceal himself. On the light screen map, the patrolling green dot slowly ascended the sloping pit and soon reached the entrance. Lin Ming looked up to see a jet-black crab, the size of a basin, emerging from the opening. A crab, indeed. Lin Ming's brows lifted in surprise. After leaving the entrance, the crab glanced at the distant slanting sunlight, repositioning itself to face the sun with its black carapace, slightly raising its body, then remaining motionless. Is it basking in the sun? Lin Ming recalled the Brazilian turtle he once kept, which required sunbathing daily. Could crabs share such a habit? Estimating the size of the black crab, Lin Ming felt capable of handling it. Observing the real-time map, he noted that other crabs were patrolling the pit as usual and decided to stealthily approach. He maneuvered around, sneaking up from behind the black crab. When he was merely 10 meters away, the crab seemed to sense his presence, flattening its body in preparation to turn. In an instant, Lin Ming sprang forth, maximizing the power of his exosuit and leaping over 10 meters, his right hand wielding the massive sword in a downward slash. Clang, sparks flew. The black crab was cleaved in two, with sparks flickering from the severed edges. Damn! Once the sparks ceased, Lin Ming beheld the interior of the black crab, exclaiming in astonishment. What he encountered was not a biological entity but rather an electronic crab. Instead of the familiar crab roe or lungs, he found black electronic circuit boards and energy storage batteries within. In the midst of the circuitry, Lin Ming spotted a familiar sight, the universal chip. Regrettably, the chip had been split in two, rendering it unusable. Lin Ming felt a pang of disappointment. He had harbored such great hopes only to capture an electronic crab, missing out on any flesh to consume. Reflecting on the crab's earlier sunbathing behavior, he realized it was charging via solar energy. Solar charging. Lin Ming recalled that the survival capsule's components included a damaged solar panel. Could the materials derived from this crab be used to repair the solar panel? With his right hand gripping the sword and shield, and his left clutching two crab legs, he gathered the bisected electronic crab and strode back toward the survival capsule. Decomposing simulated crab requires 1 unit of energy. Would you like to proceed with the decomposition? As the prompt from the ethereal crystal appeared, Lin Ming selected yes. So this creature is called a simulated crab. Simulated crab has been recovered. You have obtained high-purity silicon ingot X2, damaged universal chip X1, damaged circuit board X1, and damaged electromagnetic coil X1. The high-purity silicon ingots can be utilized to repair the solar panel. The current repair requirements are as follows. 1. Primary repair. Restore the solar panel's basic functions, making it operational by consuming high-purity silicon ingots X10 and electromagnetic coil X1. 2. Complete repair. Fully restore the solar panel to achieve its maximum power generation capacity by consuming high-purity silicon ingots X50 and electromagnetic coils X5. Indeed, it is feasible. Upon reviewing the materials needed for solar panel repair, Lin Ming felt a twinge of frustration. While the death of the simulated crab would not affect the production of high-purity silicon ingots, the electromagnetic coils, circuit boards, and universal chips would sustain damage. To acquire an intact electromagnetic coil, he would need to capture the simulated crab alive. However, considering the size of the creature, attempting to seize it directly posed the risk of its sharp claws puncturing his exosuit, for which he currently lacked repair materials. After contemplating for a long while, Lin Ming recalled the movements of the simulated crab after it exited the pit, and suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. Chapter 12. A reprogramming dawned in the heavy exosuit. Lin Ming set forth once more. This time, he did not carry the superalloy greatsword. Instead, he wielded a superalloy heavy shield, having melted down the greatsword to forge a superalloy net with the 3D printer. At this moment, the F-class universal chip in the electromagnetic communicator was damaged, prompting Lin Ming to replace it with a new one, enabling real-time monitoring of the situation within the pit. The disappearance of a mimetic crab did not stir much commotion. Upon noticing the absence of one companion, several mimetic crabs huddled together and soon redistributed their patrol routes. Each mimetic crab expanded its patrol area by approximately 20%, effectively compensating for the loss of a companion. Quite intelligent, Lin Ming remarked, observing the real-time map and witnessing the green dots resume their orderly movement. As he approached the entrance of the pit, Lin Ming commenced his work. He set down the superalloy heavy shield and began to move stones. With the assistance of the exosuit, he effortlessly lifted stones the size of millstones and placed them 2 meters away from the pit's entrance. Subsequently, Lin Ming continued his labor, stacking stone after stone to erect a 2-meter-high stone wall around the pit's entrance, leaving only a half-meter gap. After completing this task, half an hour had elapsed. Lin Ming opened the real-time map, scrutinizing the green dots. As per the usual routine, in just a few minutes, the outermost patrolling mimetic crab would commence sunbathing to recharge. Indeed, as the seconds ticked away, the patrolling mimetic crab abruptly halted and retraced its path, ascending along the inclined tunnel. Lin Ming crouched behind the stone wall, revealing only half of his head, as he watched a completely black mimetic crab, identical to the previous one, emerge from the cave entrance. Upon exiting, the mimetic crab instinctively glanced at the position of the sun and then appeared momentarily dazed. After a full minute, the rudimentary chip within the mimetic crab finally comprehended the situation and began to explore the surroundings along the stone wall. Observing the mimetic crab leave through the gap he had left, Lin Ming swiftly seized a large stone and blocked the opening. In an instant, the mimetic crab reacted with remarkable speed, attempting to retreat into the pit upon noticing Lin Ming, only to find the entrance obstructed by the boulder. Without hesitation, the mimetic crab dashed away in the opposite direction from Lin Ming, covering a distance of several meters in the blink of an eye. Watching this remarkably swift creature flee, Lin Ming remained unperturbed. He leisurely picked up the heavy shield beside him and trailed the mimetic crab from a distance. After some time of observation, Lin Ming discerned that the mimetic crab's alert zone extended to 10 meters. Should anyone encroach within this 10-meter radius, the mimetic crab would promptly flee. Conversely, if the area was deemed secure, it would turn its back to the sun and prepare to recharge. Lin Ming was unwilling to grant it the opportunity to recharge. He held the heavy shield, both to guard against a potential counterattack from the mimetic crab and to block the sunlight, preventing it from recharging. The mimetic crab, emerging to recharge, would undoubtedly have a limited reserve of electrical energy. Lin Ming believed that with continued pursuit, it would soon deplete its remaining power. As anticipated, after trailing the mimetic crab for half an hour, it ceased to react to Lin Ming's approach and lay there, attempting to recharge. Lin Ming did not rush to seize it, who knew how much reserve energy this little creature still possessed. He positioned himself 5 meters away from the mimetic crab, raised the heavy shield high above, and thoroughly blocked the sunlight in the area where the mimetic crab resided. After roughly 10 minutes, Lin Ming cautiously approached the mimetic crab, which remained motionless. He drew nearer and gently prodded the mimetic crab with the heavy shield, discovering it still exhibited no reaction. Even so, he refrained from directly capturing it. Instead, he retrieved the superalloy net coiled around his waist and ensnared the mimetic crab within it. Subsequently, Lin Ming held the superalloy net in his right hand while using the heavy shield in his left to block the sunlight, preventing the mimetic crab from surreptitiously recharging, and swiftly returned to the survival pod. Detected a dormant mimetic crab. The following 2 options are available. Option 1, recover the mimetic crab, acquiring high-purity silicon ingot X2, F-class universal chip X1, circuit board X1, electromagnetic coil X1. Option 2, reprogram the mimetic crab to gain complete control. Upon seeing the second option, Lin Ming was somewhat taken aback. He could indeed reprogram the mimetic crab. Naturally, he chose option 2. Reprogramming the mimetic crab will consume 1 unit of electrical energy. Do you confirm? Confirm. After confirming, he waited for 10 seconds as the ethereal crystal displayed a prompt, indicating that the reprogramming of the mimetic crab was complete. So quick? Lin Ming thought, somewhat surprised. Since the mimetic crab was currently in a state of energy depletion, he instructed the ethereal crystal to place the mimetic crab outside the survival pod, awaiting its sunbathing recharge. Though it was possible to recharge the mimetic crab using the energy reserves of the survival pod, the sunlight readily available was too tempting to waste. 10 minutes later, the mimetic crab had recharged and approached the exit of the survival pod, patiently awaiting further instructions. Lin Ming directed this little creature to undergo thermal cleansing in the transit chamber before placing it in the living quarters. The ethereal crystal informed Lin Ming that as long as he issued verbal commands, the mimetic crab would comply. Consequently, Lin Ming issued a command to turn around. The mimetic crab promptly spun in place. Lie down. Shake hands. Roll over. Lin Ming trained the mimetic crab as one might a dog, thoroughly enjoying the experience. After some playful moments, Lin Ming inquired of the ethereal crystal, What other functions does this creature possess? The ethereal crystal replied, it can perform any tasks within its capabilities, such as mining, patrolling, combat, and more. Following this, the ethereal crystal illuminated a display showcasing the perspective of the mimetic crab, with Lin Ming's towering height of 1.83 m appearing notably grand. Excellent, this little creature can assist in exploring the pit. A thought struck Lin Ming. The electromagnetic communicator could only probe a depth of 5 meters underground. Beyond that, it was ineffective. However, the mimetic crab could easily navigate within, sharing its visual feed with Lin Ming, making it incredibly useful. Note: due to hardware limitations, the maximum connection distance with the mimetic crab is 10 kilometers, but this may be reduced under complex electromagnetic conditions. It is advised, if commands are not received, return immediately along the original path. Lin Ming nodded. The transmission distance of electromagnetic waves underground would indeed be limited, and the ethereal crystal's advice was invaluable. After donning the heavy exosuit and completing his supplies, he addressed the unmoving mimetic crab beside him. Let us go, follow me. With a series of clicks and clacks, the mimetic crab promptly trotted along behind Lin Ming. Chapter 13: The Discovery of Water Sources. One person and one crab swiftly approached the entrance of the pit. Through the live map, Lin Ming observed the remaining few simulated crabs reassessing their roles, expanding their patrol. This is the advantage of electronic pets. As long as there is sufficient energy, they are tireless. Are those black-skinned creatures truly that resilient? Lin Ming murmured, then issued a command to the simulated crab. Explore the interior of the pit. Remember, if you lose signal or your energy is running low, return promptly along the same route. The simulated crab clicked its pincers twice in acknowledgement before swiftly burrowing into the pit. Upon entering, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Fortunately, the simulated crab was equipped with infrared emitters and sensors, capable of transmitting reasonably clear imagery. Lin Ming noted that the walls of the pit were riddled with excavation marks. As the simulated crab descended the gentle slope, the ether crystal began to diligently create a 3D model of the pit's interior. Crack, crack, a faint sound echoed, and Lin Ming watched the real-time monitoring on the map as another patrolling simulated crab slowly approached. His heart fluttered slightly. How would the other simulated crab react upon encountering its previously vanished companion? Through the imagery, Lin Ming saw the indigenous simulated crab adopt a defensive stance, its pincers waving menacingly while emitting a series of clicking warning sounds. The controlled simulated crab mirrored the gesture, rhythmically clacking its pincers in response. Subsequently, the indigenous simulated crab relaxed its guard, ignoring the other and resuming its patrol. Lin Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it passed the friend or foe identification system. The simulated crab continued its descent, arriving at a fork in the path where two simulated crabs were alternating their patrols. Lin Ming randomly chose one side and instructed the simulated crab to proceed further down. Crack, crack. After employing the pincers gesture to deceive its former companion, the simulated crab had now delved more than 5 meters underground, entering an area unknown to Lin Ming. He observed that this fork split again into two paths, one of which notably ceased its gradual descent and began to level out. A spark of curiosity ignited within Lin Ming as he maneuvered the simulated crab towards the gentler slope. After traversing a few meters, he spotted 3 simulated crabs encircling a spot, their pincers stirring the ground below. There was liquid in the pit. Lin Ming could vaguely discern that as the pincers gently agitated the surface, ripples emerged, indicating the presence of liquid, yet, he could not ascertain whether it was a water source or something else entirely. Lin Ming glanced at the 3D model of the pit crafted by the ether crystal, his gaze lingering momentarily. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he observed blue liquid points within the pit. It was water. Lin Ming felt a surge of exhilaration, his voice nearly escaping him. At that moment, he had nearly 6 liters of water left. He had been exceedingly frugal. Unless parched to the brink, he would not consume any. The discovery of a water source was an electrifying revelation. Utilizing electromagnetic waves, he commanded the simulated crab to return, deciding that this time it should bring a metal cylinder down to collect water. However, with patrolling simulated crabs scattered about, directly extracting water risked an ambush. After some contemplation, Lin Ming resolved to diversify his forces. He instructed the simulated crab to return to the pit and send a communication signal to the outermost simulated crab, allowing it to exit for recharging while the others continued their patrol. The indigenous simulated crab, unsuspecting, obediently vacated its patrol route, climbing out of the pit to bask in the sun and recharge. Where was the sun? After a minute of waiting, the simulated crab sensed something amiss and began to circle around the stone walls. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Ming executed his previous strategy, successfully capturing another simulated crab that had fallen into dormancy due to power depletion. Following this, Lin Ming made frequent trips between the survival pod and the pit entrance, capturing 5 simulated crabs in one go. As a result, only 3 simulated crabs remained patrolling the upper levels of the pit, significantly reducing security. With 6 simulated crabs at his disposal, Lin Ming had gained a considerable advantage in strength. Crack, crack, the 6 simulated crabs formed a single file, dutifully trailing behind Lin Ming, their pincers waving. He assigned each of the 6 simulated crabs a metal cylinder and commanded them to descend for water. Upon receiving the order, the group of simulated crabs surged into the pit. This time, they disregarded the signal. Upon encountering a surviving patrolling simulated crab, 2 of them swiftly subdued it, while the remaining crabs proceeded to collect water. Before long, the simulated crab squad emerged, each carrying a filled metal cylinder, along with a struggling indigenous simulated crab in tow. Lin Ming grasped one of the metal cylinders while the remaining simulated crabs followed closely behind, brandishing their cylinders, and the captured indigenous crab, triumphantly returning to the survival pod. After reprogramming the restless indigenous crab, Lin Ming's entourage of simulated crabs expanded to 7. The survival pod swiftly reclaimed the metal cylinders, confirming that the liquid within was indeed water, albeit contaminated. Contaminated? What kind of contamination? Lin Ming inquired, opening the illustration of the polluted water, which displayed the data frowny face contaminated stinking water. Contaminated stinking water, introduction of foul-smelling wastewater. Trust me, you would not wish to drink it. Gazing at the murky depiction of the wastewater, Lin Ming could almost smell the putrid stench, feeling as though he might regurgitate his last meal. He then asked, "Can it be purified using electrical energy?" The ether crystal promptly replied, "Every 5 units of contaminated stinking water can be purified into 4 units of clean water and 1 unit of contaminant." Clean water required no further explanation, and Lin Ming turned his attention to the illustration of the contaminant. Contaminant, introduction: a substance filled with various humic materials that, when consumed by animals, can cause diarrhea, yet contains essential nutrients for plant growth. Upon seeing the illustration of the contaminant, Lin Ming was overjoyed. It was anything but a pollutant, it was prime fertilizer. Purify it, all of it. After consuming 1 unit of electrical energy, Lin Ming quickly received 5 cylinders of pure water along with 1 cylinder of contaminant. The pure water was directly added to the survival pod's water tank, causing the quantity of pure water to surge from 5 liters to 55 liters. With a reliable water source at hand, Lin Ming jubilantly gulped down several mouthfuls, exclaiming, "Now I can drink for several days, perhaps even enjoy a bath." However, the thought of bathing was merely fanciful. The current water supply remained somewhat insufficient, and he resolved to store more before indulging in such luxuries. Additionally, electrolysis of water would serve as a source of oxygen. With the presence of rusty iron ore in water, Lin Ming no longer had to worry about oxygen shortages. Chapter 14: The Diligent Mimetic Crabs. At this moment, Lin Ming found himself with a mere 8 units of oxygen remaining. He promptly issued a command to the 7 remaining mimetic crabs. "Little ones, you have rested for 5 minutes. It is time to get to work. Gather all the stones you can move nearby and pile them up close to the survival pod." With a flurry of movement, the 7 mimetic crabs sprang into action, scouring the vicinity for stones and stacking them in the cleared space beside the survival pod. Lin Ming observed that the crabs were capable of lifting stones nearly equal in size to their own bodies, showcasing impressive strength. Most notably, these crabs did not require the survival pod's electrical energy. They thrived simply by basking in the sun. Moreover, they exhibited an unwavering endurance, far surpassing their predecessors from centuries past, who required the relentless crack of a whip and consumed precious food resources. While the mimetic crabs busied themselves collecting stones, Lin Ming accessed the interface of the survival pod, consuming nutrient paste as he reviewed the current resources at his disposal. Of fuel, 2,100. Electricity, 43,500. Oxygen, 8,500. Purified water, 55,500 L. Food and nutrient paste, X2. Ultrafine iron powder, 21. Alloy, 2. Space, 212. Components, solar panel, damaged, electromagnetic communicator, damaged, cryo chamber, operational, escape pod, operational, rusty iron ore. 0. Universal chips, 0. Chip fragments, 13. Currently, both water and electricity were relatively abundant, and oxygen was not a pressing concern. The only necessity was sustenance. Lin Ming entered the interstellar trading hub, only to find that the available trade items were still limited to basic resources, with rusty iron ore being exceedingly rare, prompting him to abandon that avenue. Noticing the passage of time, having been awake for 7 or 8 consecutive hours, and feeling drowsy after consuming the nutrient paste, Lin Ming decided to take a brief respite. With ample oxygen available, Lin Ming opted for regular sleep rather than cryogenic stasis. 2 hours later, he awoke with a yawn, and through the perspective shared by the mimetic crabs, he observed that the stones had been piled into 7 small hills. Of course, these hills were small from the crab's point of view. Peering through the glass dome atop the survival pod, Lin Ming noted that each mound measured only 2 to 3 cubic units. "Let us get to work." Lin Ming commanded, manipulating the mechanical arm to continuously transfer stones into the survival pod. Once he amassed 1 cubic unit of stones, he commenced the disassembly process, buzzing incessantly. The electric energy was steadily consumed, and once the 17 cubic units of stones were dismantled, Lin Ming reaped a substantial bounty of resources obtained from disassembly. F-grade Universal Chips X20, damaged Universal Chips X96, rusty iron ore X53. Lin Ming collected all the universal chips for future use, while the rusty iron ore was promptly disassembled after expending 18 units of electrical energy. The rusty iron ore was converted into 53 units of oxygen along with an equal quantity of ultrafine iron powder. This operation, which consumed considerable electrical energy, swiftly depleted Lin Ming's reserves, leaving them once again in single digits. He calculated that, excluding the byproducts generated from decomposition, merely considering the output of oxygen, an average of 1 unit of electrical energy could yield 1.5 units of oxygen. Of course, such a calculation is somewhat unreasonable, as the value of universal chips is not insignificant. Lin Ming accessed the interstellar trading platform, intending to exchange oxygen for electrical energy. After refreshing the page a few times, he noticed a newly listed trading prompt to player Tang Haoren had put up 200 units of rusty iron ore, simultaneously marking the price frowny-face rusty iron ore, X1 for the exchange of 3 units of electrical energy. The corners of Lin Ming's mouth lifted slightly. As expected, the price of rusty iron ore is gradually declining. Is he ready to sell? At this moment, they had already been on the savage planet for over 20 hours. Even though some players had begun, as Lin Ming suggested, to mine rocks and decompose rusty iron ore to produce oxygen, it was still only sufficient for personal use, and some even found themselves at a loss. Oxygen was indeed a highly sought-after commodity at this time. As anticipated, the moment the rusty iron ore was listed, the chat channel of the interstellar trading platform instantly became vibrant. Wow, is the big shot finally ready to sell rusty iron ore? This price seems a bit steep. You think it's expensive, I think it's exorbitant too, but with oxygen running low, if you don't want to suffocate, you have no choice but to buy. We are all big shots with electrical energy. In the blink of an eye, half of the rusty iron ore has been purchased by you all. Wait for me. Oh my, look, big shot Lin Ming has started selling oxygen. Where? It is true. Wait a minute, is big shot Lin Ming mistakenly pricing it? Why is 1 unit of oxygen listed for only 2 units of electrical energy? Wow, amazing, big shot Lin Ming is practically doing charity. I am all in for this. Lin Ming reserved 9 units of oxygen for personal use and listed 50 units of oxygen, which was almost instantly snapped up, yielding him 100 units of electrical energy. The reason he listed each unit of oxygen for just 2 units of electrical energy was due to meticulous calculations. Based on his previous experience, players would approximately need to consume 1 hour to collect 1 cubic meter of rock. Decomposing rocks required an additional 1 unit of electrical energy, and decomposing rusty iron ore demanded another unit. In other words, most players would expend 3 units of electrical energy to obtain 3 units of oxygen, resulting in a production ratio of 1:1. This does not even account for the additional physical exertion, time costs, as well as the consumption of water, food, and stamina. If we disregard the consumption of 1 unit of oxygen for respiration, then it would require 1.5 units of electrical energy to produce a single unit of oxygen. Lin Ming set the exchange rate for 1 unit of oxygen at 2 units of electrical energy, thus eliminating the additional costs borne by other players. The price differential was a reward for the diligent efforts of the simulated crabs. Following the completion of the transaction, Lin Ming felt elated, reclining comfortably with his legs crossed, relishing the bustling activities of the simulated crabs from his vantage point. At that moment, a notification from the ethereal crystal stone popped up. Player Tang Chang'an has requested to add you as a friend. Lin Ming raised an eyebrow. Tang Haoren had already been blocked, rendering him unreachable. It was likely that Tang Chang'an was similar to Tang Haoren, both hailing from the Tang province. Lin Ming chose to accept the request. Tang Chang'an promptly sent a message. Lin Ming, you are undermining the market. What you are doing is a blatant disrespect to your own hard-earned results. Do you understand? Disrespecting his own labor? Thinking of the industrious simulated crabs outside, Lin Ming took a sip of water and replied, what does that have to do with you? Tang Chang'an responded, Haoren must have traded with you before. I know his character, he is still a child and can be rather impetuous at times. Perhaps he has offended you. I apologize on his behalf. Upon reading Tang Chang'an's message, Lin Ming couldn't help but chuckle softly. In the realm of commerce, since Tang Haoren had first breached the agreement, Lin Ming resolved never to engage in trade with him again, and even found himself somewhat weary of individuals from Tang province. Thus, he had intentionally kept the price of oxygen relatively low, aiming to slow down the sale of the rusted iron or that the Tang province players were hoarding. He replied, "Oh, I do not you possess such a wealth of oxygen resources. If we were to collaborate, with you providing the resources and us managing the operations, we could undoubtedly generate several times the electrical energy. You are aware that, prior to the repair of the solar panels, electrical energy is exceedingly precious, nearly non-renewable. Without such a valuable resource as oxygen, what else can you rely on to earn electrical energy?" Lin Ming erupted in laughter upon reading Tang Chang'en's words, and he promptly listed the universal chips he had prepared. F-grade universal chip, X5, available exclusively in exchange for non-basic resources. Come forth, those interested. Chapter 15 Blueprints for the construction of a temperature-controlled greenhouse. A single stone stirs up 1,000 ripples. At this moment, while the majority of players were still grappling with the issue of insufficient oxygen, Lin Ming had already commenced the sale of non-essential resources. Many players, during their mining endeavors, had indeed stumbled upon F-grade universal chips, albeit in exceedingly scarce quantities, far too few for personal use, let alone for sale. Yet, Lin Ming was bold enough to offer 5 of them at once, showcasing his extravagant approach. Upon seeing the transaction information displayed on the interstellar exchange, Tang Chang'en's expression darkened considerably. They had not failed to unearth F-grade universal chips. In fact, some players from Tang province had even called for a universal resource supply pod, which had already arrived. They had assumed their progress was significantly ahead, only to discover that could it be that several hundred players from Tang province combined could not measure up to Lin Ming alone? In the chat channel of the interstellar exchange, players began to chatter excitedly. Wow, the universal chip that can be used to repair the electromagnetic communicator has the big shot. IVE already called one, and it will arrive in 3 hours. Whoa, there's a universal resource supply pod. What's inside? I hope there are fried chicken buckets. Watching the lively discussion unfold in the chat channel, Lin Ming couldn't help but smile. Suddenly, a transaction alert chimed in. His heart raced. He had already blocked trade requests for basic resources, meaning that any transaction initiated at this moment must involve non-essential. Enables the construction of an expansion module, temperature-controlled greenhouse, protecting against extreme temperature disturbances. Multiple authorizations required. Binding upon use. Material requirements: ultrafine metal powder 100 units, electric energy 50 units. Construction requirement: requires a 3D metal printer. The blueprint for the temperature-controlled greenhouse. Lin Ming felt his heart constrict with excitement. As the name suggests, the primary function of the greenhouse is to maintain a stable temperature. With his ample supply of water and organic matter from the big mouth flower, he had been fretting over where to cultivate them, and now this opportunity had presented itself. The player initiating the trade was Sun Yao, who sent Lin Ming a private message. Blueprint for the temperature-controlled greenhouse. Will you exchange it for 5 F-grade universal chips? Upon reading Sun Yao's message, Lin Ming narrowed his eyes. The last 2 words revealed Sun Yao's underlying thoughts. He believed that the blueprint for the greenhouse was not worth 5 universal chips. Without directly responding, Lin Ming inquired, "Where did you acquire this blueprint?" Why was Sun Yao able to procure the blueprint for the temperature-controlled greenhouse while he had only managed to extract electric energy and universal passwords? After pondering for a moment, Lin Ming responded, "Currently, the survival pod can maintain a stable temperature. I don't think I require an additional temperature-controlled greenhouse. Am I expected to sleep in the survival pod during the first half of the night and then move to the greenhouse for the latter half? Furthermore, what is this 3D metal printer? I am not even aware of its existence." Sun Yao, too, found the temperature-controlled greenhouse somewhat superfluous at present. He promptly began to lower his offer. "How about 4 universal chips instead?" Seeing Sun Yao's price drop, Lin Ming instantly recognized his uncertainty and replied, "Brother, since you can call for a resource supply pod, you should also be aware of the significance of universal passwords. You know well that F-grade universal chips are precious. Each chip corresponds to an opportunity to call for a resource supply pod. I do not deny that the greenhouse may prove useful in the future, but at this current juncture, I cannot envision its utility. I am sorry, but I do not acknowledge its value." After sending 2 consecutive messages, Lin Ming clenched his fist tightly, as his psychological price point was 3 universal chips. Should Sun Yao agree, Lin Ming would immediately acquiesce to the trade. After all, the greenhouse held immense significance for him. While he had an abundance of universal chips, should Sun Yao decipher the password and call for a carbon-based life resource supply pod, he would soon realize the greenhouse's value and cease offering it for sale. 5 minutes passed, and as Lin Ming began to grow impatient, Sun Yao finally replied, "All right, Lin Ming, you're doing well. You will certainly require this late-game tool before we do. I'll offer a flat rate of 2 universal chips, and that's my final offer." "Deal." Lin Ming nearly shouted those words from the depths of his throat. Fortunately, Sun Yao remained oblivious to his current demeanor. Otherwise, he would likely have reneged on the deal and demanded a higher price. After the transaction was completed, Lin Ming gazed at the black chip in his palm, treating it like a treasure, inspecting it from every angle. Constructing the temperature-controlled greenhouse would require 50 units of electric energy and 100 units of ultrafine metal powder. He had enough electric energy at present, but his supply of ultrafine iron powder stood at only 74 units. He needed a bit more. Observing the industrious mimic crabs outside, Lin Ming estimated that within less than an hour, he would be able to gather the remaining metal powder, so he was not overly anxious. After completing the transaction for the blueprint for temperature-controlled greenhouse, Lin Ming continued to refresh the interstellar exchange. At this moment, only a small number of players had unearthed F-grade universal chips and called for universal resource supply pods. It was estimated that several hours would still be required for the pods to arrive. Hence, players like Sun Yao, who had gained something from the universal resource supply pod, were exceedingly rare. Lin Ming refreshed the page for half an hour but found no other trade requests that piqued his interest, so he carelessly closed the trading interface. At this moment, each mimic crab had collected a considerable amount of stones, which they piled beside the survival pod. As before, Lin Ming controlled the mechanical arm to retrieve the stones and decompose them one by one. This time, he decomposed 9 cubic meters of stone, and the ether crystal prompted a decomposition yielded F-grade universal chips X7, damaged universal chips X68, rusty iron ore X31. This time the yield of rusty iron ore is quite satisfactory, Lin Ming remarked contentedly as he reviewed the notification interface. After decomposing the rusty iron ore, he had successfully gathered the ultrafine metal powder needed to construct the greenhouse. Lin Ming first listed 30 units of oxygen for sale, priced at 60 electric energy. After some thought, he decided to list the damaged universal chips as well. He now possessed 177 damaged universal chips, which, based on probability, could be synthesized into 17 universal chips. However, he opted to set a relatively low price for the damaged universal chips, allowing for an exchange of any 1 unit of basic resource for each damaged universal chip. In this manner, many players who had gathered 7 or 8 damaged universal chips could affordably synthesize them into 1 F-grade universal chip, enabling them to call for resource. Sun Yao's case demonstrated that only through the overall advancement of the region could he reap greater profits. Otherwise, no matter how many resources he possessed, he would be limited by the development level of regional players and unable to exchange for better items. A capitalist improves workers' conditions not out of kindness, but to seek greater profits. Lin Ming murmured to himself, then summoned the 3D metal printer, placing the blueprint for temperature-controlled greenhouse chip upon it, commenced construction of the temperature-controlled greenhouse. Chapter 16. F-class carbon-based life resource supply pod. The temperature-controlled chamber was exceedingly vast, rivaling the survival pod in its enormity. Consequently, its construction was not within the confines of the survival pod but rather externally, necessitating the use of one expansion interface. A mechanical arm transported the 3D metal printer outside the survival pod, commencing the gradual construction of the temperature-controlled chamber. Lin Ming observed the progress display and noted, "It will take 8 hours to complete the construction. The pace is rather slow." Disregarding the busy 3D metal printer, Lin Ming retrieved a universal chip, preparing to summon the carbon-based life resource supply pod. At that moment, the ether crystal prompted, multiple F-class universal chips detected. 10 F-class universal chips can form a chip array, enabling further decryption of the universal password. Decryption will consume 10 units of energy. Would you like to form the chip array? Without hesitation, Lin Ming confirmed, for once he decrypted the universal password, he would reap continuous benefits, allowing for future utilization. 10 minutes later, the ether crystal announced, "Universal password successfully decrypted. You will now be able to detect F-class carbon-based life resource supply pods." Only now can F-class pods be detected? Lin Ming mused. Nevertheless, despite his grumbling, the distress signal still needed to be sent. The ether crystal presented another prompt, multiple F-class universal chips detected. 10 F-class universal chips can form a chip array, significantly enhancing the coverage of the calling signal. Would you like to form the chip array? Lin Ming cursed under his breath, "Damn it, are you intent on draining more of my resources?" He scrutinized the increased coverage area for the distress signal. Once the chip array was formed, the calling range expanded to encompass a spherical space with a radius of 5 light minutes centered around him, or a conical space with a height of 10 light minutes. Compared to before, the coverage distance had substantially increased. Confirm. Chip array has been formed, please select the calling range. Lin Ming pondered for a moment, given that the planet was perpetually revolving around its star, which in turn was moving with the Milky Way, and the galaxy was racing through its galactic cluster. The space he had previously covered with his distress signal had already drifted far beyond his current position. Thus, Lin Ming made his choice. I choose to send the distress signal within a spherical space centered on me with a radius of 5 light minutes. The ether crystal promptly displayed, sending this distress signal will require the consumption of 10 units of energy. In 5 minutes, the signal will reach its farthest point, and the return signal will also take the same amount of time. You will be able to confirm whether there are resource supply pods in the vicinity no later than 10 minutes from now. You could have warned me earlier about the 10-unit energy consumption. Lin Ming lamented, feeling a pang of regret upon seeing the prompt. He hoped that this time the returns would be worth the expenditure. As time slipped by the 4th minute, Lin Ming had already discerned the orbital information of the first carbon-based life resource supply pod. What? Why is it a basic carbon-based life resource supply pod? I wanted an F-class. Lin Ming felt his heart bleed. Subsequently, in the 6th, 8th, and 9th minutes, the ether crystal notified him of the detection of 3 additional carbon-based life resource supply pods. What a loss! Watching the countdown tick away while only detecting the most basic of supply pods, Lin Ming's mood soured. At 9 minutes and 30 seconds, the ether crystal once again prompted, F-class carbon-based life resource supply pod detected. Oh wow! Lin Ming exclaimed, pacing excitedly. He never imagined such a cinematic turn of events would unfold in his own experience. In the final seconds, he had a reversal of fortune. Though the trope was somewhat cliché, it proved effective when it manifested in his own life. You may select up to 3 resource supply pods for summoning. Please make your choice within 10 seconds. Without hesitation, Lin Ming declared, I choose the F-class carbon-based life resource supply pod, let the other 2 be the closest ones. F-class carbon-based life resource supply pod summoned 1. Based on the current trajectory and speed of the supply pod, it is estimated to arrive in 9 hours. Carbon-based life resource supply pod summoned 1, estimated arrival in 10 hours. Carbon-based life resource supply pod summoned 1. Estimated arrival in 13 hours. As expected, observing the successive prompts, Lin Ming nodded in agreement. The F-class carbon-based life resource supply pod, although the farthest at over 4 light minutes away, had the earliest arrival time. This indicated that the manufacturing technology for resource supply pods had improved significantly with the introduction of classification, resulting in faster delivery. Having completed these tasks, Lin Ming found no pressing matters at hand and decided to indulge in a good sleep. Lying in the cryogenic chamber, he consumed nutrient paste while browsing the information on the interstellar trading platform before drifting off. As he anticipated, numerous players were trading basic resources for damaged universal chips, and some were even exchanging water and nutrient paste in addition to oxygen and energy. It seems these players are merely one damaged universal chip away from synthesizing a functional one. I hope they manage to summon commendable resource supply pods. Good luck to them. Watching the continuous notifications of successful trades, Lin Ming felt quite satisfied and entered a pleasant slumber. 8 hours later, Lin Ming was awakened by his preset alarm. He sat up, stretched luxuriously, feeling invigorated. Ordinary sleep not only restored his physical strength but also provided profound mental satisfaction. This time, he did not experience that disorienting sensation of being both awake and asleep. Opening the information display, Lin Ming reviewed the progress of various tasks. The simulated crabs were tirelessly working, seemingly impervious to fatigue. Each simulated crab had collected 3 small hills of stones. The fastest F-class carbon-based life resource supply pod was expected to arrive in 1 hour, while the other 2 basic supply pods would follow suit within a few hours. There was also good news. The temperature-controlled chamber had been completed. Lin Ming rose, splashed water on his face to refresh himself, and proceeded towards the expansion interface leading to the temperature-controlled chamber. This was a metal door with a diameter of 2 meters, the ether crystal promptly informed him. The temperature-controlled chamber has balanced its air pressure and temperature. There is no need to don an extravehicular suit for entry. Nodding in acknowledgement, Lin Ming pressed the door button, and the metal door swung open. After traversing the 3-meter-long cylindrical connector, Lin Ming entered the temperature-controlled chamber. It was a vast space indistinguishable from the survival pod, with the sole exception being 3. Activating it will consume 5 units of energy per 24 hours, 1 liter of water per 24 hours, 1 unit of oxygen per 24 hours, and 1 unit of nutrient per 24 hours. Would you like to activate it? Chapter 17, Microsatellites. Yes. Although the resource consumption of the climate-controlled greenhouse was substantial, it was all indispensable. Thus, Lin Ming resolutely opted to activate the hydroponic framework system. With a rush of sound, upon confirmation, pure water began to flow into the pipes on the shelves. Before long, the water infusion was complete, and the greenhouse automatically extracted nutrients from the metallic cylinders, initiating a cycle. Fortunately, all of this transpired within sealed conduits, preventing any unpleasant odors from permeating the air. Lin Ming solemnly retrieved 5 largemouth flower seeds, placing them delicately onto the growth medium. Almost simultaneously, the medium began to moisten, and both temperature and humidity were adjusted to optimal conditions for germination. Gently caressing the growth medium, Lin Ming murmured, "Grow quickly, for the nutrient paste with an Indian culinary flair is truly unbearable." A total of 177 damaged universal chips had been successfully traded, yielding 113 units of energy, 35 units of oxygen, 21 tubes of nutrient paste, and 8 liters of water. It could be said that the bounty was considerable. At this point, Lin Ming was entirely untroubled by concerns of survival. Currently, organic nutrients are rather scarce, prompting him to exchange 10 units of oxygen for a lump of manure at a rate of 0.5 units of oxygen per exchange. In less than a minute, the oxygen was swiftly depleted, yielding 5 units of organic nutrients, coupled with the remaining 2 units. This was sufficient for the continuous operation of the temperature-controlled greenhouse for an entire week. With half an hour left until the arrival of the Class F carbon-based life resource supply pod, Lin Ming decided to cease the decomposition of stones and instead focused on eagerly awaiting the pod's arrival. Through the hemispherical glass dome above, Lin Ming gazed at the significantly enlarged moon, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. Having spent over 2 days in this barren land, he lamented, "Blue star, I truly can never return." After a moment of reflection, Lin Ming noticed a streak of white light appearing on the horizon, its tail flame blazing brilliantly ahead. He understood that the Class F carbon-based life resource supply pod was traveling at an excessive speed, necessitating an early retrograde deceleration. Otherwise, it might very well pass by this desolate planet and vanish into the vastness of deep space. Before long, the supply pod decelerated to a velocity that could be captured by the planet's gravitational pull, the retrograde thrust gradually diminishing as it traced a parabolic arc, gently landing beside the survival pod. With a hiss, the supply pod's door opened, releasing a standard alloy container measuring 1 cubic meter. Class F carbon-based life resource supply pod has been retrieved. This acquisition includes Micro-Exploration Satellite Blueprint X1, Dehydrated Vegetable Pack X1, Dehydrated Seed Pack X1, Super Alloy X1, Fuel X3. Micro-Exploration Satellite Blueprint. Dehydrated Vegetable Pack. Dehydrated Seed Pack. Upon seeing the information provided by the ether crystal, Lin Ming felt a surge of excitement. He opened the Micro-Exploration Satellite Blueprint catalog. Micro-Exploration Satellite Blueprint overview significantly expands your field of vision, capable of detecting surrounding terrain, predicting short-term weather, and conducting limited exploration of interstellar space. Multiple authorizations allow for repeated use. Consumption: 5 fuel units for launch, 1 fuel unit per 24 hours in orbit. Material requirements: high-purity silicon ingots X20, electromagnetic coils X2, Class F universal chips X10, circuit boards X10, super alloy powder 10 units, ultrafine iron powder 100 units, fuel X6, minimum. Manufacturing requirements: requires a 3D metal printer. Upon seeing the extensive material requirements for manufacturing the micro-exploration satellite, Lin Ming raised his eyebrows. It seems I will need to postpone the repair plan for the solar panels. He felt a wave of frustration. While operating the mechanical arm to recover the mountains of stones, he began to post trade requests on the interstellar trading platform. Oxygen, X1 unit exchanged for, super alloy, X1 unit. Purified water, X1 liter exchanged for, super alloy, X1 unit. Nutritional paste, X1 tube exchanged for, super alloy, X1 unit. Electricity, X1 unit exchanged for, super alloy, X1 unit. Lin Ming is trading again. My goodness, he has nutritional paste in water. How wealthy can he be to offer such items? By the way, what is super alloy? The rust iron or can only yield ultrafine iron powder upon decomposition? Could there be super alloy ore? You simpleton, don't you know, super alloy is a byproduct obtained post-recovery from the resource supply pod. Lin Ming must have recovered several supply pods beforehand. Lin Ming, could you wait for 5 hours? My resource supply pod won't arrive for another 5 hours, I'll trade with you then. Lin Ming paid no heed to the messages in the chat channel of the interstellar trading platform. He posted trades solely to expedite his acquisition of superalloy. If he had to wait, he could simply send a distress signal using the Class F universal chips to summon additional resource supply pods. Player, Sun Yao. He was not astonished that Sun Yao possessed superalloy, as he had previously traded the temperature-controlled greenhouse construction blueprint with him, indicating that he had called for a resource supply pod. However, Lin Ming did not expect Sun Yao to have as many as 4 units of superalloy. This suggested that he had at least recovered 4 resource supply pods. It seemed that Sun Yao's claim of acquiring the temperature-controlled greenhouse construction blueprint from. Nevertheless, Lin Ming did not concern himself with such matters. Everyone has their unique strengths. While he could discern resource distribution points, perhaps Sun Yao possessed other distinct advantages. After some contemplation, Lin Ming opened a private chat with Sun Yao and sent him a message of pleasant trading. In the future, let us share experiences and progress together. Sun Yao quickly replied, certainly, Lin Ming. After Sun Yao traded for the superalloy, several other players followed suit, exchanging a few units of superalloy as well. Lin Ming set a purchase limit of 20 units for superalloy, reasoning that it would be prudent to stockpile some for potential future needs. Having concluded the matter regarding superalloy, Lin Ming turned his attention to the remaining items. Dehydrated Vegetable Pack Overview. Vegetables processed through dehydration preservation technology, capable of being rehydrated with water. Dehydrated Seed Pack Overview. Seeds processed through dehydration preservation technology, now devoid of the potential to sprout again. The dehydrated vegetable pack contained only a few grayish-black. The dehydrated seed pack was similar, containing merely 2 shriveled seeds, which could not germinate. However, these outcomes had been anticipated by the advanced civilization that launched the carbon-based life resource supply pod. As long as these items were consumed by the mature Venus flytrap, it would undergo specialization into the corresponding traits. Chapter 18. Terror. Having concluded his harvesting, Lin Ming took the opportunity to dismantle the mountainous pile of stones. At this moment, within several kilometers surrounding the survival pod, the stones that could be moved by the simulated crabs had been nearly exhausted, leaving only a few larger rocks. The simulated crabs were now required to venture further afield to gather stones, which led to a gradual decline in efficiency. Lin Ming had dismantled a total of 41 cubic meters of stone, and the ether crystal provided the following notification: dismantling results. F-grade Universal Chips X38, damaged Universal Chips X132, rust iron ore X116. The rust iron ore was directly dismantled by Lin Ming, yielding 116 units of oxygen and ultrafine iron powder. Considering that he would soon be heading to the pit to capture simulated crabs, and that the greenhouse would continue to consume oxygen, Lin Ming decided to retain 20 units of oxygen, placing the remainder on the interstellar exchange. He listed 126 units of oxygen, which exchanged for 252 units of energy. Lin Ming noticed that the rate at which players were exchanging energy for oxygen was gradually slowing down. This indicated that either everyone had begun mining rust iron ore to obtain oxygen themselves, or that the energy reserves were somewhat insufficient. Regardless of the situation, the value of oxygen was steadily diminishing, while the worth of energy was. After completing the construction of the miniature satellite, it was imperative to prioritize the repair of the solar panels. Resolute in his decision, Lin Ming instructed the 3D metal printer to produce another superalloy greatsword. Clad in a heavy-duty extravehicular suit, he left the survival pod wielding the greatsword and a heavy shield, along with a superalloy net. Everyone, gather around. Of course, Lin Ming did not forget to bring along his 7-strong army of simulated crabs and a metal cylinder, intending to return with some polluted water as well. Before long, Lin Ming arrived near the entrance of the pit. The stone wall he had previously erected still stood firm, and through the real-time map, he could see that several simulated crabs had emerged from the depths of the pit, continuing their patrol along the established route. This sight provided Lin Ming with a modicum of reassurance. To manufacture the miniature satellite, 20 high-purity silicon ingots were required, which meant he needed to dismantle at least 10 simulated crabs. A scarcity of simulated crabs in the pit would indeed pose a significant problem. With an army of 7 simulated crabs at his disposal, Lin Ming was determined not to lure them out one by one as he had previously done, depleting energy before capturing them. Instead, he commanded the simulated crabs to pair off, boldly entering the pit. After deceiving the native simulated crabs with a covert signal, they swiftly seized them and transported them back to the survival pod for reprogramming. Be cautious. Do not get injured, or you'll be dismantled. Lin Ming ordered the swarm of simulated crabs. Noticing one solitary simulated crab at his feet, he handed it the metal cylinder. Don't just stand there, fetch some water. The simulated crab complied, promptly entering the pit with the metal cylinder in tow. One after another, the simulated crabs were brought back to the survival pod, reprogrammed, and transformed into loyal members of Lin Ming's burgeoning army. As this process continued, in less than 3 hours, the number of simulated crabs under Lin Ming's command surged from 7 to 30. Observing the real-time map, Lin Ming noted that there were no new green dots appearing at a depth of 5 meters underground. Well, inadvertently, I might have driven the simulated crabs to extinction, Lin Ming chuckled, sword in hand, confidently directing his ranks of simulated crabs to continuously extract the polluted water from the branching pathways. Metal cylinders were drawn from the tunnel one after another, greatly uplifting Lin Ming's spirits. Just as he contemplated entering the tunnel to investigate personally, he suddenly felt a slight tremor beneath his feet. What was happening? Lin Ming hastily opened the real-time map. To his astonishment, a colossal green dot appeared at the bottom of the pit, rapidly approaching the surface. Simultaneously, the 5 simulated crabs extracting water in the pit lost their connection with Lin Ming. He immediately commanded one simulated crab to descend for reconnaissance. Within its shared vision, a massive simulated crab suddenly materialized before it, and then the image vanished. Damn it, I've drawn out the big one. Lin Ming quickly retreated, gripping his shield in his left hand and sword in his right, bracing for confrontation. Crack, the tremors intensified, and in an instant, a pitch-black simulated crab exceeding 5 meters in length emerged from the pit. Lin Ming observed that this leader of the simulated crabs had a body diameter of over 2 meters. Its upper half resembled a simulated crab, while its lower half bore resemblance to a centipede, presenting a particularly eerie sight. The leader sported 3 pairs of enormous pincers, each clutching a struggling simulated crab. Crunch, the pincers clenched forcefully, simultaneously crushing 6 simulated crabs. The leader consumed the fragments, and its joints extended further, increasing its length by another meter. What in the world is that? Take this. Lin Ming maximized the power of his heavy-duty extravehicular suit, hurling the greatsword with all his might. Whoosh, the greatsword transformed into a streak of white light, hurtling toward the simulated crab leader. However, the massive creature, despite its size, exhibited remarkable agility. Its numerous black legs scuttled with an excruciatingly grating sound, evading the colossal sword with ease. Whoosh, Lin Ming then threw his heavy shield, and while the behemoth dodged, he pushed the power of his extravehicular suit to its limits and turned to flee. As he ran, Lin Ming remained vigilant, avoiding a direct path back to the survival pod and instead Crunch, the simulated crab leader did not pursue, instead standing at the entrance of the pit, coldly observing Lin Ming's retreat before its massive form slithered back into the depths. Phew, that was close. Lin Ming felt his heart racing, his temples throbbing. Had he entered the pit moments ago, he would likely have been torn to shreds by that simulated crab leader. Whoever claimed this is a savage planet, clearly underestimated the horrors lurking near the survival pod. On such a vast planet, who knows how many dangers lie in wait? After confirming that the simulated crab leader had not followed, Lin Ming paused to catch his breath. Cautiously, he erased his footprints and took a lengthy detour, returning to the survival pod 2 hours later. That will suffice for now. I shall avoid the pit for a while. That creature is not to be trifled with. Observing the surviving 24 simulated crabs, Lin Ming repeatedly confirmed with the ether crystal that the formidable creature would not be able to locate him based on the simulated crabs' positions, which alleviated his concerns. Even so, Lin Ming did not allow the simulated crabs to operate near the survival pod, instructing them to remain 2 kilometers away, awaiting further orders. Having completed all these tasks, Lin Ming took some time to calm his racing heart within the survival pod, peering through the hemispherical glass dome at the outside world. Outside the pod, 2 carbon-based life resource supply pods had arrived. Reclaim the carbon-based life resource supply pods. Let me see what treasures await this time. Chapter 19. The first dormant player. The carbon-based life resource supply pod has been recovered. This time acquired a Energy X8, freeze-dried blue algae powder X1, Super LA X1, Universal Password X6, Fuel X1. The carbon-based life resource supply pod has been recovered. This time acquired a Energy X5, F-level Universal Chip X1, Super LA X1, Universal Password X6, Fuel X1. With 2 consecutive notifications appearing, Lin Ming observed that, aside from the basic universal passwords and energy, there were also 2 distinct items. Freeze-dried blue algae powder. Description: this resilient little organism can thrive without oxygen during its growth phase, conducting photosynthesis to produce oxygen while also possessing a degree of nitrogen fixation, which slightly enhances soil fertility. F-level universal chip. Description: a universal chip with relatively low computing power. It is an upgraded version of the F-level universal chip, capable of withstanding brief periods of overclocking without damage. Excellent. The two resource supply pods that arrived later were the most rudimentary, thus Lin Ming did. Yet, surprisingly, the items provided by these two pods astonished him greatly. Freeze-dried blue algae powder requires no further elaboration. While other plants convert carbon dioxide into oxygen through photosynthesis, they also engage in respiration at night, consuming oxygen and unable to survive in an anaerobic environment. In contrast, blue algae can thrive in such conditions, playing a pivotal role in Earth's transition from an anaerobic to an aerobic environment. Moreover, blue algae can enhance soil fertility and can even be consumed during special periods, making it particularly suitable for Lin Ming's current circumstances. The F-level universal chip, being an upgraded version of the F-level chip, was promptly installed in place of the damaged one in the electromagnetic wave communicator. A notification from the ether crystal emerged detected an increase in computing power of the universal chip. The functionality of the electromagnetic wave communicator has been enhanced, allowing it to continuously provide real-time maps within a 10-kilometer radius without overheating the chip, or to send a distress signal every 12 hours. After sending, the chip will overheat and enter a dormant state without damage. Indeed, the universal chip was no longer merely a consumable, and Lin Ming felt quite satisfied. He adjusted the electromagnetic wave communicator's status to continuously monitor the surrounding activity, observing that the enormous green light in the pit remained motionless near the water source. The leader of the simulated crab was a significant concern for Lin Ming. He felt a lingering sense of insecurity until it was eliminated. However, lacking suitable combat methods for the moment, he could only proceed with surveillance, biding his time. Holding the freeze-dried blue algae powder, Lin Ming entered the constant temperature chamber. He glanced at the culture medium and could not help but exclaim softly. The big mouth flower, a product of bioengineering, was already sprouting within a few hours under suitable conditions. At this rate, it would likely be ready for transplanting by tomorrow. In the first layer of the soilless cultivation system, Lin Ming poured in the blue algae freeze-dried powder. The powder danced in the water, eagerly absorbing moisture, beginning its revival. Of course, at present, Lin Ming observed no visible changes. He could only wait patiently. Having completed these tasks, Lin Ming intended to check his current resources in preparation for the manufacture of a miniature satellite when he felt it. He climbed a bit higher and was taken aback upon seeing the highlighted red message. Zhaohui Hongo brothers and sisters, I regret to say farewell to you all. I cannot hold on any longer. My survival pod has suffered damage, and the oxygen levels are nearing zero. I am already experiencing symptoms of hypoxia, preparing to eject the escape pod. I have some basic resources remaining, which I am unconditionally listing on the interstellar trading platform, hoping it can be of some assistance to you. My name is Zhaohui Home, on a distant wild planet, wishing you all good fortune. Player Zhaohui Home has listed, purified water, x 3 liters, exchanging, purified water, x 1 milliliter. Player Zhaohui Home has listed, energy, x 1 unit, exchanging, purified water, x 1 milliliter. Player Zhaohui Home has listed, heavy load exiting suit, x 1 piece, exchanging, purified water, x 1 milliliter. Player Zhaohui Home has listed, lightweight exiting suit, x 1 piece, exchanging, purified water, x 1 milliliter. Unexpectedly, Zhaohui Home listed all his assets at nearly giveaway prices, yet no players engaged in transactions. Many players expressed in the chat channel, old Zhao, you coward, don't give up. I have surplus oxygen here, I'll give you 1 unit. Indeed, there is strength in numbers, and to abandon hope at this juncture would be somewhat unwise. I also bestow upon you 0.5 units of oxygen. I may not possess abundant resources, but every life saved counts. Thus, I shall gift you 0.3 units of oxygen. One message after another cascaded forth, as players, who had previously been meticulous in their transactions, suddenly erupted with an unparalleled sense of unity. In the lower right corner of the chat channel, a small window appeared, revealing the livestream of Zhaohui Home. Zhaohui Home, a spirited young man in his 20s, sat within the escape pod, adjusting his hairstyle. Aware that he was currently being observed by all players, he wore a gentle smile and waved his hand lightly, saying, "Farewell, everyone." With those words, Zhaohui Home calmly reclined. A soft hiss echoed as the glass canopy of the escape pod sealed, and white mist began to envelop it. Player Lin Ming exchanged 1 milliliter of purified water for 3 liters of purified water. From Zhaohui Home, player Lin Ming traded 1 milliliter of purified water for 1 unit of energy from Zhaohui Home. Player Lin Ming bartered 1 milliliter of purified water for 1 piece of heavy out-of-pod suit from Zhaohui Home. Player Lin Ming swapped 1 milliliter of purified water for 1 piece of lightweight out-of-pod suit from Zhaohui Home. The sudden appearance of these trade notifications ignited a fervor among all the viewers of the livestream. Damn, who is the blind fool that's trying to take advantage at such a critical moment? It's Lin Ming. By the way, Lin Ming, you hardly need these resources, there is no need to exploit this situation. One cannot truly know a person just by their outward success. Lin Ming may have thrived, but that doesn't guarantee his benevolence. Besides, the out-of-pod suits cannot currently be manufactured. Perhaps Lin Ming has his eye on these items. Lin Ming paid no heed to the clamors surrounding him. He addressed the regional channel, stating, "Zhao Hong, rest assured and enter your slumber. Having taken your belongings, I pledge to retrieve you and all other compatriots under the age of 18, still adrift in the cosmos, once I have transformed this planet." Upon reading the messages in the regional chat, Zhao Hong nodded vigorously, tears glistening at the corners of his eyes. The white mist ascended, swiftly freezing Zhao Hong to a frigid temperature of -200 degrees, and the tear at the corner of his eye solidified into a crystalline droplet of ice. Chapter 20 Choices and Harvests. Whoosh! Zhao Hong's escape pod erupted with a dazzling plume of flames, detaching from the survival capsule and soaring like a sharp arrow into the vastness of the sky. Moments later, the brilliance of the flames faded from sight, transforming into yet another solitary star amidst the boundless expanse of space. The live broadcast concluded. In the regional chat channel, an eerie silence enveloped the participants. A wave of inexplicable emotion surged within the hearts of all surviving players, each experiencing a profound sense of loss akin to the sorrow of a rabbit mourning a fallen fox. Within this escape pod lay Zhao Hong. Who would be next? Could it be me? Regional chat participants sad face 9,996 10,000. Observing the count diminish by 1, Lin Ming let out a deep sigh. He understood that with the emergence of the first ejected escape pod player, there would inevitably follow a second, and then a third. The number of players in the regional channel would continue to dwindle. This did not signify a reduction in competition, but rather an escalation in the probability of death. After all, each player possessed a wild planet brimming with boundless resources awaiting exploitation. The higher the level of development among players, the greater the mutual benefits they would reap. They were engaged in a relationship of cooperation and competition, rather than a zero-sum game. After a prolonged contemplation, Lin Ming finally arrived at a decision. "Greetings, everyone, I am Lin Ming. I have successfully deciphered the universal password for the F-grade carbon-based life resource supply pod, and I wish to share it with you all, hoping it may prove beneficial. The password is 1-3-124-235-5560. 7-657-586-6645. Indeed, as Lin Ming had anticipated, the ether crystals did not prohibit the sharing of universal passwords. Within the regional chat channel, players began to revive their activity. "Lin Ming, you are truly magnanimous. I hold you in great esteem." "Yes, thank you, Lin Ming, may good fortune accompany you throughout your life." Who knows if the password is genuine? Perhaps it was obtained through dubious means, and now they are merely trying to silence us. "Silence, you naysayer. Do not presume to judge another character. I have deciphered the password as well, and I can attest that the password sent by Lin Ming is indeed correct. I can confirm its efficacy. I was fortunate enough to detect an F-class carbon-based life resource supply pod just after I launched my distress signal. It will arrive in an hour. Thank you, Lin Ming." The sporadic dissenting voices in the regional channel were swiftly drowned out by the players. Lin Ming noticed that some players had already deciphered the F-class universal password, indicating that their development pace was on par with his own. However, he bore no regrets. Sometimes, a single spirit can bring forth remarkable changes. He had merely sown a seed. Player Zhao Hongjong has requested to add you as a friend. Observing the sudden friend notification, Lin Ming raised an eyebrow and chose to accept. "Greetings, Lin Ming." Zhao Hongjong exchanged pleasantries, foregoing any unnecessary chatter, and sent Lin Ming a blueprint. Electromagnetic Gun Manufacturing Blueprint. Electromagnetic Gun Manufacturing Blueprint. Description: a weapon capable of converting electrical energy into kinetic energy, lightweight and portable, with average firepower, multiple authorizations, and binding upon use. Material requirements: electromagnetic coil X5, F-class universal chip X1, circuit board X1, super alloy powder 3 units, energy storage block X1. Minimum usage requirements: each shot consumes 1 unit of metal bullets, recyclable, 1 unit of electrical energy. Manufacturing requirements: 3D metal printer. Wow, an electromagnetic gun. Lin Ming was momentarily stunned. After a considerable pause, he replied, "What price are you asking?" Zhao Hongjong responded promptly, "I greatly admire your deeds, Lin Ming. I will gift you this electromagnetic gun manufacturing blueprint for free, hoping that when you have sufficient materials, you could construct one for me at no charge." Lin Ming readily agreed. The materials required to manufacture the electromagnetic gun were minimal, and he could gather them immediately. Player Zhao Hongjong offered electromagnetic gun manufacturing blueprint X1 in exchange for purified water X1 milliliter. Would you like to accept? Yes. After confirming, a chip the size of a fingernail materialized in the palm of his hand, summoning 10 simulated crabs. Lin Ming opted for decomposition. This decomposition consumes 10 units of electrical energy, yielding high-purity silicon ingots X20, F-class universal chips X10, circuit boards X10, electromagnetic coils X10. Lin Ming reviewed the materials needed for the electromagnetic gun. He had prepared everything. The energy storage block could be selected freely, with a minimum of 1 and a maximum of 5, consuming 1 unit of electrical energy per shot. Since the energy storage blocks could be easily disassembled, and having received thousands from the previous resource supply pod, Lin Ming decided to fill them to capacity. After consuming 2 units of electrical energy, he manufactured 2 guns. Wow, you call these things guns? Lin Ming gazed at the 2 gleaming silver electromagnetic guns on the ground, swallowing hard. The electromagnetic gun primarily relies on electromagnetic rails to accelerate the bullets, resulting in a barrel length of 1.5 meters, making the entire weapon over 2 meters long. Each energy storage block measures 1 cubic decimeter, and stacked together, they appeared quite substantial. Lin Ming struggled to lift the electromagnetic gun with both hands, exerting all his strength to barely raise it before promptly setting it down again. Each electromagnetic gun weighs over 100 kilograms. Without a heavy-duty exosuit, it's simply unmanageable. Lin Ming then manufactured several bullets using superalloy. Each unit of superalloy could create 3 electromagnetic gun bullets. While they were termed bullets, they were more akin to shells, was bullets the thickness of a thumb and as long as a forearm. These were clearly armor-piercing shells, generously recharging the energy storage blocks. Lin Ming traded Zhao Hongzhong 1 electromagnetic gun and 6 bullets. The bullets are reusable. Should you need more, simply provide the materials, and I will craft them for you free of charge. Zhao Hongzhong was astonished by how quickly Lin Ming had produced the electromagnetic gun and marveled at the wealth of resources Lin Ming possessed. He hurriedly replied, "Thank you, Lin Ming, I will come to you for any other blueprints in the future." Zhao Hongzhong's words illuminated a realization for Lin Ming. Indeed, he now had an abundance of electrical energy and access to a 3D metal printer. If other players possessed blueprints, he could manufacture items for them at no cost in exchange for more blueprints. Lin Ming could position himself as the regional craftsman, transforming basic resources into advanced items for sale, yielding considerable profits while acquiring numerous advanced technologies. Without further hesitation, Lin Ming summoned 5 simulated crabs for decomposition and manufactured another electromagnetic gun, pricing it at a staggering 9,999 units of oxygen on the interstellar trading platform, with a note: acquiring various rare materials or manufacturing blueprints. Blueprints can be exchanged for free processing of various products. Products by Lin Ming are guaranteed to be of the highest quality. Wow, a gun! What kind of super-scientific electromagnetic cannon is this? While I toil in mining, Lin Ming has already created such wonders? My goodness, with an electromagnetic gun, if I don a heavy-duty exosuit and add a flight backpack, wouldn't that be a low-spec version of a mech? Chapter 21. Slaying the leader of the mimic crabs with a new toy in hand, Lin Ming eagerly rubbed his fists together, ready to test the might of the electromagnetic gun. He swiftly donned his heavy exosuit, and after resupplying, he clutched the electromagnetic gun along with 3 bullets as he exited the escape pod. Standing outside the pod, Lin Ming spotted a massive boulder 3 kilometers away. This boulder was hardly smaller than the high-density nut rock he had previously mined. If I can shatter this rock, it will meet my expectations. With the gun in his right hand and a long armor-piercing round in his left, he inserted the bullet into the gun's muzzle. This scene evoked memories of the evolution of firearms. Initially, gunpowder weapons evolved from muzzle-loading guns, and now, the electromagnetic gun followed a similar trajectory. With the support of the heavy exosuit, Lin Ming steadied the gun with one hand, unwavering as he aimed at the center of the boulder and squeezed the trigger. Whoosh! The slender bullet shot forth like a streak of light, the powerful recoil causing Lin Ming, clad in the heavy exosuit, to slide back half a meter, leaving 2 trails in the gravel beneath his feet. Then, nothing happened. Did I miss, or is the range insufficient? Lin Ming blinked at the unresponsive boulder in the distance. After 7 or 8 seconds, a muffled thud reached his ears. The heavy exosuit was equipped with a high-precision camera, which Lin Ming activated and zoomed in to observe a small hole, the diameter of a finger, emitting wisps of smoke from the boulder's center. As for the bullet, it had long since passed through, flying into the unknown. Go, retrieve the bullet in that direction. Lin Ming commanded a mimic crab. The mimic crab scuttled away, its legs moving cheerfully as it raced off into the distance. The ethereal crystal chimed in. Electromagnetic gun data calculated, muzzle velocity 3000 meters second, effective range 10 kilometers. An effective range of 10. He recalled that the description of the electromagnetic gun stated it was lightweight and portable with average firepower. Well, this firepower was certainly anything but average. However, while the armor-piercing bullet possessed formidable penetration ability, its destructive capacity was rather ordinary. Lin Ming returned to the escape pod and re-engineered 3 more bullets. These new bullets bore a resemblance to their predecessors, but their tips were hollowed out and adorned with several decorative cuts, resembling the infamous dum-dum bullet. Due to their unique shape, dum-dum bullets would rapidly expand upon entering a target, combined with their own rotation to inflict devastating damage within the target's body. Because the deformed shape of the dum-dum bullet resembled a flower, it was often referred to as the flower of death. After modifying the bullet heads, Lin Ming aimed at the distant boulder and continued his experimentation. Whoosh, as before, the silver bullet transformed into a streak of light, and 1 second later, the boulder erupted into a cloud of dust. Boom, 7 or 8 seconds later, even with the helmet's insulation, the deafening sound momentarily rendered Lin Ming's ears deaf. The ethereal crystal announced electromagnetic gun data calculated, muzzle velocity 3000 meters second, effective range 5 kilometers. Although the effective range of the dum-dum bullet was halved, its power significantly increased, proving unexpectedly effective when used in conjunction with the armor-piercing bullets. Lin Ming waited for more than half an hour, and when the mimic crab finally returned, it held the intact armor-piercing bullet in its pincers. Lin Ming had already recovered the deformed dum-dum bullet and manufactured a new one. After charging the electromagnetic gun, he set off with 3 armor-piercing bullets, 3 dum-dum bullets, and the previously created metal net, determined to confront the mimic crab leader in the pit. Scuttling along, 10 mimic crabs followed Lin Ming, each carrying a metal cylinder, forming an army ready to challenge the leader of the mimic crabs. Half an hour later, Lin Ming arrived near the pit. Instead of hastily sending the mimic crabs down to fetch water and lure out their leader, he instructed the 10 mimic crabs to begin digging a hole approximately 20 meters from the pit. Drawing from past experience, he decided to create a simple trap to avoid being caught off guard by the leader's rapid approach. The sound of claws scraping against the hard ground filled the air as the 10 mimic crabs tirelessly excavated the earth. After an hour's labor, they managed to dig a pit less than half a meter deep. Is the ground really that hard? Lin Ming mused, covering the pit with the metal net and placing stones atop it. Once the pit appeared inconspicuous, he called to one of the mimic crabs, "Go on, lure your leader out." The lead mimic crab obediently grabbed the metal cylinder and cheerfully made its way into the pit. Through the shared perspective of the mimic crab, Lin Ming observed the previously encountered mimic crab leader, motionless next to the sewage pool. The mimic crab, oblivious to fear, approached the water with the metal cylinder in tow. Suddenly, the mimic crab leader sprang to its feet, its massive pincers swinging down to smash the water-fetching mimic crab against the wall. The shared perspective vanished. Lin Ming turned his attention to the real-time map, watching as the enormous green dot beside the sewage pool rapidly moved toward the pit's entrance. "It's coming!" Lin Ming steadied the electromagnetic gun in his right hand, slightly spreading his legs in preparation. Soon, the colossal form of the mimic crab leader appeared at the entrance of the pit. Its small eyes quickly locked onto Lin Ming, recognizing this audacious carbon-based creature once again coveting its water source, and it erupted in fury. With a thunderous clamor, dozens of crab legs pounded through the gravel, kicking up a cloud of dust. Lin Ming, gripping the electromagnetic gun, squinted slightly. Suddenly, the mimic crab leader staggered, stepping into the newly dug pit, several of its legs ensnared by the resilient superalloy net, rendering it momentarily trapped. Without hesitation, Lin Ming squeezed the trigger, and the alloy armor-piercing bullet shot forth like a silver flash, aimed directly at the mimic crab leader's chest, where its universal chip resided. However, the mimic crab leader reacted with remarkable speed, almost evading the bullet as it launched. Swoosh, the armor-piercing round exited the mimic crab leader's abdomen, creating a dark hole. Judging by its agile movements, it appeared unaffected. With a snap, the mimic crab leader discarded the entangled crab legs, shedding them from its body. Almost simultaneously, it charged toward Lin Ming once more. As the mimic crab leader raised its 6 pincers high, swiftly swinging toward him, Lin Ming lifted the electromagnetic gun. This is the end. The silver streak shot forth, the close proximity leaving the mimic crab leader no chance to evade. Boom, this time, Lin Ming had used the dum-dum bullet. Its immense destructive power caused the mimic crab leader's chest to explode, separating head from body in an instant. Chapter 22, Under the Blazing Sun. After vanquishing the leader of the mimic crabs, Lin Ming dragged its enormous body, enlisting the remaining few mimic crabs to collectively hoist the head as they swiftly made their way to the survival pod. Decomposition yield. High-purity silicon ingots X30, circuit boards X10, electromagnetic coils X10. Due to Lin Ming's direct obliteration of the mimic crab leader's thorax, the universal chip along with the circuit board vanished without a trace, with even the damaged universal chip failing to be decomposed. Fortunately, the colossal form of the mimic crab leader still harbored circuit boards and electromagnetic coils, making Lin Ming's haul quite substantial. Upon reviewing his current materials, Lin Ming realized he possessed enough resources to fabricate a miniature satellite. He retrieved the chip containing the miniature exploration satellite manufacturing blueprint and placed it into the 3D metal printer, initiating the manufacturing process. The 3D metal printer whirred to life, diligently at work. Given the compact size of the miniature satellite, it would only take an hour to complete. During this interval, Lin Ming began procuring fuel. He currently had merely 7 units of fuel, while the miniature satellite required a minimum of 6 units for launch, with 5 units needed for ascent and subsequently consuming 1 unit daily in orbit. Lin Ming was unwilling to squander so many resources on a satellite that might plummet back to the ground after just 1 day in space. Opening the interstellar trading platform, Lin Ming sent a message in the chat channel seeking fuel, price negotiable, only 1 unit needed. First come, first served. Previously, Lin Ming had shared the password for the F-class carbon-based life resource supply pod, and with numerous players already sending out distress signals, the procurement of fuel proceeded remarkably smoothly. Lin Ming, thanks to your kindness, I managed to acquire some nutrient paste. Although it's all dried up now, it's certainly better than starving. Lin Ming, do you have any food? I'll trade you 3 units of fuel for just 1 tube of nutrient paste. Hey, wait. Let me go first, I only need half a tube. Lin Ming, please trade with me first, I have a hearty appetite, and I've already consumed the 3 tubes of nutrient paste given at the start on the very first day. Observing the flurry of trade notifications, Lin Ming felt a bit overwhelmed. He had no intention of taking advantage of others, managing to exchange 1 tube of nutrient paste for 5 units of fuel. After the transactions, Lin Ming's fuel reserves increased to 12 units, while he still had 17 tubes of nutrient paste left. Each tube was sufficient for a day's sustenance, and the mouthflower in the temperature-controlled greenhouse had begun to sprout. After consuming the dehydrated vegetables and seeds, Lin Ming could finally enjoy a change of flavor and no longer endure the unpalatable Indian cuisine. Once the fuel exchange was complete, Lin Ming waited a short while longer until the miniature satellite was fully fabricated. He accessed the launch interface and discovered that the miniature satellite could carry a minimum of 6 units of fuel and a maximum of 10 units. Note: due to the limitations of the miniature satellite's engine power, it can only hover at a certain altitude above the ground and cannot achieve a synchronous orbit. It will require 1 unit of fuel daily for trajectory adjustments to maintain altitude. If fuel runs out, it will plummet into the atmosphere and burn up. Upon reading the satellite launch notification, Lin Ming felt a pang of regret. After expending so many resources, the satellite could only function for a maximum of 5 days. However, with the satellite in operation, he would gain access to invaluable information. Thus, without hesitation, Lin Ming injected the satellite with 10 units of fuel and selected the launch option. The mechanical arm carefully extracted the miniature satellite from the survival pod and gently placed it upon the ground. With a whoosh, the engine nozzle at the satellite's base erupted in searing flames, propelling it skyward. 10 minutes later, the ether crystal emitted a notification screen. Miniature satellite launch completed. Current satellite capabilities include the following tasks. 1. A weather forecast. The miniature satellite can detect cloud patterns and airflow changes in your vicinity, calculating weather variations within a 100-kilometer radius over the next 12 hours. 2. Orbital calculation. The miniature satellite can observe the orbital movements of your planet and its star, providing relevant information after computation. 3. Designated observation. The miniature satellite can specifically probe the geological changes deep underground, yielding insights into subsurface geological conditions within a 1-kilometer diameter, up to a depth of 100 meters. 4. Deep space exploration. The miniature satellite can scan deep space, tracking objects within a light hour's distance. Seeing the satellite's capabilities, Lin Ming nodded in approval. The functionalities were indeed impressive. After a moment's contemplation, he declared, "Let's commence with the weather forecast. I need to ascertain the recent weather conditions." The miniature satellite promptly adjusted its trajectory, orienting its sensors towards the cloud cover below to initiate mapping. 10 minutes later, the ether crystal displayed a notification: good weather expected for the next 12 hours with no abnormal changes. In the perpetual daylight, the weather remained stable, allowing Lin Ming to breathe a sigh of relief. After a moment's thought, he issued another command to the miniature satellite: calculate the orbital trajectory. I wish to know when the perpetual daylight will conclude. With a whoosh, the satellite's nozzle expelled small flames as it slowly adjusted its position to observe the relative orbital movements of the star and the barren planet. 10 minutes later, the ether crystal illuminated a notification screen: a prediction: in 30 hours, the angle of the star relative to the surface will gradually increase, reaching an extreme value of 90 degrees in 12 hours, sustained for 48 hours. During this time, surface temperatures may exceed 100 degrees, please take precautions to avoid direct sunlight. The perpetual daylight would not cease, the sun would not linger near the horizon. Upon receiving this news, Lin Ming could not help but break into a cold sweat. Currently, the survival pod could maintain a suitable temperature, but if subjected to direct sunlight and the surface temperature surged above 100 degrees, it was uncertain whether the pod could sustain its current conditions. Even if it could, the consumption of electricity and other resources would escalate dramatically, necessitating that Lin Ming make early preparations. With this in mind, Lin Ming's expression grew solemn as he commanded the miniature satellite, probe the designated location. I require detailed information from below ground. The location he wished to investigate was the pit where the mimic crabs resided. After designating the site, the miniature satellite adjusted its orbit and commenced the exploration of the subterranean conditions. The ether crystal unveiled a faint blue screen, revealing a map of the pit's depths unfolding at a rate of 5 meters per minute. Lin Ming observed that the depths of the pit branched out like complex tree limbs, with each passage ending in a comparatively spacious chamber. His gaze sharpened, his eyes gleaming with intensity as the map continued to evolve, causing Lin Ming to draw in sharp breaths. Within each branching corridor, several green dots patrolled along fixed paths, and in the expansive chamber at the end of the pit's passage, a colossal glowing point remained motionless. The map continued to expand, and at a depth of 80 meters, Lin Ming was taken aback to discover a red glowing point situated at the very bottom. Chapter 23: The Sweep of the Pit. Gazing at the blinding red dot, Lin Ming took a deep breath. He was preparing to relocate the survival pod into the subterranean pit to evade the extreme weather conditions. After all, where there is perpetual daylight, there will inevitably follow a polar night, during which temperatures could plummet to several degrees below zero. Thus, the insulation within the underground pit would provide superior protection. However, should there be any threats lurking within the pit, this plan would need to be postponed. Nevertheless, armed with a formidable electromagnetic gun, Lin Ming was not overly concerned about this issue. Eliminating or taming all the simulated crabs within the pit was merely a matter of time. In 30 hours, the sun will commence its movement, and temperatures will gradually rise. To avert any complications with the survival pod, it is imperative to make early preparations, Lin Ming pondered. The heavy-duty extravehicular suit could withstand temperatures up to 300 degrees, and theoretically, the survival pod could endure the same extremes. However, he could not take such a gamble. The survival pod was his lifeline. If it were to be damaged, the fragile advantage he had painstakingly accumulated would vanish in an instant. Previously, Zhao Yihong had suffered a similar fate due to a leak in his survival pod, which led to a lack of oxygen, forcing him into the escape pod and launching him into the vastness of deep space. Lin Ming had no desire to follow in his footsteps. In the face of survival, all resources and wealth are but illusions. As preparations commenced, Lin Ming activated the functions of the miniature satellite to begin deep space exploration. If the satellite were to locate an F-class carbon-based life resource supply pod, he would promptly send out a distress signal. This way, he would avoid the scenario of sending a distress signal only to find no resource supply pod to aid him. With preparations complete, Lin Ming equipped himself with ample supplies and the remaining simulated crabs. Setting forth toward the pit. Consulting the map, he noted that there were still 9 large green light points and 1 red light point within the pit. As for the minuscule green light points representing the simulated crabs, there were approximately 100. Lin Ming did not intend to eliminate the simulated crabs for resources. Instead, he prepared to reprogram them all. Armed with the complete map of the pit and the ability to see resource points, Lin Ming moved with remarkable speed. Pair up in twos and bring back the patrolling ones for reprogramming. Lin Ming commanded. The swarm of simulated crabs acted with great agility, following his instructions and charging into the pit in pairs like bandits. With a swift motion, the patrolling simulated crabs, caught off guard, were seized by the 2 intruders and quickly dragged out of the pit. Snap, snap, the patrolling simulated crabs flailed helplessly with their pincers, utterly powerless to resist. Before long, one of the simulated crabs had been successfully reprogrammed, becoming a member of Lin Ming's growing legion. With the strength in numbers, within less than half an hour, all the patrolling simulated crabs had fallen under Lin Ming's command. He observed as the once motionless large green dot at the second fork of the pit began to stir, making its way toward the entrance. Just in time, Lin Ming positioned himself beside the entrance, gripping the electromagnetic gun in his right hand, ready for action. Before long, a faint tremor signaled the arrival of a massive simulated crab, entirely black and boasting 6 pincers, which erupted from the pit with remarkable speed, its pincers thrashing about. Who instructed you to exit with your left foot first? Lin Ming, not waiting for the creature to comprehend the situation, swiftly pulled the trigger of the electromagnetic gun, a streak of silver light hurtling forth. Boom! Before the simulated crab leader could grasp the circumstances, its chest was obliterated into a myriad of fragments, its body severed in 2. Retrieve your leader's remains, we shall proceed to the next level. Lin Ming directed the simulated crabs to carry the carcass of their leader back to the survival pod for reclamation. At that moment, the ether crystal emitted a notification. Detected F-class carbon-based life resource supply pods X2, located 3.7 light minutes away. Would you like to send a distress signal? Absolutely. The advantages of the microsatellite quickly became apparent. Had it been earlier, Lin Ming would have had to rely on luck alone now. However, the microsatellite detected two F-class carbon-based life resource supply pods in one sweep. Detected F-class carbon-based life resource supply pods too. Based on the current trajectory and velocity of the supply pods, they are estimated to arrive in 5 hours. Observing the prompt on the holographic screen, Lin Ming nodded in satisfaction. By the time he dealt with the leader of the mimic crabs in the pit, the supply pods would arrive just in time. Drawing upon his previous experience, Lin Ming skillfully handled the mimic crabs within the pit, bringing each one back to the survival pod, where they would be reprogrammed and returned as part of the excavation crew. Meanwhile, he calmly awaited at the cave entrance, delivering a fatal blow to the enraged leader of the mimic crabs that had charged out of the pit. As the underground tunnels grew increasingly deeper, it took an hour to thoroughly clear each branch, and the pace was steadily slowing. Several hours later, Lin Ming felt fatigued. Tsk, it seems I can only eliminate 6 leaders of the mimic crabs today, the remaining ones will have to wait until tomorrow. Although the heavy exosuit allowed for assisted movement, it was far from the comfort of regular clothing, and after several hours outside, Lin Ming needed— Let us head home, everyone. Lin Ming counted and found that his army of mimic crabs had grown to a formidable 65. After recovering 6 leaders, the quantity of high-purity silicon ingots had surpassed 100, and there was a considerable stockpile of electromagnetic coils and circuit boards. Upon entering the survival pod and shedding his heavy exosuit, Lin Ming ran his fingers through his damp hair, feeling sticky all over. In such high temperatures, it had been 3 days since his last bath, and he felt quite uncomfortable. Fortunately, there is no shortage of water now. I might as well send the mimic crabs into the pit to fetch some while I sleep. Lin Ming resolved to take a bath. The pit contained ample water resources, and with his current abundant energy supply, the water needed for bathing was no longer a precious commodity. Additionally, the bathing water could be added to the temperature-regulated chamber and, at the very least, could be purified again by the survival pod, consuming merely 1 unit of energy. Soon, Lin Ming had the survival pod heat water for a thorough bath, during which he also cleaned his personal garments. Refreshing! Using warm air to dry off, Lin Ming felt invigorated. In such extreme conditions, being able to indulge in a hot shower was an immensely relaxing experience. Opening the ether crystal, he noticed that the F-class carbon-based life resource supply pods would not arrive for another half hour, prompting him to head to the temperature-regulated chamber. The sight that greeted him was astonishing. The giant mouth-flower seeds had surpassed the germination phase and were now transplanted onto the hydroponic growth rack by the mechanical arms in the chamber, their dense root systems thriving in the nutrient solution. Each giant mouthflower's roots extended over half a meter, and the once murky nutrient solution flowing through them had become crystal clear. Furthermore, Lin Ming discovered that a vibrant purple bud had emerged on the previously green plant, poised to bloom fully in no time. Truly a remarkable product of biotechnological enhancement. Hurry up and mature. Lin Ming murmured, struggling to swallow a mouthful of nutrient paste. Chapter 24, Canned meat. Before long, 2 F-class carbon-based life resource supply pods descended in succession, ejecting 2 1 cubic meter superalloy containers. The F-class carbon-based life resource supply pod has been recovered. This time, we have obtained a 1 blueprint for long-distance microwave power transmission technology, 1 superalloy, and 3 units of fuel. The F-class carbon-based life resource supply pod has been recovered. This time, we have obtained 10 vitamin supply packs, 10 high-protein freeze-dried canned meats, 1 superalloy, and 3 units of fuel. Canned meat, canned meat. As Lin Ming gazed at the towering stack of 10 enormous cans before him, he swallowed hard. These cans were stored in specialized containers that resembled plastic, boasting elasticity and remarkable corrosion resistance. Each unique container housed a large mass of freeze-dried, high-protein food, with each chunk weighing 10 pounds. Hey, I can feast for quite a while. Lin Ming continued to freeze the remaining 9 cans, eagerly opening the last one. The contents appeared pink, with clearly visible meat fibers. Lin Ming swallowed again. It was canned meat. He quickly commanded the 3D metal printer to fabricate superalloy utensils, and as the outer layer of the can thawed, he eagerly sliced off a piece and, without waiting for it to heat, stuffed it into his mouth. The moment it touched his palate, he was greeted by a delightful chewiness, the rich meatiness accompanied by a tantalizing aroma that made Lin Ming's mouth water incessantly. A quick fry would make it even tastier. Lin Ming patiently sliced a few more pieces and began to roast them with hot air. Soon, the originally pink meat slices took on a slight charred brown hue, curling ever so slightly. Lin Ming used his alloy chopsticks to lift a slice, and the moment it entered his mouth, he was enveloped by the savory, charred flavor of the meat, a rich and layered taste experience. How comforting! After consuming a pound of the fried canned meat, Lin Ming contentedly rubbed his belly and proceeded to freeze the remainder. Just these few cans are already worth the investment. Lin Ming then opened the vitamin supply packs. Inside each pack was a large jar of freeze-dried powder, along with two 1-liter plastic bottles. The contents were not specifically labeled, but the ether crystal promptly provided a note: vitamin freeze-dried powder, mix with water for consumption to replenish essential vitamins. Granulated sugar. Cooking oil. Quite thoughtful indeed. Lin Ming added some vitamin freeze-dried powder and granulated sugar into a superalloy cup, topped it with hot water, and gave it a gentle swirl. Soon, a fragrant cup of vitamin hot drink was ready. Lin Ming took a delicate sip and was surprised by the unexpectedly delightful flavor, which bore an enticing aroma that lingered on his lips and teeth. After downing the vitamin hot drink in one go, he comfortably burped and casually picked up the chip containing the long-distance microwave power transmission technology blueprint. Long-distance microwave power transmission technology blueprint introduction. This document records a technology utilizing microwave power transmission, allowing for long-distance power delivery with the appropriate equipment. What the hell? Lin Ming presented the chip to the survival pod, and the mechanical arm gently grasped it, loading it into the pod's reading interface. The ether crystal emitted a notification screen: new technology is being deciphered. Estimated decoding time 6 hours. Upon completion, a new technology, microwave power transmission, will be available. Alright, take your time with the decoding, I'm going to get some sleep. Lin Ming lay down in the sleep chamber, adjusting to a comfortable position as he slowly drifted into slumber. In his dreams, Lin Ming found himself at the entrance of a pit, noticing on the real-time map that a massive red dot was slowly ascending. Armed with an electromagnetic gun, he awaited the emergence of the unknown creature. Suddenly, a tremendous tremor emanated from the ground, and a gigantic, crab-like creature with multiple pairs of colossal pincers burst forth from the earth. Damn it, why can't I kill it? Lin Ming jolted awake, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, exhaling softly, so it was just a dream. After 8 hours of sleep, Lin Ming felt revitalized. The ether crystal flashed a prompt, indicating that the microwave power transmission technology had been successfully deciphered, and the 3D metal printer was now ready to produce microwave power transmission devices. Upon examining the technical details, Lin Ming discovered that the microwave power transmission devices comprised a transmitter and a receiver. The energy requirement for manufacturing both components increased from a basic 1 unit to 5 units, requiring 10 high-purity silicon ingots, 2 circuit boards, 5 electromagnetic coils, and 1 universal chip of any level for each device. Additionally, there were distance limitations for microwave power transmission. For every kilometer between the transmitter and receiver, power delivery would diminish by 1, with a maximum transmission distance of 100 kilometers. Wait, something seems off. Lin Ming pondered for a moment and suddenly recognized an issue. He had only acquired the technology for microwave power transmission without mastering the manufacturing of solar panels. Utterly useless. Lin Ming scoffed, realizing that after 16 hours, the sun was blazing overhead. He had initially hoped to create an array of solar panels to achieve energy independence. However, the materials he possessed were sufficient to fully repair the damaged solar panels. Repair the solar panels, select complete restoration. Lin Ming commanded the ether crystal. Before long, the ether crystal displayed a notification: solar panel repair successful. This repair consumed 10 units of energy, 50 high-purity silicon ingots, and 20 electromagnetic coils. The solar panels have been deployed. Lin Ming felt a slight tremor in the survival pod as he climbed the ladder. Through the hemispherical glass, he observed the previously retracted solar panels on either side of the pod beginning to unfurl. In no time, the 2 solar panels fully extended, each composed of 5 1-square-meter small panel arrays, totaling an area of 10 square meters. Current light levels are low, estimated power generation capacity 10, yielding 1 unit of energy per hour. This means that at peak sunlight, I could generate 10 units of energy per hour. Acceptable. Having concluded the matters concerning the solar panels, Lin Ming rose to freshen up slightly and decided to check on the growth progress of the Venus flytrap in the temperature-controlled chamber. To his surprise, the plant had doubled in height since yesterday, reaching half a meter, with its originally purple buds now fully bloomed, rhythmically opening and closing. Has it grown this quickly? Lin Ming felt a flicker of astonishment. He promptly retrieved the previously acquired dehydrated vegetable pack and dehydrated seed pack. The contents of the dehydrated vegetable pack, now unrecognizable and blackened, appeared completely spoiled. Lin Ming attempted to place the blackened dehydrated vegetables near the Venus flytrap's butt. The flytrap seemed to sense something, as its previously slow opening and closing accelerated, and the plant leaned slightly toward the dehydrated vegetable pack. Observing this, Lin Ming placed the dehydrated vegetables inside the bud. The bud swiftly closed, enveloping the dehydrated vegetables within, after which the Venus flytrap became utterly still, exhibiting no further movement. Lin Ming observed for a while, and seeing no unusual reactions from the flytrap, placed the remaining 2 dehydrated seeds into the 2 blooming buds of the Venus flytrap. Go ahead, eat up. Chapter 25. Crisis. Gazing at the largemouth flower bud enveloping the dehydrated vegetables and seeds, Lin Ming's heart brimmed with boundless anticipation. He had grown weary of the nutrient paste and found the Indian flavors utterly intolerable. Although the canned meat was delectable, its supply was limited, thus, crops capable of sustainable yield were the cornerstone of long-term survival. At this moment, only 2 largemouth flowers remained, their buds gently swaying, exuding an air of eager expectation. Lin Ming accessed the interstellar trading channel, perusing it to see if other players were offering products such as plant seeds. To his astonishment, he discovered that the prices of oxygen and electricity had surged dramatically, reaching astronomical heights compared to the previous day. Water, x 5 liters exchanged for oxygen, x 1 unit. Water, x 5 liters exchanged for electricity, x 1 unit. Stone, x 2 cubic meters exchanged for electricity, x 1 unit. Which brother has surplus electricity? I have enough stones mined, but I'm out of electricity for decomposition. I seek oxygen, oxygen, oxygen. I'm willing to trade all my remaining pure water, which is 6 liters, so hurry, good sir. To the one above, ISM. Even if you acquire oxygen, without water, how long can you survive? Where's the big boss? Come on, Lin Ming, sell us some oxygen. Don't mention Lin Ming, that guy is a shameless rogue, surely waiting for our oxygen to run out before selling it at a high price. I've seen plenty of such merchant tricks. That is hilarious. Can you think before you speak? High-priced oxygen. What valuable item do you possess that would catch Lin Ming's attention? Is your kidney worth a minute a day? With a brief glance at the players' chat records, Lin Ming grasped the general situation. Although there was no distinction between day and night during the polar day, it was now the morning of the 4th day. The vast majority of players, even if they remained in a state of rest, could not sustain oxygen levels until this point. Hence, those who attempted to pass time idly were beginning to face oxygen shortages. Water resources and nutrient paste were not as scarce, as it was indeed possible to endure for 3 days without food or water in such extreme conditions. Lin Ming observed the mentions of his name on the chat channel, feeling a calm indifference. He was no saint. He would contribute to matters within his means, such as offering the F-level universal code to foster better regional development. However, he would never part with his current supply of oxygen and resources, not to mention how many players these resources might assist. Once their supplies were depleted, what then? A small good deed is preferable to a grand act of mercy. He opened the regional chat channel and noted that, after a night's passing, the number of players had suddenly dwindled to 9,857. This indicated that over 100 players had either entered escape pods or perished outright. Zhao Hong was the first player to enter an escape pod, prompting the ether crystal to issue a notification about Zhao Hong's slumber and to broadcast it live. However, other players did not receive such treatment. On some desolate planet light years away, they perished alone or drifted into the vast cosmos in their escape pods, leaving no trace, no sound behind. Lin Ming clenched his teeth. With only 16 hours remaining until the blazing sun of polar day reached its zenith, he needed to accelerate his progress. Otherwise, he too might become one of them. Contemplating for a moment, Lin Ming decided to remind the other players, "Hello everyone, this is Lin Ming. Have you noticed any changes in the sun's trajectory on our planet? It seems to me that the sun appears to be rising slightly." His words stirred a ripple of excitement. Due to his previous actions, Lin Ming's name had become a golden emblem in the region. Quickly, players began to respond. "Lin Ming has appeared. I've been observing daily, and the sun's relative position has been changing continuously, rising steadily. It's already elevated by 5 degrees compared to when I first arrived. The above is very professional. I lack relevant knowledge, but my information interface shows that the ground temperature here has risen from over 50 degrees to 70 degrees. You all are so fortunate. My ground temperature has surpassed 100 degrees. The lightweight spacesuit is no longer wearable, and now I can only go outside in a heavy-duty suit. I can't believe it. At this angle of the sun, it's already sweltering. If the sun rises directly overhead, what will happen then?" It appeared that most players understood the implication of his message, and Lin Ming nodded in satisfaction. He refrained from exploiting the situation to sell supplies for a hefty profit. After all, he had already contemplated that interstellar survival operated on a competitive yet cooperative model. If he resorted to extreme measures to seize resources, causing the majority of players to enter slumber or perish, the overall development pace of his region would lag significantly over time. This would hinder Lin Ming's ability to acquire higher-tier resources from other players. Basic resources were merely for survival. Advanced resources and technology were the true engines of progress. The electromagnetic gun served as the best testament to this fact. This was also the reason Lin Ming ultimately decided to offer the F-level universal code. Furthermore, a sense of crisis had long lingered in his heart. The ether crystal had hinted that if the planet were transformed into a habitable one, there would be a choice to bring over the remaining survivors or to choose a solitary demise. Would the act of bringing over all players be mandatory without their consent? Did the owner of a habitable planet possess absolute control over other players? If another individual developed effectively and forcibly recalled all players, including Lin Ming, would they then have to bow to the whims of the habitable planet's owner? It was one thing if the players of the habitable planet belonged to the same nation, but what if they were from a foreign land? Reflecting on the actions of foreign individuals selling human labor and cotton machines in previous centuries, an intense sense of crisis surged within Lin Ming. At that point, the dynamics could shift from an equal standing to a relationship of planet owner and his 30 billion slaves. Lin Ming closed the information screen and lifted his gaze to the first layer of piping, now completely overtaken by blue-green algae, transformed into a vibrant green. Currently, the oxygen produced by the blue-green algae was sufficient for the largemouth flowers in the temperature-controlled greenhouse, achieving a balance between income and expenditure regarding oxygen. Excellent, I hope to achieve a net oxygen output soon. Lin Ming mused as he touched the green-hued pipes before returning to the living chamber. He stretched his limbs, donned the heavy-duty spacesuit, equipped himself with the electromagnetic gun, and, after ensuring his supplies were ready, set his gaze with determination. Today's objective was to clear out the underground pit. Whatever that enormous red dot was down below, it was doomed today. Chapter 26. The last survivor. At this moment, as Lin Ming prepared to confront the three leader-like crab creatures, along with an unknown red light, he crafted an electromagnetic gun and stocked up on ample ammunition, which provided him with a modicum of reassurance. With a series of clicks, the supplies were complete. Clad in a heavy-duty spacesuit, Lin Ming wielded an electromagnetic gun in both hands, while a second gun was slung across his back, and a slender belt of ultra-alloy bullets encircled his waist, presenting a decidedly formidable appearance. Over 60 imitation crabs were arrayed in 6 neat formations, following closely behind him. Upon activating the real-time map, Lin Ming noticed that the enormous green dots, previously scattered throughout the pit, had inexplicably shifted position and were now converging around the cave entrance, forming a triangular formation. Lin Ming clicked his tongue in surprise. Oh, are they truly prepared to fight to the death? Had an unsuspecting individual been present, they might have fallen victim to the leaders of the imitation crabs as they emerged one by one, unaware of the impending peril. However, armed with the cave map and the ability to visually discern the distribution of resource points above, Lin Ming was well equipped to avoid such treachery. Glancing at the ammunition he had on hand, 5 dum-dum bullets and 3 armor-piercing rounds, he felt confident in his ability to handle the 3 imitation crab leaders. Lin Ming positioned the imitation crab army in front of himself to prevent all 3 leaders from attacking simultaneously, then dispatched one to lure them. With a rustle, a faint tremor reverberated, and Lin Ming observed the 3 leaders of the imitation crabs bursting forth from the pit. These 3 creatures showed no inclination towards strategy, opting instead to rely solely on brute strength to overwhelm Lin Ming. Yet Lin Ming was armed with an electromagnetic gun. With focused intent, he aimed at the cave entrance, and the moment the first imitation crab leader peeked out, he pulled the trigger without hesitation. Whoosh, the silvery bullet transformed into a streak of light, instantly severing the leader's body as it emerged from the cave. Thanks to the assistance of his heavy-duty spacesuit for targeting, coupled with the stability of his exoskeleton and the impeccable trajectory of the electromagnetic gun, Lin Ming was entirely unfazed by the prospect of a miss. With a successful shot, Lin Ming swiftly withdrew, simultaneously retrieving a second dum-dum bullet from his waist and loading it into the barrel of his gun. Boom! The second imitation crab leader hurled the fallen corpse of its predecessor aside and leapt through the cave entrance, its beady eyes immediately locking onto Lin Ming, who was in the midst of reloading. Charge, my minions! Just as Lin Ming finished loading the bullet and had not yet begun to aim, he commanded the imitation crab army to surge forward, obstructing the leader's advance. Clap, clap, clap. The overwhelming rush of imitation crabs vexed the leader, which flailed its 6 pincers, continuously swatting away the approaching foes. In that moment, Lin Ming had finished reloading and aimed at the imitation crab leader, pulling the trigger once more. Boom! The resounding blast shattered the leader's underbelly into fragments. Lin Ming felt no sense of triumph. Instead, he propelled himself off the ground with a powerful thrust of his right foot, utilizing the exoskeleton's strength to slide several meters to the side. Whoosh! Amidst the black debris, a massive imitation crab leader erupted, its 6 pincers crashing down violently onto the ground. Had Lin Ming not seen the third imitation crab leader lurking behind through the real-time map, he might have met his demise from that very blow. Damn it, how treacherous! Luckily, I was one step ahead. With no time to change ammunition, Lin Ming swiftly discarded the electromagnetic gun to the ground and retrieved another from his back, aiming and firing. In less than 2 minutes, the 3 imitation crab leaders were vanquished, reduced to a scattering of silicon fragments. He dispatched 10 imitation crabs to scour the battlefield, while the remaining 40 were sent into the cave. Within the pit, there remained around 20 imitation crabs, subordinates to the now deceased leaders. With their commanders gone, these crabs were aimless, halting even their patrols. Lin Ming, not one to overlook an opportunity, extracted them all and reprogrammed their directives simultaneously. A scout team of 5 imitation crabs ventured deeper underground, heading straight for the red light. Gently caressing the ether crystal, Lin Ming activated a holographic interface, eagerly observing the perspective shared by the imitation crabs. The view mirrored that of the upper cave, with each branch featuring relatively flat spaces, one of which contained a sewage pit. Upon reaching the 7th branch, Lin Ming sensed a notable difference in the sewage pit. It appeared that, aside from the sewage, something else was present within the depths. What is this? Lin Ming urged the imitation crab to draw closer, its pincers dipping into the sewage pit before retracting, bringing forth a peculiar substance to its eyes. As the perspective magnified, Lin Ming gasped in astonishment. A layer of blue algae was unmistakably floating atop the sewage. Switching to the imitation crab's viewpoint, he changed from night vision to standard mode, revealing that the cave was illuminated, clearly providing light to nourish the blue algae. Curious, imitation crabs do not require oxygen. Is this algae a natural occurrence, or has it been deliberately cultivated? Contemplating this mystery, Lin Ming instructed the scout team to descend further. Sure enough, in the sewage pits of the 8th and 9th branches, blue algae reappeared. Moreover, the deeper they descended, the more abundant the algae became. In the 9th branch's sewage pool, it floated densely, transforming the entire pool into a vibrant green. The scout team pressed onward, with Lin Ming's full attention fixated on the shared perspective. Whatever that enormous red dot was, it should soon come into view. As the pit descended further, a vast space suddenly emerged. Lin Ming had seen this in the real-time map before. The bottom of the pit was indeed spacious, yet the presence of the giant red dot had caused him to overlook this detail. And now, through the perspective shared by the imitation crabs, Lin Ming realized just how expansive this area was. It was a hemispherical chamber, akin to an inverted bowl, with a diameter exceeding 10 meters and a height of around 5 meters. Within the chamber, there were few items, primarily some distinctly carved stones. Lin Ming furrowed his brow. These stones bore a striking resemblance to furniture, stone tables and chairs. At the center of the space, Lin Ming discerned something eerily familiar. A cryogenic pod. The moment he laid eyes on the pod, a wave of dread washed over him. Could it be that this planet housed other players besides himself? No wonder the light was such a blinding red. Just then, the cryogenic pod emitted a hissing sound, releasing a plume of white mist, and a humanoid figure, though vastly different from any human, sat upright. This being possessed extremely dry, wrinkled skin, shedding flakes of dry skin with the slightest movement. A massive eye was situated on its forehead, with a dull pupil the size of an egg, now fixed intently on the imitation crabs. The humanoid creature rasped in a parched voice, "I've waited for you for so long, why have you only come now?" The ether crystal promptly displayed a notification, detection of self-translation system application sent. Self-translation system received, deciphering. Shortly thereafter, the dry, raspy voice echoed, "I've waited for you for so long, why have you only come now?" Chapter 27. The past. Lin Ming remained silent, uncertain of what this humanoid creature aimed to convey, and could only listen intently. 100,000 years have passed, a full century of millennia. The creature's enormous eyes fixated upon the simulated crab, as if perceiving Lin Ming behind the shared perspective. The harvesters have, at long last, arrived. Harvesters? This unfamiliar term left Lin Ming bewildered. He spoke up, "I do not comprehend your words. I am not the harvester you speak of." The creature chuckled, its countenance wrinkled and quivering like that of a Shar-Pei. "Harvester, would you care to hear a tale?" Before Lin Ming could respond, the creature continued unabated. Long ago. How long, you ask? Well, by your reckoning, it should be around 100,000 years. At that time, our planet Urea was a remarkably beautiful world, teeming with countless billions of flora and fauna. Lin Ming felt a stirring in his heart, astonished that this wild planet had, much like Blue Star, once harbored such abundant life. Until one fateful day, our scientists detected an artificial spacecraft traversing our star system. It sped past our world at an astonishing velocity, too swift for us to capture a clear image, leaving us only with an approximate trajectory. Subsequently, we observed a small capsule detach from the spacecraft and descend onto Urea. Our military and scientists rushed to the landing site, only to find the capsule open and remnants of a substance we dubbed black tide. You must have encountered it. It resembles murky wastewater, and we refer to it as black tide. Upon returning the remnants of black tide to our laboratory, our scientists reached a horrifying conclusion: this substance would spell the end for all life on our planet. At this juncture, Lin Ming raised his eyebrows. It appeared the tale of life's demise on Urea was about to unfold. Within the black tide dwelled a certain black microorganism that voraciously consumed all organic matter, even inorganic nutrients, to fuel its own growth. These microorganisms underwent biological modifications, rendering them impervious to toxins, viruses, and bacteriophages. Our groundwater became contaminated, followed by rivers, lakes, and even the oceans. Flora and fauna began to perish at an alarming rate, only to be devoured in turn, transforming into more black tide, sweeping across the land. Fortuitously, we discovered their vulnerability. They were averse to light. If exposed to intense illumination for a sustained period of 10 units of time equivalent to 1 day in your terms, the microorganisms within the black tide would lose their vitality. After enduring continuous light, the black tide would metamorphose into a remarkably stable organic effluent, vastly enhancing crop yields. Ironically, this led to a brief alleviation of hunger on Urea. However, some consequences take millennia to manifest fully. Initially, we observed the pollution of our oceans, with vast numbers of marine life perishing. Within a millennium, all fish species became extinct. The anaerobic organisms on the ocean floor, after a brief revelry, also met their final twilight within 10,000 years. Lin Ming felt a tremor within. The destructive force of the black tide had reached such staggering proportions. The creature's voice grew somber as it continued. During this time, the sentient beings of the planet united in an unprecedented self-rescue effort. We redirected a suitably massive asteroid from the asteroid belt, calculating its trajectory precisely to impact a designated location, altering the orbit of Urea, resulting in the conditions you now observe. Certain regions of Urea are eternally bathed in perpetual daylight, while larger areas remain perpetually cloaked in black tide, their eternal paradise. Lin Ming gazed into the distance, where the sun still lingered near the horizon. It was the indigenous inhabitants of Urea who had caused this state of eternal daylight. We have survived in this region for nearly 10,000 years, and have learned the entire truth. A strange expression flickered in the creature's single eye as it rose from its hibernation pod. At that moment, Lin Ming noticed that aside from its head, which bore a resemblance to a human, the creature's body mirrored that of the simulated crab, sporting 8 legs and a pair of claws resembling pincers. It began to ascend slowly along the tunnel, continuing its narrative of the origin of all this chaos lies with more technologically advanced sentient beings in the cosmos. They unleashed the black tide upon living planets, allowing it to devour the planet's nutrients, only to return at some point to harvest the black tide, thus reaping the planet's resources. Upon discovering the truth, we developed high-energy weapons, hoping to inflict devastating blows upon these life forms when they came to harvest, yet, unbeknownst to us, time was their most formidable weapon. The increasingly scarce resources and energy ultimately led us to our final act. A small faction of us entered prolonged hibernation, while many more perished. The creature's voice resonated with sorrow. After 100,000 years, I am the last of the Ureans. I have exhausted my life's knowledge in the hope of transcending time to witness the harvesters, to behold the beings responsible for the extinction of my homeworld. Rustling sounds echoed from within the tunnel as Lin Ming stood at the entrance, aware that the creature was drawing near. He stepped back, glancing at the real-time map where the immense red light had approached the tunnel's mouth. Lin Ming raised his electromagnetic gun. As the creature's head emerged from the entrance, he decisively pulled the trigger. With a sharp report, the armor-piercing round penetrated the creature's enormous single eye, creating a hole the size of a thumb in its head. The creature immediately collapsed, lifeless, into the tunnel. Lin Ming did not approach. Once the red dot vanished, he commanded the simulated crab to drag the creature out, dismembering it from a safe distance. Indeed, aside from its head being carbon-based, its body had been fully transformed into a silicon-based lifeform, akin to the simulated. Otherwise, it would not have survived in such a hostile environment for so long. Moreover, through the simulated crab's perspective, Lin Ming discerned a spherical container within the creature's abdomen. The simulated crab gently prodded it, and suddenly a thunderous explosion echoed from afar. Lin Ming inhaled sharply. This creature was intent on taking him down with it. Fortunately, Lin Ming had exercised great caution, avoiding direct contact with the creature, otherwise, he would have been reduced to mere fragments. My apologies, but there is no enmity between us. Yet, to eradicate completely is the highest tribute to other forms of life. Lin Ming offered a slight bow towards the distant explosion. Chapter 28, The Pit Transformation Plan. After a moment of solemn reflection for the humanoid beings, Lin Ming commanded several simulated crabs to meticulously patrol the entirety of the pit. At this juncture, apart from the sewage pit, there was naught else within the depths. Lin Ming, fixated on the real-time map, felt a flicker of warmth in his eyes as he reconfirmed the absence of any anomalous light points within the cavern. Nevertheless, a sense of unease lingered. After all, the humanoid creatures had resided here for countless years. Who knew what kind of traps or biological viruses might be concealed within? The thought was unbearable. Lin Ming instructed the simulated crabs to diligently collect the remnants of the humanoid beings and return them to the stasis chamber. As he observed the stasis chamber, a button caught his eye, inscribed with unfamiliar characters. Thanks to the self-translation system previously dispatched by the humanoid beings, Lin Ming swiftly deciphered that the text signified ejection. We are all cosmic beings, existing in the boundless expanse of the universe, and we shall also meet our demise amidst its vastness, Lin Ming murmured softly, prompting the simulated crabs to press the button. With a resounding rumble, the ground trembled beneath his feet, sending sand and debris scattering, dust swirling into the air. Lin Ming retreated to a safe distance, witnessing the pit's vicinity open up into an aperture measuring 7 to 8 meters in diameter. The stasis chamber, laden with remnants of the humanoid beings, was ejected skyward. Lin Ming waved gently at the white trajectory, saying, "Farewell, last survivor, I shall assume your place." As the ejection port opened, sunlight flooded the long enshadowed depths of the pit. Lin Ming recalled the humanoid beings mentioning that the black tide feared intense illumination, losing its vitality after 24 hours of exposure. Thus, he returned to the survival pod, employing a 3D metal printer to fabricate several exquisitely smooth metal plates, positioning them at the various corners of the pit. In this manner, sunlight would reflect multiple times, enveloping the entire cavern. Even if remnants of the black tide lingered within, they would gradually lose their vitality. In 10 hours, the sun shall begin its ascent, reaching a peak of 90 degrees in 12 hours, sustaining this for 48 hours. Lin Ming recalled the orbital data provided by the miniature satellite. Calculating the time, he surmised that when the sun blazed overhead, the interior of the pit would be thoroughly purged by the light, allowing him to move in. The pit is a sealed environment, with a curved entrance that structurally isolates most air circulation. Thus, it seems prudent to preliminarily transform the environment within the tunnel into a more habitable dwelling, Lin Ming thought, filled with determination. The pit, after all, was constructed by humanoid beings for habitation. Its location and layout had undoubtedly been meticulously considered. Once adequately sanitized, it would serve as a suitable residence. Moreover, the pit contained a substantial reservoir of sewage, which could be decomposed by the survival pod, ensuring a sufficient supply of water and nutrients, allowing for the transplantation of largemouth flowers. Quite splendid, Lin Ming mused, his heart brimming with aspirations for the future, as he instructed several simulated crabs to patrol near the pit's entrance before returning to the survival pod with the remaining crabs. Prior to entering the survival pod, Lin Ming issued a command to the neatly arranged simulated crabs: retrieve all nearby stones. With your collective strength, you should be able to move even the larger ones. Today's objective is to leave not a single stone within a 3-kilometer radius. Every last particle must return to the repository. With a series of crisp clicks, all the simulated crabs raised their pincers in acknowledgement before swiftly springing into action. Upon entering the survival pod, Lin Ming shed his heavy exosuit and activated the ether crystal. He noticed a red dot in the upper right corner of the Planet Information tab. Ah, even unread notifications, how trendy, he remarked, opening the Planet Information. Uriah Planet description: your knowledge of this planet is scant. Fortunately, its data aligns perfectly with that of your home planet. Rotation period 24 blue star hours. Revolution period not significant. Current surface temperature 75-85 degrees Celsius. Current status continuous. Current gravitational constant 9.8 kGe. Current atmospheric composition 80 nitrogen, 19 carbon dioxide, and 1 other gases. A note: please pay attention to the orbital variations of this planet, as there are indications that, after a certain period, the angle of the star in relation to the ground will change. The surface temperature has already begun to rise gradually. Following this trend, Lin Ming estimates that, under the blazing sun, the surface temperature could reach at least 150 degrees. Fortunately, that unknown high-tech life form is not leaving the human survivors of Blue Star to languish in despair, but will issue timely warnings. Lin Ming opened the regional chat channel and discovered that some astute players had already sensed something amiss. Oh no, oh no, oh no, the sun is about to rise, and I haven't found a water source. Is there anyone willing to trade pure water? I can exchange rusty iron ore. To the person above, you really ought to update your version. What era are we in, still clinging to rusty iron ore? Haven't you seen those folks in Tang province discounting rusty iron ore? I managed to preliminarily repair the solar panels before the sun rises, preparing to stockpile energy. Those hoarding energy will likely suffer significant losses. The situation seems awry. Why is it that, despite the immediate abundance of sunlight, the price of electricity continues to escalate? To goodness, the trading price for each unit of electricity has surged from 3 units of oxygen to 3.5. Is it possible that the majority of players have yet to repair their solar panels, and with rising temperatures, the energy consumption required to maintain a comfortable environment within the survival pods has increased? Indeed, you make a valid point. We must swiftly acquire some electricity. As Lin Ming observed the incessantly scrolling chat messages, he accessed the interstellar exchange options and discovered that the price of oxygen was gradually declining, while the prices of electricity and purified water were on the rise. Each unit of electricity could now be exchanged for 4 units of oxygen, and it appeared that prices would continue to climb in the near future. The price of purified water was even more outrageous, with each liter fetching 6 units of oxygen, and it was in high demand. Once available, it would be snatched up immediately. Gazing at the soaring prices of purified water and electricity, Lin Ming felt a stirring within him. He currently possessed 340 units of electricity, and his water supply was remarkably abundant. Selling at this juncture would undoubtedly yield substantial profits. However, this notion flickered briefly in his mind before he shook his head slightly. The fundamental resource of oxygen had little significance for him at this point. Aside from depleting other players' oxygen reserves and diminishing their chances of survival, it held minimal utility. As for contributing electricity and water, Lin Ming was not of a selfless disposition. Such altruism was beyond him. Simply refraining from participating in price manipulation was already a display of considerable restraint. At that moment, Lin Ming noticed a private message. His eyebrows arched in curiosity. He had configured his private messages to be initiated only by friends who could possibly be seeking him at this hour. Upon opening the private chat, he saw a message from Sun Yao. Esteemed Lin Ming, would you be willing to rent out your electromagnetic gun? Chapter 29. Who hasn't indulged in meat leasing? Upon seeing these 2 words, Lin Ming could not help but chuckle in bewilderment. The interstellar trading platform does not offer any credit endorsement features. Consequently, all leasing is fundamentally based on the trust between both parties. He had engaged in transactions with Sun Yao on 2 occasions. Once for the trade of temperature-controlled greenhouse construction blueprint, and once for superalloy. However, that was the extent of their dealings. The manufacturing cost of an electromagnetic gun was relatively low for Lin Ming, to the point of being somewhat unimpressive. Nevertheless, this did not justify his willingness to lease out the electromagnetic gun indiscriminately. The value of an item is not determined solely by its manufacturing cost, but rather by the difficulty of acquiring it and its utility to the transaction's objectives. Given the current circumstances, both the difficulty in obtaining the electromagnetic gun and its practical value are considered top-tier challenges for the vast majority of players. Lin Ming did not believe that Sun Yao could offer a commensurate price. That said, in the world of commerce, a competent businessman would not dismiss any potential trading partner outright. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Ming replied, leasing is possible, but it depends on your offer. At this moment, he was not lacking in basic resources such as oxygen, energy, or purified water. In terms of non-basic resources, he possessed a modest inventory and substantial reserves of rusty iron ore, high-purity silicon ingots, universal chips, circuit boards, and electromagnetic coils. The scuttling creatures outside, resembling embryonic crabs, represented potential resource reserves. Sun Yao promptly sent a message. Lin Ming, do you crave meat? After sending this message, on a desolate planet light years away, a mysterious smile spread across Sun Yao's face. He was aware that Lin Ming was thriving, capable of manufacturing electromagnetic guns, and entirely self-sufficient in basic resources. However, in terms of food, he was undoubtedly still subsisting on unpalatable nutritional paste. Having previously interacted with affluent individuals, Sun Yao understood their relentless pursuit of quality in life. Lin Ming was likely one such person, and thus, he would be amenable to incurring some cost and risk for a satisfactory offer. As expected, Lin Ming's response arrived swiftly. What do you mean, have you acquired meat? Not yet, Sun Yao replied, sending Lin Ming a prepared illustration in video, but I have a method to acquire a large quantity of meat. Sun Yao, spiked giant shell dragon, Sun Yao, video. Lin Ming opened the illustration of the spiked giant shell dragon, and gasped. Spiked giant shell dragon, description: a colossal creature covered in spikes. It appears ferocious but is, in fact, herbivorous and possesses a gentle temperament. Upon viewing the video, Lin Ming saw a brief clip recorded by Sun Yao. The scene depicted a wilderness akin to that of the planet Urea, where 7 spiked giant shell dragons, each exceeding 5 meters in length and over 2 meters in height, galloped towards the sun. These giant shell dragons were adorned with black diamond-like spikes that stood erect as they ran, reflecting sunlight and glimmering brilliantly. Lin Ming felt a twinge of envy. It seems to be a silicon-carbon hybrid organism, with a silicon shell capable of reflecting sunlight, possibly even harnessing some solar energy, while its core is carbon-based, providing meat upon slaughter. The planet where Sun Yao resides is far superior to mine. The presence of animals indicates a complete food chain: water sources, food, herbivorous creatures, carnivorous predators, and even microbial decomposers would all be present. However, regardless of how superior another's resources may be, they are not one's own, and should other players become aware of what he possesses, they would undoubtedly be envious. Lin Ming shook his head slightly, pondering when his perspective had become so narrow. He sent a message to Sun Yao. "What price are you offering?" Sun Yao replied, "Borrow the electromagnetic gun for 1 day, with a full charge of energy. After 1 day, I shall return the gun to you, along with all the meat produced by a spiked giant shell dragon." Lin Ming flatly refused. "I do not accept. What nonsense is this, loaning out an electromagnetic gun for an entire day, along with 5 units of energy, in exchange for the meat of a single spiked giant shell dragon?" Lin Ming was not lacking in meat. "Sun Yao, Lin Ming, I understand that the electromagnetic gun is precious, but this is meat we are discussing, meat that smells divine, tastes exquisite, and has a delightful crunch. Just think about it, if this meat is grilled slightly, it would be scrumptious, tender, and utterly mouth-watering." Upon reading Sun Yao's message, Lin Ming burst into laughter. Sun Yao was indeed resourceful, attempting to employ a culinary charm offensive to sway him. Was this a test? Truth be told, had Lin Ming not had high-protein frozen canned food, he might have been inclined to negotiate a deal with Sun Yao by now, merely discussing some details. But, fortunate for him, he did feeling a bit hungry. Lin Ming retrieved an open can and carefully sliced a few pieces, placing them on a superalloy plate. He then began recording a video. He first skewered a slice of tender meat with a superalloy fork and gently roasted it with hot air sizzle. The oil-rich meat sizzled and released tiny bubbles, accompanied by a delightful crackling sound. Before long, the tender slice turned a slight golden brown, with wisps of white steam rising from it. Lin Ming quickly stuffed the meat slice into his mouth, chewing heartily. After capturing all of this on video, he sent it to Sun Yao. Light years away, Sun Yao gazed at the suddenly silent message window, a triumphant smile gracing his face. He pulled out a tube of nutritional paste and took a hearty gulp. "Damn, even I am getting hungry just thinking about it." No matter how abundant your resources are, when faced with meat that satisfies one's cravings, one must capitulate. In this world, 2 types of businesses cater most effectively to men's physiological needs. One is the consumption of meat, and the other is also the consumption of meat. At this moment, the regional channel was already bustling with many enchanting young women embarking on the first type of meat-selling business, raking in substantial profits. Was it too much for Sun Yao to venture into the second type of business? Soon, the ethereal crystal began to tremble slightly, and Sun Yao saw Lin Ming had replied. "Ha! I thought you were playing the silent expert, but it seems you have surrendered. Let me see what your counteroffer entails." What the hell? Upon seeing the video, Lin Ming was delicately roasting meat slices, the pink meat sizzling and releasing oil, followed by the sound of vigorous chewing, causing Sun Yao to swallow hard. What was happening? How did Lin Ming acquire meat? Where did he get that meat? Could it be that the desolate planet he inhabited had discovered living creatures, and he had hunted one down with an electromagnetic gun? That couldn't be. He had traveled a good 7 or 8 kilometers, only stumbling upon a water source in a nearby cavern after lying in wait for 2 days, before finally encountering the elusive spiked giant shell dragon. Perhaps it was just a fortunate find, as Lin Ming had only cut a few slices, indicating that his reserves were likely minimal. As Sun Yao was mentally preparing himself, he suddenly noticed Lin Ming sending another image. Lin Ming, image. Sun Yao's right hand trembled as he gently tapped on the image. There it was, a massive chunk of meat weighing around 10 pounds sat atop Lin Ming's superalloy plate. "Lin Ming, now, tell me, what price are you willing to offer? This meat is enjoyable at first, but too much of it can become rather monotonous." Chapter 30. Are you speaking human language? Eating too much can become tiresome. Just look at this, is it even human speech? Sun Yao gritted his teeth, staring at the video Lin Ming had sent him, where he struggled to finish an entire tube of nutritional paste. A tempest of emotions surged within him. It was akin to a child receiving what he believed to be an extraordinary toy car, excitedly showing it off to his friends, only to be met with a nonchalant "oh" as they opened their toy box, revealing it brimming with toy cars, some of which were already broken. Comparisons between people can be utterly disheartening. Sun Yao labored to calm his turbulent feelings, and after a considerable time, he finally adjusted his mindset. A big shot is indeed a big shot. I was the one who acted rashly. Upon reading the message from Sun Yao, Lin Ming offered a faint smile. Although he hadn't witnessed it firsthand, he could guess Sun Yao's mental state with remarkable accuracy. Lin Ming casually typed a line: "The electromagnetic gun can be borrowed, but I'm indifferent to the spiked shell dragon." As he read Lin Ming's reply, Sun Yao's spirits were rekindled. If Lin Ming was willing to negotiate, it indicated that he possessed something Sun Yao desired, but what could it be? After pondering, Sun Yao received Lin Ming's response, simply 4 words: "I want a dragon egg." Damn! Sun Yao felt as if he might shatter his pristine white teeth. It took him considerable time to stumble upon the spiked shell dragon, and yet, Lin Ming was directly aiming for its egg. After much deliberation, Sun Yao replied word by word, Lin Ming, it's still uncertain whether the spiked shell dragon is oviparous. Even if there is a dragon egg, hatching it requires stringent conditions, not to mention the resources needed to rear it to maturity. Lin Ming, you need not concern yourself with these matters. One dragon egg in exchange for one electromagnetic gun. Once you locate the dragon egg, send me a picture and the entry from the encyclopedia, and I will trade you the electromagnetic gun. After sending this, Lin Ming fell silent. Sun Yao stared blankly at the messages in the chat box, his eyes vacant. The dragon egg of the spiked shell dragon. Although the encyclopedia states that the spiked shell dragon is herbivorous and possesses a very gentle temperament, it would likely fight fiercely against an egg thief. Considering the massive size of the spiked shell dragon and its myriad of spikes, Sun Yao believed that such a formidable creature required no finesse, it could simply charge and crush him into oblivion. Lin Ming was indifferent to Sun Yao's thoughts and had little interest in how to obtain the spiked shell dragon's egg. In fact, he held low expectations regarding whether Sun Yao could acquire the egg at all. This business venture was initiated by Sun Yao. If it succeeded, it would be splendid, but if it failed, Lin Ming would incur no loss. The endeavor was merely an embellishment, not part of his plans, and would not impact them in any significant manner. After handling these matters, Lin Ming indulged in some roasted meat alongside his nutritional paste, satiating his hunger before heading to the temperature-controlled chamber. The largemouth flower within was what he cared about the most. After all, if all went well, the yield from the largemouth flower would be crucial in addressing his food supply. An irreplaceable creature, no matter how much meat it produced, would eventually run out. Lin Ming was still able to distinguish between a satisfying meal and a monotonous one. Upon passing through the transfer chamber, Lin Ming was delighted to observe that 3 largemouth flowers, which had consumed freeze-dried vegetables and seeds, exhibited marked changes. Firstly, the largemouth flower that had consumed the freeze-dried vegetables showed little change above the flower stalk, and its buds had withered. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the flower's roots had begun to sprout tubers the size of a thumb. Lin Ming counted and found there were 8 tubers in total, with their outer skin slightly yellowing. It appears the dehydrated vegetables were originally tuberous plants. I wonder how they taste. Lin Ming touched the glass pipe, then turned his attention to the other 2 largemouth flowers that had consumed seeds. These 2 flowers showed no significant changes in their root systems. Instead, the rootstocks exhibited clear differences. The buds had already withered, and the stalks had thickened, growing from the thickness of chopsticks to that of a pinky finger, seemingly continuing to grow and thicken. Moreover, the once low plants had begun to reach a height of about half a meter. Lin Ming observed that the leaves on the stalks had also broadened, with small fruit encased in layers beginning to sprout at the junctions. Interstellar corn. Lin Ming raised an eyebrow, quickly recognizing the characteristics of this plant. Corn is rich in carbohydrates and also contains abundant trace elements and dietary fiber, serving as an excellent staple food source. Of course, compared to wheat and rice, its taste is somewhat lacking. However, under the current circumstances, having a staple crop is already quite commendable. Lin Ming had no extravagant expectations for more. After checking the consumption in the temperature-controlled chamber, he found that the oxygen produced by the blue-green algae had reached a balance, with plenty of carbon dioxide available in the external atmosphere, and he had sufficient reserves of electrical energy for light and temperature. Water resources and nutrients also had stable sources. For now, all he needed to do was wait patiently. The thought of soon being able to enjoy the interstellar corn he had personally cultivated brought a smile to Lin Ming's face. While meat could satisfy his appetite, consuming it at every meal could become tiresome. His stomach was still more accustomed to staple foods. Naturally, achieving a balance of both meat and vegetables, ensuring nutritional equilibrium, would be ideal, but that journey remained long. Initially, Lin Ming had obtained 5 seeds of the largemouth flower, each of which successfully sprouted into a largemouth flower, and now, 3 of them had specialized, leaving 2 still eagerly awaiting nourishment. As Lin Ming passed by, these 2 largemouth flowers gently swayed, clearly begging for food. There is none left. Once your fellow corn plants mature, I will feed you corn kernels. Observing the blooming largemouth flowers and their sharp spines, Lin Ming resisted the urge to touch them. However, reflecting on the situation, since the largemouth flowers had already produced interstellar corn, he could simply reserve some corn for planting, rendering further consumption unnecessary. Thus far, the microsatellite had not detected any new F-class carbon-based life resource supply pods. There would be no new plants for the largemouth flowers to consume in the short term. Could the largemouth flowers eat meat? When this thought crossed Lin Ming's mind, he found it rather absurd. Yet, there are indeed carnivorous plants on Earth, like the Venus flytrap and the pitcher plant, and given that the largemouth flower had been genetically modified, anything was possible. With 2 largemouth flowers now mature, Lin Ming decided to experiment with one of them. He quickly returned to the survival pod, carefully cutting a piece of meat the size of a fingernail and gently placing it into the flower's corolla. The sharp spines immediately sprang into action, swallowing the meat piece, and then the petals continued to open. Watching the petals of the largemouth flower open and close at an increasingly rapid pace, Lin Ming raised an eyebrow, sensing that it seemed unsated. If that were the case, Lin Ming decided to push the experiment further and cut another piece of meat of the same size. After consuming it, the largemouth flower's petals opened and closed even more swiftly. You have quite the appetite. Lin Ming continued to cut the meat. It wasn't until the largemouth flower had devoured 5 pieces of meat that its petals finally, albeit reluctantly, closed completely. The heavy flower buds sagged slightly under the weight of the meat chunks, drifting into a slumber. Chapter 31. A sense of crisis emerging from the temperature-controlled chamber, Lin Ming observed the diligent labors of the simulated crabs through their shared perspective. Among the simulated crabs, 55 were currently engaged in the arduous task of transporting stones, a significant increase compared to the initial number at work. However, their efficiency had not seen a proportional rise. The reason being that the stones in proximity had dwindled, necessitating the crabs to haul stones from increasingly distant locations. Despite their tireless efforts and apparent lack of fatigue, the intensity of their labor caused their stored electrical energy to deplete rapidly, compelling them to pause intermittently for recharging. How curious it is to find myself actually anticipating the sun's ascent. Lin Ming mused, observing the simulated crabs taking over 10 minutes to recharge. He stroked his chin and noticed a cluster of massive boulders standing resolutely nearby, which the crabs could not possibly move. Resolving to assist them, he commanded the 3D metal printer to fabricate several rounds of dum-dum ammunition. Donning his heavy exosuit, he grasped his electromagnetic rifle and aimed at the colossal boulders several kilometers away. Pulling the trigger, whoosh, a silver streak zipped through the air, and in an instant, the boulder exploded into countless fist-sized fragments. Boom! After a brief interval of 7 or 8 seconds, the sound of shattering stones reverberated back to him, causing a ringing in his ears. Boom, boom, boom. After 5 shots, he had obliterated 5 boulders, prompting him to recharge his rifle for another volley. In less than a minute, all the boulders lay in ruins. Alright, that's a wrap, another industrious day. Lin Ming instructed the simulated crabs to collect the remnants of the dum-dum ammunition before returning to the survival pod, where he prepared a cup of hot vitamin-infused beverage. As he gently sipped the sweet concoction, he caressed the ethereal crystal and activated the regional chat channel. At that moment, he noted that the number of players in the chat had dwindled to just over 9,400, and it was likely to decrease further in the near future. Nearly 600 people have already ejected from the survival pods, Lin Ming sighed, observing the ongoing discussions among players. Hey, have you checked the Mega Region channel? Someone has unlocked the level 2 survival pod. An American named Thompson, one message exclaimed. Where's Lin Ming? Has he unlocked it too? What features does the level 2 survival pod have? Please inform us. Is there any need for speculation? It undoubtedly offers enhanced protection and advanced technology. Here, the surface temperature has soared past 100 degrees, and the survival pod now consumes 1 unit of electrical energy per hour to maintain temperature. The level 2 pod must not require such energy. Lin Ming, have you decrypted the E-level universal code? We seek your sharing. Indeed, please help us. My electrical reserves are alarmingly low. If I don't upgrade my survival pod soon, I too may have to eject. Smart individuals are already providing resources to Thompson, while fools linger here waiting. Thompson has stated that those who contribute a total of 1,000 units of materials will gain management authority when he summons all of humanity back. Good grief, the Americans are just like that. What a cybernetic indulgence. As Lin Ming perused the messages in the chat channel, he opened the Mega Region channel, where a torrent of messages continued to cascade, encompassing various languages from around the world. The Mega Region channel boasted a staggering 1 million participants. Even with each person limited to 3 messages per day, the chat was perpetually inundated with activity. However, amidst the incessant stream of messages, a line of red text caught his eye. Your Mega Region is the slowest developing among all. It is only now that someone has upgraded their survival pod.asa reward. I will directly reveal the E-level universal code to him. Beneath the red text was a line in white, a message from the American player Thompson, pinned for a day. The English text was automatically translated, revealing Thompson's announcement. By the grace of the Lord, I have obtained the E-level universal code. Anyone who contributes 1,000 units of materials will be informed of the code, and upon recalling all of humanity, you will gain the status of a council member in my assembly. Lin Ming paused the chat channel, noticing that the majority of messages were pleas in various languages directed at Thompson, with some players extolling his virtues. Behold, my God. This is the advantage of race, only the noble Anglos can master advanced technology in such a short time. Thankful that technology resides in the hands of civilization, color is justice. Yet soon, a player retorted mockingly, the two fools above, had you taken a moment to glance at Thompson's avatar, you would not be so naive, he's black. Lin Ming had little interest in engaging in such disparaging banter, but the red text had certainly piqued his curiosity. An opportunity to upgrade the survival pod and directly acquire the E-level universal code. The red text was indeed pinned at the top of the Mega Region channel. It appeared that the first player in each Mega Region to upgrade their survival pod would be granted the E-level universal code. Lin Ming was uncertain whether the second player to upgrade would receive a similar reward, but he currently lacked any information regarding the upgrade of the survival pod, not even the triggering conditions, thus he did not harbor any such expectations. This realization left him with a slight sense of unease. Even within the vast Mega Region of 1 million participants, his progress was not particularly advantageous, let alone in the grand scheme of over 3 billion players, among whom there were undoubtedly countless exceptional elites. If he could perceive resource distribution points, would others not also receive some form of additional rewards? Lin Ming did not consider himself to be the chosen one by that high-tech life form. Regardless, I must focus on my own development. There remains a long journey ahead before transforming the planet. Through the perspective of the simulated crabs, Lin Ming noted that nearly 10 cubic meters of stones had been transported, prompting him to initiate the mechanical arms. Zzz, the process of decomposing the stones and rusty iron ore persisted for several hours, during which Lin Ming extracted all the rusty iron ore, yielding 30 units of oxygen. Upon completion, he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. He had been awake for over 10 hours climbing the ladder. He peered through the hemispherical glass dome and observed that the sun was now positioned significantly higher in the sky, having risen approximately 20 degrees from its earlier position near the horizon. At this rate, by the time I awaken, it should be a blazing sun at its zenith. By then, the cave should also be thoroughly sterilized and ready for habitation. With a mental plan in place, Lin Ming reclined in the sleep chamber. To ensure absolute safety, he set an alarm to wake him once during his 8-hour slumber, so that he might promptly detect any abnormalities in the survival pod should the sun rise. Having completed all these preparations, Lin Ming sealed the top of the survival pod, closing off the observation port leading to the hemispherical glass dome to mitigate extreme sunlight, and then succumbed to a deep slumber. Chapter 32 Relocation of the survival pod. Current surface temperature exceeds 100 degrees Celsius. The survival pod's life support system power has increased to 50, consuming 1 unit of energy per hour. Current surface temperature exceeds 150 degrees Celsius. The survival pod's life support system power has increased to 80, consuming 2 units of energy per hour. Lin Ming was roused from his slumber by a persistent buzzing sound. He sat up, discerning that the noise emanated from the life support system adjacent to his chamber, likely the cooling system in operation. Aside from the survival pod, the only other facility requiring temperature regulation was the climate-controlled room, thus the life support system was not operating at full capacity, consuming 2 units of energy each hour. Upon accessing the survival pod's information, Lin Ming discovered that the external surface temperature had surpassed 170 degrees Celsius, while the sun's angle was slightly inclined, yet not at its zenith. If the sun were directly overhead, wouldn't the surface temperature exceed 200 degrees? Lin Ming rose, performed a brief ablution, and surveyed the conditions within the pit. Due to the metal plates previously placed, the pit had been scorched by the relentless sun, with internal temperatures exceeding 100 degrees. He opened the regional chat channel and noted a significant drop in player numbers, now around 900. During his 8 hours of slumber, over 500 players had opted to eject from their survival pods. It's scorching hot here. The surface temperature has reached 200 degrees, and the life support system is running at full power, with the interior temperature climbing to 45 degrees. Same here. I'm practically submerged in water. I can't hold out much longer. When will the sun set? The sun is obscured by clouds here. The surface temperature is only in the 30s. Damn it, I genuinely envy the player above me. It's over 170 degrees here and still rising. I suspect it will breach 200 soon. What is there to envy? The player above won't be smug for long. I've experienced this before. Acid rain will soon follow, and my heavy-duty suit was damaged. Thankfully, a buddy sent me a spare before he launched. Have you all considered relocating? I just tried. The survival pod's engine is functional. I've moved to a shaded area at the foot of a mountain, where the temperature has dropped by over 50 degrees. No way, it can be done like that. I need to relocate as well. Seeing the players' messages in the chat channel brought a smile to Lin Ming's face. It appeared that many players had already contemplated moving their survival pods to evade the harsh sun. After all, the survival pod was equipped with an engine, and the system had not indicated any damage, implying it was operational. The vast majority of players must have summoned resource supply pods, allowing them to retrieve fuel. If not now, when would they move the survival pod? Moreover, their attempts instilled confidence in Lin Ming, confirming that the survival pod could indeed achieve flight without the fear of unforeseen malfunctions. The disinfection should be nearly complete. It's time to relocate. Lin Ming gently stroked the ether crystal and accessed the survival pod's control interface. Having reclaimed resources from the previous supply pod, the survival pod now contained 2 units of fuel. Lin Ming designated the landing point at the bottom of the pit, where the humanoid biological stasis chamber was located. The diameter here was 7 or 8 meters, sufficient for the survival pod to descend vertically. Furthermore, the launch aperture's top could be sealed, effectively blocking sunlight and allowing temperatures to plummet to a more suitable level. Without hesitation, he proceeded. Warning: current fuel is only sufficient for a brief low-altitude hover. Please confirm landing information. Insufficient fuel will result in premature descent. After acknowledging the ascent warning, Lin Ming reclined in the stasis chamber and fastened his safety belt. Ascent preparation in progress. Launch expected in 1 minute. The core computing system of the survival pod whirred into action, initiating self-diagnostics across all systems. Concurrently, the deployed solar panels began to fold and retract into the pod. 3 robust alloy struts extended from one side of the survival pod, securely anchoring the climate-controlled room. The survival pod featured 2 expansion ports. Currently, one was occupied by the climate-controlled room, while the other remained vacant. Undertaking high-speed flight in this asymmetrical state would undoubtedly complicate aerial stability. Fortunately, Lin Ming was only executing a short-distance takeoff, and this slight imbalance in weight distribution could be managed by the engine's thrust allocation. Warning: no fairing detected. Thermal insulation layer partially damaged. Forceful takeoff poses a risk of disintegration. Do you wish to proceed? Yes. Lin Ming confirmed once more. System diagnostics complete. Engine ignition will commence in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. Boom! A searing flame erupted from the rear engine nozzle as the landing gear began to retract slowly. The survival pod hovered approximately 10 meters in the air, the rear engine nozzle tilting slightly as it gradually oriented towards the launch aperture of the pit. 1 minute later, the survival pod suspended above the launch opening, the engine slowly reducing thrust as the tail flames diminished. With meticulous control, the survival pod descended gently, the landing gear extending, and it settled steadily onto the ground. Done. Lin Ming accessed the survival pod's information, noting that the recent fuel consumption was negligible. The 2 units of fuel had remained unchanged. At this moment, the external temperature had dropped to 120 degrees, allowing the life support system to operate at low power to maintain a comfortable environment. If I wait a few more hours, the pit will have exceeded 24 hours of sunlight, at which point the aperture can be sealed, further reducing the temperature. Lin Ming donned the heavy-duty exosuit, preparing to explore the depths of the pit. Although he had previously observed the bottom of the pit from the perspective of the humanoid crabs, witnessing it firsthand still astonished him. The space at the bottom of the pit was remarkably spacious. Aside from the rocky living quarters, there was nothing else present. The surrounding stone walls were comprised of high-strength rock, as evidenced by the previous 10 humanoid crabs taking half an hour to excavate merely half a meter, demonstrating its robustness. After a thorough inspection of the area, Lin Ming felt immensely satisfied. Once fully disinfected, this would be an impeccable resting space, sturdy, comfortable, with a water source, and capable of shielding against intense heat. Furthermore, due to the relative enclosure of the pit, he could later modify the air composition within, potentially allowing him to move freely without needing the exosuit. This truly feels like home. Lin Ming sat on the stone chair, which was over 100 degrees, gazing contentedly at the surroundings. Suddenly, his eyes caught a faint black glimmer in the corner of the pit. Lin Ming hastily approached, discovering that it was a smooth stone wall. There's something inside. Concerned that the exoskeleton of his heavy-duty exosuit might damage whatever was concealed, Lin Ming summoned a humanoid crab to excavate the stone wall. Scrape, 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 the crab's pincers alternately traversed the stone surface, leaving behind shallow scratches. After a full hour of labor, the humanoid crab finally breached the wall, revealing a square hidden compartment within. Chapter 33 E-Class Universal Code. Within the dark compartment lay a storage box crafted from superalloy, roughly the size of a fist, seamlessly constructed with no discernible mechanisms for opening. However, this posed no challenge for Lin Ming. He effortlessly tossed it into the escape pod, activating the decomposition module within. Decomposing alloy safe X1, acquiring E-Class Universal Chip X1, blueprint for Level 2 escape pod upgrade X1, storage chip X1. I'm in luck. A look of delight spread across Lin Ming's face as he beheld the items that had been decomposed. He had not anticipated that humanoid beings would leave behind such valuable treasures. This was likely the very essence of their civilization's most profound wisdom. Returning to the escape pod, Lin Ming gazed at the 3 black chips, each the size of a fingernail, delivered by the mechanical arm, his heart racing with excitement. He immediately set to work utilizing the E-Class Universal chip to decode the E-Class Universal code. E-Class Universal code decoding in progress, estimated completion in 1 hour. Observing the notification that appeared on the holographic screen, Lin Ming felt a surge of satisfaction. He picked up the second chip and opened the blueprint. Level 2 Escape Pod Upgrade Blueprint X1, Description: A construction blueprint for the core pod, integrating the pinnacle of technological advancements from the intelligent life of the Urea planet, enabling you to upgrade your escape pod according to the specifications. Construction requirements: Super Alloy X100, High Purity Silicon Ingots X10, Electromagnetic Coils X50, Circuit Boards X50, F-Class Universal Chips X10, or F-Class Universal Chip X1, Energy 100 units. Construction prerequisites: 3D Metal Printer X1. Construction duration 3 hours. And note, during construction, the life support functions of the escape pod will be temporarily disabled. Lin Ming inspected the required materials. He possessed the majority, yet was slightly short on superalloy and electromagnetic coils. However, this was easily remedied. He procured 2 simulated crabs for decomposition, acquiring the necessary electromagnetic coils, and then accessed the interstellar trading platform to post his trade information. Energy, X1 unit exchanged for, superalloy, X5 units. Purified water, X1 liter exchanged for, superalloy, X5 units. Nutritional paste, X1 tube exchanged for, superalloy, X5 units. The sudden influx of trading information ignited a frenzy in the chat channel. Lin Ming, what are you doing? Oh my, trading energy and water for superalloy at such a low price, are you engaging in charity? My goodness, how did you know I'm nearly dying of thirst, and I just happen to have superalloy? If you would not reject me, I would be honored to call you my adoptive father. Wow, cool, I adore Lin Ming, your avatar is so handsome, you must be a very sunny person. Are you lonely? Great one, I can video chat anytime. It can be a personalized experience in less than a minute. 100 units of superalloy were swiftly gathered, prompting Lin Ming to hurriedly take down his trade information. The overwhelming response to his trading offer left him somewhat flustered. In the mere seconds it took to remove the listing, another 50 units of superalloy had been traded. This won't do. Next time I post trade information, I must set a transaction limit, otherwise I risk being completely drained. Lin Ming felt a wave of relief that he had not offered oxygen for trade. Otherwise, he might have found himself in dire straits due to insufficient oxygen. Donning the heavy-duty exosuit, Lin Ming completed his preparations and commenced the upgrade of the escape pod. The 3D metal printer sprang into action, rapidly producing sheets of superalloy shielding, which were then diligently installed by the mechanical arms in various locations. Lin Ming observed that while some superalloy panels were being installed, others were simultaneously decomposed to regenerate the superalloy powder required by the 3D printer. As the installation of the superalloy panels progressed, circuit boards and electromagnetic coils were loaded into designated areas, enhancing the electronic configuration of the escape pod. Rather than dismantling the F-Class Universal chip from the electromagnetic wave communicator, Lin Ming opted to directly utilize 10 F-Class Universal chips to form a multi-core computational array. After all, this 10-core computational array was merely intended to meet the basic functional needs of the escape pod, and this computational power was more than adequate. The 3D metal printer continued its relentless work, akin to the restoration of the ship of Theseus, successively installing the superalloy panels. After watching the ongoing upgrade of the escape pod for a while, Lin Ming shifted his attention to the final chip. The blueprint indicated that this was a storage chip, containing merely a single recorded segment of footage. Upon playing the footage, Lin Ming witnessed the intelligent beings of the Urea planet documenting their experience during the invasion of the Black Tide. This aligned with the account previously provided by the humanoid beings. A spacecraft, moving at an astonishing speed, streaked through their galaxy, releasing a separation pod containing the biologically modified Black Tide. For nearly 10 millennia thereafter, the intelligent beings of Urea exhausted every means to fend off the onslaught of the Black Tide, yet ultimately succumbed to despair as resources dwindled. However, Lin Ming noted that as they entered prolonged hibernation, awaiting the arrival of the Reapers, they had devised a plan. The Urea Life Preservation Initiative. Within this initiative, numerous genetically unique or dominant flora and fauna specimens from the Urea planet were systematically frozen, eternally preserved in the shadow of the silver moon. They aspired to safeguard the last embers of life in the event of the extinction of Urea civilization. Silver Moon, Lin Ming murmured to himself, it appeared to be the moon several times larger than Earth's moon. He had not anticipated that the far side of the moon would house numerous genetic specimens of flora and fauna. If the Venus flytrap were to consume them, could it restore the once vibrant life of the Urea planet? Currently, the prerequisite was that he must successfully transform the Urea planet and manage to contain the black tide. Soon, the ether crystal provided a notification display: E-level universal password decryption completed. The password is 1. 3. Well done. Input the password into the micro-satellite and search for any nearby E-level carbon-based life resource supply pods. Lin Ming felt a surge of excitement within him. Compared to F-level, E-level carbon-based life resource supply pods were evidently a notch higher. He wondered what treasures they might hold. The upgrade of the survival pod was still in progress, and upon checking the status, Lin Ming noted that it was already over halfway complete, progressing smoothly. Player Thompson, LV2, has requested to add you as a friend. Lin Ming raised an eyebrow at the suddenly appearing pale blue interface. He had heard of this Thompson in the chat channel. He was the one who first upgraded his survival pod in their district. I didn't expect that after upgrading the survival pod, a golden LV2 would be appended to his name, looking rather ostentatious. But what does this fellow want from me? Having previously come from a business background, Lin Ming was not in the habit of rejecting friend requests. After all, business is often conducted through conversation, and anyone could potentially be a client. After accepting Thompson's friend request, the latter quickly sent a message, which, thanks to the system's seamless translation, posed no reading difficulty for Lin Ming. Greetings, my friend. I am Thompson, and I trust you have read my message in the district channel. Lin Ming succinctly replied, "What's the matter?" Thompson was taken aback that Lin Ming did not express envy over his prompt upgrade of the survival pod, nor did he offer the most basic compliment, which left him somewhat displeased, a sentiment that naturally reflected in his tone. "My friend, from what I've gathered, you are one of the more successful players in your region. I am here to discuss a collaboration and hope for your cooperation." Observing Thompson's somewhat stiff demeanor, Lin Ming felt a twinge of annoyance. This fellow must be a fool, clearly the type who had never seen much of the world. In Blue Star, he would likely find himself bankrupt within 3 months. Looking at Thompson's avatar, Lin Ming nodded. Indeed, he belonged to that demographic, having been suppressed for so long. They were markedly lacking in both knowledge and confidence compared to the Anglo-Saxon elite. At least those individuals had honed their craft over centuries, albeit through dubious means, yet they managed to present themselves in a grandiose manner. Some fools were easily impressed by such facades, but Lin Ming was not one of them. He casually typed a few words. "Oh, go ahead." Chapter 34 of The Unwitting Pawn. Park Buchung. Is this how you address the first player in the region to upgrade to the survival pod? I am a chosen one, bestowed by the grace of the master. Light years away, Thompson seethed with indignation, his face betraying none of his fury. Flashing a set of pearly whites, he dictated through his voice input. "Lin Ming, I hope you do not lack discernment. There is an ancient saying in your dragon nation, those who recognize the times are the true heroes. I am indeed a chosen one, having mastered the E-level universal code." Lin Ming believed Thompson's claim, for the announcement regarding the E-level universal code had been made by that highly advanced, sentient being. Yet, was the E-level universal code truly something of great significance? "I understand," Lin Ming replied. Thompson clenched his fists in frustration. "Lin Ming, do you comprehend what the E-level code signifies? It represents superior technology, abundant supplies, and vast resources. I chose to engage in collaboration with you out of respect and trust. When I say I understand, I mean that I am aware of the code." Lin Ming, unwilling to engage further with this unexpectedly confrontational Thompson, promptly sent the E-level code to 1. 3. Thompson stared at the lengthy string of digits, momentarily rendered speechless. 100 decimal places, this is, he could scarcely believe his eyes as he compared the digits one by one, only to be astounded to discover that it was indeed the E-level universal code. Thompson was taken aback. Following a fleeting moment of astonishment was an overwhelming surge of anger. The cause of his wrath was simple. It was common knowledge that deciphering the E-level code was exceedingly difficult. He had only acquired it after upgrading to the second-tier survival pod. This implied that among those collaborating with him to obtain the E-level code, there was a traitor. Betrayal, my greatest aversion. When my father betrayed my mother and me, I was forced to endure the mockery of others during my formative years. Thompson's eyes blazed with fury as he scanned the chat list. Out of the 100 regions in the area, he had contacted over 70. Among those with whom he had formed agreements were a mere handful. Who among these individuals had betrayed him? After meticulously reviewing the chat records, Thompson pinpointed one individual, Park Buchung from the Korean region. With eyes nearly ablaze, Thompson seethed. Only someone from Korea could be so shameless. No wonder Park Buchung hastily agreed to my terms and accepted such stringent conditions. He never intended to collaborate earnestly from the outset. Just then, a message from Park Buchung arrived. Lord Thompson, gathering 1,000 units of energy is rather challenging. How about I first trade 100 units with you, and the remainder will be ready within 3 days? Does that work for you? Upon reading Park Buchung's message, Thompson leapt to his feet. It was indeed him. This was Park Buchung's delay tactic. How foolish of him to have trusted the spirit of the contract and sent the E-level universal code to Park Buchung in advance. Thompson opened the chat window and bellowed, "Park Buchung, I want you dead." Lin Ming, oblivious to the tumultuous thoughts swirling within Thompson, focused intently on the faint blue light screen before him. Detected E-class carbon-based life resource supply pod X1, located 4.9 light minutes away. The target is rapidly retreating, estimated to depart the maximum communication zone in 10 minutes. Is the E-class supply pod moving at such a swift pace? Hurry, send out a distress signal. Observing the rapidly receding point of light, which was nearing the limits of the distress signal coverage, Lin Ming urgently issued the command. In 5 minutes, the distress signal will reach its farthest extent, anticipated to catch up with the E-class carbon-based life resource supply pod at the extreme distance. In 10 minutes, a corresponding response will be returned. Lin Ming anxiously fixed his gaze on the pale blue screen, watching as the waveform of the distress signal gradually approached the point of light. 10 minutes later, the ether crystal finally provided Lin Ming with a satisfactory notification. Frowny face detected E-class carbon-based life resource supply pod 1. Based on the current trajectory and velocity of the supply pod, it is estimated to arrive in 5 hours. Thank goodness, Lin Ming exhaled in relief, then inquired, why does it take so long? Logically, the E-class supply pod should be quite fast, shouldn't it? The ether crystal replied. Frowny face, the flight trajectory of this supply pod is in opposition to the orbit of the Urea planet, and both deceleration and reverse acceleration require time. Lin Ming nodded in understanding. At this moment, the survival pod had completed its upgrades, and Lin Ming felt a surge of excitement as he descended the ramp and entered the survival pod. Spacious, this was Lin Ming's immediate impression. The original internal dimensions of the survival pod measured 2 meters by 3 meters, with a height of 2 meters, totaling 12 cubic meters, making it somewhat cramped for living. The living space of the survival pod has now been transformed into a dimension of 3 meters by 4 meters, with a height of 2.5 meters. While the numerical increase may appear modest, the actual internal volume has nearly tripled. The significantly more spacious interior offers a sense of comfort. However, it does come with certain drawbacks. The expansive internal space necessitates an enhancement in the power of the life support systems, resulting in a consumption of 1 unit of energy per hour during regular operation. A consumption of 1 unit of energy per hour amounts to 24 units per day. What a drain! Lin Ming remarked as he accessed the information on the survival pod, feeling quite pleased. Level 2 Interstellar Survival Pod. Description: accept your fate. This is the home from which you shall never depart in your lifetime. Fuel 200, capable of limited low-speed movement, energy of 198 1000. Energy is the fundamental essence of your survival. Oxygen 43 1000. Each unit of oxygen sustains you for 1 hour of vigorous activity, or 2 hours of rest sleep, or 10 hours of hibernation. Purified water 73 1000. Unit liters. Food and nutritional paste X17. Each tube sufficient to sustain 1 day's caloric expenditure. High protein freeze-dried canned food X9. 7. Space 330. Items not stored within the survival pod may be susceptible to damage from extreme temperatures or other factors. Accessories: solar panel, current power generation efficiency is 0, electromagnetic communication device, loaded with F-grade universal chip, sleep chamber, operational, escape pod, operational, expansion interfaces 1-4, thermoregulated chamber, in operation. Compared to the Class 1 survival pod, the Class 2 survival pod boasts double the loading capacity across all categories, allowing Lin Ming to store a considerable amount of resources without the concern of exceeding capacity. Furthermore, the number of expansion interfaces has increased from 2 to 4, enabling the potential for additional expansion chambers in the future. Currently, the solar panel remains unextended, thus failing to initiate power generation. Observing the intense sunlight streaming almost directly down from the top of the pit, Lin Ming feels that not extending the solar panel is a significant waste. The space at the bottom of the pit is limited. The solar panel can only be unfolded at a minimal angle. If it could be deployed outside, it would generate at full capacity. Lin Ming stroked his chin and suddenly snapped his fingers. Of course, I possess microwave power transmission technology. I almost forgot about that. Bring a few crabs to elevate the solar panel outside, 3D metal printer, fabricate a pair of microwave power transmission devices. Chapter 35 Reverse Engineering Technology. Perhaps due to the upgraded Level 2 survival pod, the 3D metal printer completed the fabrication of a pair of microwave transmission devices in merely 10 minutes. These devices were exquisitely designed, resembling a pair of palm-sized horns. The transmitting end was responsible for converting electrical energy into microwave transmissions, while the receiving end converted the microwaves back into electrical energy. Soon, several simulated crabs transported the solar panels to the ground. Once unfolded, the two 10-square-meter solar panels lay flat on the surface. At this point, the sun had reached its zenith, and the panels required no adjustment in angle. The nimble pincers of the simulated crabs swiftly connected the microwave transmission device to the solar panel's transmitting end, while Lin Ming placed the receiving end onto the interface of the survival pod. It was crucial that no obstructions interfered with the microwave transmission, as such interference could drastically diminish the efficiency of energy transfer. Fortunately, the launch pit was vertical, alleviating any concerns on that front. After a brief period of calibration and angle alignment, the survival pod displayed that the solar panels were connected and began generating power at full capacity. The current efficiency of the solar panels is 100, yielding 9 units of electrical energy per hour. Upon noticing the notification on the pale blue screen, Lin Ming furrowed his brow slightly. Wasn't it stated that the maximum power output of the solar panels is 10 units per hour? Why is it only 9? The ether crystal quickly responded, frowny-faced. The current surface temperature is excessively high. To ensure transmission efficiency, 1 unit of electrical energy is required per hour to activate a high-power fan for cooling the solar panels. Alternatively, you may substitute this energy consumption with pure water, estimating a usage of 20 liters of pure water per hour. Seeing the ether crystal's response, Lin Ming waved his hand dismissively. Never mind, if air cooling is feasible, there's no need to insist on water cooling. It was a jest. Although there was an abundance of polluted water in the pit, extracting pure water would also necessitate energy consumption. Moreover, water resources were still a non-renewable asset. Every drop used diminished the supply, and Lin Ming was not inclined to be extravagant. Currently, the survival pod required 1 unit of electrical energy per hour. Excluding other expenditures, Lin Ming was netting 8 units of electrical energy each hour, which accumulated to nearly 200 units daily. How fortunate that I have fully restored the solar panels. The sun rising now translates to net gains for me. Lin Ming recalled players who found themselves in similar predicaments. If those players had repaired their solar panels, even a partial restoration would generate sufficient energy to sustain their life support systems, preventing them from succumbing to the heat. Those who had not repaired their solar panels either relocated the survival pod or employed water or other means for cooling, managing to survive nonetheless. Players who did nothing were left with no choice but to forfeit their chance at survival and eject from the survival pod. As for sharing the E-level universal password, Lin Ming had no intention of doing so. A grain of rice earned, a grain of rice resented. Sharing the F-level universal password was aimed at addressing the survival concerns of others. Players with even a modicum of sense would seize the opportunity to send distress signals, hoping to navigate through the current dire situation. Those who were lazy or simply unlucky, even if Lin Ming shared the E-level universal password to help them endure the relentless sun for 48 hours, would still face overwhelming challenges in their quest for survival afterward. While sharing the E-level universal password might benefit some players, it more likely would cultivate dependency among the majority, which could prove detrimental in the long run. As for moral dilemmas, Lin Ming felt no pressure in that regard. Ultimately, his contribution of the F-level universal password was intended to enhance the capabilities of the players, providing him with more non-essential resources or technologies for future exchanges. Capital investment is fundamentally motivated by profit, not charity. If capital engages in charitable acts, it invariably seeks to recoup its losses from another source. With a tube of nutritional paste clenched between his teeth, Lin Ming waited eagerly for the arrival of the E-level carbon-based life resource supply pod. The animated demonstration on the pale blue screen indicated that the supply pod would arrive in 10 minutes. Lin Ming soon noticed a peculiar difference with the E-level supply pod. What's going on? Why is the trajectory of this supply pod not parabolic? It appears it will not land on the ground after all. The ether crystal replied, frowny face. Supply pods of E-level and above possess a technological manufacturing level that exceeds your current capabilities. To prevent technological leakage, the resource supply pod will skim past in low Earth orbit, releasing supplies before plummeting into the star. You're certainly not being subtle. Upon reading the ether crystal's explanation, Lin Ming understood. Achieving such high speeds implied that the propulsion system and fuel of the E-level supply pod far surpassed the current technological standards of Blue Star. Soon, as the E-level supply pod passed its perigee, it released an alloy supply crate. Watching the crate arc through the air, Lin Ming felt a pang of anxiety. It won't disintegrate mid-air, will it? The ether crystal remained silent. When the crate was merely a few kilometers from the ground, the ether crystal provided a real-time feed. The crate, enveloped in flames, was cocooned in a foamy substance that gradually burned away in the high temperatures without harming the alloy supply crate in the slightest. Boom, a thunderous sound erupted as the alloy supply crate, shielded by the foam, descended to the ground and then bounced high into the air. Boom, boom, boom. After a series of bounces, the foamy exterior of the alloy supply crate gradually shed, and the crate settled quietly on the ground. Wow, is this really happening? Lin Ming was astonished that such an advanced supply crate could land in such a violent manner. He quickly instructed several simulated crabs to work together to lift the alloy supply crate down. Hurry, disassemble it, quickly. As soon as the crate arrived, Lin Ming eagerly urged. E-level resource supply crate has been recovered, yielding Alloy X1, Reverse Engineering Technology Chip X1. Gazing at the notification that popped up on the pale blue screen, Lin Ming hastily directed the mechanical arm to retrieve the chip. What does this technology entail? Holding the chip obtained from the disassembly, it appeared identical to the one acquired previously. The chip, the size of a fingernail, was cloaked in darkness, prompting Lin Ming to request the ether crystal to provide a catalog entry. Frowny face. Reverse engineering technology chip. Description: to know the essence is crucial, but to understand the underlying principles is paramount. From this moment forth, you shall be able to reverse analyze the technological creations you possess, acquiring all their associated knowledge. Of this simple yet profound statement filled Lin Ming with exhilaration. Reverse engineering. At this moment, he possessed a level 2 survival pod, a heavy-duty exosuit, and simulated crabs. These were all high-tech products. However, he had only been able to possess them, unable to replicate them. With the advent of reverse engineering technology, he could obtain the corresponding manufacturing techniques, and as long as he had the resources, he could create anything. Analyze the technology. Reverse engineering technology decryption in progress, estimated to master the related technology in 1 hour. Chapter 36. Reverse engineering. With successful reverse engineering, you have mastered the technology of reverse engineering. Upon seeing the pale blue light screen prompt emitted by the ether crystal, Lin Ming resolved to give it a try. Let us commence by reverse engineering the technology required for constructing the escape pod. Please select the chip for reverse engineering. F-grade universal chip. Based on the current chip's computational power, the estimated duration for reverse engineering is 10,000 years, consuming 1 unit of energy per hour. Shall we begin the reverse engineering process? You may shorten the duration of reverse engineering by increasing the number of chips or enhancing their computational power. By heavens! Lin Ming was taken aback upon reading the prompt. It turned out that reverse engineering was not an omnipotent remedy. It was fundamentally reliant on computational power. After contemplating for a moment, he suggested, let us attempt the F-grade universal chip. Based on the current chip's computational power, the estimated duration for reverse engineering is 1,000 years, consuming 1 unit of energy per hour. Shall we commence the reverse engineering process? It appears that the computational power of the F-grade universal chip is equivalent to 10 F-grade universal chips. What about the E-grade? The ether crystal once again displayed a prompt. Based on the current chip's computational power, the estimated duration for reverse engineering is 10 years, consuming 1 unit of energy per hour. Shall we begin the reverse engineering process? 100-fold improvement. By this calculation, even the E-grade universal chip can only reduce the reverse engineering time to a year. Such an extensive duration is certainly beyond my patience. The D-grade chip is out of the question. Acquiring it would be as challenging as ascending to the heavens. Thus, the only feasible direction is brute force stacking of cores. Lin Ming narrowed his eyes in contemplation. Is it possible to reverse engineer the F-grade universal chip? Based on the current chip's computational power, the estimated duration for reverse engineering is 24 hours, consuming 1 unit of energy per hour. Shall we proceed with the reverse engineering process? Note: reverse engineering will damage the target being studied, rendering it neither regenerable nor reparable. The F-grade universal chip, possessing relatively low technological complexity, drastically reduced the time required for reverse engineering, which Lin Ming found acceptable. However, he did not possess the knowledge to manufacture chips. The resolution of the 3D metal printer was at the micrometer level, insufficient for the precision required in chip fabrication. Let us try the solar panel. Lin Ming instructed the synthetic crab to detach a section of the solar panel for reverse engineering using the E-grade universal chip. Based on the computational power provided by the current chip, the estimated duration for reverse engineering is 0.1 hours, with an energy consumption of 1 unit per hour. Shall we commence the reverse engineering? Yes. To Lin Ming's astonishment, the time required for reverse engineering the solar panel was so brief that he promptly confirmed upon further reflection he understood. Although the F-grade general-purpose chip was diminutive, its internal circuitry was exceedingly intricate, likely comprising tens of billions of transistors, rendering the reverse engineering process incredibly time-consuming. The same applied to the survival pod. The artifacts left behind by the intelligent life of Eureka contained structures and technologies that Lin Ming could scarcely comprehend, let alone the myriad chips and circuit boards housed within. While the solar panel was significantly larger, its lack of high-precision manufacturing techniques allowed for rapid reverse engineering. Just a few minutes later, Lin Ming beheld the success notification. Solar panel description. A panel capable of converting light energy into electrical energy. It represents the optimal source for acquiring electrical energy. Manufacturing materials: high-purity silicon ingots X10, electromagnetic coils X3, circuit boards X1. Energy consumption: 1 energy. Is that it, really? Observing the minimal materials required to fabricate a solar panel, Lin Ming glanced at his current inventory: 163 high-purity silicon ingots, 48 electromagnetic coils, and 72 circuit boards. It turned out that the production of solar panels was constrained by the availability of high-purity silicon ingots. Lin Ming instructed the 3D metal printer to manufacture a solar panel, which took 10 minutes. After the synthetic crab installed the solar panel, Lin Ming noticed that its energy output was indistinguishable from the original. Excellent, it seems the counterfeit functions just as well as the authentic one, without any compromises. Lin Ming immediately maximized the capacity of the 3D metal printer, issuing a task to produce the remaining 7 solar panels. It's a pity I haven't discovered any silicon mines nearby. Dismantling the synthetic crab feels a bit regretful, as this little creature is rather useful. Watching the industrious 3D printer, Lin Ming murmured to himself. After a moment of silence, a spark of inspiration lit his eyes. Of course, he could trade with other players. Directly acquiring materials felt rather trivial. Lin Ming promptly broadcasted a message in the regional channel: contract manufacturing of solar panels, each requiring high-purity silicon ingots X20, electromagnetic coils X6, and circuit boards X2, no additional fees, fair and square. The message Lin Ming sent instantly captured the attention of the players. Lin Ming has surfaced. Wow, what's up with this LV2? Have you upgraded your survival pod too? As expected of Lin Ming, while we commoners huddle in the shade trembling, he has already upgraded his survival pod. He can actually manufacture solar panels. My goodness, I haven't even repaired mine. Alas, I wish to place an order, but my energy only lasts a few hours, and I lack the necessary materials. To the one above, you might as well dismantle your damaged solar panels and have Lin Ming craft you new ones from the materials. To the one upstairs, I admire your unique thinking. Come learn cooking from me. What the hell? Big shot, I placed an order but haven't paid yet, hope to receive it. The regional channel buzzed with excitement as Lin Ming's orders poured in. Player Zhang Qinghong offered high-purity silicon ingots X60, electromagnetic coils X18, circuit boards X6 in exchange for 1 milliliter water. Do you agree? Player Li Bingtao offers high-purity silicon ingot X40, electromagnetic coil X12, circuit board X4 in exchange for 0.1 units of oxygen. Do you agree? Player Zhao Xingxing proposes to exchange high-purity silicon ingot X20, electromagnetic coil X6, circuit board X2 for 1 milliliter of urine. Do you agree? Countless trade requests flooded in, leaving Lin Ming somewhat overwhelmed. He adhered to the customary practice of accepting orders in the order they were received, and after collecting the materials, he swiftly traded the recently produced solar panels from the 3D printer. Urine was insufficient. The transaction failed. Lin Ming was taken aback. Damn, who has such peculiar tastes as to wish to trade for my urine? Noticing Zhao Xingxing's sweet and charming avatar, presumably belonging to a young woman in her 20s, Lin Ming opened the chat. Hey, let's find an alternative trading method. I don't have that item in stock. Zhao Xingxing promptly sent a voice message, her alluring voice resonating. Lin Ming, dear brother, I simply wanted to cut in line and use this method to remind you, is that alright? Chapter 37. Sun Yao's predicament. In response to Zhao Xingxing's request, Lin Ming naturally declined. Although Zhao Xingxing possessed a sweet and charming demeanor, she remained an unattainable figure. Even if he were to provide some audio-visual services, Lin Ming could only feel anxious, ultimately having to resort to operating a manual transmission. It was simply unnecessary. However, this circumstance prompted Lin Ming to impose restrictions on transactions. Each player's survival pod was standardly equipped with 10 damaged solar panels, which, when dismantled, could yield materials sufficient to manufacture 3 usable solar panels. They would undoubtedly find the corresponding materials to repair the solar panels in due course, and the electricity generated by 2 solar panels was ample for their current needs. Therefore, Lin Ming decided to limit each player to trading only the materials required for 2 solar panels. This way, he could cater to a larger number of players, who would still have several damaged solar panels to repair later, maximizing overall profit. From the perspective of total revenue, he would not incur any losses. After all, there were countless players eager to create solar panels. This was his unique business, and he harbored no fears of competition. Indeed, monopolistic ventures are the most lucrative. Lin Ming mused, as he accepted the transaction requests from the players and began organizing the orders. After completely utilizing the 3D metal printer's capacity for the day, Lin Ming finally ceased accepting orders. He calculated that even while he slept, the 3D printer would operate at full capacity, continuously producing solar panels. Keep pushing forward. Soon, I shall construct a solar energy farm. Watching the 3D metal printer steadily extruding black, high-purity silicon powder and then heating it into shape, Lin Ming beamed with delight. Unfortunately, reverse engineering required the destruction of the research subject and was irreversible. Otherwise, he would have eagerly reverse engineered the 3D metal printer to facilitate mass production. The life support system could also be subjected to reverse engineering. An idea suddenly struck Lin Ming. The reverse engineering of the survival pod would consume an extensive amount of time. However, if he were to reverse engineer a subsystem, would it not significantly reduce the time required? Without hesitation, Lin Ming promptly issued commands to the ethereal crystal. Please select the chip for reverse engineering. E-grade universal chip. Based on the computational power provided by the current chip, the estimated duration for reverse engineering is 10 hours, consuming 1 unit of energy per hour. Shall we commence reverse engineering? Yes. As Lin Ming anticipated, the life support system was primarily designed for maintaining temperature and humidity, as well as regulating gas composition and pressure. This technology was well within the capabilities of Blue Star's technological level. Once he could manufacture the life support system, Lin Ming would be able to equip each of the 9 branches within the pit. At that point, the temperature, humidity, and air composition throughout the pit would become habitable, allowing Lin Ming to move freely without wearing an external suit. Moreover, he could transplant the largemouth flowers and mature interstellar corn into the pit, rendering the construction of a temperature-controlled greenhouse unnecessary. Lin Ming was unconcerned about the materials and energy consumed in building such a greenhouse. His primary concern was the space within the pit. With this thought in mind, Lin Ming walked to the greenhouse to observe the growth of the largemouth flowers. To his astonishment, the growth rate of the largemouth flowers exceeded his expectations. The interstellar corn had already begun to take on a rudimentary shape, with each ear reaching the size of a fist. The roots had also grown to the size of an egg, suggesting they were still maturing. What delighted Lin Ming the most was that the largemouth flower that had consumed meat had shed its bud and was now developing pod-like structures in its place. No wonder the largemouth flower craved meat so desperately. It turns out that after consuming meat for nourishment, it can produce seeds. Does this imply that I shall not lack largemouth flower seeds in the future? Gazing at the last blooming largemouth flower, Lin Ming deliberated for a moment but ultimately refrained from feeding it meat. It was simple. While consuming meat could yield pods, the seeds within had yet to mature, and their viability remained uncertain. He could wait until the pods matured and confirmed the seeds were viable before considering feeding this particular largemouth flower meat. Subsequently, Lin Ming took a moment to check on the blue algae. The blue algae had overtaken the entire cultivation rack, and it was evident that tiny bubbles were occasionally rising from it, likely oxygen. After some contemplation, Lin Ming decided to collect some blue algae samples for cultivation in the sewage pool within the pit, to see if they could thrive directly in that environment. To avoid depleting the nutrients in the sewage pool or encountering other uncontrollable situations, Lin Ming took the time to have the busy 3D metal printer fabricate a superalloy metal door that conformed to the shape of the tunnel. With the preparations complete, Lin Ming donned his heavy-duty external suit and took with him a metal cylinder containing the blue algae samples, beginning his ascent towards the upper section of the pit. Following closely behind him were 2 simulated crabs, raising their claws as they transported the superalloy metal door. The tunnel within the pit had clearly been designed with purpose, featuring a slope of approximately 30 degrees and distinct steps. Consequently, within 10 minutes, Lin Ming reached a branch at the top of the tunnel, the very place where he had first encountered the leader of the simulated crabs. Crouching down, and maintaining a half-meter distance, he cautiously observed the sewage pool. From the structure map obtained via the miniature satellite scan, he could see that the sewage pool measured approximately 10 by 10 meters, with a depth of 3 to 4 meters, containing a total volume of 3 to 400 cubic meters of sewage. Due to Lin Ming's previous resourceful exploits, the water level in this sewage pool had diminished by 1/3, leaving over 200 cubic meters, more than enough to cultivate blue algae. Opening the metal cylinder, he carefully poured the blue algae samples into the pool. Having completed this task, Lin Ming did not linger. He immediately rose to leave and began installing the superalloy metal door. He left one simulated crab inside to monitor the changes in the sewage pool, ready to address any anomalies that might arise. He chose to conduct the cultivation in the upper branch of the pit. Thus, even if this pool of sewage were to suffer losses or become entirely unusable, the damage would remain within controllable limits and would not adversely affect the living quarters below. The design of the pit must have considered this aspect from the outset. Each branch was independent of the main corridor, ensuring that in the event of an emergency, sealing the entryway would prevent any impact on the other sections. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Before Lin Ming could catch his breath, the ethereal crystal suddenly vibrated urgently. Lin Ming, big shot. Lin Ming, big shot. Are you there? Are you there? I'm going to die. Help me, help me. Video. Lin Ming opened the ethereal crystal to find Sun Yao sending him a message. Upon opening the video, Lin Ming saw Sun Yao's face, filled with excitement, exuberantly shouting, "Ha, I found it, I found it! The spike shell dragon's eggs, 8 of them, a whole 8. I'm going to be rich. If I sell these to Lin Ming, I wonder how many electromagnetic guns I could get in return." Before he could finish his sentence, a massive shadow loomed over Sun Yao, and the expression of excitement on his face froze instantly. Sun Yao stiffly turned his head. There, not far away, stood a spike-shell dragon, its eyes the size of goose eggs filled with fury. Roar. The spike-shell dragon let out a long howl, drool splattering all over Sun Yao. The video ended. Is he dead? Noticing that Sun Yao's avatar remained lit, Lin Ming sent a video call request. Sun Yao quickly answered. Less than half a minute had passed since he sent the video, and the human-dragon standoff continued. Sun Yao was clutching one of the dragon eggs, poised to smash it onto the ground. The spiked shell dragon, though enraged, hesitated to advance due to Sun Yao's actions. Seeing this, Lin Ming exhaled in relief. Thank goodness, you're still alive. I'm about to die. Sun Yao's voice was filled with a whimper. Lin Ming, the encyclopedia says the spiked shell dragon is herbivorous. It shouldn't eat meat, right? Lin Ming reassured him. Herbivores rarely consume meat, however, when they encounter it, they may take a taste, as it contains rich trace elements absent in plants. Upon hearing this, Sun Yao's expression darkened even further. Lin Ming continued, moreover, even cows and sheep protect their young from predators. If you're holding its egg, it may not eat you, but it could certainly trample you to death. Did someone once say you're very good at comforting people? Sun Yao's expression hardened. Lin Ming, since I can't escape, then I'll fight to the end. Player Sun Yao wishes to exchange. Spiked armored dragon egg, X14, oxygen, X0. 1 units. Do you accept? No. Lin Ming promptly declined, and then, amidst Sun Yao's bewildered expression, initiated another trade request. Player Lin Ming, LV2, seeks to exchange, electromagnetic gun, X14, spiked armored dragon egg, X1. Do you accept? Wow, you actually upgraded the survival pod. Sun Yao's attention shifted elsewhere at this moment. Tisk, that's quite impressive. Noticing the spiked armored dragon growing increasingly impatient, taking a tentative step forward, Lin Ming urged, enough chatter, quickly agree to the trade. Upon consenting to the transaction, a gleaming silver electromagnetic gun, measuring a remarkable 2 meters in length, materialized in Sun Yao's hands. Observing the disappearance of the dragon egg, replaced by an unfamiliar item, the spiked armored dragon immediately went berserk, charging directly at Sun Yao. Your gun is quite substantial, but will it prove effective against this creature? Sun Yao shouted, instinctively aiming the gun at the spiked armored dragon and pulling the trigger. Boom! With a resounding blast, the upper half of the spiked armored dragon disintegrated into a cloud of crimson mist before vanishing from Sun Yao's astonished gaze. Chapter 38. The dragon eggs acquired. What in the world is this gun? Sun Yao stood frozen in shock as he witnessed the electromagnetic gun obliterate the upper half of the spiked giant tortoise dragon with a single shot. This creature, measuring 5 meters in length and weighing 3 to 4 tons, resembled a dinosaur. The immense pressure it exerted was something only those who had experienced it firsthand could comprehend. Just moments ago, Sun Yao had resolved to face certain death, yet in the blink of an eye, the spiked giant tortoise dragon had been reduced to mere fragments by the electromagnetic gun. Lin Ming, on the other hand, remained remarkably composed. He was well aware of the electromagnetic gun's formidable power, and the ammunition he had just provided to Sun Yao was loaded with dum-dum bullets, increasing its lethality even further. If silicon-based lifeforms could be severed in twain, how much less could carbon-based beings expect to fare? Lin Ming chuckled lightly and, noticing Sun Yao's stupor, inquired, as per our previous agreement, 1 electromagnetic gun in exchange for 1 dragon egg. How do you intend to handle the remaining eggs? Having narrowly escaped death, Sun Yao pondered seriously before responding, let us split these 8 dragon eggs evenly. I will trade you 3 of them, and you can exchange them for basic resources at your discretion. Very well. Since Sun Yao was agreeable, Lin Ming did not hesitate. Each dragon egg was valued at 30 units of basic resources, and thus, he exchanged 3 dragon eggs for 30 liters of water and 60 units of electricity. For the remaining 4 dragon eggs, Sun Yao retrieved a metallic cylinder, each containing 2 eggs. Lin Ming generously gifted Sun Yao 3 additional dum-dum bullets, ensuring that even if he encountered another spiked giant tortoise dragon, Sun Yao would possess the confidence to confront it. Gazing at the 4 dragon eggs that had just been acquired, a smile of delight spread across Lin Ming's face. I hope we have both male and female. It would be splendid to establish a breeding ground for spiked giant tortoise dragons. He carefully placed the dragon eggs into the temperature-controlled chamber. While he was uncertain of the optimal incubation temperature for dragon eggs, he assumed it would be somewhat similar to that of carbon-based lifeforms. He decided to leave them for a few days to observe the results and would devise another plan if it proved ineffective. As Lin Ming observed the rapidly functioning 3D metal printer, he felt a profound sense of appreciation indeed. The beauty of labor is most splendid, especially when witnessing others toil. After completing a batch of solar panels, Lin Ming reviewed his current inventory with great satisfaction. Most items were being utilized efficiently, with only the mini-satellite currently lying idle. A mini-satellite floating in the sky is of no use. Let us assign it a task, Lin Ming commanded, instructing the mini-satellite to begin scanning the nearby strata. He could see the resource points on the map, and the mini-satellite would amplify his advantages. Whether due to the hardness of the geological formations or other reasons, the mini-satellite could only scan areas with a diameter of approximately 10 meters at a time. Depending on the geological conditions, it could penetrate the Earth to a depth of 50 to 100 meters. Observing the real-time map that expanded from the center of the pit, Lin Ming felt as though he had dispatched a scout to gradually unravel the surrounding mists. It is a pity that the mini-satellite lacks a camera or similar device. Otherwise, we could obtain a panoramic map and discern all the resources in the vicinity. Lin Ming mused with mild regret. After some contemplation, he resolved to deploy 10 mimic crabs to explore the surrounding environment. The mimic crabs had a maximum connection distance of 10 kilometers, but since their energy reserve was solar-powered, he need only issue a return command after a certain period to ensure their safe return. Without delay, Lin Ming began to chart their course. If the patrol route of the mimic crabs were a straight line, it would only yield a star-shaped map given their optimal vision of 10 meters. Lin Ming designed an S-shaped patrol route for them, allowing for a gradual expansion of their field of view. Alright, you shall operate on a flat map while the mini-satellite scans a 3-dimensional map. Off you go, my little friends. With his command, the mimic crabs sprang into action, forming a line as they crawled out of the pit. Having completed these tasks, Lin Ming brewed himself a cup of vitamin-rich hot drink, savoring it slowly while browsing the regional chat channel. With no mobile phone or other forms of entertainment available, perusing the chat channel served as the best means of relaxation, providing updates on the latest happenings. Following the sun's direct rays that caused surface temperatures to spike to 200 degrees, the number of participants in the regional chat channel plummeted. However, players quickly adapted. The trend of decreasing numbers gradually slowed, stabilizing at over 200 individuals. Opportunities for speech in the regional and global channels are now available. Each engagement in the regional channel costs 0.1 units of resources, while participation in the global channel requires 0.2 units. The number of acquisitions is limited. Interested parties may reach out privately. Basic resources can be exchanged without limits. Oxygen, water, and electricity can be swapped at rates more favorable than those in the marketplace. It's first come, first served. The Stray Survival Group cordially invites all players to join. Members enjoy discounted trading prices, and non-basic resources are abundant each day. One member will be randomly selected to receive a reward of 10 units of basic resources. Joining the group requires only 1 unit of basic resources. Those interested may contact me privately. The Interstellar Bank opens its doors today, and used resources can be stored here, with a daily return of 20 and a permanent rebate. Deposits start from just 1 unit of resources, with a guarantee of credibility. The Enchanting Beauty, Ruyun, is commencing a live broadcast for the group. Enthusiastic members should hurry in, as a captivating performance is about to commence, requiring only 1 unit of basic resources to join. At this juncture, it was already the 5th day since Lin Ming had arrived on the desolate planet. Numerous players had thoroughly grasped the system and commenced their quest for wealth. Take, for instance, the interstellar bank. Any discerning individual could identify it as a quintessential Ponzi scheme, yet a multitude of players continued to flock towards it. Many players, fully aware of its fraudulent nature, still opted to take a gamble. After all, in the early stages of such schemes, a select few could indeed profit. They were wagering that they could recoup their investments before the orchestrators absconded with the funds. As Lin Ming absorbed the unfolding drama, he suddenly received a message. Upon opening it, he discovered it was from Tang Cheng'en. Following a prior unpleasant encounter, the two had not communicated since, and Lin Ming felt a twinge of curiosity regarding the purpose of this message from Tang Cheng'en. Upon reading the message, Lin Ming found it was a link to join a group, accompanied by the note, high-level resource trading group, backed by the Tang family. Joining requires only 1 unit of basic resources, with abundant high-level resources available. Welcome to join. To his surprise, Tang Cheng'en was inviting him to join the group. The requirement of 1 unit of basic resources for entry prompted Lin Ming to deliberate briefly before trading 1 unit of electricity to Tang Cheng'en. For Lin Ming, this amount was negligible at that moment, and given Tang Cheng'en's prior association with the Tang province's dealings in rusty iron ore, he likely possessed sufficient resources, making it unlikely that he would resort to deceiving Lin Ming for a mere unit of basic resources. Before long, upon receiving the resources, Tang Cheng'en sent Lin Ming 3 handshake emojis and subsequently added him to a group named Treasure Pavilion. Within the group, players were engaged in a live broadcast, showcasing items they wished to exchange. I found some sour berries while venturing out today, nestled in a thicket at the foot of the mountain. To be frank, they possess a tart flavor, yet they are edible and can replenish vitamins. I have about 200 grams and hope to exchange them for 10 units of electricity or 5 units of oxygen. Chapter 39. The bustling trading community. Sour gooseberry. Who would have imagined that flora could flourish in the vicinity of a player's escape pod? This implies that the planet he currently inhabits possesses atmospheric components and biological resources that are more akin to the original blue planet. Reflecting upon the devastation wrought by the black tide, which has led to the near extinction of most lifeforms on his planet, Lin Ming felt a pang of intense envy that he still had a largemouth flower that had yet to consume any items. Surely, the sour gooseberry would be an acceptable morsel. However, upon further contemplation, Lin Ming abandoned that notion. According to the player, the sour gooseberry's flavor was both tart and astringent, primarily serving to replenish vitamins. He found himself lacking in such necessities and thus lost interest in making an offer. Nonetheless, his disinterest did not equate to that of other players. An item that could replenish vitamins. In the early days of the Age of Exploration, sailors were plagued by scurvy, only to discover through research that the ailment stemmed from a deficiency of vitamin C in their diet. Prolonged deprivation of vitamins could be fatal. Hence, the sour and astringent taste of the gooseberry was not necessarily a drawback. I bid 3 units of oxygen. I bid 5 units of energy, 1 liter of purified water, plus half a tube of nutrient paste, for just 50 grams. One by one, players began announcing their offers in the group. Before long, in less than 5 minutes, the player in possession of the sour gooseberry sent a message declaring that it had been sold out. What a pity! Many players who had failed to secure the sour gooseberry sighed quietly, shifting their focus to the next item up for bidding. Previously, Tang Cheng'en had already teased in the group that something exceptional would be showcased today, with the sour gooseberry merely serving as an appetizer. After a brief wait, the second player commenced their live broadcast. As the camera zoomed in, players beheld a black chip the size of a fingernail nestled in the player's palm. F-grade universal chip. The player shared the illustration within the group and began his explanation. This chip possesses 10 times the computational power of a standard F-grade universal chip, yet consumes the same amount of energy. It can be utilized to repair electromagnetic wave communicators and can also decode universal passwords. Immediately, a player chimed in, and the F-grade universal password has already been shared by the esteemed Lin Ming. Can this chip decode E-grade universal passwords? The live broadcaster momentarily faltered. No, it cannot. In response, a player mockingly retorted, then what's the point? An F-grade universal chip can also repair electromagnetic wave communicators. Why would I need a higher grade chip? Upon hearing this, the live player regained his confidence. This chip, due to its superior computational power, will not burn out after repairing the electromagnetic wave communicator. Rather, it will enter a cooling phase before being reusable. As he spoke, he demonstrated live by sending a distress signal. After a few minutes of waiting, he astonishingly located 3 F-grade carbon-based life resource supply pods. What the hell? What kind of innate broadcasting ability is this? How could he locate 3 supply pods so easily? If it weren't for the fact that the ether crystals can't fabricate falsehoods, I would suspect there is some insider information. Riding on your luck, what is the price for that chip? The live player, still wearing a look of surprise, replied, "I don't know what I can exchange it for." Let us bid, 5 liters of purified water. The first bidder's offer left everyone dumbfounded. What a joke! At this point, many players had yet to discover water resources, diligently conserving their supplies, as the initial 10 liters provided were nearly depleted, and they were on the verge of resorting to drinking urine. After a brief silence, another player chimed in, "1 solar panel." "Are you out of your mind? You're bidding with a broken solar panel. I can do that too. I'll bid too." The bidding player immediately countered, "No, mine is a fully functional solar panel that can generate power once installed." A player expressed doubt, "Impossible. Have you found ultra-pure silicon ingots, along with circuit boards and electromagnetic coils nearby?" The bidding player beamed with pride, "Hee, you didn't see this coming, did you? I customized them from the esteemed Lin Ming. Each person can only order 2, and I ordered early, obtaining 3. What the hell, it's Lin Ming's merchandise, no wonder. How do I customize? I want some too." "Me too." "Same here." As Lin Ming observed the lively discussion, he suddenly noticed a surge of new orders for customized solar panels, shaking his head with a smile. This was absurd. Weren't they bidding on an F-grade universal chip? How did the conversation veer off course? Nevertheless, since the orders had come in, Lin Ming decided to accept them. At worst, he would have to queue the production capacity of the 3D metal printer for the next day. At that moment, with the sun directly overhead, the solar panels were operating at peak efficiency, and many players required energy to sustain their life support systems, leading to a swift agreement between the two parties, resulting in a successful transaction. One item after another was sold, and Lin Ming had his sights set on something he desired. A player named Zhang Bei initiated a live session. Glass, discovered in a nearby meteorite crater. Due to the difficulty of climbing up the crater, I only managed to extract a small amount. Lin Ming gazed at the fist-sized piece of glass in Zhang Bei's hand, feeling a stir of interest. Glass is not particularly advanced technology. Theoretically, it can be manufactured from sand. However, due to the lack of a formula and the requisite synthesis technology, the equipment within the escape pod could not produce it. This was a limitation of the programming. Given his upcoming plans, Lin Ming would need glass in substantial quantities. So, he inquired, "What's the price?" 1 liter of purified water, is that alright, esteemed Lin Ming?" Gazing at Lin Ming's ID and the prominent LV2 next to it, Zhang Bei stammered, "If you need it, you can offer any resource." Lin Ming furrowed his brow. 1 liter of purified water seemed a bit steep, considering the glass was only fist-sized and of rather impure quality. However, his intention in purchasing the glass was to reverse engineer it to obtain the synthesis formula for glass production, allowing him to manufacture it from sand. He currently had no shortage of purified water and did not see the need to haggle with other resources, so Lin Ming replied, "Alright, let us go with purified water, I'll trade with you." Zhang Bei was taken aback by Lin Ming's swift agreement. As time passed, the value of oxygen was steadily declining, while the worth of water resources was rapidly increasing. Zhang Bei promptly accepted Lin Ming's trade request. Wow, as expected of the esteemed one, so generous. 1 liter of water for a piece of glass. You have no idea about the esteemed one's taste. He is not lacking in anything now. Perhaps he'll use that piece of glass as a decorative item. I envy him. There are so many wealthy players, can't I be one of them? Lin Ming's appearance sparked fervent discussions among the players until, 5 minutes later, Tang Chang'an announced, "Everyone, please be quiet. The final auction item is about to begin. The final auction item is a jet-powered flight backpack." What on earth? Upon seeing Tang Chang'an's message, Lin Ming sprang to his feet. Chapter 40 of the jetpack. Soon, a player commenced a live broadcast. Lin Ming observed that this player was not within a survival pod, but rather donned in a heavy-duty exosuit, situated in the sweltering exterior. The most conspicuous distinction was the peculiar backpack strapped to his back. This backpack was comparable in size to an ordinary one, yet featured 2 nozzles the size of water bottles at its tail, each adorned with a flared extension. "Greetings, everyone, I am He Wei Chung. By a stroke of serendipity, I stumbled upon this jetpack." He Wei Chung, with his back to the camera, zoomed in on the jetpack for a close-up. Lin Ming noted that the jetpack boasted a streamlined design, bearing a resemblance to the survival pod, and was secured to the universal interface at the rear of the heavy-duty exosuit by 2 clasps. The jetpack harnesses the power of turbofans, drawing energy from the electrical supply of the heavy-duty exosuit. Excluding the weight of the player and the exosuit, it supports a maximum load of 300 kilograms, ascends to a height of 100 meters, and achieves a maximum flight speed of 30 kilometers per hour, consuming 1 unit of electricity per hour. There exists a rapid flight mode, wherein the speed doubles, and energy consumption escalates to 3 units per hour. Prolonged use of this mode may result in damage to the jetpack. As he spoke, He Weicheng initiated his demonstration. Without any visible action from him, the jetpack behind him emitted a low hum. Buzz, the robust turbine fans escalated from a low frequency to a high pitch, instantly unleashing a powerful gust of air that stirred up dust beneath He Weicheng's feet. Simultaneously, He Weicheng soared upwards through the cloud of dust, ascending hundreds of meters into the air. Lin Ming clenched his fists in excitement. Flight, since time immemorial, has been the aspiration of humanity. Hence, mankind has invented airplanes and rockets, broadening horizons and transforming the tangible world from a flat plane into a three-dimensional reality. Woohoo! He Weicheng exclaimed joyfully. Subsequently, his body transitioned from a vertical posture to a horizontal flight. As the live camera followed his rapid movements, with his left arm bent at his side and his right fist raised high, he struck a Superman-like pose, declaring, "Demonstration of rapid flight mode." Buzz! Before his words could fully escape, the turbine fans roared to life with amplified intensity, and He Weicheng's speed surged instantaneously. A whoosh! Low-altitude pass. He Weicheng abruptly descended, zipping just 2 meters above the ground, trailing a cloud of dust in his wake. Stunt flying. He Weicheng shot upwards, his flight trajectory nearly vertical, ascending within seconds to the sky while performing several figure-8 maneuvers. Soon after, the thunderous roar of the jetpack ceased. He Weicheng, propelled by inertia, ascended several more meters before beginning a gradual descent. A live broadcast mishap? Lin Ming observed He Weicheng in the live feed. The speed of He Weicheng's descent quickened dramatically, yet the jetpack exhibited no signs of activation. Buzz, just as He Weicheng was less than 2 meters from the ground, the jetpack erupted with a thunderous roar, the turbine fans spinning at their peak. A powerful blast of air instantly countered He Weicheng's downward momentum. As though an invisible tether had securely anchored him, the turbine fans gradually slowed, and He Weicheng descended gently from 2 meters above, landing steadily on the ground. It is equipped with an anti-fall mode. Regardless of reckless actions, the flight control system will take over when necessary, preventing crashes. The demonstration concluded. Lin Ming's fists clenched tightly, overwhelmed with exhilaration. Undoubtedly, this was an exceptionally flawless demonstration, igniting within him immense intrigue. The jetpack must be acquired. Lin Ming rose, donned the heavy-duty exosuit, and began his preparations. Meanwhile, the group chat erupted with fervor, as numerous players, confident in their worth, began to place bids. One complete heavy-duty exosuit, just acquired from a brother who escaped from a launch pod, in 99 condition, plus 5 units of electricity. What's this? F-grade universal chip, just bought in the group. No need for me to elaborate on its specific functions, plus 3 liters of purified water. Everyone, please hold on. I possess high-protein freeze-dried canned food, sourced from an F-grade carbon-based life resource supply pod, and I am willing to offer 5 kilograms. Image. The previous player shared an image of the high-protein freeze-dried canned food, alongside a picture of it expertly sliced and roasted, the meat glistening golden brown and releasing wisps of steam. Wow, there's actually meat. It looks incredibly delicious. I'm in, I'll bid whatever it takes. Everyone possesses an F-grade universal password. Why are you the only one standing out? Meanwhile, He Weicheng, still live broadcasting, swallowed nervously, his expression reflecting uncertainty. He had discovered the jetpack at a relic site, possessing 2 sets in total. While trading one for 5 kilograms of canned food was acceptable, it felt somewhat inadequate. Hunting trap. At that moment, a player sent an image. The image depicted a formidable superalloy animal trap, impressively large, akin to a basin. Teaching a man to fish is better than giving him a fish. The superalloy hunting trap is reusable and features an ultra-alloy chain that can be anchored to the ground. No beast, no matter how enormous, can escape, ensuring you meat for every meal. With this bid, the channel fell silent. He Weicheng nodded, preparing to agree, when suddenly, a notification appeared in the group. Lin Ming, LV2, has begun a live broadcast. Beside He Weicheng's broadcast, another live feed unexpectedly emerged. In the frame, Lin Ming stood outside in his heavy-duty exosuit, wielding a 2-meter-long, gleaming superalloy electromagnetic rifle. The electromagnetic rifle, crafted by me. Lin Ming's tone was calm as he briefly showcased the rifle's design before adjusting his stance. He positioned himself with 1 foot forward and the other back, aiming at a boulder 4 kilometers away. Utilizing electromagnetic rails to propel superalloy bullets, each shot consumes 1 unit of electricity. As he spoke, Lin Ming pulled the trigger. Whoosh, the powerful recoil propelled Lin Ming back several meters in his heavy-duty exosuit. As the perspective widened, players were astonished to discover a thumb-sized hole in the center of the boulder, from which wisps of smoke were still rising. Armor-piercing rounds, with a muzzle velocity of 3,000 meters, effective range of 10 kilometers. Within that range, nothing is impervious. Afterward, Lin Ming retrieved a super-alloy bullet, as thick as a thumb and the length of an adult's forearm. Wow, you call that a bullet? Effective range of 10 kilometers, my goodness, is it truly that terrifying? What a magnificent rifle, Lin Ming, please fire a shot for the crowd. With such a long barrel, I have a bold idea, hee hee hee. Lin Ming paid no heed to the clamor in the group, loading a dum-dum bullet into the rifle before aiming. Whoosh, in an instant, the boulder shattered into countless tiny fragments, enveloping the area in a cloud of dust. After firing, Lin Ming lowered his right hand, the slender barrel of the electromagnetic rifle angled downward. The blazing sun reflected fiercely off the electromagnetic rifle, casting an orange glow that rendered it exceptionally eye-catching. Boom! Moments later, a deafening explosion reverberated, leaving players dazed and disoriented. Dum-dum bullet, with a muzzle velocity of 3,000 meters, effective range of 5 kilometers. Within that range, I am invincible. Chapter 41. Maturity of crops. Exchange your jetpack for this electromagnetic gun. Lin Ming's gaze slightly shifted to Yi Weicheng, whose expression was dazed, mouth slightly agape. Alright, okay. Yi Weicheng gulped nervously. Wasn't he supposed to be the grand finale of today's trading livestream? Why was the esteemed Lin Ming brought in? An electromagnetic gun, how remarkable. Why did it feel like he was getting a fantastic deal? Yi Weicheng stammered. Lin Ming, should I add something else? Lin Ming chuckled, no need. Great. Yi Weicheng eagerly initiated the trade. Player Yi Weicheng wishes to exchange jetpack X1 for your electromagnetic gun X1. Do you accept? Yes. After the trade was completed, Lin Ming closed the group livestream. During the transaction, he added 3 armor-piercing rounds and 3 dum-dum bullets as a gift for Yi Weicheng. With the jetpack now in hand, Lin Ming felt a surge of excitement, quickly recharging his exosuit before securing the jetpack to his back. Click, a crisp sound echoed as the jetpack was firmly attached to the back of his exosuit. Simultaneously, the ether crystal projected a pale blue screen. Frowny face. New expansion accessory detected on exosuit jetpack, demonstrating usage techniques shortly. A video commenced, illustrating various flying techniques and functionalities in detail. Got it, thank you. Lin Ming bent his legs slightly, assuming a jumping stance, and felt a tremendous force propel him upwards, lifting him off the ground. So exhilarating. In the bottom right corner of his vision, the current speed read 28 km per hour. After a brief adaptation period, Lin Ming adeptly maneuvered the jetpack, executing a myriad of impressive aerial maneuvers. In addition to free flight, the jetpack also supported intelligent navigation. By simply designating a location, it could autonomously fly to the destination. Lin Ming ascended to the maximum altitude, hovering at a height of 100 meters. The scenery of several kilometers around him unfolded in all its glory. Upon closer inspection, the area was strewn with debris, chaotic and disordered. An eye-catching 3-kilometer radius of barren land marked the initial resting place of Lin Ming's survival pod, where the biocrabs had previously scavenged the nearby rubble clean. Near the pit, the biocrabs busily transported stones, stacking them at the cave entrance. The solar panels nearby stood out conspicuously against the ochre earth. 10 biocrabs patrolled in unison at 10 different positions, meticulously mapping the area with high precision. All of this left Lin Ming utterly enthralled. The vast ocean allows fish to leap, the high sky permits birds to soar. On the 5th day since arriving on Urea, Lin Ming had finally developed a solid foundation and no longer needed to worry about survival. Next, it was time to expand and strengthen. After indulging in an hour of blissful flight, Lin Ming reluctantly descended. The reason was simple. The private chat channel was inundated with players eagerly inquiring about the progress of the solar panel production. Delivery will be made shortly, please be patient. Upon returning to the bottom of the pit, Lin Ming delivered the completed solar panels to the awaiting players. I'm feeling a bit tired. After the prolonged excitement, a profound fatigue set in. After consuming a tube of nutritional paste and taking a few large gulps of water, Lin Ming set his ether crystal to do not disturb mode and fell into a deep slumber. He awoke after a solid 10 hours, feeling refreshed. Ah, how delightful, it's been ages since I woke up naturally. Lin Ming stretched lazily, freshened up slightly, and activated the ether crystal. Unsurprisingly, the majority of messages were reminders for deliveries. Having woken up midway through the previous night to deliver once, he had only a backlog of about 30 solar panels, which he quickly resolved. For every solar panel sold, Lin Ming profited a block's worth of materials. He calculated that in less than a day, he had amassed nearly 100 blocks worth of solar panel materials. If he were to manufacture all these solar panels, it would take merely an hour, and the generated power would fully charge the survival pod's energy system. However, the 3D printer required time for production. Lin Ming decided to pause taking orders for solar panels, reserving the remaining capacity of the 3D metal printer for personal use. "Let us get back to work, finish these solar panels, and I'll give you a break." Lin Ming encouraged the tirelessly operating 3D metal printer as he made his way to the temperature-controlled chamber. The few carnivorous plants were what he was most eager to check on. Upon entering the chamber, Lin Ming was astonished by one of the carnivorous plants. It was a variety adorned with interstellar corn, and its current appearance bore no resemblance to the original plant. It resembled a cornstalk entirely, towering at 2 meters. Its stems and leaves had completely withered, devoid of any vitality. Several small ears of corn, roughly the size of a forearm, grew from the stalk, with the corn silks having turned deep brown. "It's matured." Lin Ming carefully plucked an ear of corn and, upon peeling it, found the kernels to be a delightful golden hue. So fragrant. The natural aroma of corn made Lin Ming swallow hard. He opened his mouth to take a bite. The tender kernels burst in his mouth, sweet and fragrant, leaving a delightful aftertaste. "This tastes wonderful, roasting it should make it even better." Lin Ming harvested all the ears of corn, peeling them one by one. He selected 5 of the largest and plumpest kernels to keep as seeds, while the rest he stored for occasional meals. Then, Lin Ming turned his attention to another carnivorous plant that had similarly consumed seeds. This particular plant had undergone far less transformation. A single rice ear had sprouted from the stalk, transitioning from green to yellow, still not fully mature. "Rice, such a variety of staple foods." Lin Ming gently stroked the rice ear. Given the growth speed of the carnivorous plant, he estimated that by later today, the rice would be fully matured and ready for harvest. Unfortunately, the yield was rather low, and he would have to reserve it all for seeds, unable to enjoy it until the next harvest. The third carnivorous plant had consumed dehydrated vegetables, while the upper half showed little change. The tubers at the root had grown from the size of eggs to that of fists, with one having already fallen off. "Looks like this one is nearly mature as well. Is this a potato?" Lin Ming remarked, bemused. He hadn't expected potatoes to be classified as vegetables. In practical terms, all 3 crops he had cultivated were high in carbohydrates and could serve as staple foods. However, potatoes could also be used in cooking, which would improve his meals. Lin Ming gathered the fallen potatoes and the half-eaten ear of corn, preparing to roast them with hot air. 10 minutes later, Lin Ming's super alloy plate was adorned with 3 delectable dishes: roasted potatoes, roasted corn, and roasted meat slices. After sprinkling a bit of salt on the roasted potato, Lin Ming took a deep breath. A wonderful day begins with breakfast. Chapter 42. Enhancement of talent. During this meal, Lin Ming found the food particularly delectable. Perhaps it was due to the long absence of such fare. The humble roasted potato and corn, merely sprinkled with a touch of salt, tasted like exquisite delicacies to him. Lin Ming typically had a substantial appetite. Previously, after consuming roasted meats, he required an entire tube of nutritional paste daily to replenish his energy, yet this time, he felt almost satiated after consuming just a single roasted potato, a cob of corn, and a few slices of meat. The satiating effect of carbohydrates is undeniably stronger. Lin Ming burped, savoring the satisfying sensation in his stomach, as if a gentle warmth was emanating within. The 3D metal printer continued its tireless operation, producing another solar panel in the time it took for him to enjoy his meal. "The efficiency is still too low. It would be splendid to have a few more units," Lin Ming mused, regretting the situation. He had considered reverse engineering the 3D metal printer to facilitate greater production through multi-threading. However, the drawback of reverse engineering lies in the potential damage inflicted upon the target during the process, rendering it irreparable. Even if he succeeded in the reverse engineering, without the appropriate materials to produce the 3D printer, he would find himself in an awkward predicament, possessing the knowledge but lacking the means to create. Although reverse engineering technology is advantageous, it necessitates an understanding of required materials post-deconstruction, which is quite unfortunate. Lin Ming lamented softly before turning his attention to the life support system he had begun to reverse engineer the previous day. Gently caressing the ether crystal, he accessed the system log. Carbon-based life support system reverse engineering complete. You have mastered the technology of the carbon-based life support system. Carbon-based life support system. Overview: this system consumes electrical energy to maintain temperature, humidity, and air composition within suitable parameters for carbon-based life forms, serving as the foundation of your survival. Material requirements: ultrafine iron powder X150, any grade universal chip X1, electromagnetic coils X5, circuit boards X5, purified water X1 liter. Manufacturing requirements requires a 3D metal printer. Manufacturing consumption electrical energy x 10 units. Upon reviewing the materials necessary for the carbon-based life support system, Lin Ming was somewhat astonished. It was not the abundance of materials that surprised him, but rather the scarcity. The ultrafine iron powder, a byproduct of decomposing rusty iron ore for oxygen, was already in plentiful supply, with hundreds of units available. He also had ample universal chips, circuit boards, and electromagnetic coils. Given that production was feasible, Lin Ming promptly halted the current operation of the 3D metal printer and initiated the manufacturing of the carbon-based life support system. The ether crystal promptly displayed a notification: to manufacture the carbon-based life support system, an expenditure of x 10 units of electrical energy is required, with an estimated duration of 0.5 hours. Shall we commence production? Yes. Upon confirmation, the 3D metal printer sprang into action. Fine iron powder began to flow through the feed inlet, heated by the nozzle, forming slender tubes. After observing for a moment, Lin Ming comprehended why the materials needed for the carbon-based life support system were minimal. Its functions include maintaining a constant temperature and humidity, as well as regulating air composition. Achieving a stable temperature is quite straightforward, requiring merely a heatsink combined with a fan featuring electromagnetic coils and a circuit board. The principles of humidity control are similar. Air composition regulation is accomplished through the use of a centrifuge, none of which are particularly high-tech components. Of course, the prerequisite for adjusting the air composition is that Lin Ming possesses a sufficient supply of oxygen. After all, the components responsible for regulating air composition can only adjust the existing elements. They cannot generate oxygen from thin air. Once all components are assembled and monitored and adjusted using an F-grade universal chip, the necessary requirements can be fulfilled. Half an hour later, the ethereal crystal emitted a notification: the carbon-based life support system had been completed. Lin Ming inspected the creation and found it strikingly similar to a fresh air conditioning unit, consisting of an indoor and outdoor unit. The two units were interconnected through metallic piping, with purified water serving as the refrigerant. Naturally, employing a specialized refrigerant would enhance the efficiency of the carbon-based life support system, but lacking such resources, Lin Ming had to resort to using purified water instead. This led to the unfortunate reality that the system he had constructed consumed 2 units of electrical energy per hour, far less efficient than the original model included with the survival pod. However, a slight reduction in efficiency was of little concern, as energy consumption was not a significant issue for Lin Ming at the moment. TSK, if this contraption were to be introduced on Blue Star, it would likely never pass inspection, failing to meet national energy consumption standards. Lin Ming jested. Donning the heavy-duty extravehicular suit, he prepared for installation. His intention was to set it up at the first tunnel branch. After all, that was his experimental ground. Having already introduced blue algae there yesterday, it should now be generating oxygen. Lin Ming activated the perspective of the simulated crabs stationed there and observed that the sewage pool had developed a thick layer of green floating matter, indicating that the blue algae had begun to proliferate abundantly. Oh! Lin Ming felt a slight warmth in his eyes as a green gas icon materialized in the center of the sewage pool, accompanied by a small floating window. Blue algae, oxygen, 1 unit hour. The sudden appearance of the floating window filled Lin Ming with astonishment. Although he had previously been able to see resource points, they were merely colored light spots, and he had no visibility into the types of resources or their output efficiency. What had prompted this change? Reflecting on recent events, Lin Ming glanced at the corn cob in his plate, stripped clean. Could it be the result of consuming interstellar corn and interstellar potatoes? The benefits of eating such items were indeed delightful. The unexpected joy brightened Lin Ming's mood immensely. Regardless of whether this newfound clarity was due to his recent diet, being able to see specific information about resource points and their output was undoubtedly advantageous. It seems I ought to indulge in these foods more often. Lin Ming mused, filled with contentment. He summoned 2 simulated crabs to assist in transporting the indoor and outdoor units of the carbon-based life support system while he himself carried a dozen pipes, swiftly ascending the steps of the tunnel. Soon, the trio reached the first tunnel branch. After confirming that there were no threats aside from the blue algae, Lin Ming opened the superalloy door. Finding a suitable spot that would not obstruct anything, he began the installation of the indoor unit. Once the indoor unit was secured, he proceeded to the tunnel entrance to install the outdoor unit. Upon securing that as well, he connected the 2 units with piping. After testing the airtightness of the pipes, Lin Ming retrieved 1 liter of purified water from his heavy-duty suit and filled the storage tank of the outdoor unit. For power supply, he constructed a pair of microwave power transmission devices, drawing energy directly from the nearby solar panels. Lin Ming attempted to activate the carbon-based life support system. Buzzing, the metal fan of the outdoor unit began to whirl rapidly, soon reaching 7,200 RPM. Lin Ming returned to the first tunnel branch, closed the superalloy door, and activated the monitoring equipment of his heavy-duty extravehicular suit. Current temperature 65 degrees Celsius, current relative humidity 85, current atmospheric composition. Nitrogen 75, carbon dioxide 13, oxygen 11, others 1. Current temperature of 55 degrees Celsius, current relative humidity 75, current atmospheric composition nitrogen 76, carbon dioxide 10, oxygen 14, others 0. Current temperature 25 degrees Celsius, current relative humidity 50, current atmospheric composition nitrogen 78, carbon dioxide 0, oxygen 22, others 0. The carbon-based life support system is functioning normally, the current environment is suitable for habitation. Chapter 43. Technological creation success. Lin Ming clenched his fist. Having previously eradicated any potential threats within the pit using light sterilization, he felt no apprehension regarding the black tide. Cautiously, he lifted the glass visor of his heavy exosuit helmet. Phew, after taking a gentle breath, he felt no unusual sensations. It seems that by following this procedure, the entire pit can be transformed into a habitable environment, allowing for unrestricted movement. Lin Ming envisioned the forthcoming renovation plans for the pit in his mind. However, there remained one crucial step. Blue-green algae utilize photosynthesis to decompose carbon dioxide, producing oxygen. If the concentration of carbon dioxide within the pit is too low, the algae will be unable to carry out photosynthesis. Conversely, if the concentration is excessively high, it could lead to symptoms of respiratory distress. Nevertheless, this issue can be resolved. The temperature-controlled chamber is equipped with a soilless cultivation framework system that can introduce carbon dioxide into the structure, maintaining elevated levels in certain areas. Lin Ming returned to the pit's lower level, entered the survival pod, and attempted to reverse engineer the temperature-controlled chamber. Please select the chip for reverse engineering. E-grade universal chip. Based on the current chip's computational power, the estimated duration for reverse engineering is 1 year, consuming 1 unit of energy per hour. Shall we commence the reverse engineering? You may reduce the duration by increasing the number of chips or enhancing the chip's computational power. Observing the projected time consumption, Lin Ming felt no concern. Drawing from his previous experience, he knew that by adjusting the reverse engineering target to a subsystem within the temperature-controlled chamber, the required time would be significantly shortened. Adjust the reverse engineering target to the soilless cultivation framework system. Based on the current chip's computational power, the estimated duration for reverse engineering is 2 hours, consuming 1 unit of energy per hour. Shall we commence the reverse engineering? Indeed, the time required for merely reverse engineering the soilless cultivation framework system had drastically decreased. After all, this system's function is quite analogous to that of a carbon-based life support system, necessitating only the regulation of nutrients and air components, thus not involving a high level of technological intricacy. The soilless cultivation framework system is modular, with each layer constituting a subsystem. Lin Ming detached one of the layers and began the reverse engineering process. Reverse engineering technology deciphering in progress, estimated to master relevant technology in 2 hours. Having completed these tasks, Lin Ming turned his attention to the biotic crabs and miniature satellites, which he had begun deploying for terrain detection yesterday. Gently caressing the ether crystal, a pale blue light curtain materialized, presenting a three-dimensional map of the surrounding area before Lin Ming's eyes centered on him. The terrain within a 10-kilometer radius, along with conditions approximately 50 meters underground, was meticulously revealed. As he gazed at the three-dimensional map, Lin Ming's eyes glimmered with anticipation, and the map underwent an instantaneous transformation. Numerous luminous points of varying colors appeared on the map. Some points were located on the surface, while others resided several meters or even dozens of meters below. Beside these luminous points, small floating windows documented detailed information. Rutile, reserves of 53 units. F-grade universal chip, reserves of 13 pieces. Damaged F-grade universal chip, reserves of 256 pieces. On the surface, the vast majority of resources were ones Lin Ming had already extracted, rendering them of little appeal. His gaze shifted downward, where he noticed several larger black luminous points. Hornblende, reserves of 58 units. Hornblende, reserves of 418 units. Muscovite, reserves of 167 units. Titanium ore, reserves of 262 units. Hornblende and Muscovite. Lin Ming consulted the corresponding compendium and discovered that these ores could be utilized to extract high-purity silicon ingots. Titanium ore, needless to say, could be synthesized into superalloys alongside iron blocks. Regrettably, the majority of titanium ore was buried several meters underground, and given the excavating efficiency of the biotic crabs, the cost-benefit ratio was too low, making it unlikely for immediate extraction. Fortunately, Lin Ming did not currently lack superalloys, as even if he did, the interstellar trading post could procure them at a reasonable price. As for hornblende and muscovite, they were mostly found in shallow layers of 1 or 2 meters underground. Since the stones collected by the biotic crabs had already lost their value, Lin Ming began assigning them the task of retrieving hornblende and muscovite. Continuing to scan the three-dimensional map, Lin Ming's brow furrowed slightly as he discovered an underground pit at the edge of the map. Could there be other humanoid lifeforms in the vicinity, lying dormant? Considering the knowledge that humanoid beings possessed regarding the Urea planet, as well as the E-grade chips they had left behind, Lin Ming felt a twinge of unease. The technological level of these humanoid beings was likely advanced, potentially reaching or even exceeding that of the former Blue Planet. Moreover, they referred to Lin Ming as the Reaper, and had even attempted to eliminate him before their demise. The presence of such intelligent life nearby left Lin Ming in a state of unrest. Miniature satellite, focus your detection on this area. On the three-dimensional map, only a portion of the underground pit structure had been explored by the miniature satellite. The satellite's attitude adjustment thrusters ignited, slightly altering its position, and began concentrating its detection on the area Lin Ming had specified. Soon, the complete structure of the underground pit was revealed. Lin Ming exhaled a sigh of relief. Within the pit, there were no green or red luminous points. Instead, a gray gear marker was present, and the adjacent floating frame displayed frowny face technological creation, a remnant of some intelligent lifeform. Here we go. Lin Ming immediately stood up, donning his heavy exosuit. He commanded the 3D metal printer to manufacture 10 bullets, grasped his electromagnetic gun, strapped on his jetpack, and swiftly exited the pit. You, and you, come here. Summoning 3 biotic crabs, Lin Ming seized one by the claw and took to the skies. The remaining 2 crabs latched onto its legs, rising into the air alongside him. Opening the three-dimensional map, Lin Ming marked the entrance and set the jetpack to adaptive flight mode. Buzzing, the jetpack's turbines whirred to life, propelling him towards the pit at a speed of 30 kilometers per hour. The pit was located 10 kilometers away. With the jetpack, a journey that would typically take an hour was accomplished in merely 1/3 of the time. Go ahead and scout the path. Setting down the biotic crab, Lin Ming commanded one of them. The crab promptly complied, deftly scuttling into the tunnel. From the perspective shared by the crab, the pit appeared no different from the one Lin Ming occupied, both having been artificially excavated. Inside, it branched into several paths. However, within the branches, the pools containing contaminated water had already dried up, leaving behind only cracked black substances. The gear marker on the three-dimensional map was situated at the bottom of the pit, and the biotic crab reached its destination in about 10 minutes. The arrangements at the pit space were similar. The space where a hibernation pod once resided was now empty, indicating that the humanoid beings stationed here had chosen to escape. Following the guidance of the luminous points on the three-dimensional map, Lin Ming swiftly directed the biotic crab to locate a black chip. Good job, that's the one. Hold it gently and bring it back. Chapter 44 of the development of other players. Before long, the simulated crab returned with the black chip in its possession. Upon receiving the black chip, Lin Ming opened the Ether Crystal Stones compendium and discovered the pertinent information. Liquid Distillation Tower Manufacturing Blueprint. Description: the Liquid Distillation Tower, developed by the Urea intelligent lifeforms to address the black tide, employs a specialized process to catalyze the black tide, thereby yielding a variety of chemical products. Material requirements: 500 units of ultrafine iron powder, 1 universal chip of grade F or higher, 10 electromagnetic coils, and 10 circuit boards. Manufacturing requirements: a 3D metal printer is necessary. Manufacturing consumption: 50 units of electrical energy. A liquid distillation tower? Lin Ming mused as he gazed at the preview image in the compendium. The liquid distillation tower stood 5 meters tall, resembling a blast furnace. It is akin to an oil distillation tower, capable of fractionating different grades of products based on varying temperatures. Lin Ming noted that, in comparison to the life support system, the materials and energy consumption required for manufacturing the liquid distillation tower had multiplied several times. 500 units of ultrafine iron powder, an F-grade universal chip, and 50 units of electrical energy, TCH. An ordinary player would find it impossible to manufacture this. However, since the liquid distillation tower catalyzed the black tide, other players likely could not acquire it either. This technology seemed to be a unique hallmark of the Urea planet, much like how Sun Yao possessed the spiked giant shell dragon, and He Weicheng managed to obtain a jetpack. Lin Ming glanced at the task list on the Ether Crystal Stone. The progress of reverse engineering the soilless cultivation framework system had surpassed the halfway mark. By the time he returned, he should have nearly completed the research. His current focus was to enhance the first pit branch, and then use it as a template to modify the entire pit.as for the liquid distillation tower, which consumed substantial resources but offered no immediate utility. Lin Ming planned to postpone its construction for a while. After all, the 3D metal printer was currently working at full capacity, and Lin Ming hoped to manufacture all the solar panels before the scorching sun set. This way, he could fully replenish the energy reserves of the survival pod, ensuring that even when the sun dipped back towards the horizon, he would have ample energy at his disposal. Grabbing hold of a simulated crab, Lin Ming, just as before, took 3 simulated crabs back with him. Upon reaching the pit, Lin Ming waited for about 10 minutes before the ether crystal stone emitted a prompt. Soilless Cultivation Framework System reverse engineering complete. You have mastered the technology of the Soilless Cultivation Framework System. The Soilless Cultivation Framework System adopted a modular design. Lin Ming observed that each module constituted a single layer, requiring only 20 units of ultrafine iron powder and 3 units of electrical energy for construction. He meticulously measured in the first pit branch, confirming the construction plan for the first phase. First, construct 3 rows of frameworks, with 5 layers in each row, totaling 15 modules. One row will be dedicated to transplanting the largemouth flower, interstellar corn, and interstellar potatoes, while the remaining 2 rows will be allocated for blue-green algae to circulate, generating oxygen. After formulating the design, Lin Ming sent the construction task to the 3D metal printer. Zzz, the nozzle of the 3D metal printer whirred into action, completing the current solar panel before swiftly transitioning to the task of constructing the Soilless Cultivation Framework System. The nearby simulated crabs, quick and nimble, promptly retrieved the finished solar panels and installed them within the solar power array on the ground. Checking the construction progress, Lin Ming noted that each module required the same duration for construction as the solar panels, which was 10 minutes. Thus, the creation of 15 modules for the Soilless Cultivation Framework System would take 2.5 hours. I suppose you'll be working overtime today. Observing the incessantly operating 3D metal printer, Lin Ming opened the Interstellar Trading Channel and searched for metal printers, only to find no listings available, leaving him with no choice but to abandon the search. Perusing the item list on the Interstellar Trading platform, Lin Ming noticed that, aside from basic resources, players had begun trading various non-essential items. F-grade universal chips, nutrient-rich soil, acid berries, rock salt, titanium ore, external combustion generators, and giant shell dragon meat, skin, and teeth were among the offerings. He promptly dismissed the first 2 items. Acid berries had already made an appearance in the Treasure Pavilion trading group, and Lin Ming found their sour taste unappealing. Rock salt, used to replenish sodium, was unnecessary for him at the moment as he had fine salt. The emergence of titanium ore, however, surprised him. According to the Urea planet's established reserves, most titanium ore lay buried several meters underground, and it was astonishing to discover that players had already begun mining it. This indicated that, apart from Lin Ming, other players were advancing in their technological development at a commendable pace, and he could not afford to be complacent. Technology progresses exponentially, falling behind at any juncture could render one unable to catch up. Reminding himself not to become arrogant over minor achievements, Lin Ming continued to examine the listings. The external combustion generator operated on the principles of a Stirling engine to generate electricity. Due to the inherent inefficiency of Stirling engines, their maximum output was limited to 1 unit of electrical energy per hour, consuming substantial amounts of fuel and oxygen. As Lin Ming analyzed the pros and cons of the external combustion engine, he was taken aback to find that a player had purchased it for 20 units of energy. Other players quickly took notice of this occurrence and began to engage in discussion. That guy who just bought the generator must be foolish. Does he not understand the massive consumption of the Stirling engine? It won't be long before he exhausts all his oxygen. Exactly, with that time, one could just go to Lin Ming and buy a few solar panels. Clean energy is the future. You're out of the loop. Lin Ming has already halted the trading of solar panels. The price for a single intact solar panel has skyrocketed. Oh, then there's really no need to purchase such a low-efficiency item. It's just a waste. Perhaps the fervent discussion among the players unsettled the buyer, who retorted, "A bunch of fools, the core principle of the external combustion engine is merely to boil water. With the sun shining so brightly outside, I could just use a few mirrors to concentrate sunlight and boil water, effectively creating another form of solar power generation." Upon hearing this, the players, who had been mocking, fell silent in astonishment. Wow, it can be played like that? Don't think I'm ignorant of science. I just know less, not that I'm stupid. With clear yet bewildered eyes, what exactly is a Stirling engine? The players' discussions amused Lin Ming. During his leisure time, occasionally indulging in some entertainment served as a means of relaxation. As for the giant shell dragon meat and other materials, Lin Ming noticed that they were indeed being sold by Sun Yao. It seemed this fellow had safely returned to the survival pod and had decomposed half of the giant shell dragon. Considering the benefits of consuming interstellar corn and interstellar potatoes, Lin Ming resolved to trade for a piece of giant shell dragon meat, as it might yield additional effects. Sun Yao had listed the price for private messaging, so Lin Ming promptly sent him a message, "Are you there? How much for the giant shell dragon meat?" Chapter 45 of the Damaged Conveyor Belt. Sun Yao responded with remarkable swiftness, "Lin Ming, my esteemed friend. I was so preoccupied with trading the meat of the spiked armored dragon that I completely forgot to set aside a portion for you. That was my oversight. Allow me to trade it directly to you. Player Sun Yao wishes to exchange spiked armored dragon meat, x 10 kilograms for purified water, 1 milliliter. Do you agree?" Upon viewing the trade request from Sun Yao, Lin Ming decisively declined. While he and Sun Yao had engaged in several transactions, their familiarity was rooted in mutual benefit. It was evident that if he were to receive a portion of dragon meat without compensation, Sun Yao would undoubtedly feel discontented. Had he genuinely wished to gift Lin Ming a share of the dragon meat, he would have done so immediately upon acquiring it, rather than only mentioning it when Lin Ming reached out. This was clearly mere formality, a gesture motivated by Lin Ming's prowess. The planet Sun Yao inhabited boasted a complete ecological system, likely with resources in greater abundance than those found on Urea. In the future, Lin Ming would likely engage in further transactions with him. Relationships forged from self-interest could only be strengthened through continued mutual benefit. During his initial forays into business, clients often treated him to meals and drinks, and even arranged additional entertainment during the latter half of the evening. At that time, in his youth, he remained oblivious to the fact that all such gifts came with an unspoken price tag. When a client spent 10,000 on him, they expected to earn back 50 or even 100,000 from product policies. It was only after losing several major clients, each contributing over $1 million in sales, that Lin Ming came to this realization. From that moment on, he ceased participating in commercial receptions when meeting clients, standing firm and even daring to confront clients who generated annual revenues in the hundreds of millions. Shaking off the memories, Lin Ming contemplated and then spoke. "I shall exchange an equal weight of frozen high-protein canned food for it. This canned food is salty, capable of replenishing electrolytes, and has a long shelf life. What do you think?" Sun Yao immediately acquiesced. "All right, I will follow Lin Ming's lead." Lin Ming nodded, appreciating Sun Yao's straightforwardness. He then added an interstellar potato and an interstellar corn to the trade. Player Lin Ming wishes to exchange high-protein frozen canned food, x 10 kilograms, interstellar potato, x 1, interstellar corn, x 1 4, spiked armored dragon meat, x 10 kilograms. Do you agree? After Sun Yao confirmed, the trade was swiftly completed. Lin Ming, esteemed friend, what exactly are these interstellar potato and corn? Aren't they just ordinary potato and corn? Lin Ming replied, "I acquired these from a carbon-based life resource supply pod. Consuming them can greatly enhance one's physical prowess. Such a delightful discovery." Sun Yao exclaimed with joy. Initially, when Lin Ming sought to trade high-protein frozen canned food for the dragon meat, he felt he was at a slight disadvantage, as one was a frozen product while the other was fresh. However, Lin Ming had come to his rescue by trading him an electromagnetic gun, thus he still agreed to the transaction. Now, with Lin Ming's additional offerings, the potential price disparity was entirely nullified, even leaving Sun Yao with a sense of inexplicable satisfaction. A true magnate indeed, Lin Ming not only thrived in his endeavors but also generously ensured that others did not suffer loss. Engaging in trade with Lin Ming was undoubtedly worthwhile. As Sun Yao gazed at the exquisite interstellar potato and corn in his hands, he hesitated for a moment before sending Lin Ming an image. "Lin Ming, esteemed friend, are you interested in this?" Lin Ming opened the image sent by Sun Yao, raising an eyebrow in surprise. Damaged conveyor belt, description. A conveyor belt capable of continuous operation, enhancing your transportation efficiency. Due to prolonged neglect, certain functions are damaged and cannot be utilized. A conveyor belt, he envisioned the resource-harvesting mimic crabs, naturally limited in size. The mimic crabs moved at a sluggish pace when transporting resources. Should a conveyor belt system be constructed, allowing the mimic crabs to focus solely on resource extraction while the conveyor handled transportation, it would significantly enhance the efficiency of resource extraction. As for the minor damage to the conveyor belt, reverse engineering technology could be employed to deduce the blueprints, which could then be utilized to manufacture a new one. Lin Ming silently nodded, recognizing the merit in conducting business with discretion. By ensuring Sun Yao felt satisfied, he would be inclined to offer additional items for trade, otherwise, Sun Yao might only exchange basic goods with him in the future, withholding more valuable items. Merchants are driven by profit, and he was no exception. An excellent item. Lin Ming expressed his keen interest in the conveyor belt without reservation. What price do you seek? Sun Yao hesitated momentarily, contemplating before truthfully stating, I am uncertain. Currently, I lack basic resources, and electrical energy seems of little use. I already possess an electromagnetic gun, so I wonder what else you, esteemed Lin Ming, might have to exchange? Lin Ming replied, Mimic crab. What? What extraordinary technology is this? Has Lin Ming begun manufacturing intelligent robots? Sun Yao was astounded. He had, by chance, acquired the damaged conveyor belt in exchange for a dragon egg through a friend's introduction. Initially, he believed such technological creations, even in a damaged state, would hold significant value, yet Lin Ming had directly offered him a mimic crab. This is not of my creation. It was manufactured by the sentient beings of my wild planet, but the quantity is limited. I possess only 2. Lin Ming knew when to be candid and when to withhold information. He continued, I shall trade one for it, what do you say? Absolutely. Sun Yao joyfully agreed. After the transaction was completed, Sun Yao circled the mimic crab 3 times to the left, 3 times to the right, then bent down to cautiously touch it. Squeak squeak, the mimic crab rubbed its carapace against Sun Yao's palm, its tiny eyes gently quivering in evident delight. What a sophisticated mimic crab, its back even has a tactile sensation. Sun Yao decided to squat down, petting the mimic crab's back. The creature relished the attention, rolling over to expose its belly, its pincers gesturing playfully. Are you asking me to scratch your belly? Sun Yao inquired, scratching the mimic crab's abdomen, eliciting even more enjoyment from it as all 8 of its legs began to quiver gently. This is wonderful. I never imagined I could keep a mimic crab as a pet here. I shall name you Little Black. Did you know, I once had a black Labrador named Little Black. He was over 2 years old and quite mischievous, always rummaging through the trash bin and scattering its contents everywhere. In those moments, I would lift my slipper to frighten him, and he would lie on the ground, exposing his belly and wagging his tail to appease me. Then I couldn't bring myself to scold him, opting instead to scratch his belly while reminding him not to rummage through the trash again. Yet that foolish dog would recognize his mistake this time, only to repeat it the next, scattering garbage all over again. Woo woo woo, Little Black, where are you? I miss you, Little Black. Sun Yao suddenly collapsed onto the mimic crab's belly, sobbing uncontrollably. Chapter 46 Surge of Power. Upon acquiring the damaged conveyor belt, Lin Ming immediately commenced his research. Please select the chip for reverse engineering. E-grade universal chip. Based on the computational power provided by the current chip, the estimated duration for reverse engineering is 1 hour, consuming 1 unit of energy per hour. Would you like to begin reverse engineering? Yes. The technological complexity of the conveyor belt was rather low, thus the reverse engineering required merely an hour. Suspending the progress of reverse research, Lin Ming began preparing to assemble the soilless cultivation framework system. After a brief wait, the 3D printer had successfully fabricated 5 modules, ready for assembly into a single unit. Accompanied by 2 simulated crabs, Lin Ming transported the 5 modules to the first pit branch. Upon opening the metallic door, Lin Ming discovered that after an initial phase of rapid operation, the life support system's operational speed had gradually diminished, and its noise had significantly reduced. Using superalloy rivets, Lin Ming secured the 5 modules against one side of the stone wall, simultaneously connecting them to the life support system via piping. Soon, the system was operational, extracting wastewater directly from the lower sewage pool, filtering it, and channeling it into the pipes. The life support system began regulating the water temperature and drew an adequate amount of carbon dioxide from the external air. Completed, we can commence transplantation. Lin Ming nodded slightly, swiftly descending to the bottom of the pit, arriving at the constant temperature chamber. The potato-bearing giant mouthflower had completely withered, with dozens of potatoes having fallen from the rhizome. The rice-bearing giant mouthflower had also reached full maturity, its heavy ears bending the stalks. Meanwhile, the carnivorous giant mouthflower had burst open its pods. Lin Ming found 5 seeds of the giant mouthflower scattered on the ground. As for the variant that had consumed nothing, its flowers remained in full bloom, gently swaying as Lin Ming approached. Lin Ming gathered the potatoes, rice, and giant mouthflower seeds and took them to the first pit branch. He reserved 5 potatoes for consumption, while the remaining ones were cut into small pieces and placed in the soilless cultivation framework for germination. The giant mouthflower seeds were treated similarly. The rice and corn underwent a brief threshing process before being arranged at intervals to begin germination as well. The next task is to patiently await the results. Filled with hope, Lin Ming gazed at the framework brimming with seeds, leaving the simulated crabs to stand guard, before closing the superalloy door. Returning to the survival pod, Lin Ming removed his heavy exosuit and retrieved the spiked giant shell dragon meat traded from Sun Yao. Consuming corn and potatoes would enhance his talent, but would the meat of the spiked giant shell dragon elevate it further? This question could only be answered through practice. Lin Ming sliced off a pound of meat, freezing the remainder, and prepared to begin roasting. Given the considerable quantity of meat this time, he decided to treat it first. He scored the surface of the meat in a diamond pattern, seasoned it with fine salt, and finally applied nutrient paste. Lin Ming had finally mastered the proper use of the nutrient paste. This paste, a mixture of various seasonings and food, formed a viscous substance when prepared. Eating it directly was unpleasant in both taste and texture. However, when used as a marinade on meat, it produced a wondrous reaction once roasted. Sizzle. After half an hour of marination, Lin Ming commenced roasting the marinated meat alongside the potatoes using hot air. The pink meat immediately began to bubble upon contact with the heated air. In less than 5 minutes, the exterior of the roast had transformed into an enticing brown. Lowering the temperature of the hot air slightly, after another 10 minutes of roasting, the entire survival pod was suffused with the aroma of meat. Gurgle. The scent of the roasted giant shell dragon meat was far more enticing than that of canned meat, causing Lin Ming to swallow repeatedly. Taking a bite, the first sensation was the crisp yet not burnt shell. The exterior, having undergone the Maillard reaction, offered a delightful crunch and chewiness, bursting with flavor with every bite. Lin Ming stuffed a piece of roasted potato into his mouth, swallowing before gazing at the fragrant roasted meat. Beneath the crisp shell lay tender, juicy meat cooked to a perfect 7 or 8/10 doneness. Lin Ming cut a piece and placed it in his mouth. As he chewed, the savory juices from the marinated meat exploded between his lips and teeth, flooding his tongue with a taste deemed nothing short of exquisite, nearly causing him to swallow his tongue in delight. In just a few bites, Lin Ming devoured the meat, then cut off a piece of fat to gulp. The ultra-high-calorie fat sent Lin Ming, who had abstained from such indulgences for a while, into raptures. Delicious, truly scrumptious. In under 5 minutes, he had consumed a pound of roasted giant shell dragon meat along with a piece of roasted potato. As before, Lin Ming felt a surge of warmth flowing through his abdomen, radiating to his limbs, igniting a sensation of boundless energy that compelled him to shout, to sprint, to revel in physical activity. With this newfound vigor, Lin Ming grasped the superalloy greatsword he had previously forged. Weighing over 100 pounds, Lin Ming had struggled to lift it before, but now, although still somewhat taxing, he could manage to swing it a few times. As the digestion of the giant shell dragon meat continued, Lin Ming felt his strength amplifying, the weight of the sword becoming increasingly manageable, almost light in his hands. My strength has increased significantly. Setting down the greatsword, Lin Ming exercised his body, each joint cracking audibly. He opened the 3D map, gazing intently as his eyes began to shimmer. Various resource light points emerged, accompanied by floating windows indicating their quantities. Unfortunately, my talent did not upgrade. It seems each type of food emphasizes different aspects. Closing the 3D map, Lin Ming exercised for a while longer, fully absorbing the giant shell dragon meat. He conducted a test, instructing the 3D printer to create weights in increments of 10 kilograms. Lin Ming tried each one, ultimately discovering that he could now lift a barbell weighing up to 300 kilograms, a feat previously unimaginable. I recall that the strongest weightlifting champion on Blue Star had a record of around 500 kilograms. If I consume an entire chunk of dragon meat, I should easily surpass that. Lin Ming took a deep breath. Just then, the ether crystal stone emitted a prompt frowny face. Reverse engineering of the conveyor belt completed. You have mastered the technology related to the production of conveyor belts. Conveyor belt, description: a conveyor belt that can operate continuously, enhancing your transportation efficiency and material requirements. Ultrafine ion powder X50, any grade universal chip X1, electromagnetic coil X1, circuit board X1, resilient material X1. Manufacturing requirements: requires a 3D metal printer. Manufacturing consumption: energy X5 units. Glancing at the materials required for manufacturing the conveyor belt, Lin Ming stroked his chin. Resilient material, it seems to refer to rubber or something similar. I have not encountered relevant resource deposits nearby, nor have I seen them at the interstellar trading hub. After pondering for a long while, Lin Ming suddenly clapped his hands. Could the skin of the spiked giant shell dragon suffice? It seems I must have a word with Sun Yao. Chapter 47. Sun Yao's talent with the previous transaction as a foundation. Lin Ming did not need to elaborate further, and Sun Yao readily agreed to this deal. In total, there are 5 pieces of spiked shell dragon skin. What do you intend to ask for this time? Lin Ming prompted Sun Yao to make his offer. Sun Yao swiftly replied, Brother Lin, do you happen to have any surplus interstellar potatoes and interstellar corn? Just one of each would suffice. Lin Ming had a modest stock of both interstellar potatoes and interstellar corn, so this request posed no issue. Once the transaction was complete, Lin Ming casually remarked, "In the future, please refrain from calling me brother boss. It sounds rather awkward, just call me Lin Ming. By the way, have you tried the meat of the spiked shell dragon? After consuming it, I feel as though my strength has noticeably increased." Sun Yao responded, "Lin Gu, I have indeed tried it, and my strength has significantly augmented as well. I can now lift over 400 kilograms of stone." Upon reading Sun Yao's message, Lin Ming felt a surge of astonishment. He had consumed a pound of spiked shell dragon meat and had experienced a strength increase to 300 kilograms. He had thought this was quite impressive, only to discover that Sun Yao had gained even more, over 100 kilograms more. It dawned on him that one cannot generalize the physical capabilities of individuals. Perhaps Sun Yao's innate strength was simply greater than his, resulting in a higher potential limit. Lin Ming then subtly probed, "So, you must have consumed the interstellar potatoes and interstellar corn as well. Did you experience any peculiar sensations?" Sun Yao replied, "Hee, of course, brother Lin, you know what I mean." Lin Ming blinked in surprise. It seemed that his ability to perceive resource points was not an isolated case. Sun Yao appeared to possess a similar talent. A fleeting sense of inexplicable disappointment washed over him, but he quickly regained his composure and said, "Could it be that you also?" Sun Yao interjected, "Indeed, brother Lin. These are truly remarkable items. My time has tripled. I used to reward myself with 10 minutes, but after consuming the interstellar corn and potatoes, I have rewarded myself with over half an hour today. My arms are sore from it all." Lin Ming could only respond with a silent expression of disbelief. He suddenly realized that their conversation seemed to be occurring on entirely different wavelengths. After a few more casual exchanges, he closed the chat. Before him, 5 pieces of spiked shell dragon skin lay quietly spread out. The skin was adorned with silicon-based spikes, utilized by the dragons to regulate their body temperature and absorb sunlight. Before constructing the conveyor belt, these spikes needed to be processed. Lin Ming attempted to lift one piece and used the decomposition core of the survival pod to break it down. The ethereal crystal stone promptly generated a notification: decomposition successful. A high-tensile dragon skin X1, high-purity silicon ingot X3. The method proved effective. Lin Ming processed the remaining 4 pieces of dragon skin and then began attempting to manufacture the conveyor belt. The components required for the conveyor belt were minimal, primarily consisting of bearings, a metal frame, a control box, and the dragon skin covering it. In less than 5 minutes, the conveyor belt was successfully completed. This is a conveyor belt measuring 1 meter in length and half a meter in width, supported by adjustable stands that can be modified to a height ranging from 0.2 meters to 1.5 meters. The conveyor belt is equipped with a control box, allowing commands to be transmitted directly via an ether crystal. Lin Ming placed the conveyor belt on the ground and activated the control interface of the ether crystal, exclaiming, "Run." With a hum, the metal bearings on the conveyor belt began to rotate, and the dragon skin atop it moved swiftly. Reverse. The conveyor belt immediately halted, only to commence operation again in the opposite direction at the same speed. The conveyor belt is remarkably simple, with adjustable features limited to height, direction of rotation, and operational speed. Its minimum speed is 1 meter per second, while the maximum reaches 5 meters per second. As for energy consumption, it continues to rely on electric power. The advantage lies in the conveyor belt's built-in receiver for microwave energy transmission, consuming merely 1 unit of electricity after a full day of operation. Lin Ming pondered that while 1 or 2 conveyor belts serve little purpose, having a dozen would merely suffice for beginners. To significantly enhance efficiency, the transportation distance would need to be measured in hundreds of meters. Currently, he possesses ample materials capable of manufacturing conveyor belts, yet flexible materials remain exceedingly scarce, considering that a single spiked giant shell dragon can yield 5 portions of dragon skin. An entire dragon would produce 10 portions. If he could acquire the dragon skins from 7 to 8, or even 10 spiked giant shell dragons, Lin Ming could establish a conveyor belt cluster spanning 100 meters. However, among the planets he is aware of, only the one where Sun Yao resides is home to the spiked giant shell dragon. It seems he will need to engage in another conversation with Sun Yao. This time, Lin Ming refrained from directly opening the chat box with Sun Yao. After all, the collaboration he intended to discuss was distinct from their previous arrangements. The prior collaboration was a one-time transaction, after which there would be no further contact between the parties. However, to raid a spiked giant shell dragon gathering area, Sun Yao would undoubtedly require additional assistance beyond his own capabilities. Lin Ming was certain he needed to provide some extra help. Otherwise, even if Sun Yao agreed to venture alone into the spiked giant shell dragon territory, he would likely be overwhelmed and defeated before he could even slay a few. Based on his interactions thus far, Lin Ming found Sun Yao's character to be straightforward and forthright. Such individuals are intelligent yet do not engage in cunning maneuvers during relationships. However, should they be deceived even once, they would promptly sever ties and never grant a second chance to those who have wronged them. Sincerely, Lin Ming appreciated the prospect of befriending such individuals, as he had no intention of deceiving Sun Yao. This collaboration could serve as a pivotal opportunity. If their endeavor proved successful, their relationship could evolve into a closer alliance, akin to that of comrades. Lin Ming sat in contemplation for a considerable time before resolutely making up his mind. He opened the chat box with Sun Yao. "Are you busy?" Sun Yao replied, "Lin Gu, please hold on for a moment. I just finished some interstellar corn and interstellar potatoes, you know how it is." Lin Ming, after waiting for over 40 minutes, Sun Yao finally reached out to Lin Ming again. "Lin Gu, what brings you to me?" Lin Ming typed in the chat box, "Are you interested in collaborating to raid the spiked giant shell dragon gathering area?" Sun Yao, "Absolutely. Lin Gu, you wouldn't believe it, those female streamers have been getting increasingly demanding. For a half-hour, borderline one-on-one livestream, they asked for a pound of dragon meat, and then claimed their voices were hoarse, requesting a liter of pure water. But I didn't come out empty-handed. I managed to get a set of original flavor, which I unwrapped during the livestream, heh." Lin Ming, today, he was repeatedly astonished by Sun Yao, but he had not anticipated that young people would engage in such extravagant antics. Although he could not partake, he was certainly entertained. "Lin Ming, I have decided to collaborate with you to raid the spiked giant shell dragon gathering area. From the video you sent me last time, it appears that a gathering area for spiked giant shell dragons contains approximately 7 to 8 adult dragons, but never exceeding 10. You currently have the imitation crabs for scouting, along with the electromagnetic gun as a weapon. I will handle logistics, providing real-time ammunition and a backup electromagnetic gun. I will cover the costs for ammunition and energy consumption. What do you think?" Sun Yao responded without hesitation, "No problem, let's do it." Chapter 48. Unexpected discovery. Having confirmed their collaboration, Lin Ming began to discuss some details with Sun Yao. Lin Ming remarked, "Loading the electromagnetic gun requires some time. If we encounter a significant number of spiked armored dragons, once you finish firing, you can trade with me directly, and I will provide you with a fully charged and loaded electromagnetic gun." Sun Yao responded, "No problem, brother Lin. Try to use armor-piercing rounds to target the head or heart. This will allow us to eliminate the spiked armored dragons directly with the assistance of the heavy exosuit's targeting system. This should not pose much of a challenge. Of course, in an emergency, feel free to use dum-dum bullets to take them down." "Don't worry, brother Lin. After feasting on dragon meat, I feel immensely strong and my reaction speed has improved significantly. A few spiked armored dragons are no match for me. When the time comes, make sure to livestream and share the visual feed from the mimetic crab. Having both of us monitoring will be safer than relying on just one." There was more Lin Ming wished to convey to Sun Yao, specifically, his ability to see resource points. As soon as Sun Yao initiated the livestream, Lin Ming would be able to view resource points in real time through the shared vision of the mimetic crab. Should a spiked armored dragon or any other threat attempt a stealth attack, Lin Ming would be able to detect it in advance. This way, he could minimize the danger to Sun Yao. After all, it was Lin Ming who initiated the sweeping request, ensuring Sun Yao's safety was paramount. Finally, Lin Ming turned to discuss the distribution of their spoils. "I am primarily interested in the skin of the spiked armored dragons. The rest holds little value for me. You can decide how to allocate the rest." Sun Yao replied, "Then the dragon skins will belong to you, brother Lin. We'll split the dragon meat evenly, and I'll take the remaining materials like dragon teeth and tendons. If we find any dragon eggs, we'll split those as well. How does that sound?" "That works, but I'll pass on the dragon eggs for now. I still have 4 that I don't know what to do with." Lin Ming was quite satisfied with this arrangement. After all, it was Sun Yao who would be exerting the most effort. Lin Ming's contribution would be limited in this operation, thus, he willingly relinquished his claim to the dragon eggs. With the plan finalized, Lin Ming produced a jetpack and sent Sun Yao the blueprint. "In case of an emergency, act decisively and abandon the mission. I will give you this to escape." Upon opening the blueprint for the jetpack, Sun Yao was taken aback. Good heavens, to what level had Lin Ming ascended? The first player in the region to upgrade the survival pod, the first to share an F-grade universal password, possessing an abundance of basic resources to the point of being able to sell them, wholesale solar panels, and now, a miraculous jetpack for escape. Recalling how he had recently treasured a broken conveyor belt, Sun Yao felt a wave of embarrassment as he fidgeted his toes within the heavy exosuit. Once supplied, Sun Yao patted the mimetic crab lying beside him. "Little Black, let us proceed." Lin Ming observed Sun Yao's every move through the livestream. It was undeniable that circumstances varied greatly between individuals. While the area surrounding Sun Yao's survival pod was strewn with gravel and rubble, a few kilometers later, he arrived at a low-lying region. This area featured a narrow crevice. Though described as a crevice, it was actually about 10 meters wide and nearly 100 meters deep. As Sun Yao descended slowly along the crevice, Lin Ming noticed that vegetation began to appear on the cliffs surrounding them, though they had turned brown under the relentless sun. However, as Sun Yao descended approximately 50 meters, the situation began to change. At this depth, the cliffs shielded most of the sunlight, providing a sanctuary for flora and fauna to flourish. The previously parched and cracked ground had become slightly moist, dotted with patches of grass resembling camel thorn, and occasionally green shrubs could be spotted. Brother Lin, what do you think of this hidden paradise I've found? There is a water source up ahead. I encountered a spiked armored dragon when I was fetching water here before. Sun Yao pointed ahead, saying, if I weren't worried about wild beasts lurking nearby, I would have considered relocating the survival pod here. Indeed, this place is far superior to mine. My surroundings are barren, devoid of even weeds. As Lin Ming spoke, he began to focus on the shared vision from the mimetic crab that was scouting ahead. His eyes glimmered with excitement as he noticed various luminous points flickering in the shared vision. Clay, 31 units. Withered grass, feed, 29 units. Ground juniper, feed, 78 units. Water source, 78, 971 cubic meters. Upon seeing the abundance of water, Lin Ming felt a surge of envy. You have quite a substantial water supply here. It could be considered a small lake. Why haven't you thought of selling water at the interstellar trading post? Sun Yao in the livestream chuckled wryly, unfastening a metal cylinder from his waist and sending the mimetic crab to fetch water while he cautiously stood several dozen meters away from the lake, observing from a distance. Brother Lin, you won't understand. Initially, I thought I had struck it rich, but after witnessing a spiked armored dragon being dragged underwater by an unknown creature, I no longer held that notion. As he spoke, Sun Yao sent Lin Ming a picture. Lin Ming opened the image and discovered an extremely blurred screenshot of a video. In the image, a massive tentacle could be faintly seen lifting an adult spiked armored dragon. Wow! An adult spiked armored dragon weighs nearly a ton, yet the tentacle could effortlessly lift it into the air. No wonder Sun Yao was so cautious, for the gigantic unknown creature lurking beneath, a being of Sun Yao's size wouldn't even be a mouthful. Thus, occasionally fetching water was of little concern. However, should Sun Yao become reckless and start drawing water frantically by the lake, the enormous creature would likely intervene to protect its territory. Fortunately, taking a barrel of water occasionally seems to go unnoticed by that creature. Receiving the metal cylinder from the mimetic crab, Sun Yao patted its carapace and secured the cylinder to his waist, saying, "Well done. Continue your patrol, little black." As the mimetic crab resumed its patrol, Lin Ming suddenly caught sight of a purple glimmer that flashed across the screen. Purple Dan Luo, medicine, 1 unit. Medicine. This was the first time Lin Ming had encountered such a classification. Although no players had been seeking medicine in the regional chat, illness is an inevitable part of life. The potential value of medicine is immeasurable. However, the dilemma remained. This was Sun Yao's planet, and prior to this, they had not agreed on how to distribute such discoveries. After a moment of internal conflict, Lin Ming spoke up. It seems there is a peculiar plant growing just to the right rear of the mimetic crab. Oh, really? Sun Yao turned in that direction and, after careful inspection, discovered a small pale purple plant among the ground juniper. He chuckled, "Brother Lin, your eyesight is quite sharp, you spotted that." But Sun Yao's words trailed off, and the livestream fell into silence. After a full 2 minutes, Sun Yao sent over a blueprint, Purple Dan Luo, Purple Dan Luo, description: a herb with unique medicinal properties. When steeped in water and consumed, it can heal most non-lethal injuries and alleviate the effects of fatal wounds. When crushed into juice and applied externally, it can stop bleeding and promote bone growth, accelerating the healing of wounds. Brother Lin, Sun Yao's voice trembled slightly, there's only one plant. How do we divide it? Chapter 49 A Massacre. We had previously agreed that I only require the dragon skin and dragon meat, the rest is yours. After a brief moment of excitement, Lin Ming regained his composure. Once the exhilaration subsided, he secretly mocked himself. Lin Ming, how could you be so greedy? With such abundant resources and various scarce technologies at your disposal, you find yourself coveting a mere herb. Sun Yao fell silent once more. After a short while, he spoke. Brother Lin, we are, after all, here together to hunt the spiked giant shell dragon. What we find should be shared. This herb has 10 leaves, we can each take 5. That's unnecessary. I am not ill at the moment, so it holds little value for me. Lin Ming suddenly recalled that he possessed a blooming mouth flower, which had not consumed anything, and continued, "How about this? You keep the leaves and simply give me the stem." Sun Yao's expression turned somewhat anxious. "But the compendium states that only the leaves of the purple danluo possess medicinal properties. Let us divide it this way." "Trust me," Lin Ming replied nonchalantly, "I shall brew the stem in water, it might even extend the reward time." Upon hearing this, Sun Yao took a deep breath. Is this what it means to be a big shot? Despite being tempted by such a precious item, he still maintained his principles. If their positions were reversed, he would have already agreed to the division. "All right." Sun Yao cautiously plucked the 10 leaves and stored them in the inner pocket of his exosuit, trading the stem to Lin Ming while solemnly stating, "Brother Lin, if you ever need the purple danluo, do not hesitate to ask." "Understood." Lin Ming nodded slightly in appreciation of Sun Yao's demeanor. He had not misjudged him. Sun Yao was indeed a trustworthy friend. With the stem of the purple danluo in hand, Lin Ming rose and made his way to the temperature-controlled chamber. Inside, the solitary mouth flower sensed Lin Ming's arrival and swayed gently. "Don't rush, today there is something delicious." Lin Ming fed the stem along with the root system into the blooming bud. The bud immediately curled, ensnaring the stem tightly, then drooped and remained motionless. Gently caressing the closed bud, Lin Ming remarked, "Once you mature, I will transplant you, so you can stay with others of your kind." Having completed this task, Lin Ming turned his attention to Sun Yao's live stream perspective. After dealing with the purple danluo, Sun Yao was particularly vigilant of every plant and tree surrounding him. Unfortunately, he did not discover any other precious herbs. Navigating around a wide lake, Sun Yao arrived at a slightly recessed cliff. Lin Ming noticed an entrance there, with the grass in front trampled and withered, revealing occasional enormous claw prints. "This is the lair of the spiked giant shell dragon. Inside lies a considerable space," Sun Yao explained to Lin Ming. "It is not yet the time for the spiked giant shell dragons to emerge. They will likely come out in about 3 to 4 hours to drink and forage." Lin Ming stroked his chin. "Does that mean we must wait here for 3 to 4 hours? Is your exosuit's power fully recharged?" Sun Yao chuckled. "I have my methods." With that, he retrieved another metallic cylinder from his waist. Opening it, Lin Ming saw Sun Yao extract a dragon egg from within. Could he truly be a genius? Watching Sun Yao hand the dragon egg to the mimic crab, instructing it to carry it into the lair of the spiked giant shell dragon, Lin Ming marveled. Roar, roar, roar. Before long, the air was filled with the resonant roars of dragons. The mimic crab darted in swiftly, only to emerge even faster. From the shared perspective of the mimic crab, Lin Ming observed the situation inside. There are a total of 9 spiked giant shell dragons, all adults. Be cautious. Understood. Sun Yao, having seen the same scene through the shared view, swiftly removed an electromagnetic gun from his back, checking the ammunition before retreating rapidly. Thud, thud, thud. In the livestream, Lin Ming could clearly hear the urgent and powerful footsteps. Suddenly, a massive spiked giant shell dragon burst from the cave entrance, opening its gaping maw towards the mimic crab. Roar. Whoosh, a flash of silver light passed, and a thumb-sized hole appeared in the dragon's head, with crimson and white substances gushing forth. Crack, the spiked giant shell dragon swayed twice before collapsing lifelessly. Well done. Lin Ming praised, simultaneously requesting a trade for the fully loaded electromagnetic gun in his hand with Sun Yao's. Sun Yao instantly agreed, then aimed at another spiked giant shell dragon that had emerged from the cave. Whoosh, another spiked giant shell dragon fell. One cannot deny the lethality of kinetic weaponry against carbon-based lifeforms. No matter how tough a creature's skull, it is no match for a superalloy armor-piercing round traveling at an initial speed of 3,000 meters per second. After swiftly eliminating 3 spiked giant shell dragons, the remaining ones inside sensed something was amiss. What on earth? Why are my companions in front all asleep? Seeing the remaining spiked giant shell dragons hesitating near the entrance, Sun Yao shouted, "Little Black, lure them out." With a rustle, the mimic crab, previously watching from the sidelines, quickly lifted the dragon egg and scampered towards the cave entrance. Roar, upon seeing the stolen dragon egg, 2 spiked giant shell dragons within could no longer maintain their composure, roaring angrily as they charged out. Whoosh, trading electromagnetic guns. Whoosh, 2 more spiked giant shell dragons fell lifelessly. In the blink of an eye, the number of spiked giant shell dragons had been halved. With this, no matter how the mimic crab attempted to entice the remaining 4, they refused to venture out again. Sun Yao called to the mimic crab, "Little Black, intensify your efforts." With a flurry of movement, the mimic crab's 8 legs propelled it forward, as it once again dashed into the cave with the dragon egg held high. Roar, the 4 spiked giant shell dragons charged forward, only to see the mimic crab emerge once more. Still carrying the dragon egg, however, they did not pursue. Instead, they retreated back into their lair. Once more, the mimic crab entered with the dragon egg aloft. The spiked giant shell dragons, enraged, charged out again. After several repetitions, finally, 2 spiked giant shell dragons, unable to bear the humiliation, stormed out of the cave, only to be swiftly dispatched by Sun Yao. Only 2 remain. After confirming through the mimic crab's perspective that only 2 green dots were left inside, Lin Ming informed Sun Yao. Time to make a splash. Sun Yao leisurely loaded an armor-piercing round and strolled towards the cave entrance. If the mountain does not see me, I shall still see the mountain. When industrial civilization encounters agrarian civilization, it can inflict a casualty ratio of 100. When interstellar civilization faces prehistoric beasts, it is pure slaughter. In a mere 5 minutes, all 9 spiked giant shell dragons lay dead, hardly qualifying as a battle. TSK, this is the might of the electromagnetic gun, Sun Yao remarked as he approached the pile of spiked giant shell dragon corpses, lightly kicking the head the size of a grinding wheel. Previously, I would have been too frightened to even look at them. Chapter 50. Danger approaches. 9 spiked armored dragons, all eliminated, and they are all adults. Sun Yao gleefully informed Lin Ming after tallying his gains. Brother Lin, I'm going to take a look inside to see if there is anything else. Alright, be cautious. Lin Ming urged. Rest assured. Sun Yao replied, gripping his electromagnetic gun while allowing the simulated crab to scout ahead, maintaining a vigilant distance of over 10 meters behind. Lin Ming attentively monitored the shared perspective of the simulated crab. Perhaps due to the herbivorous nature of the spiked armored dragons, there was no food stockpiled within their lair. There were no dragon eggs either, indicating that all the previous ones had been collected by Sun Yao. It was no wonder that upon spotting the dragon eggs, the spiked armored dragons would risk their lives to pursue them. Those eggs represented the hope for the continuation of their species. A bunch of miserly creatures. Sun Yao, the instigator, remained oblivious to this fact. After a brief survey of the area, he felt a tinge of disappointment. Sun Yao, what are those things on the ground? Lin Ming pointed to the shared perspective of the simulated crab, where several dark, football-sized objects lay scattered. His eyes glimmered with excitement as he noticed gray specks flickering atop the black spheres. Ah, these? Sun Yao trotted over to the cluster of black spheres, crouching down for a closer inspection and reaching out to touch them. Unfortunately, clad in a heavy exosuit, he could not discern their texture. Stop touching them, I already know what they are. Lin Ming quickly interjected upon spotting the floating window beside the specks. Feces, fertilizer, 1 unit. What is it? Sun Yao's curiosity surged as he grasped one of the black spheres, pulling off a soft, mushy mass that contained discernible plant fibers and intact wild fruits or seeds. This is feces. Sun Yao shuddered, vigorously shaking his hand before forcefully hurling the excrement against the stone wall a dozen meters away, producing a sharp crack. Ah! Sun Yao exclaimed, removing a metal cylinder from his waist to wash the soiled exosuit with the water inside, lamenting, this is absolutely disgusting. This is actually valuable. Lin Ming recalled the miniature farm he had constructed at the first branch point, realizing that the feces from the spiked armored dragons would serve as excellent fertilizer for the algae and crops within. Moreover, there were several piles of feces here, each containing dozens of the black spheres, making the quantity quite substantial. He turned to Sun Yao and said, I'll give you 10 units of energy to trade all this feces to me. Brother Lin, what do you want these for? Sun Yao asked, puzzled but nevertheless beginning to act. The prerequisite for trading items was ownership of those items, and these uncollected resources could not be traded directly. Sun Yao suppressed his disgust, extending a finger to gently tap a black sphere, thus acquiring ownership of the feces before promptly commencing the trade with Lin Ming. Lin Ming had already positioned himself at the first branch of the pit, and after the transaction was complete, he tossed the black spheres into the wastewater pool, which was already half empty. Plop, plop. The scene, coupled with the dull sound of splashing, made Lin Ming feel somewhat queasy, his stomach churning momentarily. Fortunately, clad in the heavy exosuit, he was spared from the potentially pungent aroma. For reasons unknown, Sun Yao worked with remarkable efficiency, completing the transaction for all the black spheres in a mere 5 minutes. Once finished, he immediately took the metal cylinder to diligently cleanse his exosuit. Ah, I feel so unclean. Sun Yao raised his right hand for inspection, sniffing it though, of course, he could detect nothing through the glass helmet. Lin Ming remained silent, offering no words of comfort. In the struggle for survival on an entirely alien planet, using feces as fertilizer and even urine for hydration was quite normal. It is only after one's basic needs are met that morality emerges, and one can be truly considered human. If even the essentials are unmet, the primal instincts would overshadow humanity. Survival is the foremost principle of all life. After a few minutes, Sun Yao gradually calmed down, approaching the entrance of the lair to begin clearing the bodies of the spiked armored dragons. A total of 9 adult spiked armored dragons had to be individually transported by Sun Yao. With the assistance of the exosuit, he need only grasp the tail of each dragon, dragging them one by one to the canyon entrance, where he would temporarily relocate the survival pod to decompose them for materials. Damn the decomposition core! Every time I decompose the flesh of the spiked armored dragons, it only yields 100 kilograms, while the remainder consists of various materials. As for the internal organs and bones, and other types of meat, I have no idea where they disappear to. Sun Yao muttered while laboring. Lin Ming retorted, why not just butcher them yourself? With those superalloy tools, it should be quite simple, right? Brother Lin, I've considered that, but think about it, since there is a complete ecological chain in the canyon, it stands to reason that besides herbivores, there must also be carnivores lurking about. Those creatures have keen senses. If there is even a trace of blood or meat scraps left outside the survival pod, and they catch wind of it, my pod would be in jeopardy. Lin Ming nodded in agreement. Sun Yao's reasoning was sound. The planet Urea, where they found themselves, had suffered an ecological collapse due to the inundation of the black tide. Thus, apart from the initial days of trepidation, Lin Ming had gradually relaxed his vigilance towards the surroundings. After all, the simulated crab and miniature satellites continuously explored the area, revealing resource points, confirming the vicinity was safe. Sun Yao, however, was not so fortunate. Unaware of his surroundings, he considered the vast majority of nearby locations to be akin to a black box. Moreover, the discovery of a complete ecosystem in the canyon warranted caution. The abundance of resources also implied great danger. The two were inextricably linked. Indeed. Lin Ming suddenly had a thought. If Sun Yao could trade the spiked armored dragons to him, he could decompose them himself, thus avoiding being shortchanged by the decomposition core. However, Lin Ming quickly dismissed this notion. If he were to voice this idea now, Sun Yao might misunderstand and think he intended to monopolize all the spiked armored dragons, potentially jeopardizing their collaborative relationship. Moreover, why was Lin Ming not concerned about the dangers Sun Yao feared? Was he absolutely certain that the surroundings were safe? If so, what methods had he employed to ascertain this? To risk exposing his partial or complete technological creations, or even his talents, for a mere sliver of additional gain would be a fool's bargain. He merely desired the hides of the spiked armored dragons. Everything else was beyond his plans. If he obtained them, splendid; if not, he would not force the issue. Do not lose sight of your true intentions. As Lin Ming pondered these matters, his peripheral vision caught sight of an enormous red dot rapidly ascending from the depths of the lake, swiftly approaching Sun Yao, who was in the midst of transporting the corpses of the spiked armored dragons. Be careful. Chapter 51. Framework mining system. That thing is about to emerge. Lin Ming exclaimed urgently, handing over the jetpack he had meticulously prepared to Sun Yao, saying, use this and strap it on your back. Through the shared perspective of the simulated crab, Sun Yao caught sight of the lake's tumultuous waters churning violently. He hastily discarded the spiked giant shell dragon and accepted Lin Ming's trade request. With a click, the jetpack was secured onto his back. A splash, a colossal tentacle surged forth, sending up a cascade of water, as a slick, 5-person-wide appendage rapidly approached Sun Yao. By this time, Sun Yao had donned the jetpack and made a slight leapy boom. A powerful gust of air dispersed the water, propelling Sun Yao upwards like a flying fish breaking the surface. Seeking death. Observing the tentacle miss its strike and redirect its focus towards the carcass of the spiked giant shell dragon on the ground, Sun Yao swiftly switched to a dum-dum round and fired at the tentacle. Splash, the enormous tentacle recoiled instantly, creating a spray of water nearly 10 meters high. Lin Ming noticed that amid the still turbulent waters, a faint blue hue was quietly spreading. Damn it, daring to steal my spoils. Sun Yao hovered in midair, the jetpack secured on his back, gripping the reloaded electromagnetic gun tightly as he fixed his gaze on the gradually calming surface of the lake. Lin Ming observed a large red dot swiftly descending, vanishing without a trace shortly thereafter. It seemed to be safe now. But he refrained from mentioning this to Sun Yao. Since safety was established, he preferred to let Sun Yao figure things out on his own. After hovering for a while, Sun Yao saw no further signs of the unknown creature. He initially contemplated firing another shot into the lake, but reconsidered and decided against it. After all, the bullets were a gift from Lin Ming. Each shot fired diminished their number, so it was prudent to conserve them. Once he confirmed safety, Sun Yao gently descended, dragging the corpse of the spiked giant shell dragon as he rapidly departed. As he toiled, Sun Yao inquired, Lin Gu, did I miss my shot earlier? Otherwise, the dum-dum round's power would have obliterated that creature. No, you hit it, Lin Ming replied, sending Sun Yao a video he had just recorded. In slow motion, it revealed a massive tentacle breaking through the lake's surface, inching closer to Sun Yao, ascending with the jetpack and switching to a dum-dum round. a glimmer of silver shot forth, piercing through the enormous tentacle. Almost instantaneously, a colossal void appeared within the tentacle. The cavity was so vast it could have accommodated the entire spiked giant shell dragon. Soon after, under the tentacle's powerful elasticity, the void rapidly shrank, leaving merely a palm-sized rupture on the tentacle's surface, from which a trickle of pale blue blood flowed. After viewing the video, Sun Yao marveled, "Wow, that tentacle has incredible elasticity." "Indeed," Lin Ming remarked, "the dum-dum round can create a cavitation effect, greatly enhancing its destructive power. However, the tentacle lacks internal organs, and coupled with its inherent elasticity, the damage sustained was minimal." Lin Ming expressed his astonishment. "This tentacle is so immense that it could shatter half of the spiked giant shell dragon, and for it, this merely constitutes a flesh wound." Fortunately, despite being injured, the unseen creature had retracted, likely remaining hidden for the time being. Sun Yao seized the moment, dragging and pulling, aided by the jetpack, swiftly transporting all the spiked giant shell dragon corpses to the canyon entrance. "Alright, it's safe now, but I'm off to attend to my own matters," Lin Ming announced, shutting down the live stream. "Okay, Lin Gu, I'll send you the materials once they've been processed." Sun Yao flew back to the survival pod, removed the jetpack from his back, and began to fondle it excitedly, exclaiming, "What a marvelous piece of equipment! That flight was exhilarating, I wish it were mine." Reluctantly playing with the jetpack for some time, Sun Yao finally returned it to Lin Ming. Receiving the jetpack back, Lin Ming nodded appreciatively. Their collaboration had further solidified the mutual trust between them, paving the way for broader cooperation in the future. While waiting for Sun Yao to dismantle the spiked giant shell dragon, Lin Ming began transmitting signals to the miniature satellite. At this point, the satellite had scanned most of the geological information in the vicinity, but Lin Ming had more pressing tasks for it. Calculate the nearest orbit and assess the sun's angle moving forward. Whoosh! The miniature satellite's thrusters emitted a faint flame as it adjusted its position, commencing observations of the relative orbital movements of the stars and the planet Urea. 10 minutes later, the ether crystal projected a notification. In 12 hours, the angle of the star relative to the surface will gradually decrease, reaching 45 degrees in 8 hours, sustaining this for 72 hours. During this time, the surface temperature is expected to drop below 100 degrees Celsius. The cooling has begun. The scorching sun of the past 2 days was soon to pass, and the sun would hang obliquely in the sky. At a 45-degree angle, this would provide adequate illumination while preventing excessive underground temperatures. Had it not been for the need to transport heavy objects, he could even venture outside clad in a lightweight extravehicular suit. Although the heavy-duty suit featured highly sensitive exoskeleton assistance, it sometimes struggled with fine motor tasks and lacked tactile feedback, a sentiment Sun Yao could surely relate to. The next 3 days will be a period of growth. We must accelerate our progress. Lin Ming contemplated before instructing the miniature satellite, commence deep space exploration to see if there are any E-grade supply pods nearby. Whoosh, the miniature satellite adjusted its angle and began its deep space reconnaissance. Descending into the pit, Lin Ming entered the first branch of the tunnel and discovered that the hydroponic framework was showing signs of sprouting for the interstellar corn and rice seeds, while the interstellar potato fragments displayed no noticeable changes. It seems the time until we can feast on interstellar rice is drawing near. Reaching the bottom of the pit, Lin Ming noted that the 3D metal printer had produced numerous solar panels, with the simulated crabs diligently transporting them out for installation. Once the sun's angle changes, we need to assign a simulated crab to constantly adjust the angle, ensuring the solar panels are always positioned optimally. Checking the energy reserves of the survival pod, which now exceeded 470 units, Lin Ming realized that at this rate, they would be fully charged before the sun's angle shifted. In the short term, his energy reserves would be significantly enriched, yet due to the output limitations of the 3D printer, he could not currently consume sufficient energy. Moreover, in the upcoming 3 days, he would maintain a commendable energy output from the solar panels. Thus, Lin Ming accessed the interstellar trading hub, deciding to purchase certain items using the energy. After browsing for a while, he stumbled upon a chip containing the blueprint for the framework mining system, priced at a staggering 9,999 units of basic resources. Chapter 52 Bargaining, Framework Mining System. Introduction. The mining system, equipped with an alloy drill bit, is ensconced within a colossal metallic framework that ensures its stability during the extraction of mineral resources, thereby enabling a continuous mining operation. Material requirements: ultrafine iron powder X1500, universal chip of any grade X1, electromagnetic coils X50, circuit boards X50, SuperAlloy X30. Manufacturing requirements: a 3D metal printer is necessary. Manufacturing consumption: energy X500 units. After perusing the catalog of the framework mining system, Lin Ming gritted his teeth. The superalloy drill bit of this system perfectly addresses the issue of mining titanium ore or other resources buried deep within the Earth's strata, a challenge that ordinary crabs cannot surmount. Moreover, Lin Ming already possesses the requisite ultrafine iron powder and other associated materials. The requirement of 500 units of energy poses a slight challenge, yet it is not insurmountable. The only pressing concern is the price. Although the cost falls within Lin Ming's financial capacity, his current energy reserves have yet to reach their limit. Solar panels are gradually yielding energy, with the maximum output expected to be achieved later today, yet it still falls short of meeting this exorbitant offer. Even if Lin Ming were to possess such a significant amount of energy, he would be reluctant to engage in any transaction. The 99.99 units of energy he possesses are akin to enlisting a basic resource electromagnetic gun at 999 units, merely a gimmick for display purposes. However, should Lin Ming inquire about the price, players would undoubtedly take advantage of his reputation and level 2 status, leading to inflated demands. Lin Ming has no desire to be taken for a fool. At that moment, Sun Yao sent Lin Ming a message of Brother Lin, I have successfully dismantled 87 dragon skins, 900 kilograms of dragon meat, and all other materials. Your share has been traded to you. Please approve the transaction request. Lin Ming opened the interstellar trading platform, discovering that Sun Yao had traded him 87 dragon skins and 450 kilograms of dragon meat, which he promptly accepted. Received. Lin Ming replied, by the way, there's something I need your assistance with. Sun Yao quickly responded, Brother Lin, no need for pleasantries between us, just let me know. Lin Ming then conveyed his interest in the framework mining system to Sun Yao, detailing how to negotiate the price. Understood, rest assured, Brother Lin. Sun Yao immediately grasped the situation. Closing the chat window, he switched to the interstellar trading channel and sought out the player selling the framework mining system. This player, named Lu Guodong, appeared to be a man in his 30s, with a fair complexion and no facial hair. Hello, is the framework mining system still available? Sun Yao mentally rehearsed Lin Ming's script before sending the message to Lu Guodong. Lu Guodong quickly replied, yes, are you interested? Sun Yao, of course, it's a fantastic item, but I lack sufficient basic materials. Lu Guodong, the high price is merely for display, the actual selling price will be much lower. Everyone is still in the early stages of development, and resources are limited, as I am aware. Sun Yao nodded, confirming Lin Ming's assessment that Lu Guodong's psychological price point was not excessively high, but rather, he sought a reasonable price due to the advanced technology of the framework mining system. Sun Yao messaged back, then how many units of basic resources are you looking to exchange? I'll see if I have enough. Not much, not much. Lu Guodong promptly replied, I see you're a good fellow. I'd like to befriend you. How about this, a flat price of 2,000 units of basic resources, 2,000 units of basic resources, Sun Yao scoffed. He could easily acquire the item, yet Lu Guodong still insisted on trading the framework mining system. After all, transactions often began with exorbitant demands, only to settle later. Sun Yao boldly stated, brother, we are all stranded on this unfamiliar planet. You understand the current state of progress. I am merely maintaining the bare minimum for survival, with all remaining resources totaling 150 units for trade. What do you think? Sun Yao's offer left Lu Guodong momentarily speechless. He had asked for 2,000 units of basic resources, and Sun Yao's counter was a mere fraction of that, an audacious move. Lu Guodong replied, 1,500 units, no less. You know how precious minerals are, the rusty iron ore around us is dwindling, and soon this will become a money-making machine. Sun Yao shook his head, responding, that's too expensive. Even if I forego all sustenance and gather all my resources, I could only muster 200 units. Brother, please reconsider. Lu Guodong hesitated. After listing the framework mining system, he had received inquiries from other players, but the highest offer had only reached 400 units of basic resources, and that was under a payment plan. Though this price had piqued his interest, he was wary of the installment method among individual players. Sun Yao's offer was already the highest, yet he remained unwilling to accept it. Lu Guodong tentatively suggested, how about you add 200 units of basic resources? If you agree, we can finalize the deal immediately. Seeing Lu Guodong's message, Sun Yao smiled inwardly. This was a clear indication of Lu Guodong's psychological price point. He decisively replied, forget it, brother. Upon reflection, even if I gamble all my resources for 200 units, should I end up in the same predicament as you, it would indeed become a troublesome affair. Excuse me. Witnessing Sun Yao's retreat, Lu Guodong grew anxious. The deal was nearly within reach, they only needed to agree on a price. How could he back out at this juncture? He sent a flurry of messages to Sun Yao. Brother, 350 units, a flat price. If that works for you, we can trade immediately. Are you there? Brother, please respond. 330 units, consider it a gesture of friendship. After leaving Lu Guodong hanging for a while, Sun Yao finally replied, "No, brother, I genuinely do not have enough basic resources. 150 units. If you agree, we can trade. If not, so be it." This time, he waited a full half hour without receiving any further replies from Lu Guodong. Sun Yao understood that Lu Guodong was grappling with internal conflict, so he crafted another message of, "By the way, brother, you seem quite reasonable. Allow me to offer you some guidance. In our regional channel, the esteemed Lin Ming is developing exceptionally well. You might consider reaching out to him. If he's interested, you could strike it rich." The suggestion struck a chord. Lu Guodong's eyes lit up, and without waiting to respond to Sun Yao, he quickly sought out Lin Ming's contact information and sent a friend request. "Player Lu Guodong has requested to add you as a friend. Do you accept?" Seeing the friend request pop up, Lin Ming's lips curled into a slight smile. Sun Yao had just informed him of Lu Guodong's psychological price point, and now it was time for him to make his move. After waiting another 10 minutes, Lin Ming approved Lu Guodong's friend request and sent a message. Chapter 53 Predicament. Lu Guodong hurriedly replied, "Hello, Lin Ming. Hello, is there something you need?" Upon seeing Lin Ming's terse response, accompanied by the LV2 insignia, Lu Guodong felt a dryness in his throat. Although they were not conversing face to face, an inexplicable pressure weighed heavily on his heart. If he were to offend this formidable figure, the framework mining system would undoubtedly collapse in his hands. "Esteemed one, I have stumbled upon a small trinket. I wonder if it piques your interest." Lu Guodong stated, "Framework mining system. Ah, let me take a look shortly." After sending this message, Lin Ming fell silent. Lu Guodong waited patiently for a full hour. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he sent another message, "Esteemed one, what do you think?" "Oh, I was just occupied." Lin Ming remained succinct, "Are you looking to sell?" "Indeed, esteemed one, I only require 1,000 units of basic resources, any type will suffice." Upon seeing Lu Guodong's asking price, Lin Ming couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. It seemed this fellow was still somewhat greedy, hoping to sell the framework distribution system at an inflated price. "Do you take me for a fool?" "Not at all, esteemed one." At Lin Ming's response, Lu Guodong began to panic. Indeed, formidable figures were not easily deceived. Gritting his teeth, Lu Guodong replied, "Esteemed one, I can offer a 50 discount, how about 500 units of basic resources? This item holds little utility." Lin Ming analyzed for Lu Guodong. On the surface, it appears to be a continuously operational mining machine, but in reality, it has many drawbacks. Firstly, the basic resources required for its manufacture are substantial, and its energy consumption is considerable. Secondly, there are currently no mature exploration technologies available. One can only gamble on luck. Should this be constructed in an area devoid of resources, all efforts would be in vain, and its size makes it cumbersome to relocate. Thirdly, even if the first two issues are circumvented, the energy required for sustained operation poses a challenge. Thus, it is an aesthetically appealing yet functionally deficient contraption. You would be better off seeking another buyer. As Lin Ming enumerated the flaws, Lu Guodong swallowed hard. The esteemed one was indeed astute, swiftly discerning the shortcomings of the framework mining system. The second point, the inability to ascertain the distribution of underground resources, was a critical issue that significantly diminished the system's value. This was also the reason he had hesitated to part with it. Players who failed to recognize these deficiencies could not amass sufficient basic resources. Conversely, those who could gather enough resources were fully aware of the framework mining system's limitations. Lu Guodong felt himself sinking into despair. "I could part with 350 units of basic resources. After all, it was with all my energy that I acquired them." Lin Ming, the esteemed one, would surely be the first to gather the materials necessary to construct the framework mining system. "Are you implying that you currently lack energy?" Lin Ming inquired. Lu Guodong had inadvertently revealed his dire predicament. With this admission, Lin Ming understood that he was attempting to turn his fortunes around through the trade of the framework mining system, having already reached a point of depletion, 280 units of energy, a firm price. Just as Lu Guodong found himself in despair, he caught sight of Lin Ming's offer. Excellent. Lu Guodong felt as though he had grasped a lifeline and immediately acquiesced. Let us proceed with the transaction. After concluding the exchange, Lu Guodong expressed his gratitude profusely. "Thank you, esteemed one. I shall ensure that you receive the lowest price on any future technology." Closing the chat window, Lin Ming gazed at the black chip resting in his palm and couldn't help but chuckle. He believed that even if he had pressed the price down to 250 units of energy or lower, Lu Guodong would have acquiesced. However, Lin Ming opted to leave a margin of profit for Lu Guodong, adhering to his habitual inclination against the number 250. Researching the framework mining system. Expected to acquire relevant technology in 1 hour. Upon witnessing the prompt from the ether crystal, Lin Ming felt a profound sense of satisfaction. The flaws he had just outlined regarding the framework mining system indeed existed for other players. Yet, Lin Ming possessed an abundance of energy and had the ability to extract rust iron ore with his progenitor crabs. Most importantly, he could see resource points. This capability surpassed the vast majority of players, allowing him to maximize the mining efficiency of the framework mining system. All progenitor crabs concentrate on extracting stone. I am currently in need of rust iron ore. Lin Ming commanded the progenitor crabs. 50 Some progenitor crabs still seem insufficient. Observing the bustling activity through the progenitor crab's perspective, Lin Ming sighed. He resolved to conduct reverse research on the progenitor crabs. However, he held little hope for the outcome. Please select the chip for reverse research. F-grade universal chip. Based on the computational power provided by the current chip, the estimated duration for reverse research is 10 minutes, consuming 1 unit of energy per hour. Do you wish to commence reverse research? Yes. Reverse research on progenitor crabs completed. You have mastered the technology to manufacture progenitor crabs. Progenitor crab, description: a silicon-based lifeform with low computational power, possessing a peculiar appearance, capable of adapting to various terrains and accomplishing designated tasks in harsh environments. Material requirements: high-purity silicon ingots X2, any grade universal chip X1, circuit board X1, electromagnetic coil X1, energy storage block X1. Manufacturing requirements: requires a 3D metal printer. Manufacturing consumption: energy X5 units. Upon reviewing the materials required for manufacturing progenitor crabs, Lin Ming had already formed a rough judgment prior to the reverse research. After all, the materials obtained when he previously dismantled the progenitor crabs were identical. This reverse research was merely a means to draft the blueprints for manufacturing progenitor crabs. What he lacked was not the technology to produce progenitor crabs, but rather the electromagnetic coils and circuit boards. After an hour's time, Lin Ming successfully reverse-engineered both the electromagnetic coils and circuit boards. Electromagnetic coil, description: a compact electronic component with a wide range of applications, commonly found in most technological creations. Material requirements: ultrafine iron powder X1, ultrafine copper powder X1. Manufacturing requirements: requires a 3D metal printer. Manufacturing consumption: energy X1 unit. Circuit board, description: a precision-constructed substrate imprinted with numerous circuits, serving as the carrier for computing chips. Material requirements: high-purity silicon ingots X1, high-strength lightweight material X1, ultrafine copper powder X1. Manufacturing requirements: requires a 3D metal printer. Manufacturing consumption: energy X1 unit. As expected, Lin Ming was unable to manufacture these two seemingly fundamental components. The electromagnetic coil required ultrafine copper powder, but this could be resolved once he extracted copper ore. However, the high-strength lightweight material needed for the circuit board was completely unfamiliar to him. It was evident that this material was not a basic resource and required a certain level of technology for synthesis. Lin Ming searched the interstellar trading post but found no relevant materials. This was the frustration of being ahead of the majority of players. While most players were still trading basic resources, he now required advanced resources, which could not be produced in the area and had to be sourced independently. Thus, it became a laughable cycle. To manufacture progenitor crabs, he needed to create circuit boards and electromagnetic coils, yet, to obtain circuit boards and electromagnetic coils, he had to dismantle progenitor crabs. A straightforward path had transformed into a deadlock. Chapter 54: A Frog in a Well. Before long, Lin Ming chose to disregard this matter. After all, the advancement of technology is a gradual process. Even if he lacked high-strength, lightweight materials at present, other players would eventually discover them in due course. At that time, he could simply exchange resources or technological creations. After a long day of labor, Lin Ming felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. He resolved to consume a modest meal to satiate his hunger, followed by a restful slumber. In times of such immense pressure, a delightful feast coupled with ample rest serves as an excellent remedy for alleviating mental strain. Burp. After enjoying another meal of barbecued dragon meat accompanied by various side dishes, Lin Ming patted his belly. A gentle warmth surged within his abdomen, yet this sensation seemed somewhat diminished compared to before. It appears that the power-enhancing effects of dragon meat have a limit. Lin Ming smacked his lips. It seemed that in order to elevate his innate abilities, he would need to seek out alternative avenues. He felt a flicker of curiosity about what aspects his next talent upgrade might enhance. detected an E-class carbon-based life resource supply pod X1, located 5 light minutes away, with the target rapidly approaching, anticipated to enter the maximum communication zone in approximately 6 hours. Upon seeing the sudden notification regarding the ether crystal, Lin Ming issued a command: send a distress signal once the target enters the communication zone. The designated task has been executed. A distress signal will be sent in the specified direction in approximately 6 hours. Well, it seems that upon waking from my slumber, a new supply pod has arrived. I hope it brings something worthwhile. Lin Ming took a deep breath. He had been on the planet Urea for 7 days and had achieved a certain degree of success. It was time to reward himself. Boil some hot water, I want to take a proper shower. The water reached a temperature of 45 degrees Celsius in no time, and Lin Ming enjoyed a refreshing shower, feeling significantly rejuvenated. The shower water flowed directly into the temperature-controlled chamber, nourishing the blue algae within. Before retiring for the night, Lin Ming decided to make use of his sleeping hours. The draft crabs had already received orders and were in the process of collecting larger stones for the decomposition of rusted iron ore. The 3D metal printer was working overtime, producing solar panels. Currently idle was the E-class universal chip. I am truly a benevolent soul, allowing you to remain idle for so long. Lin Ming pondered. Well then, let us assign you a task. Reverse engineer this piece of glass. He had previously obtained a shard of glass with the intention of reverse engineering it, but due to recent events, it had only now come to fruition. Based on the computational power provided by the current chip, the estimated duration for reverse research is 0.2 hours, with an energy consumption of 1 unit per hour. Should the reverse research commence? Yes. After confirming, Lin Ming reclined in the sleep chamber, comfortably closing his eyes, proclaiming, "Time to sleep." He slumbered for a full 10 hours, stretching languidly. Lin Ming rose from the sleep chamber. The sensation of awakening naturally, without the intrusion of an alarm clock, is truly delightful. After a brief wash-up, Lin Ming activated the ether crystal, eager to peruse the notifications that had appeared during his slumber. Glass reverse engineering completed. You have now mastered the technology for glass production. Detected 1 E-class carbon-based life resource supply pod. Based on its current trajectory and velocity, it is estimated to arrive in 7 hours. Remaining time: 2 hours 57 minutes. The biocrab has reported an anomaly. First, regarding the technology for glass production, Lin Ming had a general understanding. Upon review, as he suspected, all that was required was to gather sand from the surroundings and expend energy to continuously produce glass. Thus, the time consumed in reverse engineering glass was exceedingly brief. With 3 hours until the arrival of the E-class carbon-based life resource supply pod, Lin Ming felt a flicker of anticipation. Ah, an anomaly, what could it be? Lin Ming opened the video sent by the biocrab. It was a panoramic recording from the perspective of the biocrab. Snap, snap, snap. In the video, a biocrab was meticulously exploring the surrounding area along the path set by Lin Ming. The ground was strewn with gravel and pebbles, while ahead lay an endless expanse of desert. The blazing sun hung in the sky, gradually shifting its angle, as calculated by the miniature satellite, casting a slanted light upon the landscape. Everything appeared normal. Snap, snap, snap. The biocrab took another step forward, and the scenery before it transformed instantaneously. The once boundless desert abruptly vanished, replaced by a blackened terrain and a distant range of mountains. A sun the size of a grinding stone loomed above the mountains, radiating an abundance of light. Lin Ming noticed, to his astonishment, that this massive sun was blue. The gravel that had previously carpeted the ground was nowhere to be found, supplanted by an enigmatic black substance. This black material had completely lost its moisture, cracking into various irregular shapes. The sudden shift bewildered the biocrab's already limited computational capabilities. It attempted to return to its original position, only to find the scenery restored to its former state. Desert, gravel, and the sun slightly askew overhead. Seeing everything revert to normal, the biocrab, without suspicion, continued its exploration. With another step, the world around it shifted once more. Biocrab? It stood frozen in place for several minutes before turning around. Behind it, an invisible wall seemed to divide this space into 2 entirely distinct realms. Within one realm lay the desert, complete with gravel and pebbles, and the sun hanging overhead. The other realm, however, was shrouded in darkness, with everything, both ground and mountains, entirely enveloped in this black substance. The biocrab's universal chip raced to compute, darting in circles as it sought to reconcile the disjunction between the 2 worlds, yet, it failed. Thus, the biocrab could only remain stationary, reporting the anomaly to Lin Ming. The video concluded. Upon closing the video, Lin Ming fell silent. A peculiar notion began to take root in his mind that he immediately dismissed the thought, yet a profound sense of helplessness washed over him. Indeed, from the very first day, he should have pondered why everyone's sun occupied the same angle. The surrounding environments appeared strikingly similar: gravel, desert, and the blazing sun. Perhaps due to his lack of extraterrestrial experience, Lin Ming subconsciously accepted this as normal. Such was the nature of a primitive planet. However, with the emergence of the spiked giant shell dragon in Sun Yao's world and the presence of a complete ecological chain, doubts began to surface in Lin Ming's mind, though he initially brushed them aside. Upon further reflection, other players had also reported unique discoveries, such as the sour berry or remnants of technological constructs. Thus, a somewhat incredulous yet seemingly close to the truth thought surged forth: the survival pod and everything within a radius of several dozen kilometers were gifts bestowed by a highly advanced lifeform, intended to aid them through the most arduous early stages of development. The sun he observed was not the genuine article. The true sun of this world was the enormous blue sun outside. How absurd! I once thought it miserly, providing only a meager supply of basic resources. Little did I realize, it has gifted us a stable little world. Chapter 55. Arc Furnace. Dressed in a heavy-duty extravehicular suit, Lin Ming secured his jetpack and soared towards the location where the anomalous report from the mimic crab had originated. He yearned to witness firsthand the true visage of the Urea planet. Buzzing with energy, the jetpack expelled a powerful jet of air, propelling him swiftly at a velocity of 30 km per hour toward the designated site. Consulting his map, Lin Ming noted that the anomaly reported by the mimic crab was nearly 50 kilometers from the escape pod. After nearly 2 hours, he arrived at the boundary region. There, on the ground, lay a mimic crab, motionless and still. With a soft landing, Lin Ming gently patted the small creature's head, saying, "Return now, I shall handle things here." With a series of clicks, the mimic crab extended its pincers and began its journey back. Lin Ming stood and observed, noticing what appeared to be a faintly distorted wall ahead, akin to an air wall encountered in online games, separating two distinct realms. Stepping through, he beheld the authentic landscape of the Urea planet. "These black substances must be the desiccated black tides," he exclaimed, crouching to collect a fragment of the cracked black material. With a gentle rub, it crumbled into a fine black powder. His gaze sharpened as Lin Ming scrutinized the dark powder before him. Nutrients, 0.01 units. Indeed, these dark substances can serve as nutrients. Looking up, he beheld a range of mountains soaring several thousand meters high, stretching endlessly in the distance. Kilometers away, the peaks were entirely cloaked in the same black material. Due to the insufficient power stored in his heavy-duty exosuit to sustain flight over such a vast distance, Lin Ming abandoned the thought of venturing closer. Is this what high-tech life entails? With a mere wave, billions of individuals are transported to distant planets across tens of thousands of light-years, all while establishing an initial zone with a radius of 50 kilometers. This unimaginably grand power, even to someone like Lin Ming, who possessed a modicum of scientific knowledge, could only be regarded as a miracle. Never mind, for now, these matters are beyond my concern. I must focus on my development. Perhaps one day, I too shall wield such power. Lin Ming clenched his fists, silently affirming his resolve. As he gazed at the air barrier before him, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Originally, the air wall was a meter away from him, yet it now seemed closer. Lin Ming raised an eyebrow and drew a line at the point where the air wall stood. Moments later, he observed that line appearing behind the air wall. The area covered by the air wall is steadily diminishing. This signified that after a certain period, they would entirely lose the protection of the air wall. I must rely on my own strength. Only through progress can I survive on this planet. Resolute, Lin Ming leaped lightly, as the jetpack propelled him skyward with a powerful gust. On his return journey, Lin Ming reflected on the current situation and thought of the planet where Sun Yao resided. He opened the chat interface. Sun Yao, what is the composition of the atmosphere there? Shortly, Sun Yao replied, nitrogen 80, oxygen 15, carbon dioxide 3, others 2. Observing the atmospheric composition of Sun Yao's planet, Lin Ming inquired further, so, have you never been in want of oxygen? Sun Yao responded, indeed, the life support system and the survival pod can extract oxygen from the external atmosphere to meet my daily needs. However, from what I see in the regional chat channel, it appears that others on their planets are relatively oxygen deprived. Relatively oxygen deprived, it was more like completely devoid of it. Lin Ming pressed on, why don't you sell oxygen in exchange for other resources? Sun Yao replied, I wish I could, but only stored oxygen can be traded. I currently lack the means to extract oxygen directly from the air. In that instant, Lin Ming comprehended everything. The life support system merely supplied Sun Yao with oxygen without enabling him to trade it. Even if Sun Yao were to acquire the means to extract oxygen from the atmosphere for trade, the vast majority of players would not be in dire need of oxygen anymore. This trend was already emerging. Basic resources such as oxygen, water, and energy were becoming abundant in the interstellar marketplace, with countless players offering them for sale. Various food items were also beginning to surface. As players progressed, these fundamental resources would cease to pose any issue. The previous discourse in the regional channel, where many players lamented the scarcity of various resources, could also be elucidated through the Pareto principle. The Pareto principle, or the 80-20 rule, suggests that 20% of the population wields 80% of the influence. Despite the apparent fervor among players in the regional channel, the actual contributors were merely a small fraction. The overwhelming majority remained silent, speaking only occasionally. They were the quiet majority. With this realization, Lin Ming nodded thoughtfully. It seemed that beyond the initial stage, the resources on each player's planet would gradually differentiate, developing their unique characteristics. His planet's distinguishing feature was the black tide. An endless black tide. Why does it feel like my planet's trait is somewhat lacking? He mused inwardly. Just then, he noticed a bright light appearing on the horizon. The supply capsule had arrived. Objects detached from the supply capsule, tracing a parabolic arc directly towards the pit where Lin Ming's survival pod was located. With a soft thud, Lin Ming landed, discovering that the E-grade carbon-based life resource supply capsule had arrived before him. Supply capsule retrieved. E-grade resource supply box has been recovered. This time, you have obtained Super Alloy X10, Big Mouth Flower Seeds X10, Arc Furnace X1. Due to the considerable size of the arc furnace, the volume of the super alloy box surged, yielding 10 units of super alloy upon decomposition. Arc furnace description: a device that utilizes high-pressure electric arcs to smelt resources, yielding products of exceptionally high purity due to advanced smelting technology. Operating consumption: energy x 100 units/hour. An arc furnace. Upon reading the description, Lin Ming felt a surge of excitement. The appearance of this device was remarkably timely. If he were to construct a framework-style mining system, he would have had to transport the minerals back to the survival pod to decompose them. However, now, with the arc furnace, he could decompose them directly. Moreover, according to the description, the purity of the arc furnace's output was superior. The only drawback was its exorbitant energy consumption, reaching up to 100 units of energy per hour. The high energy consumption is not an issue with the arc furnace. It is my problem. With the help of the simulated crab, Lin Ming erected the towering arc furnace, standing at 5 meters high. Unable to contain his excitement, he decided to test it out. He retrieved 20 units of high-purity silicon ingots and fed them into the intake of the arc furnace. Let me see your capabilities. Arc furnace, activate. Chapter 56: A monocrystalline silicon crack. Within the confines of the arc furnace, the high-voltage arc commenced its operation, and soon, 2 black silicon ingots emerged from the discharge outlet. A 10-to-1 yield, what a significant waste. Lin Ming lamented as he observed the black residue cascading onto the ground. He picked up a black silicon ingot and consulted his compendium. Monocrystalline silicon, description: yes, silicon ingot of exceedingly high purity, possessing almost no lattice defects or impurities, utilized in the fabrication of chips or solar panels. Semiconductor-grade monocrystalline silicon. Lin Ming exclaimed upon reading the description. He was astonished to discover that the arc furnace had such formidable purification capabilities, enabling the direct acquisition of semiconductor-grade monocrystalline silicon. With this, he would no longer lack the raw materials necessary for chip production. However, the most pressing issue at present was his lack of a 3D metal printer required for chip manufacturing. The 3D metal printer he currently possessed was of Type 1, boasting a resolution at the micron level, rendering it inadequate for producing high-performance chips. To fabricate chips of acceptable quality, a 3D metal printer would need a resolution of at least 50 nanometers. Patience is key, patience is key. Lin Ming steadied his emotions and descended to the bottom of the pit. The 3D metal printer had finally concluded its arduous task, with dozens of solar panels being methodically relocated by the mimic crabs to be installed in the power generation array. At this juncture, Lin Ming had amassed as many as 110 solar panels, sufficient to fully recharge the energy reserves of the survival pod every hour. Electricity will no longer be the bottleneck to my development. The current limitation lies in production capacity. Observing the recently idled 3D metal printer, Lin Ming retrieved the hide of the spiked giant shell dragon. A brief respite of 1 hour, doesn't that feel delightful? Now, let us get back to work. Zzz, various materials streamed into the feeding port of the 3D metal printer, gradually being crafted into a complete conveyor module. Subsequently, Lin Ming began to vigorously acquire various necessary materials through the interstellar exchange, utilizing the abundant electrical energy at his disposal. The ensuing 3 days marked a period of steady development. The sunlight was gentle and plentiful, providing ample time for the solar panels to generate power. He was preparing to produce a framework mining system and a distillation tower. The efficiency of industrial machinery far surpassed that of artisanal laborers like the mimic crabs. Even though the schedule of the 3D metal printer was relatively full at present, he could first extract high-purity mineral resources using the arc furnace and then allow the 3D metal printer to gradually manufacture the finished products. For Lin Ming, witnessing the 3D metal printer idling was akin to throwing money away. Ultrafine iron powder, 1 unit of energy can be exchanged for 5 units. Let us start with 5,000 units, there will be plenty of opportunities to use them. Super alloy, 1 unit of energy can only be exchanged for 3 units now. Well, let us procure some. Fuel, stock up on it. When the time comes, I'll launch several satellites to conduct a thorough exploration of the entire planet. Oh, Venus flytrap seeds. As Lin Ming flipped through the pages, he discovered that several players had begun listing Venus flytrap seeds on the Interstellar Exchange. These seeds could be obtained from low-level carbon-based life resource supply pods. It appeared that over time, many players had begun to acquire Venus flytrap seeds and could commence planting. Upon clicking in, Lin Ming observed a detailed interface for the Venus flytrap seeds, where numerous players were enthusiastically discussing. What a Plants vs. Zombies mod, will zombies start spawning around us in the future? Hey there, have you actually read the description? The Venus flytrap is designed to devour plants and can be specialized into corresponding traits. Doesn't that mean we can start farming? I see someone is selling seeds in the exchange. Having just seeds is utterly useless. Do you have a suitable environment to cultivate them? Why not? I discovered an oasis nearby, abundant in plant life. Wouldn't it be ideal for planting? Oasis, do you have a water source? Wow, you're the big shot who has been selling water like crazy these past 2 days. You've got quite a stash. As Lin Ming observed the players' discussions, a sudden business opportunity dawned upon him. Selling climate-controlled greenhouses. Although some players on certain planets could directly cultivate Venus flytraps due to their favorable climates, they were in the minority. The majority of players still lacked the conditions necessary for growing Venus flytraps, and a climate-controlled greenhouse would perfectly resolve this issue. Without hesitation, Lin Ming commissioned the 3D metal printer to manufacture a climate-controlled greenhouse and subsequently listed it on the Interstellar Exchange. Climate-controlled greenhouse for sale, includes materials, manufacturing cost is 100 units of basic resources, excluding energy. Turnkey service, 200 units of basic resources. The listing of the climate-controlled greenhouse instantly attracted a flurry of attention from players. Lin Ming's high-tech shop has just released new products. Let me see what marvelous items are available. Climate-controlled greenhouse. An expansion module capable of cultivating Venus flytraps or other plants. Isn't this precisely the solution to my dilemma? It comes with materials, I'll take it. Lin Ming, we all graduated from 9 years of compulsory education, why do you stand out so distinctly? In no time, Lin Ming's listed climate-controlled greenhouse was snatched up by a player for 100 units of ultrafine iron powder and 100 liters of water. Although there was a sewage pool in the pit to extract water resources, its total capacity was limited. Using some meant less remained. The first branch of the sewage pool had already depleted by half. Thus, being able to exchange for additional water resources was quite beneficial for Lin Ming. In just a short span of 10 minutes, Lin Ming had received several pre-order requests from players, some providing their own materials, while others opted for a turnkey solution. Regardless of whether they offered food, water, or oxygen, Lin Ming welcomed all. After accepting 10 orders, he removed the climate-controlled greenhouse from the market and ceased further orders. After all, the production capacity of the 3D metal printer was finite. He still needed to prioritize manufacturing the framework mining system and the distillation tower. With sufficient materials, let's first construct a framework mining system to extract some minerals. Lin Ming had already discovered copper mines in the vicinity, which could be extracted and smelted using the arc furnace. Thus, the raw materials for producing electromagnetic coils would be ample, facilitating a continuous supply of electromagnetic coils. The 3D metal printer, having just completed the production of a conveyor module, immediately shifted its production target to the framework mining system. Due to its substantial size, the framework mining system was fabricated in hundreds of distinct components, to be assembled separately. Otherwise, even if it were produced, Lin Ming would struggle to remove it from the pit. One by one, iron-structured metal cylinders emerged under the diligent workings of the 3D printer, and Lin Ming nodded in approval. The main frame of the framework mining system bore a resemblance to the primary structure. At the center of the main frame resided a motor powered by electricity, which drove a superalloy drill bit that continuously excavated the underground mineral resources. The assembly of all modules for the framework mining system would require 3 hours. Lin Ming did not simply wait idly but instead ventured to the first branch of the pit to observe the progress of the seeds. Chapter 57. A work is rest. Upon reaching the first pit branch, Lin Ming was exceedingly pleased with the situation within. The rice and corn seeds had begun to germinate, reaching a stage suitable for transplantation. The potato tubers and the largemouth flower seeds were in a similar condition. It's time to begin the transplantation. Lin Ming carefully relocated the sprouting seeds into the soilless cultivation framework system. These seeds were fundamental to the future development of his farm and warranted meticulous handling. Once these seeds matured into plants and bore fruit, their numbers would multiply exponentially. At that point, transplantation would allow the simulated crabs to take action. Even if there were minor errors during the transplantation process leading to seed lethality, he could still sustain the loss. After completing this task, Lin Ming placed the 10 newly acquired largemouth flower seeds onto the growth medium to induce germination. With the first pit branch now flourishing, the subsequent 8 pit branches can be transformed in a similar fashion, in bulk. Lin Ming contemplated the future development of the pits and felt a twinge of concern. Transforming the remaining 8 pit branches would require at least 8 life support systems, along with additional soilless cultivation frameworks. All of these would consume the capacity of the 3D metal printer. Moreover, there were still nearly 100 conveyor belts that needed to be manufactured. Fortunately, seed maturation required time, alleviating Lin Ming's urgency. However, the 3D metal printer would be unable to rest in the short term. Suddenly, Lin Ming had an epiphany. The 3D metal printer consists of various modules, such as the feed inlet, mechanical arm, melting nozzle, and molding base. While one module is operational, the other modules experience a brief cessation of activity. Thus, although the 3D metal printer appears busy, the majority of its modules are actually alternating in their rest periods. Following this logic, the busier the 3D metal printer seems, the more time it has to rest. In essence, the work of the 3D metal printer is akin to resting. Brilliant! Lin Ming was captivated by his own genius insight. He descended to the bottom of the pit and observed the working 3D metal printer, his perspective instantly shifting. Work diligently, and you'll be able to rest even better. After encouraging the 3D metal printer, Lin Ming proceeded to the temperature-controlled chamber to inspect the state of the largemouth flower that had consumed the stem of the purple danluo. The flower bud of this largemouth flower had already fallen off, and its stem had elongated. The 2 enormous leaves displayed veins that were transitioning from green to purple, indicating a period of specialization. He estimated that in a day or 2, it would fully specialize into a purple danluo. Indeed, the largemouth flower is even more formidable than I had anticipated. This is the marvel of top-tier biological technology. Lin Ming exclaimed in admiration. He then turned his gaze to the 4 dragon eggs of the spiked giant shell dragon resting on the ground. These eggs had been there for a while without any apparent changes. However, he remained patient. Typically, oviparous creatures require at least half a month or even longer to successfully hatch. Although the spiked giant shell dragon was not a creature of blue star, it should adhere to this natural order. He recalled a biology lesson in which the teacher had shown him a series of photographs depicting chicks developing inside eggs. The method for detecting the growth of chicks within the eggs was quite simple. One merely needed to shine a strong light on the egg to discern its contents. Following this method, Lin Ming took one of the dragon eggs in hand and utilized the powerful spotlight from his heavy-duty exosuit to illuminate it from below. Soon, the dragon egg transformed into a semi-transparent pale yellow hue. Lin Ming clearly observed a red spot the size of a fingernail atop the opaque yolk. The red patch was covered with an intricate network of blood vessels, enveloping the entire yolk. It's a viable egg, seemingly in the early stages of development. It will take some time before it hatches. Using this technique, Lin Ming assessed the other dragon eggs. The 4 dragon eggs appeared to have been laid around the same time and exhibited similar development. Very well, then, you may develop here at your own pace. He carefully placed the dragon egg back on the ground and exited the temperature-controlled chamber. After a brief wait, the 3D metal printer finally completed its task. Lin Ming, alongside the 2 simulated crabs, cooperatively transported hundreds of modules out of the pit. Simultaneously, Lin Ming assigned a new task to the 3D metal printer: to manufacture a liquid fractionation tower. There are only a few circuit boards left, and no one in the interstellar exchange is selling them. This is quite vexing. Observing the dwindling supply of circuit boards, Lin Ming scratched his head. We'll take it one step at a time. Given that the framework mining system employed a modular structure, both installation and disassembly were relatively straightforward. Lin Ming identified a copper mine with a reserve of 57 units and commenced constructing the framework mining system above the distribution point of the copper mine. First, he established the foundational framework. The massive metal framework was driven 1 meter deep into the ground, then ascended layer by layer like a tower crane. After erecting a 5-meter-high support framework, Lin Ming donned his jetpack and installed the electromagnetic drive and superalloy drill bit. Finally, he attached the receiving end of the wireless power transmission module to draw energy from the solar array, completing the formation of a rudimentary mining site. The copper mine was situated 5 to 6 kilometers from the pit. Under previous circumstances, transporting the mined copper back to the pit using the simulated crabs and then refining it with the survival pod's decomposition core would have resulted in extremely low efficiency. Currently, not many conveyor belts had been manufactured, and even with 100 conveyor belts, they only spanned 100 meters, far from sufficient for the current demands. Fortunately, Lin Ming had an electric arc furnace. He directly relocated the electric arc furnace next to the copper mine. This arrangement allowed him to deploy just 2 or 3 simulated crabs to complete the fully automated process of feeding copper ore into the electric arc furnace. Let's give it a try. Lin Ming activated the framework mining system. Buzz, 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 the superalloy drill bit gradually accelerated under the motor's drive, slowly descending. With a screech, the high-strength superalloy drill bit made contact with the hard ground, producing a piercing friction sound. Thankfully, while the ground was indeed hard, it could not compare to the superalloy. The drill bit smoothly penetrated the earth, steadily approaching the copper mine located several meters below at a rate of 1 meter per minute. Lin Ming opened the 3D map and saw that the superalloy drill bit had made contact with the copper mine. Soon, a cascade of finely crushed copper ore poured out from the discharge port of the framework mining system. The nearby simulated crabs sprang into action, swiftly pinching the copper ore and depositing it into the electric arc furnace's feed inlet. Crackle. The electric arc furnace ignited simultaneously, and before long, a purplish-red ingot of pure copper appeared at its discharge port. Pure copper ingot. Description: an ingot of exceptionally high purity copper, serving as a premium metal resource with extensive industrial applications. Success. Chapter 58. What constitutes a complete industrial chain? Cradling a fist-sized ingot of pure copper in his palm, Lin Ming was filled with elation as he toyed with it repeatedly. With this, he could fabricate electromagnetic coils. The next step was to devise a method to source high-strength, lightweight materials for manufacturing circuit boards. Once the production issue of the circuit boards was resolved, he would be able to mass-produce simulated crabs. These rudimentary silicon-based lifeforms appeared exceedingly practical, significantly enhancing Lin Ming's production efficiency. Hundreds, even thousands, of simulated crabs lined up, potentially serving as a substitute for conveyor belts, albeit with some instances of overkill. Observing the arc furnace tirelessly working to refine copper ore, small chunks of ore were fed into the inlet, yielding pure copper ingots from the outlet, while a considerable amount of waste was discarded. An idea struck Lin Ming. He accessed the control interface of the arc furnace and issued a command: reduce the purity of the output to 99, I prioritize yield. After adjusting the smelting purity of the arc furnace, he witnessed immediate results. Initially, the yield of pure copper ingots was less than 1/10, with the remainder becoming waste. However, after the adjustment, the yield doubled, with only 70 to 80% being waste. Picking up one of the produced items, Lin Ming opened the catalog. High-purity copper block. Description: a copper block containing certain impurities, a decent metallic raw material, slightly reducing output efficiency and increasing energy consumption. Not bad, Lin Ming nodded, expressing his satisfaction. Although the efficiency of the output made from high-purity copper blocks was slightly diminished and energy consumption increased, the production had indeed doubled. From a holistic efficiency standpoint, it was a net gain. Regarding the energy consumption, the current output from the solar battery array was more than sufficient, alleviating any immediate concerns. Having optimized the production line, Lin Ming returned to the bottom of the pit, eagerly awaiting the completion of the liquid distillation tower. This imposing structure, standing 5 to 6 meters tall, resembled a blast furnace and was divided into several layers, each equipped with an outlet for different products. With a continuous hum, the 3D metal printer labored for over 2 hours, successfully producing the massive liquid distillation tower. Lin Ming promptly assigned the task of creating the life support system to prevent the 3D metal printer from becoming overworked. Due to the tower's substantial size, it could not be directly transported through the tunnel. Thus, Lin Ming repositioned the escape pod to utilize the launch channel for bringing the liquid distillation tower to the surface. Constructing this new technological marvel naturally called for immediate testing. The inlet of the liquid distillation tower was a massive water reservoir, with a volume of 1 cubic meter. Lin Ming instructed the simulated crabs to transport wastewater from the secondary tunnel branch to fill the reservoir. After installing the microwave power transmission device, he activated the liquid distillation tower. A high-frequency noise resonated as the electromagnetic coils within the tower began to heat the liquid. Lin Ming positioned a metallic cylinder at each outlet to collect the output. With a rush, the first output emerged from the top outlet, a stream of clear liquid continuously flowing forth. Lin Ming opened the catalog to discover it was pure water, the principal component of the wastewater. Shortly after, the second layer's outlet also sprang to life, revealing a substantial quantity of white powder. What is this? Lin Ming felt a sense of familiarity with the powder upon consulting the catalog. He was astonished to find that these white particles were none other than the vitamin supplements he had previously acquired. It made sense. When the black tide swept across the planet, consuming all organic life, it must have contained various vitamins or nutrients. After a brief wait, a translucent, grayish substance emerged from the third layer's outlet. Lin Ming picked up a piece and discovered it resembled rock candy. High-strength lightweight material. Description: an exceptionally resilient polymer composite material, boasting high strength, excellent plasticity, and lightweight properties, resistant to impact and corrosion, making it one of the finest industrial raw materials. Lin Ming exclaimed. After searching high and low, he had unexpectedly found this treasure right in his habitat. Who could have anticipated this? An overwhelming sense of happiness enveloped Lin Ming, leaving him somewhat lightheaded. With high-strength lightweight materials at his disposal, he could complete a significant piece of the industrial puzzle, enabling him to autonomously produce the vast majority of technological creations. What does it mean to have a complete industrial chain? Tactical retreat. Indeed, with high-strength lightweight materials now available, Lin Ming was eager to test their performance. While they were indeed light, how strong were they? Without hesitation, he set to work. First, he instructed the 3D metal printer to create an arched superalloy frame and tray. He then fashioned strings the thickness of a toothpick from iron powder, superalloy, and high-strength lightweight material, preparing to assess their tensile strength. Starting with the iron wire, Lin Ming secured it to the apex of the arched superalloy frame, attaching the tray below and gradually adding stone blocks, each weighing 10 kilograms. After placing 5 blocks, the iron wire snapped with a crack. If the iron wire can withstand around 50 kilograms of tensile force, what about the superalloy? The superalloy demonstrated remarkable tensile strength as Lin Ming added over 60 stone blocks before the superalloy string finally broke. The tensile capacity of the superalloy exceeds 600 kilograms, more than 10 times that of the iron wire. Lin Ming gazed in astonishment at the superalloy string, truly deserving of its name. Finally, Lin Ming began testing the high-strength lightweight material. Please don't let me down. He commenced adding stones. Upon reaching 50 blocks, he clenched his teeth. At this rate, the high-strength lightweight material was nearing the tensile strength of the superalloy, yet its weight was vastly inferior. He continued to add stone blocks. Soon, the count reached 100, equating to a weight of 1 ton. Remarkably, the high-strength lightweight material showed no signs of strain. Goodness, its tensile strength is already double that of the superalloy. Lin Ming pressed on, and when the stone count reached 200, the high-strength lightweight material remained steadfast. Ah, this. Lin Ming swallowed hard. Before long, the stones piled up to over 300, with a total weight exceeding 3 tons. The density of the stones is approximately 3 to 4 tons per cubic meter. The tray's design capacity can accommodate a maximum of 5 cubic meters of stones. Surely this must reach the maximum tensile strength of the high-strength lightweight material. Lin Ming persisted in adding stones, now feeling somewhat dazed. Ultimately, he loaded the tray with 5 cubic meters of stones, resulting in a total weight surpassing 15 tons, yet, the slender high-strength lightweight material remained as stable as ever, showing no inclination to break. Chapter 59 Technological Assessment. Since testing is imperative, one must pursue it to the fullest extent. Lin Ming temporarily halted the operations of the 3D metal printer, instructing it to fabricate iron blocks from iron powder, each weighing 500 kilograms. The creation of such rudimentary items, devoid of technological sophistication, was remarkably efficient for the 3D metal printer, which completed each block in merely 1 minute. After swiftly producing 60 iron blocks, totaling 30 tons, Lin Ming commenced his testing. This represented his entire inventory. In comparison to the density of stone, which ranges from 3 to 4 tons per cubic meter, the iron blocks exhibited a greater density of approximately 8 tons per cubic meter. Lin Ming continued to stack the iron blocks onto the tray, and before long, all 60 blocks were meticulously arranged. The high-strength lightweight material had elongated slightly, appearing as delicate as gossamer. Yet, astonishingly, it had not fractured. My heavens, what extraordinary tensile strength is this? Lin Ming exclaimed in astonishment. His knowledge dictated that no material could withstand such immense tensile forces, yet here was the high-strength lightweight material before him. A strand no thicker than a toothpick had managed to lift 30 tons of iron blocks without yielding. Damn it, I'm all in. Lin Ming swiftly accessed the interstellar trading platform, fervently purchasing ultrafine iron powder. The 3D metal printer, having just completed a batch of life support systems, wasted no time and immediately began producing heavy iron blocks. One by one, Lin Ming added half-ton iron blocks to the tray, continuously altering the total weight. 35 tons, 40 tons, 45 tons, 60 tons. After adding one more block, the high-strength lightweight material finally reached its limit and snapped in half. The 60 tons of iron blocks crashed to the ground, raising a colossal cloud of dust. In that moment, Lin Ming achieved the results he sought. The tensile strength of the superalloy metal wire was 10 times that of iron wire, while the tensile strength of the high-strength lightweight material surpassed that of the superalloy by a staggering 100 times. This was not merely a simple ratio. In Lin Ming's understanding of engineering applications, many cases involving metal tensile strength, such as large cable-stayed bridges, employed dozens or even hundreds of multi-strand steel cables to provide support. These cables were composed of hundreds of thinner steel wires twisted together, each cable resembling the thickness of a forearm. The reason for utilizing such numerous cables was twofold: to ensure even distribution of tensile forces and because the cables themselves possessed weight. This led to a limitation where the cables could not be infinitely thickened to increase tensile strength, as they would eventually snap under their own weight. However, if those cables were replaced with high-strength lightweight materials, a single slender strand would suffice to provide equivalent tensile strength. Lin Ming could hardly fathom that a thin thread of high-strength lightweight material could support an entire large cable-stayed bridge, along with the traffic traversing above it. If strands of high-strength lightweight material were coiled into cables the thickness of a forearm, numbering in the hundreds or thousands, the weight they could support would be beyond imagination. Gazing at the fractured high-strength lightweight material before him, Lin Ming lifted his gaze. A singular thought emerged: a space elevator. In contrast to the exorbitant costs and low cost-effectiveness of rocket launches, a space elevator could transport massive quantities of goods to space at a slower pace and lower expense. Much like how maritime shipping costs are significantly less than air freight. Once an idea takes root in the mind, it becomes uncontrollable, Lin Ming mused, taking a deep breath to suppress his excitement. With his eyes fixed upon the starry sky, he remained grounded. The construction of a space elevator, or even a space city, was still a distant prospect. Developing the immediate surroundings and gradually transforming the planet Urea was the priority. Returning to the bottom of the pit, after a long day of toil, Lin Ming felt a slight weariness. Although today had yielded tremendous insights, it also ignited an even stronger desire within him. Contemplating the high-tech beings capable of obliterating Blue Star with a mere wave of their hand, and determining the fates of billions of humans, Lin Ming squinted his eyes. One day, I will. Sipping slowly from his vitamin drink, Lin Ming's gaze was fixated on a singular point, his mind adrift in thought. It was only when the ethereal crystal vibrated slightly that he returned to reality. The ethereal crystal rarely vibrates. What has occurred? Setting down his superalloy cup, Lin Ming gently caressed the ethereal crystal. He noticed a line of red text appearing at the top of the regional channel. Frowny face humans, you have survived for 7 days. Those who remain are the strongest of your race. First, I extend my congratulations to you. As a reward, I shall assess your technological creations in 48 hours. The strongest in each region shall receive my bounty. Technological assessment. Lin Ming instantly regained his focus, scanning the regional chat channel. Players were fervently discussing the news. Is old Deng about to shower us with gold coins? I wonder what rewards he might bestow. Sho, are you looking to get yourself killed? Be careful he doesn't just wipe you out. He previously stated that only the strong possess the right to speak. Now that we have become strong, we should not be casually eliminated. Indeed, if that guy hasn't perished, does that mean I can directly request something from him, perhaps a level 2 survival pod? Maybe we're not as strong as we think. There's movement in the regional channel. Brothers, let us go witness the spectacle. Let us go. Lin Ming opened the regional channel, discovering that a player named Thompson, the first in the region to upgrade to a level 2 survival pod, had made an inquiry. Clearly, Thompson was receiving special treatment, as his messages were temporarily pinned at the top, and the font color changed from black to white at his request. Do all dark-skinned people prefer white? Lin Ming muttered, glancing at Thompson's message. Great Lord, may your humble subjects pose a question. Speak. Great Lord, what reward do you offer to the strongest among us? First, they may receive a designated E-level technological creation. Second, they may pose 3 questions or requests, though I may refuse. Thank you, Great Lord. Your subjects bask in your grace, filled with reverence. Thompson's tone was deeply subservient. Tisk. Lin Ming closed the regional chat channel. This exemplified the difference between the people of Huaxia and those of the United States. The latter reveres strength and idolizes individual heroism, serving and flattering those far beyond their reach. In contrast, the people of Huaxia, when oppressed by powerful beings, do not yield. Instead, they endure and bide their time. You either kill me outright, leaving no chance for survival, or await my resurgence, when I shall vanquish you. Regarding the high-tech beings, Lin Ming would offer respect, admiration, and awe, but fear would never be among his sentiments. Chapter 60 Item Grade Evaluation. The news regarding the assessment of technological creations is undoubtedly explosive across both regional and district chat channels, as well as the global chat. Fervent discussions abound concerning the rewards bestowed by that high-tech entity. If it weren't for the exorbitant 100 tariffs imposed on inter-regional trades, I would have truly considered contributing 1,000 resources to that fellow named Thompson. The strong remain strong, while the weak remain weak. With an initial advantage, subsequent players will find it challenging to catch up. It's a pity that we had some promising players in our region, such as the esteemed Lin Ming or those from Tang Province, but now all the limelight has been seized by that cotton machine. Lin Ming, indifferent to the clamor in the regional channel, was approached by Sun Yao instead. Brother Lin, have you seen the message that was sent? That one? Noticing Sun Yao's reference to the high-tech being, Lin Ming raised an eyebrow. I have seen it. Do you have any thoughts? Sun Yao's message was filled with enthusiasm and E-level high-tech creation, along with 3 requests. If we could secure the top spot in the district, we'd be prosperous. Lin Ming replied, that individual is not alone. Many players from various regions have contributed resources to him. How can we compete with that? Sun Yao countered, Brother Lin, you could first collect technological creations from the players in our region. After all, you are the first person to upgrade to a level 2 survival pod in our area, and your prior gesture of sharing the F-level universal code has earned you considerable respect among many players. To my knowledge, those from Tang Province have already begun mobilizing to gather high-tech creations. The people from Tang Province have started to take action? Lin Ming recalled the Treasure Pavilion trading group that Tang Chang'an had invited him into. He had to admit that the individuals from Tang Province possessed an exceptionally keen business acumen and had begun their preparations quite some time ago. Noticing Lin Ming's silence, Sun Yao grew anxious. Brother Lin, I have some trinkets here, all obtained in exchange for dragon meat over the past few days. Are you interested in any? Sun Yao sent, camera, malachite, modular technology. Upon seeing the 3 items Sun Yao had sent, Lin Ming let out a soft gasp. It appeared that Sun Yao had indeed acquired quite a number of valuable items through trading the meat of the spiked giant shell dragon. The camera required no explanation, as it was well known among all. Malachite, a type of copper ore, was of little interest to Lin Ming since he had already discovered copper deposits nearby. However, modular technology sparked immense intrigue within him. Modular technology E-level. Description: transforms the technologies you possess into modular forms, allowing for disassembly or assembly according to need, resulting in entirely new technological products. Prerequisite technology: requires reverse engineering technology. IT was indeed the next tier of reverse engineering technology. Lin Ming could hardly contain his excitement and messaged Sun Yao, modular technology, I am very interested. What is your asking price? Sun Yao responded, Brother Lin, discussing price at this moment seems rather formal. If you want it, just take it. As for any benefits later on, just remember me. Upon reading Sun Yao's message, Lin Ming nodded in agreement. He had encountered a few individuals with Sun Yao's character, generous to friends and willing to invest in them. Such investments often bore little fruit, yet if successful, the rewards could be substantial. It was akin to the question posed to someone: if you could return 20 years in time and invest 100,000 in Tang Sun, would you be willing? You would undoubtedly decline, as you didn't possess that some 2 decades ago. With Sun Yao having made his decision, Lin Ming did not hesitate and stated, very well, please trade me the camera and modular technology. Alright. Sun Yao promptly traded the 2 items over. Upon receiving them, Lin Ming was astonished to discover that beneath the descriptions of both items, the technological evaluation grades had been displayed. Modular technology was rated E, while the camera was rated F. It seems he has enabled the display of item technological grades, allowing us to ascertain the inherent value of the items in advance. Time was of the essence. Lin Ming immediately began to act. Decrypt modular technology. Reverse engineer the camera using an E-level chip. Modular technology decryption in progress, estimated to master the relevant technology in 6 hours. Based on the computational power provided by the current chip, the estimated duration for reverse engineering is 0.3 hours, with an energy consumption of 1 unit per hour. Should the reverse engineering commence? Yes. Suspending both processes, Lin Ming began to assess the evaluation levels of the surrounding items: the heavy-duty spacesuit, lightweight spacesuit, bioengineered crab, electromagnetic gun, jetpack, and climate-controlled chamber. All of these were rated at F level. After all, these items could have been manufactured according to Blue Star's previous technological standards, thus possessing an average level of technological sophistication. In contrast, the 3D metal printer was rated at F level. The sole advanced item, the Level 2 survival pod, received an E-level rating. Lin Ming departed from the bottom of the pit to examine the external technological constructs. The life support system, solar panels, microwave transmission device, and conveyor belt were all rated at F level. The liquid fractionation tower, arc furnace, and frame-style mining system, as anticipated, were rated at E level, representing some of Lin Ming's few advanced technological creations. While inspecting the liquid fractionation tower, Lin Ming realized he had previously overlooked the output from the fourth layer, the very bottom. These black substances appeared to be akin to waste material. His eyes glimmered with intensity as he observed the black substance manifesting a suspension frame. Frowny face. Nutrients, 0.5 units. Well, at least these remnants possess some value. Lin Ming summoned a simulated crab to dispose of the waste into the sewage pool at the first pit branch. As for the electromagnetic coils, circuit boards, and high-strength lightweight materials, they were classified as raw materials and not included among the technological creations. Perhaps it was due to the relatively low level of technology that they had not been assigned a grade. It seems that to achieve a higher rating, one must possess an overwhelming quantity of technological creations or those of sufficiently advanced technology. After a brief contemplation, Lin Ming resolved to adopt a strategy focused on quality. The reason was simple: his sole 3D metal printer was already operating at full capacity, and even if he had an ample supply of raw materials, he could not produce a significant number of technological creations. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Ming opened the chat channel and entered the Treasure Pavilion group chat. "Welcome, Lin Ming, our group is about to commence a new auction in 10 minutes. The group administrator promptly extended a warm greeting to him. Lin Ming glanced at the group, noting that over 100 avatars were illuminated, indicating that many players were eager to offload their technological creations. After all, with the recent announcement, the prices of many technological creations had soared. What once seemed like unimaginable prices now had room for negotiation. As Lin Ming awaited the auction's commencement, he was unexpectedly messaged by Tang Cheng'en. "Are you interested in discussing a collaboration?" Chapter 61. Irresistible terms of cooperation. Upon receiving a message from Tang Cheng'en, Lin Ming felt a twinge of PTSD. Why did it always seem that collaborations initiated by individuals from Tang province inevitably ended in discontent? In contrast to Tang Haoran's naivety, Tang Cheng'en's methods appeared remarkably seasoned. He first invited Lin Ming into the Duobao Pavilion trading group, not seeking any immediate gains, allowing Lin Ming to savor the sweetness of success. Only after some time did he broach the subject of collaboration, effectively glossing over any previous discomfort. During their discussions about cooperation, Lin Ming would harbor fewer biases. This was the mark of a competent businessman. Contemplating this, Lin Ming sent a message to Tang Cheng'en. "I am eager to hear the details." Tang Cheng'en quickly replied, "I noticed you have recently been selling various technological creations, solar panels, electromagnetic guns, and climate-controlled greenhouses, resources that are rather scarce. Thus, we have decided to contract all of your production capacity for the next 48 hours. True to the nature of those from Tang province, he immediately spoke of contracts and monopolies. Lin Ming's 3D printer had limited output, and he instinctively declined Tang Cheng'en's request. "I'm afraid the production capacity for the next several hours has already been allocated. I still have 10 orders for climate-controlled greenhouses pending delivery." "That is not a concern." Tang Cheng'en presented Lin Ming with several chat screenshots. "We have already communicated with those players and they are willing to transfer their orders for the climate-controlled greenhouses to us. If you doubt this, you may verify with them." Lin Ming scrutinized the screenshots and discovered that Tang Cheng'en's method of intercepting these orders was quite straightforward, compensating double the material value, and after a 48-hour assessment, gifting the climate-controlled greenhouses to these players. Such an offer was indeed substantial. After all, Tang Cheng'en's aim in hoarding climate-controlled greenhouses was to amass a greater quantity of technological creations, thereby achieving a higher evaluation. Once the assessment was completed, these greenhouses would lose much of their utility. Furthermore, for those players who had ordered the greenhouses, a couple of days' delay in planting would not incur significant losses, as the double compensation for materials would suffice. Ultimately, it mattered little to whom the greenhouses were delivered, as long as an agreement was reached. Lin Ming had no objections. He spoke candidly, "I have other plans for my production capacity. I am aware that your 3D metal printer's output is limited," Tang Cheng'en remarked. Upon reading this message, Lin Ming's eyes narrowed, glinting with a dangerous light. who had disclosed such information. The individual he had been in contact with the most was Sun Yao, yet he was unaware of Lin Ming's production limitations. Tang Cheng'en continued, 3D metal printer, Type 1, X3. You are not the only one who acquired a 3D metal printer from the resource supply pod. We were fortunate enough to obtain 3 as well. Tang Cheng'en alleviated Lin Ming's doubts. We understand the benefits of this equipment, as well as its drawbacks. Lin Ming nodded in agreement. The 3D metal printer could be obtained from the basic carbon-based resource supply pod. Given the passage of time, it was inevitable that some players would have secured one. With over 500 individuals in Tang province, it was not surprising that they managed to acquire 3. Moreover, it was likely that Tang province had players specifically monitoring the interstellar trading post. Even if other players listed a 3D metal printer, they would be the first to snatch it up. This had resulted in Lin Ming, who did not frequently check the interstellar trading post, being unable to purchase a 3D metal printer. Let's discuss the specific terms of cooperation. Lin Ming surmised Tang Cheng'en's intentions. Quite simple. We will help you expand your production capacity, and in return, you will manufacture technological creations for us. Tang Cheng'en stated plainly, after you complete and deliver 10 climate-controlled greenhouses, I will rent you one 3D metal printer. The materials and energy required for manufacturing the technological creations will be provided by us. After 48 hours, the ownership of that 3D metal printer will transfer to you. Lin Ming smiled and inquired, aren't you concerned that I might take the goods and renege on the agreement? Tang Cheng'en replied, prior to collaborating with you, we conducted an internal evaluation, and the final decision was made. The benefits of this partnership far outweigh the risks. After all, the maximum loss would amount to just one lot of materials and one 3D metal printer. Seeing the sincerity in Tang Cheng'en's words, Lin Ming nodded. This was indeed the demeanor expected of a competent businessman. The terms of this collaboration were impossible for Lin Ming to refuse. Should his aspirations prove fruitful and he succeeded in manufacturing a 3D metal printer, his production capacity would be significantly unleashed. However, a major concern lingered. If he lacked one or more essential materials for creating the 3D metal printer, he would be unable to fulfill the agreement. After some contemplation, Lin Ming proposed, let us add one more stipulation. I have my own production schedule, and thus may not be able to operate at full capacity. Yet if necessary, you may additionally rent me another 3D metal printer, and for the duration of production, I will supply my own energy. Tang Cheng'en decisively agreed a deal. Once their collaboration was confirmed, Tang Cheng'en cautiously inquired, Lin Ming, I know you possess a multitude of technological creations and upgraded your survival pod quite early, possibly aiming for a high district evaluation. Our collaboration increases the likelihood of success. Our cooperative members in Tang province have now expanded from over 500 to 1,000. 1,000 against 1, it presents an advantage for me. Lin Ming politely declined Tang Cheng'en's further proposal, I wish to attempt this on my own. Very well, I await your news. Tang Cheng'en ceased further conversation. After closing the chat with Tang Cheng'en, Lin Ming first verified the authenticity of the order transfers with the 10 players who had ordered the climate-controlled greenhouses. He then commenced the full-scale production of the greenhouses using the 3D metal printer. Originally, a climate-controlled greenhouse required 8 hours for construction. Lin Ming was selling a simplified version, reducing the systems from 5 modules to just 1. Even so, it would still take 2 hours to complete each greenhouse. Following discussions with Tang Cheng'en, he agreed that after Lin Ming delivered 5 greenhouses, he could pledge the remaining 5 sets of materials to gain access to a 3D metal printer. By the way, the previously manufactured climate-controlled greenhouses are of limited use now and can be sold. If the soilless cultivation framework system is removed from 4 of them, it will further enhance the construction speed of the greenhouses. Without hesitation, Lin Ming rubbed his hands together and began a thorough overhaul of the climate-controlled greenhouses. Chapter 62 The application of modular technology before modifying the existing temperature-controlled greenhouse. Lin Ming transferred the blue algae and dragon eggs into the first tunnel branch. At this juncture, the various plants within the tunnel branch had begun to reveal delicate stems, and it was estimated that they would reach maturity in just 2 to 3 days. Returning to the base of the pit, Lin Ming decisively dismantled the surplus modules from the greenhouse, first delivering a set to Tang Cheng'en. After the delivery, Lin Ming checked the progress. The decryption of modular technology required an additional 5.5 hours, while the remaining 4 temperature-controlled greenhouses, due to the disassembled soilless cultivation framework, would collectively take 7 hours to complete. I shall take a brief respite and, once these processes are concluded, rise to exert myself vigorously. Prior to that, Lin Ming resolved to conduct a reverse study of the heavy-load exosuit. This particular piece of technology was rated only F level, and utilizing an E-level chip for reverse engineering should not consume excessive time. Based on the computational power provided by the current chip, the estimated duration for reverse research is 4 hours, consuming 1 unit of energy per hour. Shall we commence the reverse study? Yes. Having completed these preparations, Lin Ming felt a twinge of fatigue. He swallowed a tube of nutrient paste with water and reclined in the sleep chamber. Merely venturing to the edge of the light screen to observe the real world outside had consumed nearly half the day. Coupled with various other tasks, he had remained in a state of busyness, and the day had swiftly passed. This time, Lin Ming did not allow himself to awaken naturally as per usual. Instead, he set an alarm for 5.5 hours later, intending to rouse himself immediately upon the completion of the modular system decryption. He was determined to seize every moment. Modular system decryption complete. You have mastered modular system technology. Heavy load exosuit reverse engineering successful. You have acquired the technology to manufacture the heavy load exosuit. Lin Ming was roused precisely by the alarm, as the ether crystal projected a prompt indicating the successful decryption of modular technology. How is this technology utilized? Lin Ming inquired with curiosity. The ether crystal provided a vague explanation. The modular system is a subsequent technology of reverse engineering, capable of modularly deconstructing the technological products you have mastered. I recognize each word, yet together they confound me. Finding further discussion fruitless, Lin Ming resolved to experiment personally. He summoned a simulated crab. Crack, crack, crack. The simulated crab obediently approached Lin Ming, raising its pincers in a gesture of respect. Well then, modularize this little creature. Modularizing simulated crab. The simulated crab can be deconstructed into computational core module, optoelectronic conversion module, energy storage module, locomotion module, armor module, and handling module. Simulated crab modularization complete. Observing the prompt that appeared on the screen, Lin Ming blinked, waiting several minutes, yet he noted no changes in the simulated crab. What now? The ether crystal displayed another prompt. You may exchange modules to enhance the technological sophistication of the simulated crab. Lin Ming's eyes widened in realization. The embedded universal chip within the simulated crab was rated F-level. He retrieved an F-level universal chip, replaced the computational core module. Replacing the computational core module requires a 3D metal printer. Shall we terminate the current process of manufacturing the temperature-controlled greenhouse? Yes. The 3D metal printer, which was alternating between work and rest, entered a brief state of complete rest. The simulated crab then approached the metal substrate, flipping onto its back. Buzz, the 3D metal printer made an incision in the shell of the simulated crab, revealing the internal circuit board. Lin Ming observed that in the center of the circuit board lay a black F-level universal chip. Buzz, the 3D metal printer soldered the new universal chip into place, replacing it with the F-level chip, and then sealed the simulated crab's shell. How do you feel? Lin Ming inquired of the simulated crab. The simulated crab spun in place and then turned again. Its pincers scratched its head, as if sensing something was different. It dazedly approached 5 other simulated crabs that were installing the temperature-controlled greenhouse's support framework and took its position. Lin Ming noted that this upgraded simulated crab's small eyes were fixated on the actions of the 5 others. Moments later, the upgraded simulated crab suddenly dashed to one of the other simulated crabs, raised its pincers, and forcefully struck the other's head, seizing the partially installed support framework. What is happening? Has it gone rogue? Lin Ming observed the upgraded simulated crab warily, poised to intervene at any moment. What transpired next left Lin Ming wide-eyed. The upgraded simulated crab utilized its pincers to install a component of the temperature-controlled greenhouse's support framework, then handed it to the struck simulated crab. Subsequently, the upgraded crab raised its pincers, alternating them at a high frequency, producing a series of crackling sounds. The speed of its movements reminded Lin Ming of players in Zuan maintaining their parents. Crack, crack, crack. The upgraded simulated crab continued its rapid pantsing for half a minute. The remaining simulated crabs raised their pincers and mimicked the action, seemingly indicating their understanding. Next, the struck simulated crab installed a component onto the support framework and passed it to the next simulated crab. The next crab swiftly installed a component and related onward. Simultaneously, the struck crab had already installed a new module and passed it alone. Goodness, this is an assembly line. Lin Ming was utterly astounded. The 5 simulated crabs maintained the same rhythm, completing the installation of 5 sets of temperature-controlled greenhouse support frameworks in merely half an hour. Previously, each had taken over an hour to complete a single installation. The time consumption had been reduced by more than half. Most notably, it was not Lin Ming who optimized the installation efficiency, but rather the upgraded simulated crab. After demonstrating the initial process and issuing commands, the upgraded simulated crab had merely stood by, motionless, overseeing the work. However, Lin Ming had already discerned from the details panel of the simulated crab that it had entered a state of light sleep. This creature had learned to slack off. Upon completing the installation of the 5 sets of support frameworks, the upgraded simulated crab wobbled unsteadily towards Lin Ming, as if intoxicated. It pointed to the 5 sets of frameworks, then gestured to itself, slightly raising its body. Lin Ming, both amused and exasperated, remarked, "Are you awaiting my praise?" The upgraded simulated crab raised its pincers. Crack. Very well, excellent work, you've improved efficiency. It seems I shall deliver these temperature-controlled greenhouses ahead of schedule. Lin Ming patted the upgraded simulated crab on the head. There are still 5 sets remaining. Let them continue working, do not be idle. The upgraded simulated crab, receiving the command, danced joyfully for Lin Ming, seemingly expressing its loyalty. It then dashed to the previously struck simulated crab, raised its pincers, and delivered another hefty strike to its shell. Crack. The 5 simulated crabs resumed their repetitive yet efficient motions. Lin Ming opened the panel for the upgraded simulated crab and noticed a new addition to its description. Compared to its peers, its computational capability had significantly improved. Its evaluation level had changed to F. Modular technology, truly formidable. Chapter 63. Lin Ming is currently integrating the technology he has mastered. With the upgraded bio-inspired crab serving as a template, Lin Ming has deciphered the utilization of modular technology. He glanced at the heavy exosuit he was wearing. The exosuit had undergone thorough reverse engineering and could now be modularly deconstructed. Moreover, he possessed an additional heavy exosuit gifted by Zhao Hong, which could be utilized for experimental research. Modular heavy exosuit. Initiating modularization of heavy exosuit. The heavy exosuit can be deconstructed into computational core module, life support module, exoskeleton module, energy storage module, thermal insulation module, protective module. Modularization of heavy exosuit completed. With prior experience in upgrading the bio-inspired crab, Lin Ming was adept at the task. He retrieved the heavy exosuit given by Zhao Hong and placed it onto the recently completed 3D metal printer's base, which had just finished fabricating the final temperature-controlled chamber module. Look, my timing is impeccable. It allows for a seamless continuation of work, preventing any unnecessary downtime. Lin Ming addressed the 3D metal printer. Upgrade the computational core module of the heavy exosuit, replacing it with an F-level universal chip. Buzzing sounds ensued as the silent 3D metal printer sprang into action. In less than 2 minutes, the computational core module of the heavy exosuit was successfully upgraded. Lin Ming accessed the interface of the heavy exosuit, only to find that the description remained unchanged, and the technological evaluation still stood at F-level. What on earth? Lin Ming pondered, perplexed. He resolved to conduct a test. Entering the living pod while cradling the heavy exosuit, Lin Ming sanitized the interior before donning the upgraded exosuit. No sensation, just no sensation at all. He performed various movements, and the exoskeleton responded with remarkable agility, just as his own did. This is not right. After removing the heavy exosuit and dedicating further study to it, he finally grasped the situation. The computational core module merely served to control the life support module and exoskeleton module. The computational power of the F-level universal chip was sufficient to meet these computational demands. Even if he were to amplify the computational power tenfold, the tasks accomplished would remain the same due to hardware limitations. The heavy exosuit could not achieve superior functionality. Good grief! Lin Ming felt profoundly disheartened and contemplated abandoning the modification of the heavy exosuit. Then, his gaze fell upon the electromagnetic gun resting in the corner. A bold idea sparked in his mind. Modular electromagnetic gun. Initiating modularization of electromagnetic gun. The electromagnetic gun can be deconstructed into computational core module, electromagnetic conversion module, energy storage module. Modularization of electromagnetic gun completed. The principle behind the electromagnetic gun is quite simple. It involves supplying power to the electromagnetic coil, utilizing the ampere force generated by the electromagnetic field to propel the bullet at high velocity. Thus, the core of the electromagnetic gun is the electromagnetic conversion module. Manufacture the electromagnetic conversion module. Soon, the 3D metal printer completed its task. This is a 1.5-meter long superalloy gun barrel, equipped with electromagnetic coils for propulsion. However, it remains unusable due to the absence of a power supply and computational core module. Could the electromagnetic conversion module be integrated into the heavy-duty exosuit? You may combine any technological modules at your disposal, although certain combinations may prove ineffective. I understand now. Lin Ming gazed at the elongated gun barrel and promptly issued another command to the 3D metal printer: integrate the electromagnetic conversion module into the heavy-duty exosuit, securing it at the back. Buzzing sounds filled the air as the 3D metal printer swiftly operated, affixing the lengthy gun barrel to the rear of the exosuit. Thanks to the advanced modular technology, all modular creations possess universal interfaces for power supply and data transmission. Lin Ming opened the profile of the heavy-duty exosuit and discerned the following distinction. Combat type heavy-duty exosuit, profile: an exceptionally heavy exosuit, featuring an exoskeleton to assist movement, capable of withstanding extreme environments, maintaining normal body temperature within a range of -100 to 300 degrees Celsius, and capable of transporting objects weighing less than 1 ton. Equipped with an electromagnetic gun for small-scale, low-intensity combat. Energy consumption 1 unit/hour. The electromagnetic gun discharges 1 unit per shot. Oxygen consumption equivalent to resting consumption. This works. Elated, Lin Ming hurriedly donned the combat-type heavy-duty exosuit. He swiftly exited the pit and ascended to the surface. Lin Ming noticed that a switchable HUD targeting reticle appeared on the helmet of the exosuit, randomly aiming in a direction. A thought of firing materialized in Lin Ming's mind. Click. The electromagnetic gun barrel, originally affixed to his back, swiftly elevated and positioned itself parallel to Lin Ming's right shoulder, aiming toward that direction. He distinctly heard a whoosh sound beside his ear as a streak of silver light shot forth from the muzzle of the electromagnetic gun. After the discharge, the gun barrel retracted back behind him. What the heck, Victor? After several attempts, Lin Ming quickly discovered the drawbacks of the combat-type heavy-duty exosuit. Each shot required manual reloading, resulting in a low firing rate. Most importantly, it consumed power. Lacking an independent power source, the electromagnetic gun drew from the energy reserves of the exosuit. Originally, the exosuit could operate for 10 hours, but with the electromagnetic gun, each shot reduced the operational time by 1 hour. Let's continue upgrading, and by the way, make the delivery first. Lin Ming returned to the bottom of the pit and handed over the temperature-controlled chamber to Tang Chang'an. Your efficiency is remarkable. Without hesitation, Tang Chang'an quickly traded a 3D metal printer. Upon seeing the identical 3D metal printer, Lin Ming gritted his teeth and muttered through clenched jaws, reverse engineer the 3D metal printer using an E-grade chip. Based on the current computational power provided by the chip, the estimated duration for reverse engineering is 10 hours, consuming 1 unit of energy per hour. Shall we commence the reverse engineering process? One step closer to liberating production capacity, Lin Ming exclaimed with excitement, yes. Suspending the reverse engineering process, Lin Ming continued to modify the combat-type heavy-duty exosuit. First, he addressed the issue of the exosuit's power supply. This was a simple task. Lin Ming directly added another energy storage module to the exosuit. Consequently, the maximum energy reserve of the exosuit doubled, now amounting to 20 energy units. Next, he installed a receiving end for microwave power transmission. As long as there was a microwave power supply within 100 kilometers, the exosuit could achieve limitless endurance. At worst, he could carry a set of solar panels to deploy wherever needed. If not for the considerable surface area required for solar panels to generate sufficient energy, Lin Ming would have considered affixing them to the exosuit. With these modifications, the exosuit would, under most circumstances, remain unconcerned about energy consumption. Subsequently, Lin Ming added a pair of robotic pincers to the back, enabling automatic reloading of ammunition. To enhance firepower, he also fitted an electromagnetic conversion module to the left side. That's about right. It's time to test it out. Lin Ming stepped out of the pit, gripping a jetpack in his hand. Click. The jetpack was secured to his back, with the electromagnetic gun barrels on either side. Slightly bending his knees, Lin Ming leapt into the air. The jetpack, alongside the heavy-duty exosuit and Lin Ming, could carry up to 300 kilograms. At this moment, it displayed a capacity of 260 kilograms, thus not affecting his flight speed. Lin Ming adjusted the flight speed to maximum and aimed in a direction, fire simultaneously. The electromagnetic gun barrels on both shoulders emerged, unleashing twin beams of silver light that pierced the heavens. Click. The gun barrels retracted behind him as the robotic pincers sprang into action, completing the reloading process. Fire simultaneously. Fire simultaneously. Fire simultaneously. Fire simultaneously. After exhausting 10 rounds of ammunition, Lin Ming paused, hovering mid-air. Combat is exhilarating. Chapter 64. Modular microsatellite. After soaring through the skies for a considerable time, Lin Ming reluctantly descended back to the bottom of the pit, feeling a pang of hunger. There is plenty of giant shell dragon meat. I should indulge a bit more. He extracted a piece of dragon meat and sliced off a pound, accompanied by high-protein meat cans, as well as boiled potatoes and corn. He savored a delightful breakfast. Once finished, Lin Ming wiped his mouth and opened the previously suspended progress list. At that moment, over 9 hours remained for the reverse engineering of the 3D metal printer. Must I wait so long? Lin Ming's impatience grew. Just then, Tang Cheng'an sent him a message. Brother Lin, please send me the material list required for manufacturing the constant temperature greenhouse and the electromagnetic gun. Lin Ming, without hesitation, shared the necessary materials for both items. After all, the two had agreed to collaborate, and since Tang Cheng'an upheld his end of the bargain, Lin Ming would not falter either. He then informed Tang Cheng'an, it will take 2 hours to fabricate the constant temperature greenhouse and 1 hour for the electromagnetic gun. Originally, the greenhouse required 8 hours to construct, but Lin Ming had created a streamlined version, significantly reducing the time. Tang Cheng'an sent Lin Ming a trade request for materials and corresponding electrical energy. Let us manufacture one electromagnetic gun first and compare. All right. Upon receiving the materials, Lin Ming commanded the 3D metal printer to commence the production of the electromagnetic gun. Subsequently, he casually opened the suspended progress list. The time remaining for the reverse engineering of the 3D metal printer was 9 hours and 11 minutes. Time drags on. Bored, Lin Ming scrolled through the queue and noticed a notification he had previously overlooked. Camera reverse engineering completed. You have mastered camera technology. Camera, introduction. Once a popular gadget capable of capturing reasonably clear photographs, with a maximum shooting frequency of 30 frames per second. Material requirements: 5 units of ultrafine metal powder, 1 universal chip of any grade, 1 circuit board, 1 electromagnetic coil, and 3 units of high transparency glass. Manufacturing requirements: requires a 3D metal printer. Manufacturing consumption: 1 unit of electrical energy. True to its description as a mere gadget, the camera possessed a remarkably low technological content. It did not even receive the most basic F-grade technology rating. Furthermore, its construction was exceedingly simple, with minimal material requirements. The only slightly challenging aspect was the high transparency glass. However, with the electric arc furnace at his disposal, Lin Ming was unconcerned. He donned his heavy-duty exosuit and left the pit, heading straight for the electric arc furnace. The electric arc furnace stood there in solitude, devoid of any tasks. It pains my heart to see you unoccupied. Here, let me give you some work. Lin Ming commanded several simulated crabs to bring him sand. Produce some high-transparency glass for me. Buzz, crackle, the electric arc furnace began its operation, drawing the sand from the feed inlet into its chamber. High-voltage arcs crackled violently, quickly consuming 100 units of electrical energy. Soon, fist-sized pieces of high-transparency glass continuously emerged from the discharge outlet. That's enough. Observing the electric arc furnace rapidly producing high-transparency glass, over 100 pieces in less than a minute, Lin Ming hastily called for a stop. However, a substantial amount of molten glass remained inside, still churning out more. After 5 minutes, the electric arc furnace finally ceased its operations, having produced 500 pieces of high-transparency glass, piled up by the simulated crabs into a small hill of glass. Lin Ming picked up 3 pieces of high-transparency glass and returned to the pit's bottom, where the 3D metal printer had just completed printing the barrel of the electromagnetic gun. Abort the process. Manufacture the camera. At this moment, Lin Ming had an abundance of superalloy material, so instead of using ultrafine iron powder, he opted to construct the camera's main structure directly from superalloy. In just 5 minutes, a gleaming superalloy camera was completed. Alright, let us continue with the electromagnetic gun. Lin Ming remarked, beginning to toy with the camera. Due to its compact size, the camera could not accommodate a complete energy storage block. Thus, it was powered by small capacitors, requiring recharging after every 100 photographs. Click, click, Lin Ming snapped photos of his surroundings. These images were stored within the camera, ready for export at any time. Quite clear indeed. Upon magnifying the photos 100-fold, Lin Ming noticed that the details were well preserved. Then, it's time to experiment with certain things. Modular microsatellite. Initiating modular microsatellite. The microsatellite can be deconstructed into computing core module, photoelectric conversion module, protection module, propulsion module, fuel storage module, microwave transmission module. Microsatellite modularization completed. Modular camera. Initiating modular camera. The camera can be deconstructed into Computing core module, shooting module. Camera modularization completed. Well, this camera is rather rudimentary, only capable of being divided into two modules. Lin Ming speculated that, had it not been for the leniency of modular technology, the camera might have been modularized into a single entity. After waiting for the 3D metal printer to complete the electromagnetic gun, Lin Ming delivered it to Tang Cheng'en, along with a complimentary superalloy armor-piercing round. Tang Cheng'en replied, "Alright, thank you. Let us compare and then decide what to manufacture next." "No trouble, take your time." Lin Ming responded before assigning a new task to the 3D metal printer: manufacture the microsatellite. ZZZ, the 3D metal printer immediately sprang to life. The microsatellite was not large, requiring only an hour for its creation. During this interval, Tang Cheng'en sent Lin Ming a message of Brother Lin. "After our comparison, we have decided to focus entirely on manufacturing the electromagnetic gun. I will send you the necessary materials shortly." "Understood." Lin Ming nodded in agreement. He grasped Tang Shang's considerations. Both the constant temperature greenhouse and the electromagnetic gun bore an F-grade technology rating, yet the greenhouse consumed more materials and took twice as long to produce. Given the same technology rating but with lesser material consumption and shorter manufacturing time, the choice was clear: the electromagnetic gun. Moreover, compared to the greenhouse, the electromagnetic gun could provide substantial firepower support, proving more versatile and readily deployable in certain scenarios. It could even be said that Tang Cheng'en was exchanging one 3D metal printer for 2 days' worth of electromagnetic gun production capacity, significantly enhancing the combat capabilities of those from Tang province. Even without achieving first place in technological ratings, this transaction was undeniably profitable. However, Lin Ming was unconcerned with these matters. At that moment, they were separated by an unfathomable distance, and those electromagnetic guns posed no threat to him. Furthermore, after testing the electromagnetic gun's power, the people of Tang province would undoubtedly be astounded by its capabilities. Yet, Lin Ming had only provided one bullet as a complementary item, without mentioning that future electromagnetic guns would also come with additional charges for ammunition. The electromagnetic gun might be free, but the bullets were not. These rounds were made of superalloy, presenting a significant manufacturing challenge. To acquire them, one must pay. Chapter 65 of the True Urea Planet. After delivering another electromagnetic gun, Tang Cheng'en sent a message to Lin Ming: "Brother Lin, why are there no bullets this time?" Lin Ming replied, "The bullets I just gifted were from my previous stock. Currently, our production capacity is insufficient, so I will not be providing bullets." Tang Cheng'en became somewhat anxious and quickly responded, "But without bullets, the electromagnetic gun is rendered useless." Lin Ming reassured him, "Isn't the purpose of acquiring the electromagnetic gun for technological assessment? The presence or absence of bullets holds little significance." He was not concerned about Tang Cheng'en manufacturing bullets himself. The 3D metal printer could create technological artifacts with remarkable precision, adhering to blueprints. However, without a blueprint, no product could be fabricated. This was precisely why, during his previous exploration, Lin Ming had instructed the 3D metal printer to produce superalloy shield swords. He had hand-drawn the designs, which were rugged yet simple enough for a child to replicate. The 3D metal printer could produce them swiftly. However, the design of superalloy bullets needed to conform to aerodynamic principles. Although Tang Cheng'en could sketch them, doing so would significantly compromise both the precision and range of the superalloy bullets. Thus, the simplest and most effective solution was to place an order with Lin Ming for superalloy bullets. Tang Cheng'en replied, "Brother Lin, we are willing to exchange double the materials for superalloy bullets. What do you think?" Lin Ming responded, "It's not that I disagree, but our current production capacity is inadequate. I have some items of my own that need manufacturing, and the capacity of both 3D metal printers is already fully utilized." Upon hearing this, Tang Cheng'en fell silent. Lin Ming was unperturbed, patiently awaiting his response. 5 minutes later, Tang Cheng'en replied, "Brother Lin, as per our previous agreement, if your production capacity is insufficient, we can lend you a 3D printer, but you will need to cover the energy consumption for manufacturing. Does that work for you?" "Does that work? Absolutely." This was precisely what Lin Ming desired. Upon receiving Lin Ming's confirmation, Tang Cheng'en responded, "Brother Lin, just to reconfirm, this 3D metal printer is being lent to you, and it must be returned once the time is up." "No problem." Lin Ming readily agreed. Soon, a new 3D metal printer was traded over by Tang Cheng'en. Observing the newly acquired 3D metal printer, Lin Ming instructed the machine to manufacture the electromagnetic guns at full capacity. After all, it belonged to someone else, so he would not monopolize its output. An hour later, a brand new miniature satellite was produced. Gazing at the compact miniature satellite and its seemingly feeble thrusters, Lin Ming commanded, "Produce 3 additional fuel storage modules and 4 propulsion modules." Zing! Lin Ming's own 3D metal printer promptly commenced its new task. Once the new modules were completed, Lin Ming began to modify the miniature satellite, expand the fuel storage modules into a grid-like distribution, and add 4 more propulsion modules in a cross formation. Zing! The 3D metal printer began to transform the miniature satellite according to Lin Ming's design. The originally petite satellite size suddenly doubled, with its fuel capacity soaring from 10 units to 40 units, and the number of thrusters increasing from 1 to 5 in parallel. Install the camera module. ZZZZ. The camera was affixed to the top of the miniature satellite, alongside the microwave transmission module. Finally, the 3D metal printer manufactured a new protective module designed to safeguard the satellite's critical equipment from high temperatures during ascent. Lin Ming accessed the miniature satellite's catalog. Frowny face miniature exploration satellite F. Description: greatly extends your field of vision, capable of detecting surrounding terrain and imaging, predicting short-term weather, and conducting limited exploration of interstellar space. Equipped with powerful thrusters and ample fuel, it can sustain a continuous orbit around planets. Consumption: launching consumes 10 fuel, maintaining an orbit consumes 2 fuel per 24 hours, and fuel consumption doubles while in orbital status. It can capture images and orbit planets. Lin Ming clenched his fist. With this, he could comprehensively map the Urea planet. Exchanging 4 kilograms of giant shell dragon meat for 40 units of fuel, Lin Ming refueled the miniature satellite and transported it to the ground. Fuel refueling completed. Self-check completed. The miniature satellite will ignite in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1, ignition. 5 thrusters simultaneously emitted pale blue flames, with a series of Mach rings prominently visible within the blue blaze. The miniature satellite ascended rapidly. 0.5 minutes later, the ether crystal stone displayed a notification: frowny face miniature satellite launch completed. The current satellite can perform the following tasks: 1. NA2, NA3, NA4A, NA5. A planetary mapping. The miniature satellite can perform orbital flights around planets, altering its trajectory for detailed mapping. Initiate planetary mapping. Trajectory alteration commenced. Mapping in progress. The camera aboard the miniature satellite captured images of the same location at a rate of 30 frames per second, then layered these photographs to enhance clarity. Upon completing a mapping of one location, it proceeded to the next. Lin Ming opened the display. The miniature satellite was gradually relaying the mapped information back, images stacked together, reminiscent of loading pictures with a poor network connection. Initially, the images were of extremely low clarity, resembling a mosaic, but gradually they sharpened, ultimately forming a clear composite. The miniature satellite completed an orbit around the Urea planet in approximately 90 minutes. After each complete orbit, it would change angles to conduct mapping from a different perspective, gradually compiling comprehensive information about the entire Urea planet. From just the first orbit, Lin Ming obtained information that left him astounded. First and foremost was the rotational state. The Urea planet was astonishingly spinning on its side. Lin Ming recalled that the axial tilt of the blue planet was about 23 degrees. Due to this angle, the intensity of sunlight received varied across locations, resulting in the seasons and polar regions experiencing phenomena such as polar day or polar night. In contrast, the Urea planet's axial tilt was nearly 90 degrees, being tidally locked to its star. One side of the Urea planet perpetually faced the star, causing one hemisphere to be in a state of eternal day while the other remained in perpetual night. The location where he resided was thus in a state of everlasting daylight, with the sun never descending below the horizon. Zooming in on the image, Lin Ming discovered that the majority of the mapped area was shrouded in black, with only a few sparse regions displaying colors other than black. Upon further magnification, he observed 3 colossal impact craters, each with a diameter exceeding 100 kilometers, spaced several hundred kilometers apart. It was the towering ring mountains of these craters, combined with the eternal daylight, that obstructed the advance of the black tide. The 3 impact craters formed a pattern resembling a character, akin to 3 holes on a black bowling ball, and he was situated within one of these craters. Lin Ming recalled the words of the intelligent lifeform from the Urea planet. They had attempted to save themselves, but tragically failed. So those towering peaks were not naturally formed, they resulted from the impact of meteors, creating these ring mountains. They transported 3 meteors and, through meticulous calculations, altered the Urea planet's trajectory with their collisions, yet ultimately succumbed to their fate due to resource depletion. Every effort made by life to survive is a resplendent ode. Chapter 66. Planetary transformation. Project. The small satellite continued its cartographic endeavors. Lin Ming persistently observed the increasingly clear images, with resolutions growing ever higher. At this moment, the conditions within the 3 craters were becoming vaguely discernible. The crater he occupied was the most desolate of them all. Lin Ming narrowed his gaze as various colored light points emerged on the map. Beside these luminous spots floated small windows, indicating the presence of diverse mineral resources. The other two craters also exhibited a myriad of flickering light points. However, the information accompanying these light points was no longer monotonous minerals. Within one of the craters, Lin Ming discerned remnants resembling factories. Remnants of a large liquid distillation tower, a technological creation. Remnants of a solar power array, a technological creation. A space launch base, a technological creation. It was evident that this particular crater served as a primary industrial base for the Urutia's intelligent life forms. In stark contrast, the situation within another crater was entirely different. Instead of grand factories or industrial relics, one could faintly perceive several hemispherical glass domes inverted upon the ground. Beneath dozens of glass domes, most had transformed into barren wastelands akin to his vicinity, yet beneath a few of them, Lin Ming astonishingly beheld patches of vibrant green. Wild Plant Sanctuary, a natural settlement. Endangered Species Protection Zone, a natural settlement. Livestock Area, a natural settlement. It turns out that this planet still harbors some plant life. I wonder if any animals reside within. Lin Ming inhaled deeply. The thoughts of Urutia's intelligent beings mirrored his own. The planet's atmosphere had become unsuitable for open habitation, thus, they constructed vast glass domes, resembling transparent bowls, inverted upon the surface. This arrangement fostered a miniature ecosystem, wherein the internal ecological system approached normalcy and remained controllable, capable of continuously monitoring the incursion of the black tide. Regrettably, after tens of thousands of years, the majority of these ecosystems had collapsed, with the remaining few largely transformed into deserts, only scant vegetation surviving. At this moment, a profound desire surged within Lin Ming. He yearned to explore that realm. After considerable effort, he managed to quell his yearning. After all, the two craters represented a world he had never encountered. Venturing forth recklessly could lead to unforeseen peril. When one is destitute, they tend to be the boldest, willing to gamble their lives for a chance at a future. However, when one amasses wealth and resources, they often become increasingly conservative and begin to value their lives. Lin Ming belonged to the latter category, yet, this did not imply he would refrain from investigating that area. Lin Ming gazed at the jetpack on his combat-type heavy exosuit. His abstention did not preclude the possibility of the synthetic crabs venturing forth. The small satellite could only capture images with relatively low resolution, whereas the synthetic crabs could conduct on-site exploration. However, prior to this, modifications to the synthetic crabs were necessary. Assign tasks. Once the reverse engineering of the 3D metal printer is complete, commence the reverse engineering of the jetpack. A glimmer of excitement ignited in Lin Ming's eyes. He was determined to create several flying synthetic crabs. Of course, a single diminutive synthetic crab could not support a jetpack to traverse hundreds of kilometers across regions engulfed by the black tide. Manufacture relevant modules for the synthetic crabs, increasing the energy storage module, mobility module, and handling module by fivefold. With a command issued, the 3D metal printer began its frenetic workflow. Module after module emerged from the production line. Lin Ming initiated the upgrades for the synthetic crabs. He recalled the synthetic crab leader he had previously dispatched. Following the model of the synthetic crab leader, Lin Ming assembled 3 sets of handling modules, upgraded one with an F-level universal chip core, and replaced 5 sets with standard energy storage modules along with 5 mobility modules. 2 hours later, 2 synthetic crabs, each towering over the synthetic crab leaders he had previously encountered, were fabricated. These 2 synthetic crab leaders possessed elongated abdomens, their heads resembling synthetic crabs while their lower bodies bore a resemblance to scorpions. Snap, snap, the upgraded synthetic crab leaders simultaneously clamped their pincers, expressing their respect towards Lin Ming. Very well, you shall first venture outside to bask in the sun and recharge. After a while, I shall assign you tasks. Snap. The 2 synthetic crab leaders promptly obeyed the command and exited the underground chamber, assigning the task of manufacturing electromagnetic guns to the now idle 3D metal printer. Lin Ming also departed from the subterranean hideaway. He gazed at the ethereal sun hanging in the sky, contemplating the ring-shaped mountains encircling him several kilometers away. A complete plan unfurled within his mind. I wish to place a cover over these ring-shaped mountains. Lin Ming murmured softly. The intelligent beings of the Uruya planet had already taken their first step, establishing dozens of large and small ecosystems. However, due to their diminutive size, these ecosystems were unable to withstand any extreme conditions. Only by expanding the ecosystems to encompass the entire ring-shaped mountain could they hope to resist such extremes. Due to the atmospheric composition of the planet, open ecosystems could not be sustained. Carbon dioxide would exterminate the majority of lifeforms. It was only by enclosing the interiors of the ring-shaped mountains that they could regulate the air composition, creating vast habitable zones. The optimal material for constructing the cover was glass. However, if purely composed of glass, the immense weight would shatter the glass domes. This was precisely why the ecosystems created by the Yaruya's intelligent beings were so small. Yet, with the presence of the liquid distillation tower, capable of refining high-strength lightweight materials, everything changed. The extraordinary strength and minimal weight of these materials could ensure they withstand immense tensile forces. If thousands of high-strength lightweight materials were fashioned into ropes, anchored at both ends within the ring-shaped mountain and intertwined in the middle, they could elevate the glass dome. Adding a superalloy framework for support would render this endeavor feasible. It was highly likely that the Yaruya's intelligent beings had conceived this plan but were unable to implement it for various reasons. Step 1: Install glass covers over the 3 ring-shaped mountains, altering the atmospheric composition, and preliminarily restoring ecological cycles to form 3 habitable zones. Step 2: Utilize underwater tunnels or glass tunnels to connect the 3 ring-shaped mountains, employing maglev trains or conveyor belts within the tunnels for material transfer. Step 3: Utilize high-strength light. Transform the entire planet, utilizing blue-green algae and existing ecosystems to regulate the atmospheric composition of the Yaruya planet, rendering it habitable. Step by step, grand visions gradually emerged in Lin Ming's mind, unfolding elaborate blueprints within his imagination. Each step will exhaust countless resources, necessitate immense technological advancements, and demand substantial time. But having come this far, one must surely take action, mustn't one? Chapter 67. Interregional trade. Gazing at the starry sky while remaining grounded, Lin Ming commenced his current endeavors after finalizing the transformation plan for the Yaruya planet. His present focus is on securing victory in the forthcoming technological evaluation. Only through this can he hope to acquire advanced technological creations and achieve further breakthroughs in technology. Lin Ming accessed the interstellar trading platform. Perusing the newly listed items. To his dismay, he noticed a significant decline in the number of high-tech creations available compared to before, with only some basic materials remaining. What's the matter? Lin Ming sipped his drink while scanning the players' discussions. It's quite the profit. I just listed an F-grade mechanical arm, and it was snatched up by someone from Tang Province in an instant, without even haggling over the price. Indeed, the folks from Tang Province have been rapidly acquiring tech creations with great evaluations today, and they aren't negotiating at all. I am tempted to list my escape pod for sale. That one work, I've tried it, and it's marked as a non-tradable item. Are you serious, man? Players from other regions are coming here to snatch up goods. I just noticed that the trading players aren't from our region, and we're being charged a hefty transaction tax, damn it. Upon reading that player's comment, Lin Ming raised an eyebrow. Cross-regional trading is indeed possible. Recalling that Thompson had previously solicited basic resources from players in various regions, he nodded in agreement. It seems feasible, albeit with the stipulation of incurring a substantial transaction tax, as described by the player. He searched the interstellar trading platform and discovered a button in the lower left corner for switching regions, numbered from 1 to 100. Their current region number was 37. Lin Ming switched to region 1. The players here were also engrossed in discussions about easily tradable technological creations, yet there was little of value to purchase. Lin Ming meticulously scrolled through each region. He found that the players in the first 60 pages were conversing in Chinese. Starting from page 61, however, the situation changed. Eagle language began to emerge, followed by Baga language, Western Aid language, and an array of bizarre characters resembling incense coils. Fortunately, the interstellar trading platform boasted a built-in translation system. Lin Ming searched through each region's trading platform and ultimately pinpointed 2 items. Limited research technology chip. Description: after accumulating a sufficient number of technological creations, you have stored some technological knowledge. From now on, you may conduct research in a specific direction on a certain item to achieve a breakthrough, yet it will not surpass the item's designated grade. High computing power chips are required. All-terrain crawler manufacturing blueprint. F. Description: a multifunctional transport vehicle equipped with robust tracks, powered by an electric motor, capable of operating across various complex terrains, with a maximum load capacity of 50 tons, consumption 1 unit of energy hour when unloaded, 10 energy units hour when fully loaded. Material requirements: electromagnetic coils X10, F-grade universal chip X1, circuit boards X10, superalloy powder X150 units, ultrafine iron powder X1000 units. Manufacturing requirement: requires a 3D metal printer. Lin Ming initiated a private chat with the player possessing the limited research technology chip. This player, who communicated in Eagle language, was named Hoffman. He appeared to be a redneck white male. The text he sent was automatically translated into Chinese. What do you need? Lin Ming replied, I am very interested in your limited research technology chip, Hoffman responded, this is a fine item, it allows for the development of technology, incredibly cool. Disregarding Hoffman's boastfulness, Lin Ming directly stated, "Name your price." Hoffman replied, "So, a player from Region 37 has begun shopping across regions? You should know that cross-regional shopping incurs a transaction tax, which you will have to cover." Lin Ming countered, "Provided your price is low enough." Hoffman said, "I am not lacking basic materials. Do you have anything interesting? Preferably in pairs." Lin Ming offered, electromagnetic gun, simulated crab. Upon seeing the items Lin Ming sent, Hoffman expressed surprise. "These are all interesting items. It seems you have been diligently collecting these, likely to supply that N-word starting guy, right? I must warn you, those fellows are always duplicitous. They belong in plantations, shackled with superalloy chains. Do not be deceived by them." Hoffman's response was met with Lin Ming's amused reply, "Statements like yours would land you in jail in your country. Fortunately, that polluted country no longer exists." Hoffman exclaimed, visibly agitated. "Society is being disrupted by those N-ghosts. Damn it, I can finally freely utter that term. If you are supplying that guy, I absolutely will not trade with you." Lin Ming assured, "Rest assured, I am not supplying him." "Is that true?" "Absolutely no deception." "Very well, considering you are from Huaxia, I will trust you. If you were from Western Aid or Baga, I would never believe you. They are born to be dogs." Hoffman rambled on for quite a while, evidently having been pent up. After some back-and-forth bargaining, Lin Ming successfully exchanged 2 electromagnetic guns and 2 simulated crabs for the limited research technology chip, along with an additional transaction tax. Once the chip was in hand, Lin Ming promptly instructed the ethereal crystal, "Decrypt limited research technology." Decrypting limited research technology, estimated completion in 1 hour. While the limited research technology could facilitate certain research breakthroughs, it ultimately could not surpass the current level of technological evaluation and required high computing power chips. Lin Ming was aware of this shortcoming, as was Hoffman. Furthermore, being a Texan, Hoffman could hardly resist the allure of the electromagnetic guns. Thus, their conversation was succinct. After acquiring the limited research technology chip, Lin Ming began a private chat with the player possessing the all-terrain crawler manufacturing blueprint F. But this individual hailed from the Western Ape Nation and was named Jin Bugu. Lin Ming directly sent 2 item illustrations in the trading chat. High-protein forever frozen canned food, X1, spiked giant shell dragon meat, X 10 kilograms, in exchange for your all-terrain crawler manufacturing blueprint. Jin Bugu quickly replied, "Come on, you think you can trade my high-tech blueprint for just 2 pieces of meat?" Lin Ming remained silent, locating the barbecue video he had previously sent to Sun Yao, and forwarded it to Jin Bugu. Video. Jin Bugu responded, "Come on, it looks delicious, but your quantity is far too scant." Lin Ming retorted, "Are you trading or not? If not, I'll feed the meat to my dog." Jin Bugu panicked, "Then what will I eat?" Lin Ming offered, 2 cans, 20 kilograms of dragon meat, a flat price, and I'll cover the tax. Jin Bugu agreed. Deal. Chapter 68. The death of Chu Wei. With the acquisition of new technology, Lin Ming immediately commenced his actions. Having direct access to the technical blueprints of the all-terrain tracked vehicle, he was spared the need for reverse engineering, allowing him to grasp the associated technology with ease. He opened the illustrated guide for the all-terrain tracked vehicle, revealing a colossal steel transport vehicle measuring 5 meters in height, 3 meters in width, and 10 meters in length. It boasted 2 sets of superalloy tracks at both the front and rear, exuding a rugged appearance that instilled a sense of intimidation. This contraption is said to carry a mere 50 tons. "I would readily believe it could manage 200 tons, he remarked in jest, before promptly issuing a command, "Modularize the all-terrain tracked vehicle." Initiating modularization of the all-terrain tracked vehicle. The all-terrain tracked vehicle can be deconstructed into computational core module, electromagnetic drive module, energy storage module, loading module, detection and obstacle avoidance module, track movement module. Modularization of the all-terrain tracked vehicle completed. Upon the successful modularization of the tracked vehicle, Lin Ming found himself at a loss for further tasks. Meanwhile, the E-Class chip was engaged in reverse engineering a 3D metal printer, while the computational core of the escape pod was deciphering restricted research technologies. The 3D metal printer was diligently manufacturing electromagnetic guns, leaving everyone quite occupied. "TSK, seeing you all so busy, I ought to find something to do as well, lest I feel guilty," Lin Ming said, brewing himself a cup of vitamin-infused hot drink, gently caressing the ether crystal, and began browsing the regional chat channel. As a competent helmsman, it was imperative to stay abreast of information, avoiding any disconnection. Within the regional chat, players were engaged in fervent discussions, with the chat refresh rate noticeably quicker than before, making it difficult for Lin Ming to keep up. Just as he was about to pause the chat scroll to better comprehend the players' conversations, a private message from Tang Chang'en arrived. "Are you there?" Noticing the client had reached out, Lin Ming promptly replied, "What's the matter?" Tang Chang'en inquired, "Could you trade me the already manufactured electromagnetic guns?" Initially, their collaboration entailed trading once every hour. Tang Chang'en would send over a material, and Lin Ming would manufacture and return an electromagnetic gun, repeating the process. However, after the initial exchanges had established a degree of trust, Tang Chang'en sent over 6 materials in one go. After all, having rented a 3D printer, there was no need to be stingy over a few materials. "Certainly, I've just crafted 3 electromagnetic guns," Lin Ming replied as he traded all 3 guns to Tang Chang'en. "Thanks." Tang Chang'en responded after receiving the items, but no further communication followed. Lin Ming found himself with some leisure time and continued to peruse the regional chat channel. "Did you see that? The abdomen of that creature is truly massive, perhaps 2 or 3 times larger than a human's, and its 4 legs are as slender as those of a dog, resembling an agate. Why is it that, despite being carbon-based life forms, some creatures can appear so grotesque? Even I, a handsome man, am quite frightened. The oxygen content on Shuwei's planet is merely 11, those creatures must possess extremely developed lungs, or they couldn't survive in such a low-oxygen environment. I find it rather perilous. Could there be such creatures around us as well?" The players' chat left Lin Ming bewildered. It seemed that someone had encountered strange beings. Patiently scrolling through the messages, he discovered a player named Shuwei had posted several videos. Notably, Shuwei's avatar had turned gray, with a crimson dead mark in the lower right corner. What had transpired? Lin Ming's heart raced as he quickly clicked on the first video. This was from Shuwei's first-person perspective. Surrounding Shuwei, within a 10-meter radius, was a group of bizarre creatures. These beings possessed enormous heads, grotesque features, and 6 eyes, each concealed beneath a translucent eyelid. Below the head was a corpulent grayish-purple torso, with an abdomen so distended it could easily accommodate a curled-up adult. Their arms and the 4 legs beneath the torso were exceedingly slender, barely thicker than a child's forearm, leading one to question whether those frail legs could support their hefty bodies. Most striking were the creatures' mouths, or, rather, their orifices. From their faces to their necks, 2 rows of 10 ping-pong ball-sized openings intermittently opened, evidently inhaling. Each inhalation caused their already swollen abdomens to expand even further. "What the hell are these things?" Shuwei exclaimed before the video abruptly ended. Lin Ming's expression turned grave, as he began to understand why Tang Chang'en was so eager to secure the already produced electromagnetic guns. He clicked on the second video. At the video's outset, he heard Shuwei's voice, "Isn't this what you all wanted? I'll gladly return it." As the perspective tilted downward, Lin Ming beheld Shuwei grasping a small purple creature, resembling the bizarre beings yet only the size of a domestic cat. This purple creature emitted a buzzing sound from its orifice, the frequency gradually diminishing. Lin Ming's eyelids twitched. "Here," Shuwei declared, tossing the diminutive purple creature towards the foremost entity. The creature seized the small purple being and, to Lin Ming's astonishment, tore it in half with its hands. Splatter blood sprayed forth. Buzz, the foremost purple creature turned its gaze skyward, all 10 orifices emitting a mournful sound. Buzz, the dozen or so surrounding purple creatures issued a resonant chorus, their battle fervor reverberating, causing Lin Ming's ears to ring. Amidst the battle cries, 2 purple beings stepped forward, each taking a half of the torn creature and, with their slit-like mouths, devoured it whole. Then, Lin Ming distinctly observed the 6 eyes, previously shrouded in gray eyelids, spring open. As the second segment of the video concluded, Lin Ming swiftly clicked on the third segment. In the footage, 2 violet-skinned creatures, their eyes wide open, charged towards the camera in succession. Dressed in a heavy-duty extravehicular suit, Shuwei clenched his right fist and delivered a powerful blow to the head of the first violet creature that lunged at him. In an instant, an immense force propelled the creature's head away. Its 4 legs buckled, and it collapsed onto the ground. "Is this all there is?" Shuwei bellowed, his fear dissipating, replaced by an intense fury. "Die, all of you, die." The second violet creature, seemingly intimidated by Shuwei's imposing presence, hesitated and did not advance. "Are you scared?" Shuwei taunted, moving closer. However, the second violet creature swiftly retreated, expelling a dark, ink-like liquid from a hole the size of a ping-pong ball, which promptly coated Shuwei's entire helmet. "I can't see, damn it." A sharp crack echoed as something struck the glass visor of Shuwei's helmet, leaving a spiderweb of fractures. Lin Ming sighed and closed the video. It was then that he noticed a message from Sun Yao had arrived. "Brother Lin, have you seen the videos in the regional channel?" Chapter 69. The freedom of production capacity. I see. Lin Ming responded that he was well aware of why Sun Yao was so concerned. After all, there existed a complete ecological chain in the vicinity of Sun Yao's location. The thought of awakening one day to find oneself surrounded by a group of intelligent beings was indeed unsettling. Sun Yao, Brother Lin, could you sell me a few super alloy bullets? I feel that the surroundings are somewhat unsafe. Lin Ming smiled slightly upon viewing the video. He had already made his decision. He promptly sent a message to Sun Yao, mini satellite, combat type heavy exosuit, but Sun Yao? Holy crap, Brother Lin. These items are treasures. Lin Ming, do you want them? I don't want them. After a moment's hesitation, Sun Yao replied, I can't afford them. They're a gift for you, Lin Ming stated. It took some time for Sun Yao to respond. Brother Lin, I admit I was quite excited upon seeing your message, but this is quite the grand jest. Lin Ming, it's genuine. I'll give you a mini satellite for free, but you'll need to procure the fuel yourself. As for the combat type heavy exosuit, you'll have to exchange it for your own exosuit. This was Lin Ming's resolution. Through several collaborations with Sun Yao, they had established a solid foundation of trust. Sun Yao's ability to provide what Lin Ming required in their previous transactions indicated that his development was progressing well. At this juncture, Lin Ming's own development had begun to take shape, yet he faced certain hindrances on the planet Urea due to its incomplete ecological chain. Sun Yao, possessing a planet with a complete ecological chain, could effectively fill this gap. Consequently, he resolved to invest in Sun Yao. In the last century, the United States had invested in countries like Bajie and Shiba, propelling these small territories into formidable powers. The United States reaped immense benefits from this, gaining two strong allies that could bite whomever they pleased, occasionally even turning on each other. Most importantly, Lin Ming's investment constituted only a minuscule fraction of his total assets. Energy was generated through solar panels, resources were gathered via simulated crabs and frame mining systems, and production was facilitated by 3D metal printers. At most, it occupied merely an hour of his production capacity. Yet for Sun Yao, it could alter the trajectory of his fate. A mere scrap left by the colossal machinery could nourish many insignificant decomposers. Currently, my production capacity is being utilized, so please hold on for a moment. Lin Ming first manufactured 10 super alloy bullets to trade with Sun Yao. Sun Yao was overwhelmed with excitement. Brother Lin, I don't even know what to say. Lin Ming chuckled and replied, as long as you call me brother, I will ensure you enjoy the finest things in life. Sun Yao, alright, following Brother Lin, I shall indulge in the best. Having only slept for a little over 5 hours, Lin Ming felt a tinge of fatigue. He set the production capacity of both 3D metal printers to manufacture electromagnetic guns and prepared to take a short nap. Simultaneously, he set an alarm to wake him once the reverse engineering of the 3D metal printer was completed. 3D metal printer type I reverse engineering complete. You have mastered 3D metal printer type I. Currently engaged in reverse engineering a jetpack, and based on the computational power provided by the existing chip, the estimated duration for the reverse engineering process is 0.5 hours. Awakening from a deep slumber, Lin Ming swiftly sat up upon noticing 2 consecutive notifications. 3D metal printer, type 1, introduction. Utilizing ultrafine metal powder as raw material, it prints corresponding objects according to blueprints, achieving a maximum printing resolution of 100 microns. Material requirements: F or higher grade universal chip X1, electromagnetic coils X10, circuit boards X10, superalloy powder X50. Manufacturing requirements: 1 3D metal printer type 1 is necessary. Manufacturing consumption energy X50 units. Excellent. Lin Ming glanced at the inventory. Currently, the quantity of circuit boards was limited, with just enough to manufacture 1 3D metal printer, but this was no longer a concern. He decided to hand over half of the manufactured electromagnetic guns to Tang Chang'an and called upon the upgraded model of the simulated crab. Direct the wastewater into the liquid distillation tower. I require high-strength, lightweight materials. Clack, clack, clack. The upgraded simulated crab signaled its acknowledgement and proceeded to distribute metal cylinders to the remaining 5 simulated crabs, also taking a moment to tap the shell of the one that was often bullied. You, manufacture the 3D metal printer. You, start producing some electromagnetic coils. Lin Ming issued commands to the 2 3D metal printers. Given the compact size of the 3D metal printer and the fact that electromagnetic coils and circuit boards were readily available, the manufacturing time was merely half an hour. Within this half hour, a substantial quantity of high-strength, lightweight materials was delivered, and numerous circuit boards were produced. After 30 minutes, Lin Ming possessed 3 3D metal printers and a considerable amount of circuit boards. Lin Ming once again commanded, simultaneously produce the 3D metal printers. Buzz, 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 the 3 3D metal printers commenced their diligent task of self-manufacture. From 1 comes 2, from 2 comes 3, from 3 comes all things. Observing the 3D metal printers rolling off the production line, Lin Ming exclaimed with excitement. He had awaited this moment for far too long. Thus, he produced a total of 22 3D metal printers in one go, bringing the total to 24, occupying most of the space at the bottom of the pit. I have truly become impoverished. This is an undeniable reality. The reverse engineering of the jetpack had also been completed, with manufacturing materials primarily consisting of superalloys and electromagnetic coils, along with circuit boards. Lin Ming swiftly manufactured 23 units and simultaneously created a small satellite within just 10 minutes. With preparations complete, Lin Ming sent a message to Sun Yao, "Let us trade." Sun Yao, without pretense, began negotiations with Lin Ming. Soon, Lin Ming exchanged the small satellite and a combat-type heavy exosuit equipped with a jetpack for a heavy exosuit. After the transaction, Sun Yao sent Lin Ming a singular message: "Brother Lin, from this day forth, my life is yours." Upon reading Sun Yao's message, Lin Ming closed the chat window, not giving it much thought. He allocated tasks to the 3D metal printers: life support system, soilless cultivation framework system, conveyor belt. You may distribute the tasks as you see fit. Lin Ming glanced down at the heavy exosuit he was wearing. It is time to transform this pit into a habitable environment. Subsequently, Lin Ming summoned 2 simulated crab leaders basking in the sun to recharge. To his surprise, he discovered that their power was only half charged. Truly pathetic. Why is the charging speed so sluggish? He gestured for the survival pod to fully charge the 2 simulated crabs, instructing the 3D metal printers to retrofit the jetpacks onto the backs of the 2 simulated crab leaders. You 2 will each explore one of these locations. When I am unable to contact you, remember to return punctually after 24 hours. Otherwise, I shall assume you have perished. Lin Ming did not equip the simulated crab leaders with electromagnetic guns. He feared that these intellectually deficient creatures might fire recklessly and potentially damage vital equipment, resulting in irretrievable losses. Losing 2 simulated crab leaders was of little consequence. He currently possessed ample production capacity. Chapter 70 Add, continue to add. Emerging from the subterranean pit, Lin Ming ascended to the surface. He surveyed his surroundings. At the entrance of the pit, a power generation array composed of over 100 solar panels was operating steadily, and not far away, dozens of simulated crabs were busily transporting stones, stacking them into numerous small hills. The stones within a 10-kilometer radius had been entirely relocated by the simulated crabs, forcing them to venture further afield in search of transportable rocks. To his right stood a dormant liquid distillation tower and an arc furnace, silently towering in place. Further ahead, a framework mining system was incessantly excavating. It is time. Lin Ming murmured softly. He then issued a command: conduct reverse research on the arc furnace using an E-level chip. Based on the computational power provided by the current chip, the estimated duration for reverse research is 1 hour, consuming 1 unit of energy per hour. Shall we commence reverse research? Yes. With the research queue for the arc furnace established, Lin Ming continued: modularize the framework mining system and the liquid distillation tower. Modularizing framework mining system. The framework mining system can be deconstructed into computational core module, support framework module, superalloy drilling module, electromagnetic conversion module, and conveyor module. Framework mining system modularization complete. Modularizing liquid distillation tower. The liquid distillation tower can be deconstructed into computational core module, support framework module, energy conversion module, thermal management module, pipeline distillation module, product output module, and liquid storage module. Liquid distillation tower modularization complete. A series of prompts continuously appeared. Lin Ming nodded and then stated: utilize limited research technology to specifically study the track movement module of the all-terrain crawler. Please select the research direction. Increase dimensions, doubling the length. Please select the chip to be used for research. F-level universal chip. Based on the computational power provided by the current chip, the estimated duration for limited research is 10 minutes, consuming 1 unit of energy per hour. Shall we commence limited research? Yes. Upon confirming the pop-up prompt, Lin Ming quickly proceeded. He only needed to enlarge the track movement module, merely scaling up the blueprint. Although this assertion glossed over practical considerations, expanding dimensions necessitated additional considerations regarding load-bearing and suspension support. However, as a mechanical product, it was less intricate than electronic devices, allowing for a relatively swift research process. 10 minutes swiftly elapsed, and the enlarged track movement module was completed. Due to its considerable size, Lin Ming deployed 16 3D metal printers on the surface for its production. Commence production, initial output of 16 modules. With the command issued, Lin Ming added, utilize limited research technology. Shall we commence limited research? The time is excessive, employ overclocking. Estimated duration for limited research is now 10 minutes, consuming 5 units of energy per hour. Shall we commence limited research? Yes. 10 minutes later, the superalloy walking module for the simulated crab was completed. At this point, the enlarged track movement module was only halfway manufactured, prompting Lin Ming to instruct the simulated crabs to relocate the remaining 3D printers from the pit's bottom. Commence production, initial output of 16 modules. With a sizzling hum, all 24 3D metal printers operated at full capacity, and after half an hour, 16 enlarged track movement modules were completed. Each of these colossal modules measured over 3 meters in length and nearly half a meter in width. The bright silver tracks, composed of superalloy, gleamed menacingly, exuding a palpable sense of pressure. Lin Ming maneuvered these modules into position, awaiting the completion of the 16 enlarged superalloy crab legs. Once the crab legs were fabricated, Lin Ming issued another command: manufacture the framework mining system, producing each module separately, 1 machine per module. Simultaneously, Lin Ming, utilizing a 3D metal printer, began welding the superalloy crab legs to the track movement modules. The sound of sizzling filled the air around the pit entrance. This is the sound of industrialization. Lin Ming exclaimed, cradling a superalloy crab leg. Listening to the cacophony that was once mere noise, he found himself reveling in the experience. After welding the 16 superalloy crab legs, the various modules of the framework mining system were also completed. Lin Ming proceeded with the assembly. The framework mining system structure was square, supported by 4 points. Beneath each support point, he welded a superalloy plate, with each plate being supported by 4 superalloy crab legs. Upon completion, a framework mining system supported by 16 superalloy crab legs and equipped with 16 track movement modules was born. Track-based framework mining system. Description: a mining system endowed with superalloy drill heads, situated within a massive metal framework, capable of maintaining stability while drilling for minerals, thus allowing for uninterrupted resource extraction. With the installation of all-terrain track modules, it can relocate after depleting mineral resources. The technology rating remains at E. Add more. Just as the reverse research on the arc furnace concluded, Lin Ming immediately proceeded with modularization. Without even glancing at the modularization results, he, alongside the simulated crabs, moved the arc furnace to a side support platform for welding. After all, only through modularization and subsequent assembly could any technological creation be recognized by the ether crystal. After completing the welding, Lin Ming placed 2 simulated crabs on the platform. This way, the ores extracted by the framework mining system could be directly fed into the arc furnace for smelting. Integrated Resource Extraction and Smelting System. Description: an integrated structure capable of simultaneous mineral extraction and smelting, equipped with all-terrain track modules, enabling relocation after resource depletion. Remarkable, the technology rating has been upgraded to E. Lin Ming nodded, thoroughly satisfied. Yet, this was not the ultimate creation he desired. His gaze shifted towards the liquid distillation tower. Continue to add. Chapter 71: A D-Level Assessment. The liquid distillation tower has undergone modularization and can now be directly installed on the platform using a 3D metal printer. Upon completion of the installation, Lin Ming opened the illustrated guide. The rating remains at E, still insufficient. Lin Ming recalled the 3D metal printer. He lifted one and welded it to another section of the platform. After checking the guide again, he found the evaluation still at E. Mobile microfactory structure. E. Description: a miniature structure capable of simultaneously conducting mineral extraction, smelting, and producing finished products, integrating various commendable technological creations, yet exhibiting low output efficiency. Low output efficiency, is this the reason for the stagnant rating? Lin Ming pondered, stroking his chin. The efficiency of output ultimately required practical verification. After installing the microwave power reception module, Lin Ming designated a copper mine and instructed the mobile microfactory structure to navigate there autonomously. Creaking and groaning, 16 tracked modules traversed the gravel, imprinting straight paths. Subsequently, the mobile microfactory structure stabilized above the copper mine. 16 superalloy crab legs descended, then locked securely in place. Buzz, the superalloy drill bit slowly descended under the motor's drive. Upon contacting the hard ground, the descent speed of the drill bit diminished significantly, yet it continued its relentless approach to the copper ore buried deep beneath the surface. Soon, fragmented copper ore was unearthed, and the nearby simulated crab instantly began to transport the ore into the feeding port of the electric arc furnace. Once a sufficient quantity of copper ore was gathered, the electric arc furnace activated, swiftly melting it into blocks of pure copper, which accumulated at the output port. I believe I have discerned the underlying issue. Lin Ming waved to the upgraded simulated crab. Go instruct the 3D printer to produce several conveyor belts, so your little brothers can transport them here. Crack. The upgraded simulated crab set off promptly, and meanwhile, Lin Ming commenced refining the production process of the mobile microfactory structure. Although theoretically capable of completing the entire process from mining to smelting to producing finished products, Lin Ming overlooked the fact that it could only collect a single type of ore. The creation of technological artifacts necessitates a variety of raw materials. Adding a few hoppers would allow for the storage of different resources, compensating for the singularity of the mineral raw materials. The simulated crab's efficiency in transporting fragmented ore is too low. Replacing it with conveyor belts would be more effective. If we cool the superalloy drill bit with water and lubricate the drilling process, the excavation speed will increase, especially since the output of the liquid distillation tower includes water. Additionally, incorporating several product slots for collecting finished goods. Lin Ming undertook a series of optimization processes. The hoppers for resource loading were easily produced, and he conducted a focused study on miniaturizing the loading module of the all-terrain tracked vehicle, welding it to one side of the platform. A conveyor belt was added beneath the output port of the original frame mining system, directly connecting to the feeding port of the electric arc furnace. The output port of the electric arc furnace was then linked to the hoppers via a conveyor belt. Each hopper contained purified resource materials, connected by conveyor belts to the side of the 3D metal printer.as for sorting the materials required for the 3D metal printer and feeding them. Each task was handled by a simulated crab. Subsequently, a metal conduit was established from the top tier of the liquid distillation tower to the vicinity of the superalloy drill bit, supplying pure water to cool and lubricate the drill bit. Having completed these tasks, Lin Ming opened the illustrated guide once more. Mobile microfactory structure. Description: a verified microfactory structure capable of simultaneously conducting mineral extraction, smelting, and producing finished products, integrating various commendable technological creations, but untested, rendering output efficiency unknown. If output efficiency is unknown, then let me demonstrate it for you. Lin Ming activated the mobile microfactory structure. As the superalloy drill bit powered up, the liquid distillation tower sprang into action. A gentle stream flowed from the metal pipes, coursing through the superalloy drill bit into the borehole. Lin Ming noticed a marked acceleration in the operational speed of the superalloy drill bit. Fragmented copper ore emerged from the output port of the frame mining system, cascading onto the conveyor belt below. The continuously operating conveyor belt tirelessly fed materials into the feeding port of the electric arc furnace. Crackle. The electric arc furnace commenced operation, and blocks of pure copper began to appear at the output port, conveyed to the hoppers. Buzz. The opening beneath the hoppers activated, and the conveyor belt began to transport the pure copper blocks alongside the high-purity silicon ingots Lin Ming had placed in advance, to the side of the 3D printer. Simultaneously, the high-strength lightweight materials produced by the liquid distillation tower were also transported by conveyor belt. The simulated crab responsible for sorting immediately placed the raw materials into the feeding port of the 3D metal printer. Zing. The 3D metal printer continued its operations, swiftly fabricating a circuit board, which dropped into the product slot via the output conveyor belt. Perfect. Lin Ming couldn't help but clap his hands in delight. Crack. The upgraded simulated crab followed suit, snapping its pincers in approval. Lin Ming opened the illustrated guide once more. Mobile microfactory structure. Description: a verified microfactory structure capable of simultaneously conducting mineral extraction, smelting, and producing finished products, integrating various commendable technological creations, with average efficiency. Is it merely average efficiency? Lin Ming quipped, yet the evaluation in the description could not diminish his exhilaration, for the technological rating of the mobile microfactory structure had ascended to D. This was the first D-rated technological artifact Lin Ming had encountered. Indeed, as the description stated, in terms of efficiency, the mobile microfactory structure's output was rather ordinary. After all, it still could only produce a singular mineral raw material. Other materials needed to be preloaded into the hoppers. To maximize efficiency, he would need to produce several more frame mining systems, connecting them with conveyor belts to form a small factory cluster. However, Lin Ming was not overly concerned with such details given his aim for a D-level technological assessment. As a product for examination, there's no need to fuss over the minutiae. Lin Ming waved his hand dismissively. With several hours remaining until the technological assessment, he delivered a batch of electromagnetic guns to Tang Cheng'en, along with a 3D metal printer. Our contract is fulfilled, the items returned to their rightful owner. Tang Cheng'en sent a handshake emoji. Brother Lin, your word is your bond. I admire your integrity. We shall certainly have more opportunities for collaboration in the future. Well said. After closing the chat window, Lin Ming gazed at the mobile microfactory structure and issued commands: produce circuit boards and electromagnetic coils at full speed, 3D metal printer, manufacture frame mining systems, conveyor belts, and glass. Simulated crabs, you are in charge of raw material feeding and finished product storage. He glanced at the upgraded simulated crab beside him. You will oversee the operations. And the E-level chip should not be idle. Reverse engineer the F-level chip, 2 days' time is acceptable, and there's no need for overclocking. As for me, it's time for a hearty meal. Chapter 72. The brash fool with wit sizzle. Under the scorching heat, tiny bubbles danced atop the dragon meat and potato slices, producing a delightful crackling sound. Lin Ming savored the grilled meat while keeping an eye on the time. With just over an hour remaining until the commencement of the technology assessment, the regional chat channel buzzed with fervent discussions. The technology assessment is about to begin. I wonder who will emerge as the top contender. It should be Thompson. After all, he was the first in our region to upgrade his survival pod to level 2. He has substantial resources and has been acquiring technological artifacts from various regions recently. I believe the folks from Tang province also stand a chance. They've been very active lately, and 2 of their members have upgraded to level 2 survival pods as well. Damn it, don't even mention them, they aren't interested in the technology assessment. They just looking to profit from it. I've got some goods that are stuck in my inventory. That is hilarious. Speaking of Tang province, do you know what the only thing they have in common with Thompson is? They're all rather shady? They all share the surname Tang. Ha 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 ha. That is funny. However, it must be said that Lin Ming also has a fair chance. I feel he possesses numerous advanced technological artifacts. What are you thinking? A single person's capabilities are ultimately limited. Lin Ming hasn't made a peep these past few days, nor has he engaged in acquiring technological artifacts, so he must have given up early. Sigh, he is merely an ephemeral talent. As they began to discuss him, Lin Ming chewed on the sizzling, oil-dripping grilled meat, savoring the taste. It must be said, grilled meat is indeed far more delectable than grilled potatoes. The individuals from Tang province certainly possess some cunning. Not long ago, they had aggressively acquired technological artifacts, causing their value to skyrocket. Some opportunists took advantage of this by purchasing artifacts and reselling them at inflated prices to those from Tang province. Unexpectedly, the residents of Tang province played a clever countermove, selling a portion of their artifacts to these individuals at a significant profit before promptly announcing they would cease further acquisitions. Consequently, those middlemen found themselves in quite the predicament. Lin Ming speculated that some players belonging to Tang province, yet not sharing the surname, were currently negotiating with these middlemen to acquire technological artifacts at a bargain. Back and forth, the residents of Tang province would not only regain their artifacts but also enjoy considerable profits. At this moment, Lin Ming noticed someone had sent him a private message. Upon checking, it was a message from Sun Yao, prompting him to click and see. Lin Gu. Sun Yao was quite animated, sending a voice message. Guess what amazing item I've procured? What is going on? Sun Yao replied with a video. Lin Ming opened the video to see Sun Yao clad in a combat-type heavy exosuit, soaring through the sky, shouting excitedly as he approached a narrow crevice, hovering above a lake. Come out, you tentacled monster! After waiting for a while without any response from the creature, Sun Yao ordered the accompanying mimic crab to use a metal tube to repeatedly splash water, which he then poured into a nearby thicket. After the mimic crab had splashed 5 tubes of water, Lin Ming noticed ripples forming on the surface. Xiao Hei, run! Sun Yao directed the mimic crab to retreat, swiftly ascending and firing a shot at the pursuing tentacle. The high-velocity dum-dum bullet penetrated the tentacle, exploding it into several pieces. A pale blue hue spread across the water, and the tentacle quickly retracted. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Yao plunged headlong into the lake. Lin Ming felt a twitch in his eyelids. Should he commend this fellow for his bravery or chastise him for his recklessness? At the very least, he should have let the mimic crab scalp the lakebed first. Thanks to the heavy exosuit's capability to operate in extreme environments, Sun Yao had no trouble underwater. The jet-propelled flying backpack transformed into a water jet, propelling him directly to the lake bottom. Sun Yao activated the searchlight on his exosuit, illuminating a massive creature lurking beneath the surface, a gigantic octopus. Stop right there! Sun Yao bellowed, aiming both electromagnetic guns at the octopus's eyes and firing 2 dum-dum bullets. 2 bursts of pale blue blood erupted at the lakebed, and Lin Ming observed the octopus immediately lose all signs of life, collapsing limply onto the lake floor. Don't play dead! Sun Yao fired 2 more shots to confirm the octopus was indeed dead before cautiously approaching to drag it towards the surface. Due to buoyancy, Sun Yao was able to maneuver the octopus while it lay submerged, but as soon as a tentacle broke the surface, he felt the heavy exosuit's weight become increasingly burdensome. He promptly began to sever the octopus's tentacles. As the video concluded, Lin Ming cautioned him, when facing the unknown depths of the lake, it's better to exercise caution. Sun Yao laughed heartily, don't worry, Lin Gu, I'm not a fool. I had Xiao He scout the waters beforehand, confirming that there's only this one big guy down there. As long as it's a carbon-based lifeform, my electromagnetic guns can take it down. Lin Ming nodded in agreement. Indeed, in films, aircraft and tanks bombard monstrous creatures, only to be countered by them. In reality, no matter how thick your armor, a high-explosive shell from a tank can obliterate any carbon-based lifeform without the need for armor-piercing rounds. Utilizing aircraft to drop bombs is a gross disrespect to the munitions involved. And you gave me that small satellite. Sun Yao added, it's currently hovering just above me, monitoring every movement around. If anything unusual occurs, I'll know right away. Good, just stay alert. Lin Ming felt reassured. It's not the high combat prowess of a brash fool that one needs to fear, but rather the intellect behind it. In the midst of their conversation, Sun Yao sent Lin Ming a massive octopus tentacle. Lin Gu, it's still fresh. I just grilled and tasted it, and it's absolutely delicious. Lin Ming confirmed the trade, and a colossal tentacle appeared in the living pod, nearly filling the space. He quickly sliced the tentacle into smaller pieces, freezing some while allowing the mimic crab to take others outside to dry into octopus jerky. Opening the compendium, Lin Ming read the description of the octopus tentacle. Gigantic tentacle, description: a tentacle from an octopus of unknown origin. Rest assured, it is edible and tastes exquisite. Isn't this fortuitous? Lin Ming effortlessly sliced a piece of the tentacle into thick, succulent strips, skewering them on a superalloy stick to begin grilling. After applying some nutrient paste, he took a bite. The texture was delightfully chewy, with a savory, briny aftertaste, reminiscent of grilled squid. Delicious, truly delicious. Lin Ming polished off a piece in mere moments, immediately reaching for another. By the way, Lin Gu. Sun Yao's message came through once more. I found something in its head that I don't need. I'll send it to you. Lin Ming opened the private chat, discovering that Sun Yao had sent over a fist-sized, crystal-clear orb. What is this? Lin Ming wondered, though he accepted it nonetheless. Investments shouldn't solely focus on long-term returns, it's also wise to seek some short-term gains. Upon opening the compendium, Lin Ming's eyes widened in astonishment. What is this? Chapter 73, Evaluation commences. Biological crystal nucleus, introduction. Crystals that grow within the brains of certain organisms may possess some unknown utility. What astonished Lin Ming was not merely the description of the biological crystal nucleus, but the appearance of a small floating window beside it. Biological crystal nucleus D, computational resource, can serve as the computational core of a biological computer. D-level evaluation, capable of functioning as the computational core of a biological computer. Moreover, his talent has once again ascended. He can now perceive the evaluation level and utility of resources. A cascade of surprises left Lin Ming utterly exhilarated. Having just consumed octopus meat, has my talent undergone a transformation? Could it be that each time I consume a different food, my talent will elevate? Gazing at the sizzling octopus slices before him, Lin Ming devoured them eagerly once more. However, this time, no new changes in talent occurred. It seems repetitive consumption yields no results. Nonetheless, Lin Ming was already quite pleased. D-level computational core, he attempted to utilize the biological crystal nucleus, only to find no discernible change. It appears that accompanying equipment is necessary, but where could I procure the relevant technology for biological computers? Lin Ming accessed the interstellar marketplace, scouring various regions for information related to biological computers, but to no avail. Instead, he stumbled upon Thompson commencing a live broadcast. On the screen, the shiny black Thompson was seen with his eyes closed in prayer, a superalloy cross pendant hanging from his chest. Lin Ming noted that the number of players watching Thompson's livestream had reached a staggering 50,000. This implied that a significant portion of the surviving players were tuned into Thompson's broadcast. Oh my lord, your Holy Spirit nourishes my heart like the gentle rain. Thompson continued his whispered prayers, and at a certain moment, he suddenly opened his eyes. At that instant, before him, before the more than 500,000 viewers in the livestream, and before the 30 billion players scattered across various barren planets, a floating window materialized, displaying the same content in different languages. Technology evaluation, commencing. Thompson donned a lightweight spacesuit and exited the survival pod. Lin Ming observed that outside the survival pod, a veritable mountain of technological creations lay stacked. These technological artifacts, previously unseen by Lin Ming, were heaped like refuse, leaving a clear space in the center. Thompson walked to the vacant area, facing the distant sky and the far horizon. The sun was just beginning to break over the horizon, casting its first rays of light. The holy light illuminates my path, guiding me. My lord, bestow upon me your grace, Tisk. Lin Ming couldn't help but be amazed. It must be said that Thompson had orchestrated this splendid performance masterfully. He had undoubtedly calculated the timing precisely, positioning the survival pod at this spot so that when the technology evaluation commenced, the sun would rise perfectly. Indeed, the more than 500,000 players had grown somewhat fervent at this moment, frantically sending messages in the livestream to express their exhilaration. Thompson raised his left hand, displaying the text on the screen to the live audience, ensuring that all players could clearly see the displayed words. Lines of text gradually emerged. Frowny face player Thompson possesses the following number of technological creations: F-level technological creations 1372 items, score 1372 points. F-level technological creations 278 items, score 2780 points. E-level technological creations 17 items, score 17,000 points. E-level technological creations 3 items, score 30,000 points. D-level or above technological creations 0 items, score 0 points. Total score 51152 points. Upon the revelation of the total score, the players erupted with excitement. What the heck, over 50,000 points, how do I only have 72? The gap between individuals sometimes surpasses even that between man and dog. The scoring for technological creations is unjust. A small difference in level leads to a tenfold disparity, while a significant difference results in a hundredfold gap. How can we compare? Admit it, the Ongsai race is the superior breed. I checked, Thompson's great-grandmother had 1/16th Ongsai bloodline. The Lord is about to bestow upon Thompson the greatest creation. He shall become the Lord's emissary. Thompson, I have devoted all my wealth, praying to secure a place in the new world. The players continued to flood the screen with their comments. Regional ranking 3. At the moment the regional ranking appeared, Thompson's previously calm demeanor shifted dramatically. What is happening? How could I be third? My lord, have you forsaken me? No, my lord. Damn it, damn it. Thompson tore off the cross hanging from his chest and smashed it violently onto the ground. Third place? Third? Who could possibly be first and second? Zone 37, Tang Chang'an is streaming live. That guy has something extraordinary. Tang, again with the T names, damn it, I detest those starting with T. Glancing at his own score and ranking, suppressing the upward curve of his lips, Lin Ming opened Tang Chang'an's livestream. A snowy landscape unfolded. Tang Chang'an stood in the snow, clad in a lightweight spacesuit. His expression appeared somewhat grim before him. Lin Ming beheld a massive machine. It resembled an X-ray machine used for inspecting subway bags, but was many times larger. Lin Ming felt a warm sensation in his eyes. Beside this machine, a small floating window appeared. Technological Creation Enhancement Machine E, introduction, capable of enhancing the small level of technological creations, albeit at the cost of significantly reducing the lifespan of the enhanced creations. Cannot enhance creations with a level higher than its own technology evaluation. So, Tang Chang'an possesses such a remarkable item, no wonder they have been so active these past few days. Lin Ming gazed at the live broadcast of Tang Chang'an, who, like Thompson, projected the evaluation screen onto the live interface. Player Tang Chang'an possesses the following number of technological creations. F-level technological creations, 8 items, score 8 points. F-level technological creations, 957 items, score 9570 points. E-level technological creations 0 items, score 0 points. E-level technological creations 9 items, score 90,000 points. D-level or above technological creations 0 items, score 0 points. Total scored 99578 points. Regional ranking 2. After all the calculations, I didn't expect to end up in second place. Observing the viewership of the live stream surge to over 40,000, Tang Chang'an adopted a demeanor of nonchalance. Welcome everyone to the live stream of Tang Chang'an from Zone 37. Allow me to advertise, F-level technological creations are on sale at a discount, like this F-level electromagnetic gun. Tang Chang'an casually picked up an electromagnetic gun, loaded it, and aimed at a distance before pulling the trigger. Muzzle velocity 10,000 meters, whoosh, a silver streak shot forth from the barrels simultaneously. Tang Chang'an was propelled backward by the tremendous recoil, vanishing from the live stream screen. The elegance and humor of the Huaxia people coexist. Approaching 100,000 points, and he only secured second place. Who on earth could be? The score rankings are out, everyone, quickly check. What the heck, 1 million points. Lin Ming. Chapter 74:3 Questions. The current technological assessment results for the region are as follows. 1 SA placed Zone 37, Lin Ming, LV21002, 517 points. 2 ND placed Zone 37, Tang Cheng'en, LV299, 578 points. 3 RD placed Zone 81, Thompson, LV251, 152 points. Lin Ming holds a staggering lead with over 1 million points. Countless players expressed their astonishment and envy, igniting fervent discussions in the chat channel. 1 million points, surely, he must have a D-grade technological creation, my heavens. My highest technological creation is merely an F, how laughable. I can't even compare to a fraction of his score. The rewards are about to be distributed, I wonder what splendid items will be given. The reward is an E-grade technological creation, but he already possesses a D-grade creation, so it is unlikely to impress him. However, players from other regions have begun to voice their concerns. Why have 2 high scores emerged from Zone 37? What accounts for their remarkable development? Go take a look, they have the highest survival rate, over 700-800 individuals, double that of our region. Could it be that they have been placed on resource-rich planets? My surroundings are nothing but sand and stone, it's utterly unfair. Lin Ming, unconcerned by the commotion in the chat channel, waits eagerly for the reward promised by the high-tech entity, an E-grade technological creation. Soon, all communications are restricted, and a line of red text appears in the regional and district channels. Frowny face. Congratulations to Zone 37, Lin Ming, LV2, for securing the first place in the regional technological assessment. You may request an E-grade technological creation. Lin Ming had already contemplated the item he desired and typed in the chat channel, I require a 3D metal printer, type 2. As you wish. Simultaneously, a small floating box appears beside the holographic display. Detected E-grade designated resource supply pod 1. Based on the current trajectory and speed of the supply pod, it is estimated to arrive in 3 hours. What astonishing speed, Lin Ming is taken aback. 3 hours until arrival. Where on earth was this supply pod launched from? It must either be very close or moving at an extraordinary velocity. Now, you may pose 3 questions or requests. Please note that not all inquiries will be answered, and unreasonable requests will be denied. Lin Ming takes a deep breath. He has already formulated his 3 questions. My first question. To what extent must we transform our planet to facilitate the return of other humans and those within the space escape pods? This query had arisen in his mind ever since he discovered the ecological discrepancies among the planets inhabited by players. Each player's planet is unique, with varying atmospheric components. On his planet, Urea, there is no oxygen, while on Sun Yao's and others' planets, there exists some oxygen content, significantly reducing the difficulty of transformation. Additionally, Urea experiences exceedingly high temperatures. If they need to lower the temperature to a level suitable for human habitation without spacesuits, the undertaking would be monumental. Thus, Lin Ming seeks a standard, a quantifiable and precise benchmark. The red text soon appears. Frowny face. When you are capable of retrieving your kind through your own abilities. Upon hearing this, Lin Ming instantly loses his composure. He had considered many standards, such as restoring the ecological cycle of the planet, aligning atmospheric components with those of Blue Star, or maintaining a temperate climate with 4 distinct seasons. Yet, he had never anticipated that they must rely solely on their own capabilities to retrieve all surviving humans. What a jest! Given their current level of development, each player is separated by thousands of light years. Such distances imply that even at near light speeds, it would take millennia to reach one another's planets, not accounting for the time required for acceleration and deceleration. The answer to his first question exceeded all expectations, compelling Lin Ming to rethink his subsequent inquiries. After much contemplation, he slowly typed out his second question. My second question: what level of technological advancement and which technological pathways must we pursue to successfully retrieve them within an acceptable timeframe? Technological development is most at risk of stagnation. If a particular avenue of technology possesses limited potential, no matter how hard one strives, the desired results will ultimately remain elusive. Lin Ming seeks a clear direction for advancement. After all, this high-tech entity can traverse space freely and must possess knowledge of the correct pathways to follow. The red text materializes once more. Frowny face. 2 methods. The first, at direct transmission of information. This is the most cost-effective and easiest method to achieve. The second, direct transmission of matter. Under certain special circumstances, energy can be expended to instantaneously transfer matter from one point to another, but the energy consumption is proportional to the distance transmitted, while the mass transmitted is inversely proportional to the distance. This vague response leaves Lin Ming in contemplation for an extended period. Fortunately, a high-tech entity does not urge him but waits silently. Direct transmission of information? He still struggles to grasp the first method and concentrates on understanding the second. This method suggests that there exists a technology capable of allowing matter to transcend spacetime, appearing instantaneously from one point to another. However, this method also bears its drawbacks. The greater the distance, the higher the energy costs. The further the distance, the lower the mass that can be transmitted. A notion begins to crystallize in Lin Ming's mind, an incredible idea gradually taking shape. When they engage in interstellar trade, the items exchanged seemingly vanish and reappear from thin air. Such a counterintuitive phenomenon had previously eluded explanation. Now, it may correspond to one of these two modes of transmission. How does this high-tech entity facilitate interstellar trade? Which method does it employ, or could it be? Lin Ming types his third question into the chat box. Do we truly exist? The red text appears once more. From the perspective of information, yes. From the perspective of matter, no. Yet this is not a concern. Once technology reaches a certain level, information and matter can be converted into one another. The technological assessment has concluded, and the related rewards have been issued. Once again, congratulations to all surviving players. As a reward for the level of development in Zone 37, all players in Zone 37 will receive an opportunity for an E-grade carbon-based life resource supply pod. Good luck, humans! A series of red notifications flood the screen, leaving Lin Ming in a daze. What does it mean to say, from the perspective of information, yes, from the perspective of matter, no? Does this imply that they have lost their physical forms, existing solely as thoughts? He recalls the thought experiment of the brain in a vat. If a being's brain remains alive while receiving identical information and stimuli, would it not realize it is not a complete entity? Lin Ming reaches out his right hand and pinches his face. It hurts. Chapter 75. A doubt and perseverance. The technological assessment concluded, rankings were announced, and rewards were distributed. The silence was lifted. I in the chat channel, not a single player spoke. They remained engulfed in profound shock. After a considerable time, one player tentatively queried, "Might I inquire, was his previous response suggesting that we are merely a sequence of codes, rather than authentic entities?" No one replied. "Is there a sage among you who might elaborate?" "I perceive myself as undeniably real. I hardly resemble a fabrication. How could I possibly be a mere program? It is utterly inconceivable that I am but a program. I absolutely refuse to accept the notion that I am a mere program. I am a human being, a living, breathing individual. Programs do not perish. I am human, and only humans face mortality. Are you all silent because you do not believe? Very well, if you choose. Current surviving population in the area is 7803 10,000. Current surviving population in the area is 7794 10,000. Current surviving population in the area is 7781 10,000.1. After another, players could not come to terms with the reality, or rather, the reality is articulated by him and chose to end their own lives. Lin Ming sighed. At that moment, a player named Grasimov, LV2, initiated a live broadcast. Grasimov appeared to be of Russian descent. He donned glasses, his face adorned with stubble, and a faint smile graced his lips. Standing at over 6 feet tall, he possessed a robust physique. Addressing the broadcast, he spoke in a relaxed tone, "Ladies and gentlemen, I was previously a researcher at the Russian Aerospace Institute, and I am here to validate an assertion." With that, Grasimov donned a heavy-duty spacesuit and exchanged 100 units of fuel at the interstellar trading post. Launch the escape pod. Destination: outer space. Warning: current fuel is insufficient for the entire journey. Would you like to proceed? Yes. Warning: no fairing detected. Thermal protection layer partially damaged. There is a risk of disintegration upon forced launch. Do you confirm? Yes. Grasimov reaffirmed his intent. System self-check complete. Engines will ignite in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. Boom! Scorching flames erupted from the engine's nozzle as the landing gear began to retract slowly. "Oh ho!" Grasimov exclaimed with exhilaration. Although he was a researcher at the Aerospace Institute, he had never before embarked on a spacecraft to traverse the cosmos. Current speed E2 kms. Current speed 3 kms. Current speed 5 kilometers s. Significant damage to the insulation layer detected. Please immediately terminate the launch procedure and descend at once. No, do not terminate, continue the ascent. Current speed of 4 km/s. Current speed 5 kilometers s. The thermal insulation layer is completely compromised. The cabin is beginning to undergo ablation. The supporting structure of the survival pod is heating up, leading to a reduction in the structural integrity of the cabin. Damage to the sealing layer detected. Please terminate the launch sequence immediately and descend at once. Fly, damn it, just fly. Grasimov screamed hysterically. Current speed of 5 km/s. The survival pod has reached its maximum flight speed. Warning. Current cabin temperature has reached 80 degrees. Please don the heavy-duty extravehicular suit immediately. Warning, current cabin temperature has reached 100 degrees. Please don the heavy-duty extravehicular suit immediately. Warning, current cabin temperature has reached 150 degrees. Please don the heavy-duty extravehicular suit immediately. See, this bastard has locked us out of our technology. We are utterly unable to escape this wretched planet. This is a dehumanizing social experiment. I will never compromise. A burst of flames engulfed Grasimov's live broadcast. Grasimov, dead. Is the maximum flight speed of the survival pod truly 5 km/s? Lin Ming murmured, gazing at the black screen of the broadcast. Grasimov sacrificed his life for this figure. The first cosmic velocity surrounding the blue planet is 7.9 km/s. Given that the mass of Urea planet is similar to that of the blue planet, the first cosmic velocity should be approximately the same. Only by attaining this speed can one reach a near-Earth orbit, allowing for a stable rotation around the planet without descending back to the surface. To completely liberate oneself from the gravitational constraints of the planet Urea, one must attain the second cosmic velocity. 11.2 km/s. For breaking free from the gravitational pull of a star and entirely departing from the current stellar system, the third cosmic velocity must be reached. However, at this moment, Lin Ming was unaware of the mass of the current star, rendering the third cosmic velocity unknown to him. Thank you for your struggle, which you undertook with your life. The compatriots of the Bear Nation extend to you their highest respect. Salute to the hero, may you journey well, flowers, flowers, flowers. Farewell, Grasimov, my comrade. Within the regional channel, countless players mourned Grasimov. Lin Ming also sent a few symbolic flowers. Brother Lin. A private message from Sun Yao appeared. I do not understand. What do you not understand? Sun Yao replied, I do not comprehend the manner in which I am currently surviving, nor do I grasp the essence of survival itself. What more significance is needed? Lin Ming retorted, survival itself is meaning. But that scoundrel has confined our escape pod speed, leaving us utterly unable to depart from this planet. Why place hope in the escape pod? Its name suggests its purpose, it is merely a means for our survival. Lin Ming rose, enunciating each word with clarity. Before the destruction of Blue Star, no technology from other civilizations was discovered. Did it not rely solely on itself to break free from the shackles of gravity? Why should we entrust our hopes to others? Indeed, it has demonstrated an insurmountable power, yet so what? We can achieve it on our own. Sun Yao sent a pained smiley. Brother Lin, I concede that you present a compelling argument, but I still feel somewhat unwell. Feeling unwell is part of the human experience. Who has not felt discomfort at times? We should cry when we need to, laugh when we can, and after it all, resume our endeavors. It merely imposed technological restrictions upon us, rather than directly stifling our technological advancement. We still possess the opportunity to reach the cosmos. Lin Ming contemplated high-strength, lightweight materials, the potential construction of a space elevator, even the small satellites that could already achieve the first cosmic velocity. Moreover, he envisioned the perpetual base of Urea's intelligent life, concealed on the far side of the moon. The intelligent beings of Urea possessed the capability to reach the moon's far side. Perhaps in another crater, relevant technology lay abandoned. Furthermore, current indications suggest that many players inhabit planets with advanced intelligent life. Who can guarantee that they do not possess even more sophisticated technology? What if a world-renowned masterpiece emerges? A local indigenous sharing nuclear fusion technology with you? Chapter 76:3D Metal Printer, Type 2. After a heartfelt consolation from Lin Ming, Sun Yao gradually found peace. Survival itself is meaningful. As he mulled over Lin Ming's words in his heart, Sun Yao's eyes began to glimmer with understanding. Thank you, Brother Lin, I comprehend now. Shutting the dialogue box, Lin Ming donned his heavy exosuit and proceeded towards the first pit branch. It had been quite some time since he last checked on the crops here. Remarkably, just a few days had passed, and the plants had already matured. The tubers sprouting from the soil were as large as a fist, while the rice had turned a golden hue, bending the stalks under its weight. The interstellar corn flourished splendidly, with the stalks beginning to yellow. The flower that had consumed the purple danlu had completely transformed, exhibiting the characteristics of the purple danlu, with a cluster of tiny fruits resembling a red ball nestled within. These diminutive fruits, smaller than a grain of rice, grew together in clusters, resembling a ripe bayberry. Excellent, the growth is quite rapid. I estimate that later today, we can harvest some seeds for germination. Lin Ming nodded in satisfaction. His gaze swept over a corner where dragon eggs lay, and he bent down to pick one up. It had been some time since he acquired these dragon eggs, and he was curious about their current state. The strong light penetrated the shell, revealing that the once thumb-sized embryo had begun to grow, now comparable to a chicken egg. Upon closer inspection, he could even discern a tiny heart, no larger than a grain of rice, beating within the embryo. Good, as long as they are alive. Lin Ming checked the remaining 3, finding them in the same condition. Since the plants are on the verge of maturity and can be sown broadly, and the dragon eggs will hatch in due time, it is imperative to arrange for the outdoor factory and farm. With that, Lin Ming exited the pit. He commenced planning the design for the outdoor factory. Although it was termed outdoor, it was essential to incorporate some form of shelter should a sandstorm or other elements threaten the 3D metal printer, or if dust affected the printing precision, it would be a costly loss. After several modules were produced, Lin Ming began the assembly. Like building with blocks, he arranged the modules around the perimeter. Create glass. Transparent glass squares, each measuring 1 meter per side, were fabricated as Lin Ming connected the glass substrate to the superalloy framework using high-strength lightweight materials. This process continued in succession. 2 hours later, a hemispherical glass structure, 15 meters in diameter, stood upside down on the ground. Lin Ming also added 2 massive arched entrances on either side for easy access for himself and materials. Under the sunlight, the entire glass structure sparkled brightly, resembling an Eskimo's igloo from a distance. The life support system is commencing production. Let's produce some metal plates. Lin Ming contemplated the insulation issue. In such harsh conditions, the glass structure needed to focus on cooling rather than heating. With continuous sunlight and the greenhouse effect inside the glass structure, the internal temperature would be significantly higher than the exterior. Although the life support system could regulate temperature, it had its limits. If the temperature differential was too great, it would struggle to cope, increasing energy consumption in the process. Lin Ming devised a method to cover the sun-facing side with metal plates to block sunlight. When the sun was strong, he would deploy the plates. When it was weaker, he would remove them to enhance illumination. In this way, the internal temperature of the glass structure would remain at a favorable level. The glass structure for crop cultivation can enhance the life support system while regulating air composition and internal temperature. The glass structure for equipment storage, on the other hand, need only focus on cooling, requiring merely the metal plates to block sunlight, without the need for an augmented life support system. Upholding the virtue of frugality, Lin Ming commenced the construction of a second glass structure, this time selecting a site 10 kilometers away. This area was rich in various exploitable mineral resources, ensuring higher efficiency. Moreover, distributing the glass structures would mitigate risks. Even if one were to suffer damage due to unforeseen circumstances, such as a tempest, the others would remain unaffected. Mobile microfactory construct, come forth. Lin Ming commanded his prized invention. The 16-tracked movement modules of the mobile microfactory construct activated simultaneously, gradually making their way towards Lin Ming. Who says trial products are of no use? This trial product is simply magnificent. Lin Ming clapped his hands together in delight. At that moment, a brilliant arc appeared in the sky. The E-Class designated resource supply pod had arrived. Watching the superalloy supply box being projected before it accelerated away, a bold plan materialized in Lin Ming's mind. If this plan comes to fruition, then technological embargoes will become a thing of the past. However, he recognized that a considerable journey still lay ahead before he could realize this ambition. Observing the superalloy supply box soaring towards the pit, Lin Ming slightly bent his legs and leaped. Boom! The jetpack on his back released a powerful gust of air, propelling Lin Ming towards the pit. Upon opening the superalloy supply box, Lin Ming beheld the object of his dreams, the 3D metal printer, Type 2. In comparison to Type 1, Type 2 boasted a more intricate overall structure and was encased within a large glass dome. 3D metal printer, Type 2, overview. A high-performance metal printer with nanometer-level processing precision, requiring operation in a dust-free environment due to structural and spatial constraints. The maximum print volume is a 50x50 cm, power consumption 10 energy units hour. Nanometer-level processing precision. Lin Ming inhaled deeply. With this, he could manufacture chips. Unlike the Type 1 3D metal printer, Type 2 was primarily designed for the creation of high-precision technological artifacts, thus imposing limitations on its size and necessitating operation in a dust-free environment. Fortunately, it came equipped with its own dust-free workstation. Otherwise, merely achieving a dust-free environment would demand considerable effort from Lin Ming. Carefully cradling the 3D metal printer Type 2 in his hands, Lin Ming cautiously made his way into the pit. Each step was deliberate to avoid damaging the external glass dome. After a painstaking half-hour, he finally reached the bottom of the pit, placing the 3D metal printer Type 2 into the survival pod, his safest haven. Oh, and let's bring in a Type 1 3D metal printer to keep it company. Within a mere 5 minutes, Lin Ming descended with a Type 1 3D metal printer. This was not merely a whimsical act, it served as a safety backup. Although he had mastered the technology to manufacture the Type 1 3D metal printer, should all other 3D metal printers become compromised, he would find himself unable to produce any replacement. This Type 1 printer would serve as the mother machine, capable of producing an endless supply should any others fail. Chapter 77, The Glass Factory. Lin Ming inspected the queue for reverse engineering the F-grade chip and discovered that it would require an additional 40 hours. Take your time. In the meantime, prepare the raw materials. After leaving the depths of the pit, Lin Ming soared to a location 10 kilometers away. The mobile microfactory structure had already arrived, commencing the extraction of mineral resources while simultaneously refining the corresponding materials and fabricating framework modules in glass. At a distance of 10 kilometers, the loss from microwave power transmission has reached 10, which is quite wasteful. Lin Ming produced 10 solar panels on site to power the mobile microfactory structure. Subsequently, adhering to his previous design, he spent another 2 hours constructing a glass edifice of identical dimensions. This building shall serve as the manufacturing facility, perfectly situated amidst abundant mineral resources, with output far exceeding input. Opening the underground structural map from the microsatellite survey, Lin Ming examined the mineral distribution in the area. Copper ore, titanium ore, amphibole. This location is particularly suitable for the manufacture of circuit boards and electromagnetic coils. A total of over a dozen mineral resources were scattered from several meters to a kilometer away. For each of these resources, he designed a framework mining system to be constructed on the surface. The mined ores would be transported via conveyor belts to the glass factory. Within the glass factory, an arc furnace would be installed for the smelting and refining of the ores. The purified resources would be stored in raw material bins, with the sorting of materials managed by simulated crustaceans. The raw material bins would be connected to a 3D metal printer via conveyor belts, where the simulated crustaceans would be responsible for feeding the materials into the printer. The finished products produced by the 3D metal printer would be placed on conveyor belts, with simulated crustaceans sorting the different products into designated storage bins on either side of the conveyor. Lin Ming reviewed the flow plan, nodding in satisfaction. He mentally simulated the entire process and identified 2 flaws. The first was the waste outlet of the arc furnace. With continuous operation, the volume of waste would undoubtedly become immense, quickly filling the entire glass factory. Lin Ming designed a conveyor belt to transport the waste to a location 500 meters away, where 2 simulated crustaceans would handle its removal and accumulation. The second flaw was the lack of high-strength, lightweight materials, which are indispensable for manufacturing circuit boards. However, this was not a significant issue. The lightweight nature of these materials meant that they could be periodically transported by the simulated crustaceans. Alright, it's all set. After thoroughly reviewing the design process and finding no further issues, Lin Ming instructed the mobile microfactory structure to commence operations. The work process displayed by the ether crystal indicated that producing all these modules would require at least 3 days. Why so long? Upon inspection, Lin Ming realized that the primary bottleneck lay in the production capacity of the 3D metal printer. It's indeed a capacity constraint. Quickly, Lin Ming brought in 4 additional 3D metal printers, drastically reducing the required time to just 8 hours. Excellent! With the design of the glass factory complete, Lin Ming returned to the entrance of the pit. He intended to utilize this glass structure for crop cultivation. The life support system had been completed, and over a dozen 3D metal printers were operating at full capacity to produce a soilless cultivation framework system. Given the vast space of the glass farm, Lin Ming conservatively estimated that it could accommodate hundreds of cultivation framework modules, which would require a substantial amount of water. The water supply within the pit is ultimately limited. The next glass farm must be constructed at the foot of the mountain. Lin Ming opened the satellite mapping interface. After some time, the small satellite had completed mapping most of the surface of Urea planet. Lin Ming observed that, aside from the 3 circular mountains unscathed by the black tide, the rest of the planetary surface was covered with it. Wait, why is there a double image here? Since the small satellite was equipped with a camera, each mapping required stitching together dozens of photographs. Lin Ming noticed numerous areas obscured by the black tide, with blurred overlapping images. Open the original data. Hundreds of millions of photographs were stored within the ether crystal. Lin Ming selected a location with a double image. I want the photos from here. Hundreds of images appeared on the screen, capturing different moments when the small satellite had taken photographs. The images were exceptionally clear, showcasing the black, viscous black tide, reminiscent of oil. Play these photos in chronological order at a rate of 30 frames per second. A brief video emerged before Lin Ming. The once tranquil black tide depicted in the photographs revealed its violent nature within the video. The IT churned violently, continuously surging, making the entire black tide ocean appear almost alive. Display the photos near the circular mountains, playing them sequentially. Lin Ming contemplated a certain possibility. As the footage progressed, he noticed differences in several areas. Here and here, zoom in. These 2 locations were where the circular mountain ranges were notably thinner. The enlarged video revealed that the black tide in these areas was extraordinarily active, incessantly battering the mountain structure. Over a span of 100,000 years, the thickness of these mountains had dwindled to 1/5 that of other regions, if not thinner. Fortunately, after 100,000 years of erosion, 4/5 have been worn away. At least in my lifetime, I need not worry about the black tide breaching the circular mountains. Lin Ming felt slightly reassured. However, after a moment, he recalled something else. Wait, on the surface, the mountains still appear to have 1/5 of their thickness. What about underground? Small satellite, use microwave detection on that area underground. The small satellite, being an upgraded version, retained the capability to detect subterranean conditions via microwave signals. As the detection progressed, the underground situation on either side of the weakened mountain gradually revealed itself on the screen. Lin Ming observed that what once appeared to be an impregnable mountain was riddled with holes, much like a decayed tooth. It seemed to have only a single black spot on the surface, yet was substantially corroded within. The underground had been eroded into a cavern several hundred meters in diameter, with countless black tide streams pouring into the circular mountain through this cavity. Lin Ming examined the surface photographs of that area, meticulously searching until he discovered a black tide lake, less than 100 meters in diameter. Such a lake would be nearly impossible to find without deliberate searching. Over the span of 10,000 years, it has devastated the entire planet's ecosystem. Then, over another 100,000 years, it has eroded the mountains, flattening the entire planet's topography. Given enough time, who would have imagined that a planet now shrouded in black tide was once so prosperous and ecologically diverse? Lin Ming sighed, reflecting, before adding, then I shall play the part of a dentist for now and mend this cavity. Chapter 78. Trade your life. Lin Ming instructed a small satellite to prioritize the detection of erosion around 3 craters. He discovered that the erosion of the 3 craters was roughly similar. Each crater had 1 or 2 weak points where the black tide had infiltrated, leading to the formation of internal caverns. Fortunately, geological erosion occurs over the span of hundreds, even thousands, of years. Thus, Lin Ming need not worry in the short term about the mountains collapsing due to the black tide and submerging the craters. This place is not only devoid of danger but is, in fact, an excellent site for a factory. Lin Ming mused, stroking his chin. The presence of black tide signifies the availability of water, nutrients, lightweight materials of high strength, and vitamins. Of course, this is contingent upon the need to deactivate the black tide. Thankfully, the interior of the crater is in a state of perpetual daylight, with sunlight streaming continuously. As long as the black tide is extracted and placed in a sunlit area for over 24 hours of exposure, it can then be processed for use. What a ridiculous notion of a water treatment plant! Upon finalizing his plans, Lin Ming gazed at the vast drying fields for the black tide and couldn't help but chuckle. Currently, there are ample deactivated black tide reserves in the 8 branch pits, so Lin Ming was not in a rush to construct a processing plant. The primary task at hand was to establish the glass farm. Those plants should have matured by now, right? Lin Ming descended into the first branch pit. Indeed, the plants specialized from the bigmouth flower had grown at an astonishing rate. In such a brief time, various plants had reached maturity. Lin Ming swiftly began the threshing process and placed the harvested seeds onto a nutrient medium to prompt germination. To his surprise, he discovered over 30 seeds of the purple danluo that if these all mature, they could yield a modest medicinal field. The only regret was that the bigmouth flower's specialized purple danluo had only 2 leaves, as the effective components were concentrated within the foliage. Fortunately, although the leaves of the specialized purple danluo were few in number, they were significantly larger, each the size of a palm, several times larger than the original leaves. He pondered how the purple danluo grown from the seeds would ultimately manifest. Once germination is complete, it will coincide perfectly with the completion of the glass farm, and at that point, large-scale crop cultivation can commence. Lin Ming envisioned the scenes of the glass farm and factory in the near future, a smile betraying his excitement. Having completed these tasks, Lin Ming took a moment to brew a cup of vitamin-rich hot drink, gently caressing the ethereal crystal while opening the regional chat channel. Numerous players were fervently discussing the impending acquisition of E-grade carbon-based life resource supply capsules. Wow, I can't believe it! Our region has produced 2 remarkable individuals, one ranked first and the other second in the district. Those Angsarians boast about their racial advantages every day, but now that the results are in, they're all silent. I taunted them a bit, and they promptly blacklisted me. What a bunch of cowards. That's typical of Angsarians, they brag where they have the upper hand, but when they're at a disadvantage, they silence you outright. My assessment, their rank doesn't exceed black iron. I just checked out other regions, and wow, they're really sparse. Most have only 5,000 to 6,000 people, and some of the least populated areas have fewer than 3,000. How did so many perish? You should ask Lin Ming about that. If he hadn't contributed the F-grade universal password, do you think our region would have survived with so many people? Right. I thought Lin Ming had been quiet these past few days, but it turns out he was cooking up something big. Lin Ming is incredible. Lin Ming is incredible. 11010. As Lin Ming perused the cyber newspaper, a private message from Tang Chang'en flashed on the screen. Are you there? Raising an eyebrow at Tang Chang'en's message, Lin Ming wondered if he had taken issue with securing second place in the technology evaluation. Contemplating this, Lin Ming replied, yes. Tang Chang'en responded, do you have any medical supplies for treating injuries? Lin Ming inquired, are you injured? Yes, while demonstrating the power of the electromagnetic gun, I was unprepared and got my rib broken from the recoil. I suspect there's internal bleeding. Lin Ming was taken aback. After learning about the technology evaluation results, Tang Chang'en had not reacted with anger but instead seized the opportunity to promote products while the live stream's popularity surged. He was undoubtedly a competent businessman. Unfortunately, he had only been wearing lightweight extravehicular gear, and due to an improper stance, he had been violently propelled away by the powerful recoil. Lin Ming had not thought much of it at the time that he hadn't realized that Tang Chang'en had sustained a broken rib and internal bleeding. After a moment's reflection, Lin Ming initiated a video call with Tang Chang'en. The connection was quickly established. On screen, Tang Chang'en lay in a cryogenic pod, his complexion pale, with occasional painful spasms crossing his face. It appears your injuries are quite severe, Lin Ming remarked, adopting a serious tone. Tang Chang'en could only breathe lightly, his voice barely above a whisper. Yes, we've gathered various medical supplies, but nothing has been effective. My blood pressure is already beginning to drop. If relevant medical supplies are not found within the hour, the ethereal crystal suggests I undergo eternal cryogenic sleep. Based on the current development of players, eternal cryogenic sleep was, without a doubt, a death sentence for him. Lin Ming smiled faintly. Then I wish you a pleasant slumber. Alright, Tang Chang'en's eyes flickered with despair. With Lin Ming, who had achieved the most progress, unable to provide relevant medical supplies, his last glimmer of hope was extinguished. However, Lin Ming stood up and retrieved the recently harvested leaves of the purple danluo, waving them before Tang Chang'en. If you don't wish to sleep indefinitely, I happen to have a rather intriguing little item. What is this? Upon seeing the palm-sized purple leaf in Lin Ming's hand, Tang Chang'en's expression transformed with excitement. Lin Ming wouldn't joke about this, that purple leaf could indeed save his life. Lin Ming declared, purple danluo heals non-fatal injuries, alleviates fatal wounds, promotes bone growth. Tang Chang'en's face was a canvas of shock, rapidly replaced by overwhelming joy. His emotions surged, causing him to cough uncontrollably, wincing in pain. Lin Ming, how much do you intend to charge for this purple danluo leaf? Tang Chang'en quickly regained his composure, transitioning into business is business. He understood that Lin Ming was not the type to act out of sentimentality, offering him medicine simply because he was dying. Their collaboration had always been bound by mutual benefit, as it had been in the past and would continue to be in the future. Lin Ming toyed with the purple danluo leaf in his hand, gazing at Tang Chang'en. That depends on what you are willing to offer. Remember, we are not discussing the price of this leaf. We are discussing your life. Chapter 79 Negotiation, Trade Your Life. Upon hearing Lin Ming's words, the corners of Tang Cheng'en's eyes twitched. Indeed, engaging in a transaction with Lin Ming was not as straightforward as it seemed. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Lin Ming, you are aware of my esteemed position in Tang Province. This grants me access to a plethora of resources, from which I have profited significantly. However, these resources are entrusted to me by the brothers of Tang Province, who willingly contribute out of their trust in me. I cannot betray their confidence by exchanging all these resources for merely my own survival. Thus, with a wave of his hand, a selection of item schematics appeared in the lower right corner of the video call. Choose any 3 from these items, and I will trade them with you. If you agree, we can proceed with the transaction. Otherwise, Tang Cheng'en exhaled softly. I shall prepare to activate the ejection sleep pod. Listening to Tang Cheng'en's words, Lin Ming nodded. It was evident that Tang Cheng'en feared for his life. Yet, despite his trepidation, he maintained his composure. He understood what was negotiable and what was not. Lin Ming glanced at the item schematics. Hydraulic fracturing mining blueprint, electrolytic hydrogen and oxygen generator, electromagnetic adhesive high explosive grenade, E-class universal chip. Point one by one, items both familiar and unfamiliar to Lin Ming materialized before his eyes, leaving him astounded. Truly, a colossal force with over 1,000 players possesses a remarkable array of technological creations and blueprints. Moreover, the majority of these items had not appeared in the interstellar marketplace. Although Lin Ming was astonished internally, he betrayed none of it on his countenance. He posed a question seemingly unrelated to the current situation. Do the other members of Tang Province know about your injury and near-death experience? Tang Cheng'en's expression grew complex at this inquiry. They are aware that I was injured, but they do not realize the severity of my condition. A few individuals in the group have been urging me to hold a live conference, claiming it is to discuss how to cope with the failure of the technological assessment. But I know they merely wish to ascertain my condition and whether I can still lead Tang Province. Lin Ming nodded, grasping the situation. He then asked, why have I not seen that enormous machine resembling an X-ray machine? What purpose does it serve? Ever since they began discussing the price of the transaction, Lin Ming had a clear objective in mind, the E-level technological creation improvement machine. Although he possessed reverse engineering technology and limited research capabilities, which could yield similar results, the efficiency of those methods was comparatively low. Furthermore, the technological creation improvement machine might facilitate certain synergies with the technology he had mastered. Nevertheless, the actual outcome would require verification through practical application. That is a technological creation improvement machine, rated E, capable of enhancing the minor levels of technological creations. However, the modified creations cannot exceed the machine's own level, and their lifespan will be significantly reduced post-modification. Tang Cheng'en laid bare the advantages and disadvantages of the technological creation improvement machine without any pretense. He continued, Lin Ming, this machine is our core asset. It is absolutely non-negotiable. Do not speak so definitively. Lin Ming's smile was warm, akin to the gentle sun of winter. Having confirmed Tang Cheng'en's level of concealment regarding his injuries, he felt increasingly confident about the transaction. As the leader of a vast force comprising over 1,000 players, or rather, a faction representing 1/8 of the players in the current region, Tang Province was bound to experience internal strife. When Tang Cheng'en was in good health, he could suppress the restless factions beneath him with his undeniable prestige. However, should he fall ill or even approach death, the leadership of Tang Province would inevitably have to consider the issue of succession. After all, it pertained to the resource management of over 1,000 players, a tremendous fortune. Moreover, Tang Cheng'en was in possession of a substantial number of high-level technological creations to counter the technological assessments, which also brought forth questions of inheritance and distribution. Each of these matters was sufficient to incite envy within the leadership of Tang Province, potentially leading to reckless actions. Clearly, Tang Cheng'en was under immense pressure. By articulating the specific functions of the technological creation improvement machine, he believed he was demonstrating honesty in the negotiation. Yet subconsciously, he had already begun to view the machine as a bargaining chip, a tradable item. Thus, the subsequent steps were quite simple. It all hinged upon whether Lin Ming's offer would entice him. Lin Ming stated, purple danlua leaves, supplied without limit, until your injury heals. Not enough. Tang Cheng'en's expression turned grave. I cannot sacrifice the interests of the entire Tang Province for my own selfish gain. Observing Tang Cheng'en's serious demeanor, Lin Ming recalled the famous line. More money is needed. The notion of not sacrificing public interests for private ones was merely a tactic to demand more. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Ming continued, let the machine be considered a rental. I will use it for 10 days and return it in its original condition afterward. Tang Cheng'en replied, "No, we require that machine daily, there cannot be any gaps in its usage." "How about this, Lin Ming? I will grant you access to use the machine. If you have any technological creations needing upgrades, you can trade them to me, and I will upgrade them for you, returning them afterward." Tang Cheng'en proposed his terms. Lin Ming gazed intently at Tang Cheng'en on the screen, and suddenly, they both broke into laughter. They understood that this condition was exceedingly harsh. While it appeared that Lin Ming could upgrade technological creations at will, he would be shouldering significant risk. Who could guarantee that Tang Cheng'en would honor his promise and return the upgraded creations promptly? Even if he did, Lin Ming's knowledge of the technological creations would become known to Tang Cheng'en, leaving no secrets between them. "This proposal is quite good, I find it feasible, but the machine must remain with me." After their laughter subsided, Lin Ming said to Tang Cheng'en, "I assure you that the upgraded technological creations will be returned promptly, and I will prioritize the upgrades of the creations you send." Tang Cheng'en clenched his teeth. At this moment, the initiative in the negotiation lay with Lin Ming, and he could not dictate its direction. After a lengthy silence, Tang Cheng'en finally said, "Let us each make a concession. The machine can be placed with you. However, you must join Tang Province and become one of our members. You will enjoy certain rights without the corresponding obligations, which would make it easier for me to place the technological creation improvement machine in your care." Hearing Tang Cheng'en's terms, Lin Ming responded decisively, "I refuse." Joining Tang Province to enjoy rights without obligations sounded appealing. However, regardless, Lin Ming would be subject to Tang Cheng'en's authority and name, and players in the area would flock to Tang Province as a result. This would essentially mean that Lin Ming was using his reputation to endorse Tang Province. For the sake of a technological creation improvement machine, he could not afford such a hefty price. Moreover, this was a seller's market, and he held the initiative in the transaction. Lin Ming looked at Tang Cheng'en, his expression resolute. "The machine is to be rented to me, it will be returned in its original condition after 10 days. During these 10 days, I will allocate 8 hours each day to upgrade your technological creations, returning them immediately upon completion. Purple Dan Luo leaves, supplied without limit, 1 leaf per day, until your injury heals. If you agree, we can proceed with the transaction. If not, then so be it." Chapter 80. Left foot on right foot. "It seems I have no other choice." Tang Cheng'en sighed deeply. He seldom encountered situations where he lacked control. The memory of negotiating with others, pressing them step by step, came to mind. How similar it was to his current predicament. Player Tang Cheng'en, LV2, requests to exchange your purple Dan Luo Leaf 1 for the technological creation improvement machine. Do you agree? Yes. Lin Ming immediately consented to the transaction. The colossal technological creation improvement machine was positioned at the bottom of the pit, occupying a substantial amount of space. With the purple Dan Luo in hand, Tang Cheng'en wasted no time soaking it. Instead, he swallowed it whole, chewing a few times before gulping it down with water. "It resembles my experience with cold medicine," Lin Ming remarked, observing Tang Cheng'en consuming the purple Dan Luo leaf. "You're quite the mocker," Tang Cheng'en replied, managing a rare jest. Lin Ming noted that the pained expression on his face had eased considerably. "How do you feel?" Tang Cheng'en nodded. "I feel remarkably well. This substance acts rather swiftly. I can even sense a warm flow in my abdomen, a tingling sensation. As long as it works." Lin Ming felt relieved. The efficacy of the purple Dan Luo was clearly marked by the ether crystal, which is why Tang Cheng'en had such faith in it, and it indeed appeared to be effective. "By this time tomorrow, if your injuries have not healed, come to me for another purple Dan Luo leaf," Lin Ming suggested. Tang Cheng'en wore a relaxed expression. "Given the current situation, I believe one more should suffice." With that, he surprisingly sat up from the cryogenic pod and performed an expansion exercise. "I can no longer feel the pain." As he paced within the survival pod, testing his physical recovery, Lin Ming continued, "I am quite interested in your E-Class universal chip. What price do you propose?" Tang Cheng'en halted immediately. "Not a chance. Currently, we possess only this one E-Class universal chip, and it is exceedingly precious." Seeing the seriousness on Tang Cheng'en's face, Lin Ming smirked. Had it not been for Tang Cheng'en previously presenting the E-Class chip for his selection, he might have believed him. Lin Ming, wishing to avoid further debate, promptly sent a pictogram, mimic crab, that. "Ah, a delightful little gadget, but it is far from sufficient to trade for an E-Class chip, 50 pieces. Deal." The two swiftly reached an agreement. "The current quantity is limited, grant me some time." "Not a problem, I will reserve the chip for you. Once you gather the required amount, feel free to contact me." Tang Chang'an's expression grew increasingly grave, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Those fellows keep urging me to convene a meeting. Very well, I shall have a thorough discussion with you, brother Lin Ming, until next time. Farewell. After ending the video call, Lin Ming gazed at the enormous technological creation improvement machine. With such a valuable item in hand, it was only prudent to test its capabilities. Taking an electromagnetic gun, Lin Ming placed it at the entrance of the machine. The ether crystal emitted a prompt, modifying the electromagnetic gun requires superalloy 1, electrical energy 10, energy storage blocks 5, electromagnetic coils 5. Would you like to proceed with the modification? Materials are still needed. Lin Ming confirmed. It made sense. Upgrading technological creations would certainly consume resources, as one could not conjure something from nothing. He placed the required materials alongside the electromagnetic gun into the machine's entrance and pressed the start button. The conveyor belt began to operate, transporting the gun into the sealed chamber. Zzz, accompanied by a sound akin to laser engraving. Lin Ming noted the modification progress displayed on the machine. Current modification progress 5, estimated remaining time 6 minutes. Quite efficient, Lin Ming remarked with satisfaction. After all, the technological creation improvement machine was an E-level device, making it a breeze to modify an F-class electromagnetic gun. After 6 minutes, the buzzing noise gradually subsided, and a larger electromagnetic gun emerged from the opposite end of the conveyor belt. Lin Ming examined the modified gun. The originally slender barrel had extended by a third, and its caliber was noticeably wider. The 5 energy storage blocks had doubled to 10, allowing a maximum storage of 10 units of electrical energy. Wearing a heavy-duty exosuit, Lin Ming easily hefted the electromagnetic gun and opened the pictogram. Upgraded electromagnetic gun F. Description: a weapon capable of converting electrical energy into kinetic energy, lightweight and portable, with average firepower. Each shot consumes 2 units of electrical energy, and the barrel requires replacement after 100 shots. Still only average firepower? Lin Ming felt somewhat deceived upon reading the nearly unchanged description. Moreover, the upgraded electromagnetic gun consumed double the electrical energy per shot and had a limited barrel lifespan. It appeared to be a losing trade. However, its practicality could only be validated through real-world testing. Having a 3D metal printer create appropriately sized superalloy bullets, Lin Ming stepped out of the pit with the upgraded electromagnetic gun. He found a suitable direction and loaded a superalloy bullet into the barrel. Remembering Tang Chang'an's earlier lesson, Lin Ming cautiously opted to hold the gun with both hands. Despite wearing the heavy-duty exosuit, firmly gripping the electromagnetic gun, he aimed and gently squeezed the trigger. Whoosh! A streak of silvery light flashed past, and Lin Ming felt an immense force impact him, sending him sliding backward for more than 10 meters. Wow, such a powerful recoil? Lin Ming swallowed hard. Alright, and this is considered average firepower. The ether crystal emitted a notification: electromagnetic gun data calculation complete. Muzzle velocity 10,000 meters per second, effective range 20 kilometers. Muzzle velocity of 10,000 meters. Lin Ming exclaimed, exhilaration coursing through him as he noted the figure, which had more than tripled. The muzzle velocity has tripled, yet the range has only increased by a factor of 2. Lin Ming observed the anomaly in the range. Opening the complete data calculation interface of the ether crystal, he identified the issue. The upgraded electromagnetic gun's exceptionally high muzzle velocity caused the superalloy bullet to encounter significantly increased air resistance, leading to a dramatic reduction in velocity during the initial flight phase. Consequently, the effective range was greatly affected. Nonetheless, Lin Ming was more than satisfied with the current range. Gazing at the gleaming upgraded electromagnetic gun in his hands, a bold idea suddenly struck him. Could he apply restricted research technology to the upgraded electromagnetic gun? The moment the thought emerged, Lin Ming felt a surge of excitement. If feasible, the restricted research technology and the technological creation improvement machine could synergize. By stepping on the left foot while pressing down on the right, he might just break through the limitations of minor upgrades. With that in mind, Lin Ming ceased to hesitate. Modular upgraded electromagnetic gun. Chapter 81. Enhanced upgraded electromagnetic cannon. Before long, the modularization of the upgraded electromagnetic gun was completed. Lin Ming observed that the upgraded electromagnetic gun bore no significant distinction from its predecessor. He then remarked, utilize the restricted research technology to specifically study the electromagnetic conversion module of the upgraded electromagnetic gun. Please select a research direction. Increase the dimensions, elongate the length, and amplify the power. Please select the chip for the research. F-grade universal chip. Based on the computational power provided by the current chip, the estimated duration for restricted research is 5 minutes, with an hourly energy consumption of 1 unit. Shall we commence the restricted research? Yes. 5 minutes later, the ethereal crystal projected a notification: frowny face, restricted research completed. Manufacture. Lin Ming commanded the 3D metal printer. With a sizzling sound, the 3D metal printer sprang into action. Soon, an enormous electromagnetic gun, with a robust barrel, emerged. Lin Ming noted that the gun's barrel extended to an impressive 3 meters, with a caliber of 30 millimeters, exuding an overwhelming sense of intimidation. After a brief examination, Lin Ming placed the upgraded electromagnetic gun back at the entrance of the technological improvement machine. The ethereal crystal displayed a notification modifying: the electromagnetic gun requires superalloy X2, energy X20, energy storage blocks X10, electromagnetic coils X10. Shall we proceed with the enhancement? Yes. Upon seeing the notification, Lin Ming felt a surge of joy. Indeed, it was feasible. 10 minutes later, the modified electromagnetic gun slowly emerged from the technological improvement machine's exit. Good heavens! Upon witnessing the design of the electromagnetic gun, Lin Ming swallowed hard. The gun's barrel now reached a formidable length of 5 meters, with the caliber expanded to 50 millimeters. An H-shaped support frame was added to the front, accompanied by a support mechanism akin to a mortar's base at the rear. Lin Ming opened the schematic for the electromagnetic gun. Enhanced upgraded electromagnetic cannon F. Description: a weapon capable of converting electrical energy into kinetic energy, lightweight and portable, with moderate firepower. Each shot requires the consumption of 5 units of electrical energy, and the barrel must be replaced after 10 shots. The electromagnetic gun has transformed into an electromagnetic cannon. Still lightweight and portable, yet with moderate firepower. Lin Ming exclaimed in awe, realizing that the ethereal crystal was unimpressed by such an intimidating creation. However, Lin Ming was not inclined to cease his endeavors. He continued: modularize the enhanced upgraded electromagnetic cannon. Utilize restricted research technology to specifically study the electromagnetic conversion module of the enhanced upgraded electromagnetic cannon. The current target module has reached the limit for restricted research and cannot proceed further. Very well. Upon seeing the notification from the ethereal crystal, Lin Ming rubbed his nose. It seemed that while the approach of alternating between left and right foot was effective, it was not perpetually viable. Each module had its upgrade threshold. He hefted the hefty and formidable enhanced upgraded electromagnetic cannon, preparing to test it on the ground. Due to its substantial caliber, the cannon's ammunition was no longer solid superalloy bullets, but rather had transformed into armor-piercing shells. After all, the greater the mass of the projectile, the more electrical energy was consumed in its acceleration, resulting in a lower muzzle velocity. Upon firing, the superalloy casing would automatically shed in the turbulent air, leaving only the superalloy armor-piercing projectile to continue its flight. Having manufactured an armor-piercing shell, Lin Ming carried the enhanced upgraded electromagnetic cannon to the ground. This time, he chose not to fire directly. Strapping on a jetpack, Lin Ming soared to a massive boulder several kilometers away, bracing the rear of the enhanced upgraded electromagnetic cannon against it. The boulder weighed several tons, presumably sufficient to withstand the cannon's formidable recoil. Securing the muzzle, Lin Ming inserted the armor-piercing shell, selected a direction, and pulled the firing mechanism. Boom! The armor-piercing shell shot forth with great speed, leaving a trail of crimson luminescence. Near the muzzle, the powerful air turbulence kicked up clouds of dust, with the deafening roar momentarily disorienting Lin Ming. Observing the enhanced upgraded electromagnetic cannon, he noted that the tremendous recoil had driven its base into the boulder, leaving less than 2 meters of the barrel exposed. The ethereal crystal displayed the message: electromagnetic cannon data calculation complete, muzzle velocity 20,000 ms, effective range 10 kilometers. What is happening? Did it miscalculate? Lin Ming pondered, bewildered by the data indicating a doubling of muzzle velocity yet a drastic reduction in effective range to 10 kilometers. He opened the slow-motion video of the entire process. The armor-piercing shell, departing the muzzle at an astonishing 20,000 ms, shed its superalloy casing, revealing the superalloy armor-piercing projectile within. The projectile maintained its velocity as it soared into the distance. The intense friction with the air caused the superalloy armor-piercing projectile to rapidly heat up, glowing red, with temperatures soaring above 5,000 degrees. At such temperatures, the superalloy projectile began to deform under the atmospheric pressure disturbances, leading to increased air resistance. Consequently, the projectile's range was significantly diminished, and its accuracy paled in. Given the current circumstances, the electromagnetic gun, prior to the improvements made by the technological creation machine, was capable of balancing power and range. However, this did not imply that the enhanced upgraded electromagnetic cannon was entirely without merit. After all, the primary factor affecting the armor-piercing shell was air resistance. In a vacuum, it could unleash its full potential. Lin Ming gazed skyward, contemplating the small satellites conducting aerial surveys. The electromagnetic railgun concept might hold promise. Upon concluding his experiments, Lin Ming refrained from retrieving the enhanced upgraded electromagnetic cannon, opting instead to fly back to the entrance of the pit. The 3D metal printer had long since completed the remaining carbon-based life support systems, awaiting Lin Ming's installation. "I've been quite busy lately, even delaying the pit modification plans, time to install." Observing the 9 sets of carbon-based life support systems, Lin Ming swiftly set to work. 1 set for each of the 8 pit branches, plus 1 for the bottom of the pit. After 3 hours of labor, he completed the installation. Buzzing, the external cooling fans roared to life, dissipating heat from within the pit. Lin Ming entered the pit, watching the data on the display fluctuate continuously. Current temperature 75 degrees Celsius, current relative humidity 85, current atmospheric composition nitrogen 75, carbon dioxide 13, oxygen 11, others 1. Current temperature 25 degrees Celsius, current relative humidity 50, current atmospheric composition nitrogen 78, carbon dioxide 0, oxygen 22, others 0. Carbon-based life support systems functioning normally, current space is suitable for habitation. At last, it's complete. After confirming the air composition and temperature at the bottom of the pit, Lin Ming tentatively lifted the glass visor of his heavy-duty spacesuit. A rush of fresh air filled his nostrils. Lin Ming inhaled deeply, exclaiming, "Finally, I no longer have to wear the spacesuit all the time." Chapter 82 Microwave Relay. After shedding his heavy exosuit, Lin Ming dashed about at the bottom of the pit, akin to a child freshly liberated from confinement. Glancing at the stone table and chairs beside him, he plopped down onto one with great haste, only to spring back up even more swiftly. So hot! The temperature at the pit's base had previously soared above 70 degrees, and consequently, the stone furniture was equally warm, gradually cooling down. Thank goodness it wasn't over 100 degrees. I could have scorched my backside. Lin Ming exclaimed with relief. While clad in the cumbersome exosuit, he had been free to sit without concern for the temperature. At that moment, the ether crystal emitted a notification. E-Class Carbon-Based Life Resource Supply Pod has arrived. Please prepare to receive the supply box. Oh, another one? Upon seeing the notification, Lin Ming recalled that due to the relatively advanced development of his region, the high-tech lifeform had rewarded each individual with an opportunity for an E-Class Carbon-Based Life Resource Supply Pod. Excellent, let us have my little brothers bring the super alloy supply box in. Lin Ming summoned the upgraded version of the mimic crab, giving its shell a reassuring pat. As expected, he was met with a brief sting of heat. Damn it, I should refrain from touching things indiscriminately, he muttered while shaking his right hand. Before long, 4 mimic crabs were hauling the super alloy supply box down to the pit, followed by an upgraded mimic crab gesticulating with its pincers as a commander. Oh, right. I haven't produced any mimic crabs yet. I must exchange for E-Class chips with Old Tang. Lin Ming issued a manufacturing command to the 3D metal printer on the ground, then observed as the survival pod's decomposition core reclaimed the super alloy supply box. E-Class Resource Supply Box reclaimed. You have obtained Super Alloy X10, Carbon-Based Body Enhancement Nutrient Solution X3, Microwave Relay Manufacturing Blueprint X1. These all seem like splendid items. Lin Ming picked up the Carbon-Based Body Enhancement Nutrient Solution. Encased in a small ampoule the size of his pinky, the viscous liquid within was a dark brown color. He opened the corresponding tome of knowledge. Carbon-Based Body Enhancement Nutrient Solution F, Description. Upon consumption, it enhances the physical form of carbon-based life, slightly increasing various physical attributes and extending lifespan. Extending lifespan. Upon reading the last line of the description, Lin Ming wasted no time, shattering the ampoule's seal and swallowing its contents in one gulp. I feel invigorated, he bellowed, sensing a torrent of warmth surging through his limbs. He felt an inexhaustible energy coursing through him, prompting an overwhelming urge to shout and engage in vigorous activity. Let us get moving. Lin Ming sprinted about the bottom of the pit, releasing the potent energy within his body. The upgraded mimic crab, with its tiny eyes fixated on Lin Ming, eventually began to follow suit, racing behind him. After half an hour of relentless running, Lin Ming finally came to a halt, breathing normally, his demeanor unchanged. To say this nutrient solution merely strengthens the body is an understatement. It is practically a miraculous elixir of youth. Lin Ming gazed at the remaining 2 vials of nutrient solution. If this product were to appear at the interstellar marketplace, it would undoubtedly sell like hotcakes. He pondered whether reverse engineering might be feasible. Initiate reverse engineering of the carbon-based body enhancement nutrient solution. Please select the chip for reverse engineering. F-grade universal chip. Based on the computational power provided by the current chip, the estimated duration for reverse engineering is 10 hours, consuming 1 unit of energy per hour. Shall we commence? Yes. Indeed, it was possible. Moreover, the required time was quite reasonable. 10 hours was manageable for Lin Ming. With a buoyant spirit, he turned his attention to the remaining black chip. Microwave Relay Manufacturing Blueprint F. Description: a relay capable of receiving and transmitting microwaves, with internal components that amplify related signals, greatly enhancing your communication and energy transmission range. Current coverage 100 kilometers, within the atmosphere, consumption of 1 unit of energy per hour. Material requirements: F-class or higher universal chip X1, electromagnetic coils X50, circuit boards X10, ultrafine iron powder X50 units. Manufacturing requirements: 3D metal printer. Model needed. Microwave relay. Lin Ming immediately directed the survival pod to decipher the relevant technology. Decoding microwave relay. Estimated to master the technology in 10 minutes. Microwave relay decoding complete. You have mastered the microwave relay technology. Commence manufacturing. Lin Ming thought of the 2 mimic crab leaders poised to return. With the microwave relay in place, the leaders need not return but could relay information to Lin Ming at all times. Furthermore, since both utilized microwave technology, the wireless power transmission module could also benefit, supplying power to other technological creations via the microwave relay without significant signal degradation. Buzzing sounds filled the air as the 3D metal printer swiftly completed the manufacture of the microwave relay. Lin Ming observed that it resembled a colossal utility pole. The iron metal rod towered 10 meters high, designed to support the core relay module. The microwave reception and transmission modules, formed by electromagnetic coils, were arranged in a cross shape, reminiscent of a village loudspeaker. Begin installation. Lin Ming donned the heavy exosuit and strapped on his jetpack, ascending to the summit of the ringed mountain. After 2 hours, Lin Ming finally reached his destination. Finding an unobstructed high point, he planted the metal rod into the ground, surrounding it with large stones to ensure the stability of the microwave relay. Microwave relay, activate. Lin Ming commanded the ether crystal. Soon, the microwave relay sprang to life, rapidly powering up the exosuit. Excellent, let's see what those 2 mimic crab leaders have discovered. Lin Ming swiftly connected with the 2 mimic crab leaders. Indeed, they were preparing to return. Halt your return plan, remain in position. Lin Ming commanded them to cease their movements and began reviewing their stored video recordings. First up was the mimic crab that had explored the ecosystem. High-definition footage streamed in, revealing a desolate scene within the glass structures. The once planted flora had long since vanished, leaving no trace of growth behind. The internal environmental maintenance system had also weathered significantly, and Lin Ming could only discern its nature as a carbon-based life maintenance system through the blurred conduits. Clump, 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 the sound of the mimic crab leader's footsteps echoed in the still environment. Warning, you have unlawfully entered ecosystem number 15 without authorization. Please exit immediately. This is your first warning. This is your second warning. This is your third warning. Warning ineffective. Deploy the garrison. The shrill alarms blared in succession. However, the mimic crab leader, not having received Lin Ming's orders, continued its exploration within the glass structures. Upon noticing several shadows darting from a nearby corner, Lin Ming's heart raced. There were people inside the glass building. Chapter 83 Departure. Lin Ming observed that this being bore a resemblance to the urea intelligent lifeforms he had encountered before. Possessing crab-like legs and pincers, its stature was notably imposing, exceeding 2.5 meters in height. The entirety of its form was enveloped in a black material akin to ballistic armor, with a weapon resembling a firearm clutched within its pincers. Aimed directly at the simulated crab leader, it fired a shot. Boom! A piercing sound erupted as the bullet penetrated the body of the simulated crab leader. Such a minor injury, however, did not impede the simulated crab leader's mobility. Although Lin Ming had not equipped them with electromagnetic guns, the attack simulated crab leader propelled itself forward using the thrust from its jetpack, delivering a crushing blow with its pincer that sent the being's head flying. Lin Ming felt his eyelids twitch in response. This was excessively violent, yet, contrary to his expectations of a rain of blood, the anticipated carnage did not ensue. Lin Ming noticed that after being decapitated, the being did not immediately perish. Sounds continued to emanate from its severed head. Warning, you have illegally entered the 15th ecological zone, unauthorized entry detected, please exit immediately. Warning, warning, is it not a real human? Lin Ming pondered in confusion. If a normal person were to lose their head, even if the head remained alive for a brief period, it would be incapable of producing sound due to the absence of lungs to provide airflow for vocalization. Of course, it was also possible that urea's intelligent lifeforms possessed an alternative means of vocalization. In any case, this was certainly worthy of thorough investigation. Return the way you came, and bring back both the body and the head of that being. Lin Ming commanded the simulated crab leader, saying, should anything unexpected occur, do not resist. Contact me immediately. The simulated crab leader obeyed the order and set off. Lin Ming then activated the video feed from the simulated crab leader exploring the factory ruins. As he had seen in the images transmitted by the small satellite, the simulated crab leader also encountered numerous remnants of technological artifacts. Large liquid distillation tower ruins. Lin Ming recognized a familiar technological construct in the video. However, unlike the liquid distillation tower he possessed, this massive structure towered impressively, reaching heights of 50 to 60 meters, with a diameter exceeding 10 meters. Countless intricate pipes were exposed on the exterior of the distillation tower, many of which appeared damaged, seemingly subjected to human destruction. The simulated crab continued to approach the large liquid distillation tower. As the perspective drew closer, Lin Ming discerned an increasing number of details. He noticed that adjacent to the large liquid distillation tower, there was a familiar structure, a cooling tower. Furthermore, at the base of the large liquid distillation tower, one could see a colossal boiler, along with unprocessed slag. When this device was first invented, it was not powered directly by electricity but rather fueled by combustible materials. Lin Ming endeavored to reconstruct the original appearance of the large liquid distillation tower. At that time, the atmosphere still contained oxygen, which could sustain such large-scale combustion. The simulated crab advanced further, revealing details that Lin Ming had previously overlooked. There are only two outlets, one of which leads directly to the cooling tower, suggesting that it produces purified water. What, then, is the other outlet producing? Why does my liquid distillation tower have 4 outlets, while this behemoth has only 2? A barrage of questions surged within Lin Ming's mind. It seems the time has come for me to see it for myself. Lin Ming resolved. As it stood, the danger level within the meteorite crater housing the factory ruins appeared to be minimal. Nevertheless, Lin Ming took ample precautions. First and foremost was the combat-grade heavy exosuit. This piece of equipment was essential for ensuring Lin Ming's safety. He had previously crafted one but had given it to Sun Yao. Having gained experience, Lin Ming swiftly manufactured a second suit. Additionally, he ensured he had ample backups. The jetpack exhibited commendable endurance at a speed of 30 km per hour. However, considering the endless expanse of the black tide below, Lin Ming was unwilling to take any chances. He opened a private chat with Sun Yao. Are you busy? Not at all, I'm watching a live stream. Having grown quite familiar with one another, Sun Yao promptly sent a voice message. Brother Lin, what's up? Lin Ming, feeling at ease, replied directly, I need to head out shortly and would like to leave a few jetpacks with you as backups. If anything goes wrong, please trade them back to me immediately. No problem, Brother Lin. Sun Yao readily agreed. Good, the supplies carried by the heavy exosuit are limited. If I run low on oxygen or anything else, please assist me in replenishing them. Since he required Sun Yao's help, Lin Ming was naturally quite generous. He left 5 jetpacks, 50 units of oxygen and water, 100 units of electrical energy, and a substantial quantity of superalloy bullets with Sun Yao. This way, even if danger arose within the meteorite crater housing the factory ruins, the supplies provided by Sun Yao would be sufficient to support Lin Ming through a small-scale confrontation. Having completed these preparations, Lin Ming confirmed that everything was in order, and with a click, he secured the jetpack onto the back of his combat-grade heavy exosuit. Subsequently, Lin Ming equipped himself with a solar panel, 2 jetpacks, and 4 small simulated crabs. Even with Sun Yao handling logistics, the cautious Lin Ming was reluctant to place all his hopes on another. All set. He mentally reviewed every detail, inhaling deeply. Despite having made thorough preparations and contingencies, the thought of traversing nearly 100 kilometers across the black tide to another meteorite crater still filled him with a hint of anxiety. Yet, more than that, he felt exhilarated. Here I come. Lin Ming slightly bent his legs, and the jetpack expelled a powerful gust of air, propelling him skyward. Clutching the solar panel to his chest, he held a jetpack in each hand as backups. Below each jetpack, 2 simulated crabs dangled precariously. Over an hour later, Lin Ming finally reached the summit of the ringed mountain. He took a brief respite at the peak, waiting for the microwave relay to fully charge his combat-grade heavy exosuit before continuing his flight. Soon, as he soared over the towering ringed mountain, Lin Ming beheld an endless expanse of black. The black tide devoured all color, leaving only an abyssal darkness, akin to a viscous black oil coating the surface of the planet. In the sunlit areas, the black ocean lay still and tranquil. Even the wind passing through could not stir a single ripple. However, in the regions shielded from sunlight by the ringed mountain, the black tide became ferociously turbulent. Towering waves, reaching heights of several dozen meters, relentlessly battered against the mountain, as if seeking to tear open a fissure in its solid structure. It seemed that the black tide, having sensed Lin Ming's presence in the air, grew even more violent. Waves surging to heights of several meters erupted, resembling dark hands reaching out to grasp the flying insect. Hearing the deafening roar of the waves and witnessing the relentless surge of black fury below, Lin Ming shouted, "Hold on tight, everyone! If you fall, it could mean certain doom." Chapter 84 A Destruction Boom. After soaring for over 3 hours across the black tide ocean, Lin Ming finally glimpsed the ring-shaped mountain that guarded another meteorite crater. "We've arrived." A sense of relief washed over him. Even though he had activated the automatic cruising mode of his jetpack, maintaining the same posture for an extended period had left his limbs weary and fatigued. 10 minutes later, Lin Ming descended to the ground and set down the biocrabs and solar panels. Adjusting the solar panels to a suitable angle, he began charging the combat-ready heavy exosuit. Before long, the charging was complete, and Lin Ming set off toward the location where he had discovered the factory ruins. It did not take long for him to spot the large liquid distillation tower, which stood tall in the distance, just as he had seen in the video. "Go, scout the vicinity," Lin Ming commanded the 4 biocrabs. One particularly bold upgraded biocrab even ventured inside the massive liquid distillation tower. From within, Lin Ming observed remnants of powder left behind after the dehydration of the black tide. Time's relentless erosion had rendered this black tide inactive, transforming it into cracked black solid chunks. Lin Ming soared upwards to the lower outlet of the large liquid distillation tower. Here, he discovered some remaining products that bore an uncanny resemblance to the dehydrated black tide powder. His eyes glimmered with excitement as he noticed the floating frame. Nutrients, 103 units. It appears that this large liquid distillation tower was incapable of performing multiple distillations to obtain high-strength lightweight materials, but could merely carry out simple dehydration, Lin Ming mused to himself. He continued to ascend around the large liquid distillation tower and noticed numerous enormous holes in its thick metallic shell, likely caused by explosions. Could it be that the tower's operation was hindered, leading to pipeline explosions? After inspecting the large liquid distillation tower, Lin Ming proceeded to other industrial relics. Float glass factory, titanium metal refining factory, spaceship manufacturing center. Towering industrial remnants loomed before him, akin to monumental tributes to the once great wisdom of Uria's intelligent life. As the jetpack's thrust gradually diminished, Lin Ming gently descended to the entrance of the spaceship manufacturing center. Given that Uria's intelligent beings had the capability to retrieve meteorites from space and establish a sustainable base on the far side of the moon, their aerospace technology must have reached a significant level. There was a possibility that he could acquire relevant technology. With the 4 biocrabs set to explore, Lin Ming remained vigilant, monitoring the shared perspectives. His eyes glinted with anticipation, but he found nothing of particular interest in the shared views. He soon realized that the spaceship manufacturing center had suffered far greater explosive damage than the large liquid distillation tower. Thus, these signs of explosion were not due to equipment malfunction. Noticing the word unstable printed before the grenade, he instructed, "Retrieve that electromagnetic grenade, but be gentle and cautious." After a prolonged period, the energy within the electromagnetic grenade had been depleted, rendering it incapable of adhering to metallic objects. Nonetheless, Lin Ming remained uncertain whether its explosive components had also failed. 1 Biocrab hurried forward, intending to grasp the grenade with its pincers, but was sharply nudged aside by the upgraded Biocrab that followed closely behind. Snap, 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 the 2 pincers moved rapidly, as the upgraded Biocrab repelled the remaining 3, positioning itself before the electromagnetic grenade. After a brief pause of hesitation, the upgraded Biocrab cautiously lifted the grenade with its pincers and began to inch it outward. Lin Ming had already distanced himself from the entrance of the spaceship manufacturing center. "Take it further away." The upgraded Biocrab meticulously transported the electromagnetic grenade to a clear area over 500 meters from the entrance, gently setting it down. Once it was secure, the upgraded Biocrab quickly scurried away, its pincers still moving as if celebrating its narrow escape. Once the upgraded Biocrab reached a safe distance, Lin Ming aimed at the grenade on the ground, firing a superalloy armor-piercing round from his electromagnetic gun. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted, sending clouds of dust soaring into the air. As the smoke dissipated, Lin Ming's pupils constricted. Before him lay a massive crater with a diameter exceeding 10 meters. He was well aware of the ground's hardness, which required a superalloy drill bit for even the slowest penetration. The power of the electromagnetic grenade is quite impressive. Lin Ming recalled that Tang Cheng'an seemed to possess stable versions of electromagnetic grenades. Perhaps he could procure one for reverse engineering later. What if we combined the electromagnetic grenade with an electromagnetic cannon? Could we create a high-explosive rocket? The sudden notion thrilled Lin Ming, but all of this would require further exploration upon his return. For now, the primary objective was to investigate the spaceship manufacturing center. After confirming that no additional electromagnetic grenades were concealed within, Lin Ming stepped forward. The ground and walls were riddled with craters from the grenade's explosion, and after such a long passage of time, Lin Ming even worried that the structure might collapse at any moment. Fortunately, the superalloy framework remained robust. The original entrance had been violently displaced by the explosion, leaving behind a gaping hole through which one could freely enter. Lin Ming stepped inside. Upon entering the building, he discovered that most of the primary equipment had been dismantled, leaving behind a series of empty rooms. Some equipment that had not been removed was severely damaged by the explosion, rendering their original forms unrecognizable. Warning: you have illegally entered Spaceship Research Center number 507. Unauthorized access detected. Please exit immediately. This is the first warning. This is the second warning. This is the third warning. Warning ineffective, deploying guard troops. Damn it. The familiar warning sounds echoed, prompting Lin Ming to ready his electromagnetic gun, bracing for an imminent attack. Yet, nothing materialized. The 4 biocrabs had swiftly dispersed to conduct their explorations, and no signs of biohumans appeared. The cacophony of warnings continued, and Lin Ming frowned as he scrutinized the source of the alerts. It was a surveillance probe equipped with audio capabilities, tirelessly fulfilling its duty, despite the passage of time. Indeed, since you are still operational, could the monitoring center be intact? Might there be any video footage preserved? Chapter 85. Lunar Exploration Program. With an idea forming in his mind, Lin Ming immediately sprang into action. He instructed the 4 upgraded mimic crabs to focus on locating areas resembling a monitoring center, while he intently observed the shared perspective. At last, one of the mimic crabs made a discovery. It was a passage leading underground, and the entrance was fortified by an incredibly sturdy superalloy door. Numerous blast marks were visible, yet the superalloy door remained unyielding, showing no signs of having been disturbed. Lin Ming activated his searchlight and approached the resilient superalloy door. Even after 100,000 years, there was not a hint of corrosion on the superalloy. However, behind the steadfast superalloy door, the main corridor had suffered multiple collapses, revealing countless apertures for entry and exit. Well done, Lin Ming remarked, patting the superalloy door, and gestured to the upgraded mimic crab. With a swift motion, the upgraded mimic crab maneuvered around the superalloy door and deftly slipped through the collapsed openings. Warning: you have illegally entered Research Center 507 of the spacecraft. Please exit immediately, as you lack authorization. Warning, warning, warning. The incessant warnings rang out, agitating Lin Ming. Before long, the upgraded mimic crab located the room housing the monitoring center and pushed the door open. Be cautious. Lin Ming exclaimed softly upon seeing the sudden appearance of a urea intelligent lifeform behind the door. His eyes glimmered with intensity, yet he did not observe any luminous points indicating life. The upgraded mimic crab had already traversed one of the lifeform's crab legs. Ah, it is merely a holographic projection, Lin Ming sighed in relief. You have finally arrived. The gaze of the holographic projection fell upon the empty doorway as it spoke. I wonder if those who have reached here are our descendants or the harvesters. Thanks to the self-translation system previously received from the urea intelligent lifeform, the reloaded spacesuit could translate the holographic projection's words in real time. We bore immense pressure to construct a spacecraft capable of migrating to the Silver Moon, yet due to the opposition of certain individuals, only a small-scale migration was realized. Lin Ming blinked. It turned out they had not only executed a preservation plan but also attempted migration. The holographic projection pointed towards the sky. At this moment, there should be billions of our compatriots thriving on the Silver Moon, striving to rebuild urea. Was there still urea's intelligent life surviving on the Silver Moon? A shock coursed through Lin Ming's heart. After 100,000 years, to what level had their technological advancements escalated, and why had they not returned to reconstruct the urea planet? The voice of the holographic image grew fervent and uplifting. However, they do not comprehend us. The efforts we have expended have been met with inhumane destruction. The figure projected by the hologram gradually faded, replaced by images from the past. Within the crater where the factory ruins lay, a scene of flourishing activity unfolded. Massive liquid distillation towers were operational, and the adjacent cooling towers billowed thick clouds of white steam. At the space launch site, enormous spacecraft lifted into the sky, carrying tens of thousands of urea intelligent lifeforms to the Silver Moon for migration. Countless urea beings gathered outside the launch site, erupting into cheers with each spacecraft that ascended. Today is a day worthy of commemoration. Lin Ming noted as the intelligent lifeform, previously projected, appeared on a platform in the launch area, delivering an impassioned speech. "We are about to complete the migration of our billionth compatriot, and I am honored to announce that she is my wife." The intelligent lifeform pointed to the crowd below. Soon, a lifeform cradling a child ascended the platform and shared a tender embrace with him. "My wife will migrate to the silver moon with our child, there to witness my endeavors. And I shall labor in Urea until my final moment, until the migration of all our compatriots is complete." The crowd erupted into fervent applause, the cheers rising in a crescendo. Boom! At that moment, explosions suddenly erupted within the crowd simultaneously. The large liquid distillation tower nearby detonated, unleashing black tide heated to over 100 degrees, incinerating many Urea intelligent lifeforms at work. Attack! This is a premeditated assault. The speaking lifeform sent his wife and child aboard his spacecraft, before plunging into the tumultuous crowd. "You wretched scoundrels, why do you persistently obstruct our grand migration plan? You are the sinners of Urea." No one answered him. Or rather, the responses were drowned out by the cacophony of more violent explosions. The scale of this assault far exceeded his expectations. All factories and technology centers suffered bombings, obliterating Urea's industrial system in one fell swoop. The holographic projection gradually faded, and darkness enveloped the room once more. Only the voice continued to resonate. "Our sacrifices remain unacknowledged, perhaps in tens of thousands of years." With a start, the footsteps of the upgraded mimic crab returning stirred Lin Ming from his contemplation. He exited the spacecraft manufacturing center, gazing up at the immense silver moon. "Small satellite, deflect your trajectory and commence thorough lunar surface exploration," Lin Ming commanded. Layer upon layer of photographs were transmitted into the ether crystal. Due to the considerable distance, these images possessed a maximum resolution of only 10 meters, yet, that was sufficient. Lin Ming observed the desolate lunar surface, devoid of any signs of intelligent life activity. Could it be that they are all operating on the far side of the moon? Lin Ming muttered, a sense of urgency gripping him. He needed to ascertain the nature of the far side of the silver moon post-haste, otherwise, he would find no peace in rest or sustenance. 3D metal printer, construct in modules. Construction list. Small satellite, upgraded electromagnetic gun, microwave relay. Lin Ming continued to issue commands. He was determined to initiate a lunar exploration program. First, he would utilize the small satellite to launch a microwave relay to the Lagrange point between the Urea planet and the silver moon, preparing for the subsequent operations. Secondly, a small satellite would be dispatched to orbit the silver moon for cartographic purposes, obtaining specific information about the far side of the moon, which would be relayed to Lin Ming through the microwave relay. Finally, if feasible, a small satellite carrying mimic crabs would attempt to land on the far side of the silver moon for on-site exploration. Ultimately, if possible, the small satellite would transport mimic crabs for sample collection and return, enabling tangible research. Orbit, land, return. Chapter 86, The Progenitor. 4 hours later, Lin Ming returned to the pit. The leader of the progenitor crabs had brought back the dismembered human and placed it within the glass farm. Lin Ming first descended to the bottom of the pit to conduct a high-temperature decontamination, ensuring that the heavily burdened extravehicular suit was thoroughly cleansed before returning to the glass farm to examine the specifics of this human. His eyes glowed faintly as Lin Ming perceived the information regarding this entity. Progenitor body, deactivated. Progenitor head, deactivated. Progenitor! Lin Ming exclaimed, astonished at the sight of the prostrate figure before him. Had the intelligent life forms of Urea advanced to such a degree that they could fabricate progenitors, this progenitor bore a resemblance to the intelligent beings of Urea, albeit with a more imposing stature. Lin Ming noted that, unlike the silicon-based exoskeleton of the progenitor crabs, its flesh was soft. He instructed the upgraded progenitor crab to sever a piece, which he then held before his glass helmet for meticulous examination. It was a soft object, pale with hints of gray, exhibiting commendable elasticity. His eyes shimmered slightly as Lin Ming accessed the detailed information about this peculiar substance. Silicone, artificial product, 0.1 units. What in the world? Lin Ming exclaimed, no wonder he felt a sense of familiarity with such an object. Upon closer inspection of the area where the head and body were severed, he noticed some dark brown liquid. Lin Ming stepped forward, his eyes slightly aflame with curiosity, and examined it closely. Carbon-based organism enhancement nutrient solution, pharmaceutical, 0.1 units. So it was this. Lin Ming's interest in the synthetic beings intensified. He resolved to conduct reverse research on the synthetic beings. At that moment, the Sol E-grade chip was being utilized to reverse engineer the F-grade universal chip. Lin Ming glanced at the entrance of the pit. Over 40 synthetic crabs had already been produced, basking in the sun to recharge. Let's produce the synthetic crabs first and gather a total of 50. Lin Ming temporarily halted the production plan for the small satellites. Half an hour later, 50 synthetic crabs were successfully produced, arranged in 5 neat rows. Lin Ming opened a private chat with Tang Chang'an. Here, transaction. Present. Tang Chang'an seemed to be in a splendid mood, skipping the pleasantries and directly exchanging 50 synthetic crabs for the E-grade chip. Ha ha ha, thank you, brother Lin. These little creatures can serve as my domestic helpers. To be honest, having grown accustomed to being waited on, it's quite an adjustment to suddenly have to do everything myself. Tang Chang'an's words made Lin Ming's mouth twitch. What a household that could afford domestic help! With the new E-grade chip in hand, Lin Ming immediately issued a command: use the E-grade chip to reverse engineer the synthetic beings. Based on the computational power provided by the current chip, the estimated duration for reverse research is 72 hours, consuming 1 unit of energy per hour. Shall we commence the reverse research? A full 3 days. Upon seeing the prompt screen generated by the ether crystal, Lin Ming still clicked confirm. After all, his curiosity about the synthetic beings was overwhelming, and a few days' wait was bearable. Moreover, in just a few more hours, another E-grade universal chip would complete the reverse engineering of the F-grade chip, allowing it to join the reverse research queue. Not only that, but a continuous influx of F-grade universal chips would significantly accelerate the reverse research process. The unlocking of computational power is just around the corner. Lin Ming felt a surge of ambition. With the production of synthetic crabs concluded, the 3D metal printers immediately shifted their focus to the intense manufacturing of small satellites and electromagnetic guns. Before long, several small satellites and a number of propulsion and fuel storage modules were successfully completed. Each small satellite was equipped with 5 propulsion modules, arranged in a cross pattern. Lin Ming then made enhancements to the small satellites, double the fuel storage modules, expanding to 8 modules. Add 4 more propulsion modules, arranged in a circular formation. Ziz, the 3D metal printers promptly began the modifications on the small satellites. Consequently, the fuel capacity increased from 40 units to 80 units, while the propulsion units transformed from 5 in parallel to 9 in parallel. 1 propulsion module was positioned centrally, with the remaining 8 distributed symmetrically around it. Let us emphasize sheer power. Lin Ming opened the catalog of the small satellites. Medium Exploration Satellite F. Description is significantly expands your field of vision, capable of detecting surrounding terrain and imaging, predicting short-term weather, and conducting limited exploration of interstellar space. With robust propulsion and ample fuel, it can not only sustain orbit around planets but also escape the gravitational pull of the current planet to reach other areas within the galaxy, though it cannot achieve the third cosmic velocity of the current stellar system. Consumption: launch consumes 10 fuel, maintenance in orbit consumes 3 fuel 24 hours, and fuel consumption doubles when traveling to other targets within the galaxy. Medium Exploration Satellite. Observing the nearly 5-meter-high satellite, Lin Ming felt a profound sense of satisfaction. The final task was to add a microwave relay module. The coverage range of the microwave relay module is 100 kilometers, but that is within the atmosphere. Due to atmospheric attenuation of electromagnetic wave signals, the coverage area is relatively small. In the near vacuum of space, however, the microwave relay module could cover a vast area, more than sufficient for the exploration of Silver Moon. Since Lin Ming had already mastered the technology for manufacturing microwave relays, there was no need for reverse research. Modular microwave relay. Add microwave relay modules and solar panel modules to the medium satellite. With these 2 commands issued, the 3D metal printer once again equipped the medium satellite with new modules and welded suitable superalloy fairings. Quite good. Seeing that the medium satellite had been completed, Lin Ming commanded, small satellite, map the relative orbit of Uriar planet and Silver Moon, while calculating the Lagrange points. Soon, the small satellite provided the relative coordinates of 5 Lagrange points. Generally speaking, relay satellites tend to select points along the line between 2 celestial bodies, closer to the smaller celestial body. This location offers the most stable gravitational influence with minimal interference, allowing the satellite to maintain orbit without fuel consumption. Lin Ming observed that this point was on the side of Silver Moon, approximately 500,000 kilometers from Uriar planet. I wonder if the medium satellite can reach this distance. Lin Ming felt a twinge of anxiety. However, failure is the mother of success. If this attempt faltered, it would be a simple matter to increase the fuel storage and propulsion modules of the medium satellite, converting it into a large satellite. After purchasing 80 units of fuel from the interstellar trading post, Lin Ming filled the medium satellite. He set the destination to the relative coordinates. Target the second Lagrange point. Medium satellite, prepare for launch. Chapter 87. Continuous launch, fuel refueling complete. Self-check completed, the medium-sized satellite will ignite in 10 seconds. 10, 9. 3, 2, 1, ignition. 9 thrusters simultaneously expelled pale blue flames, propelling the medium-sized satellite straight into the heavens. 10 minutes later, the ether crystal emitted a notification frowny face. The medium-sized satellite has surpassed the second cosmic velocity and is en route to the Lagrange point, estimated to arrive in 24 hours. Does it really take that long? Lin Ming expressed some surprise. He opened the simulation trajectory of the medium-sized satellite and discovered that it was not flying directly in a straight line towards the Lagrange point, but rather along a parabolic arc originating from the planet Urea, requiring multiple mid-course maneuvers. Refer to the diagram at the end of the chapter for illustration. Not too bad. Given this distance, the speed of the medium-sized satellite is already quite fast. Lin Ming maintained a perspective of contentment. Since the launch of the medium-sized satellite would take so long, Lin Ming immediately began to explore the second phase of the Silver Moon project. Landing the medium-sized satellite needed only to consider how to maintain its position at the Lagrange point, while the landing exploration satellite had far more factors to address. Based on current findings, there was no atmosphere on the Silver Moon, rendering parachutes and similar landing methods ineffective. Thus, a reverse thrust engine would be necessary for a safe landing. Consequently, Lin Ming re-engineered the medium-sized satellite once again. This time, he did not augment the propulsion module of the satellite but instead added an additional fuel storage module. After several attempts, he discovered that excessive fuel storage modules could actually reduce the satellite's range and payload capacity rather than enhance them. This is the drawback of chemical rocket propulsion. Fuel cannot be infinitely increased to extend range. After numerous modifications, Lin Ming finally endeavored to create a large satellite. On this large satellite, the entity responsible for landing exploration was the upgraded mimic crab. I have decided to assign you a significant mission. Lin Ming declared to the upgraded mimic crab, his expression grave. You may be the first mimic crab to land on the moon. This presents both an opportunity and a challenge for you. According to the simulation by the ether crystal, due to insufficient fuel and excessive weight, even with reverse thrust activated, the large satellite will land at a speed exceeding 100 km per hour. You cannot refuse. You must trust that the main module of the large satellite will absorb most of the impact. The upgraded mimic crab raised its pincers, solemnly snapping them together. Snap. Very well, upon your triumphant return, I shall appoint you as the leader of the mimic crabs, and all future mimic crabs shall be under your command. Lin Ming promised the upgraded mimic crab. Snap, 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 in response was the excited clacking of the upgraded mimic crab's pincers. Given the extreme danger of this landing mission, Lin Ming ensured that the upgraded mimic crab was equipped with ample impact-resistant measures. He had the liquid distillation tower produce a considerable quantity of high-strength lightweight materials, providing the upgraded mimic crab with a soft cushion to ensure that critical modules remained unaffected by the impact. After all, Lin Ming hoped for a successful landing on the Silver Moon, granting him sufficient insight into the conditions on its far side. Go forth without worry, there is no need to fear depletion of energy, as relay satellites will provide you with recharging. Lin Ming patted the upgraded mimic crab, poised to board the large satellite. The upgraded mimic crab, well versed in its duties, promptly activated sleep mode within the fairing. Quite the relaxed heart, sleeping soundly at such a moment. Lin Ming chuckled, then his expression turned serious again. Target. The far side of the Silver Moon, coordinates to be updated. Large satellite, prepare for launch. Fuel refueling complete. Self-check completed, the large satellite will ignite in 10 seconds. 10, 9. 3, 2, 1, ignition. The large satellite ascended according to its predetermined trajectory. As Lin Ming remained ignorant of the far side of the Silver Moon, he could only allow the large satellite to fly close to it. By this time, the medium-sized satellite should have reached the second Lagrange point, ready for surveying. It would then be possible to ascertain the specific landing site based on the conditions observed on the far side of the Silver Moon. I'm starving. Having completed his tasks, Lin Ming stretched languidly. The prolonged period of intense activity had left him feeling mentally and physically drained. Observing the gradually taking shape of the glass factory and glass farm, he felt a modicum of solace. 3D metal printers continue producing the soilless cultivation framework system, and simultaneously manufacture a liquid distillation tower. We shall commence installation once I awaken. After issuing his orders, Lin Ming hastily consumed a small meal before entering the sleep pod to rest. Ah, what a relief! After a solid 10 hours of slumber, Lin Ming rose, refreshed, and attended to his grooming. He first checked the progress of the reverse engineering of the F-level universal chip. In 3 hours, the reverse engineering of the F-level universal chip will be complete, allowing for mass production. Lin Ming exclaimed, excitedly raising his fist toward the 2-type 3D metal printer, which had been gathering dust. Next, he began to assess the status of the 2 satellites. The medium and large satellites had both entered outer space and were flying steadily due to their relatively low speed and great distance. They appeared almost stationary, with only the decreasing distance indicator to the silver moon revealing their approach. Lin Ming was uncertain of his stance regarding the potentially surviving urea-intelligent life on the far side of the silver moon. From a standpoint of empathy, it would be ideal for as many lives as possible to endure. However, from a rational perspective, the survival of urea-intelligent beings posed a certain threat to him. After all, he had been dubbed the Reaper by the surviving urea-intelligent life. It was not a particularly flattering title. I shall face whatever may arise. Lin Ming donned his heavy-duty extravehicular suit and departed from the pit. He placed 10 electromagnetic guns, loaded with superalloy bullets, around the pit, to be operated by 10 mimic crabs. Pay close attention. Any entity that appears within the warning range, apart from myself, is to be shot on sight. Lin Ming granted the mimic crabs authorization to engage in combat. Snap! The 10 mimic crabs acknowledged the command, simultaneously snapping their pincers to signify their understanding. Though I cannot ascertain its utility, I feel a bit. Regardless of the circumstances, one must always maintain a steady livelihood. Chapter 88 Manufacturing F-grade universal chips. The installation of over 100 hydroponic framework systems took Lin Ming nearly half a day, even with the assistance of heavy-duty exosuits and simulated crabs. It's done, he exclaimed, his heart swelling with excitement as he gazed upon the glass farm, constructed from the myriad hydroponic systems. He activated the liquid distillation tower, allowing the simulated crabs to draw wastewater from the pits, initiating the extraction of pure water and nutrients. I wonder if there's such a thing as a water pump. Observing the crabs making their rounds, Lin Ming accessed the interstellar trading post. To his surprise, he indeed found what he was looking for. Brushless motor direct water pump. Description: a cost-effective and efficient water pump composed of a brushless motor and metallic impeller. Due to its low technological complexity, the ether crystal stone refused to assign it even an F rating. Zhao Hongzhong, that name sounds quite familiar. Lin Ming recalled the player who had generously shared the blueprints for the electromagnetic gun with him. As a token of gratitude, Lin Ming promptly crafted an electromagnetic gun and gifted it to him, establishing a sense of mutual obligation. Opening Zhao Hongzhong's private chat, Lin Ming messaged, "Brushless motor direct water pump, is it still available?" Lin Ming, "Great sir." Zhao Hongzhong replied, astonished that a seemingly unremarkable, unrated water pump would catch the attention of someone like Lin Ming. He quickly added, "It's just a trivial gadget. If you need it, feel free to take it." How could I accept your gift without reciprocation? Lin Ming did not wish to leave Zhao Hongzhong with the impression that he was one to take advantage of others. He inquired, "What resources would you like in exchange?" Zhao Hongzhong hesitated for a moment. "Sir, do you have any extra materials? I wish to manufacture an electromagnetic gun, but I'm currently short on supplies." "Not a problem." "How many bullets do you need?" Lin Ming readily agreed. Having met through the electromagnetic gun, it was only reasonable for him to assist Zhao Hongzhong in his time of need. Zhao Hongzhong replied, 10, or perhaps 5. "I only have 5 units of superalloy left. The bullets are on the house, consider them a gift." Lin Ming commanded the 3D printer to manufacture an F-grade electromagnetic gun. Since Zhao Hongzhong required it, he decided to provide him with a superior model. Once the F-grade electromagnetic gun was completed, Lin Ming produced 50 rounds of ammunition, splitting them equally between armor-piercing and dum-dum bullets. "Let us see how this performs. It packs quite a punch." "F-grade, have you upgraded the electromagnetic gun?" Zhao Hongzhong exclaimed in astonishment upon receiving the firearm. "You've made quite the loss on this trade." "Not at all, it's a fair exchange." Lin Ming responded generously. Zhao Hongzhong had previously earned Lin Ming's respect by selflessly providing the F-grade universal password. Lin Ming appreciated such loyalty and camaraderie. Moreover, after that transaction, Lin Ming had greatly benefited from the electromagnetic gun. Thus, in light of Zhao Hongzhong's needs, Lin Ming did not quibble over the details and simply gifted him an F-grade electromagnetic gun. After the exchange, both were immensely pleased. Upon acquiring the direct water pump, Lin Ming immediately began reverse engineering it. This way, even if the pump were to malfunction, he could produce a replacement without having to return to the interstellar trading post. Utilizing the F-grade chip, commence reverse engineering the brushless motor direct water pump. Based on the computational power provided by the current chip, the estimated time for reverse engineering is 1 minute, consuming 1 unit of energy per hour. Shall we begin? Yes. Indeed, the reverse engineering of the direct water pump was completed in a remarkably brief period. Lin Ming instructed the 3D metal printer to create a unit, which he installed in the second pit branch. Paired with metallic piping, a continuous flow of wastewater was drawn from this second pit branch and directed into the liquid distillation tower's storage tank. Your task is to oversee this area. If the liquid level exceeds 2/3, press the red shutdown button. If it drops, press the green start button. Lin Ming designated one simulated crab for liquid control. Snap, the simulated crab clamped its pincers, accepting this light duty. The other crabs cast envious glances at it before, under Lin Ming's urging, they scurried off to transport or elsewhere. F-grade universal chip reverse engineering completed. You have mastered the technology of F-grade universal chips. Oh my heavens, I've finally done it. Lin Ming felt a surge of exhilaration at the delayed notification window. However, he remained composed and issued another command, using the F-grade chip, commence reverse engineering the E-grade chip. Based on the computational power provided by the current chip, the estimated time for reverse engineering is 3,000 days, consuming 1 unit of energy per hour. Shall we begin? No. Lin Ming promptly declined. He merely wished to ascertain how long it would take to reverse engineer the E-grade universal chip using the computational prowess of the F-grade chip. 3,000 days, over 8 years. Given that time, it would be better to wait for other players to produce E-grade chips in bulk. Lin Ming remarked, beginning his calculations. If he wished to compress the time required for reverse engineering the E-grade chip into a more acceptable timeframe, he would need to possess over 1,000 F-grade universal chips. Currently, he had 2 E-grade chips. Reverse engineering would damage one, but the other could still contribute computational power. 1 E-grade chip was equivalent to the power of 100 F-grade universal chips, thus he would need to manufacture more than 900 F-grade universal chips. Now the question arises, how long does it take to produce a single F-grade universal chip? This query, of course, required empirical testing to resolve. Right, that E-grade chip shouldn't remain idle. Let us have it collaborate with its companion to reverse engineer the simulated beings. The 2 E-grade chips commenced reverse engineering the simulated beings simultaneously, instantly having the remaining time. Descending to the bottom of the pit, Lin Ming entered the survival pod and placed a lattice silicon block into the feed inlet of the 3D metal printer to manufacture an F-grade universal chip. ZZZZ, the 3D metal printer 2 immediately began its work. 2 minutes later, to Lin Ming's astonishment, an F-grade chip was completed. So fast? Lin Ming calculated. He could produce 30 F-grade universal chips per hour, totaling 720 chips in a 24-hour day. In just a few days, he could accumulate thousands of F-grade universal chips, significantly reducing the time required for reverse engineering the E-grade chip. Each F-grade universal chip necessitated 1 lattice silicon block and 1 unit of energy, a trivial expense that Lin Ming hardly regarded. Forge ahead with production. After issuing the command, Lin Ming accessed the interstellar trading post. Currently, no players were offering E-grade chips for sale, but some players were selling F-grade chips. Lin Ming, in a generous spirit, swiftly purchased over 30 F-grade universal chips. His lavish spending soon attracted the attention of Tang Shang, who sent Lin Ming a private message inquiring, "What is the purpose of acquiring so many F-grade universal chips?"